A whole load of information had just been given to Quinn at once. He felt like it was pretty relevant to the situation he was in, and it would have been nice if he had at least hinted about it beforehand. The way the AI acted with the system was really starting to bug Quinn. The lesson was coming to its end, so Leo decided to round up everyone to give a few pointers. This was Quinn's chance to ask the system the questions he needed. "Look, I don't understand anything," Quinn said. "I understand maybe you didn't want to tell me before. The less I know about it, the better, hoping I wouldn't get too involved, but right now, Fex is here, and if I make a mistake and slip up, he will easily be able to tell." "I'm sorry, Quinn," the system replied. "I want to tell you, but sometimes I can't. When the Creator created me, he chose to make it so certain information was revealed only when necessary. There are things I wish to tell you, but cannot." "Then what can you tell me? Earlier, Fex mentioned there being family leaders, and then you mentioned that I was one as well. What does he mean by that?" "The vampires are controlled by a council. The council is split up into 13 different leaders and a vampire king or queen. These are also what are known as families. When you created Peter and made your family name, you automatically became a member of the council." Quinn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just a second ago, he didn't even know a vampire council existed, and now apparently he held a high position of power. "But then, why would they be after me then?" Quinn asked. "And wouldn't this mean I would be safe if they found out about Peter?" "Quinn, the vampire race like to seem like they are working together, but they are just as cruel and power-hungry as humans. When the vampire king or queen decides to go into eternal slumber, then a new king shall be selected from one of the 13 leaders. While the current king or queen is still present, they must do as they say, but once they disappear, it will turn into a cruel battleground. You are only a leader in name only. A shortcut was created due to the system. A lowly vampire like you is too weak. To become a vampire leader, one at least must have the rank of a vampire lord. Although this isn't the only reason why they will be after you, unfortunately. I can't say any more." The vampire leaders were at the rank of a vampire lord, but Quinn had never met a leader before, so he had no reference for their strength. The only other vampire he had met was Fex. "What about Fex? Do you know what rank he is at?" Quinn asked. "Fex is on the cusp. He is not quite at the next evolution stage, which would be a vampire noble, but he is stronger than most vampires out there. The ranks are as follows. You have a vampire, vampire noble, vampire knight, vampire lord, and finally, the vampire king or queen. There are also the subclasses such as Peter within these ranks, but they can never rise above their leaders or creators." Quinn was hoping to hear that Fex was quite a high-ranking vampire, perhaps even one just below the vampire lord. Instead, he just managed to get confirmation that there were a few more classes even above Fex. It was, as the system said, for whatever reason that the system wouldn't tell him if they were to learn he was a vampire leader, they would try to kill him. And with his strength right now, he wouldn't even last a second. These families. Why are there 13 of them? Couldn't all the vampires just unite under one banner? The humans and vampires share more than they would like to think. Just how humans were selfish and decided to keep their abilities to themselves, it is the same for the vampires. Each vampire has a basic set of skills. However, the 13 different families are each divided into the different abilities they have. This does not mean they are all related by blood, however. Before learning an ability, a vampire must go through a blood ritual with that family, meaning they can never go against them. Only then will they teach that vampire their ability. An example of this is the Sanguinis family that Fex is a part of, who have the ability to control string. Still, this does not mean a vampire cannot learn an ability outside of the 13, but if they chose to do this, they will never be promoted within the ranks of the family they have chosen to follow. This information disappointed Quinn a little. He was hoping at some point he would be able to find an ability for Peter to use, but it seemed like each family kept a lock on their abilities, not allowing outsiders to learn them. And what were the chances Quinn would be able to stumble upon another book that vampires were able to learn? Thinking about this caused another question to pop into his head. "Wait," Quinn said. "Does that mean my ability belongs to one of the 13? Is that why they're trying to kill me?" "Your shadow ability is not part of the 13 families," the system replied. This was the first bit of good news, Quinn thought. If his ability wasn't part of the 13 families, even if he used it, the vampires wouldn't know he was a vampire, and they could think he was just another ability user. "But I warn you to not use your ability in front of others. The only thing I can say for now is your ability carries history for the vampires that they wish to forget. They would only target you more." "Doesn't that mean Fex is targeting me then?" said Quinn. "I believe he may be too young to know about what happened in the past. They most likely do not teach the young ones about this either. This is all you need to know about this matter. Only when you are strong enough, Quinn, I promise I can tell you then." This whole vampire business seemed like it was more trouble than it was worth at the moment. Just when Quinn thought he could finally stop hiding his strength, it seemed like he needed to hide it even more. Right now, though, he would have to deal with one problem at a time, and the immediate problem in front of him was Peter and Duke, over at the Elemental Training Hall. They, too, were doing the same lessons as usual, and as lessons were about to finish, they had free time to do what they wanted, and once again Bones had come over with his 2 men and confronted Peter. "Peter!" Bones shouted. "Well, will you look at that? You finally managed to reach level 3. It looks like you're going to make it to level 4 in time after all. What do you say to one more sparring match before tomorrow, huh?" Bones was frustrated after taking a beating from Vordon last time, and he himself was a level 4 user, while Peter was still a level 3, and a new one at that. Bones was confident he could still beat him. Even if he had the potential to be as strong as him with his earth powers, he couldn't have learnt that many skills with the ability in such a short amount of time. Peter turned around and took one look at Bones. "You're too weak for me. Pass off before I kill you." Vordon was standing by the side of the group and was glancing over as usual. He currently had the level 4 Earth ability copied, just like last time in case this situation was to repeat himself. "Those guys, I guess they didn't learn from last time. Maybe I've gotten softer hanging around with Quinn all the time," Vordon thought. But as he was thinking that, he heard Peter's voice. "You're too weak for me. Peace off before I kill you," Peter said, and this time there wasn't a hint of fear in his voice. "Damn it, this is not good," Vordon worried. "Before I had to babysit a weak cry-baby Peter, now I have to babysit this. I'm not sure which one I prefer." Vordon couldn't reveal he was involved with Peter, so he couldn't step in, and waiting was all he could do for now. He watched carefully, preparing himself for the worst, standing in a fighting stance just to the side of the group. "What the heck?" Bones said. "Oh, I get it now. You think 'cause you got a little bit of power and now a level 3, you're a big shot, huh? Well, think again." Before Bones could even finish what he was saying, Peter's hands had gripped and wrapped around Bones' mouth, his fingers placed at the side, his jaw. "Did I not tell you to go away?" Bones immediately retaliated by lifting his hands, trying to create a pillar of earth from below Peter's feet. As soon as Peter had felt the slightest bit of vibration from below, he knew what was coming. But he didn't move. He waited for the pillar to rise up while continuing to hold on to Bones. Then at the last second, as the pillar rose up from below, Peter stepped back and pulled Bones into his own pillar, allowing it to hit him right in the chin. "Bones!" one of his friends shouted as they came running forward. Then suddenly out of nowhere, a large wall of earth had come between the two groups, and at the same time Bones had been blocked off from Peter's view. Now standing by Peter's side was Vordon. "Ignore them. We have to get out of here. Now just run." But Peter remained still, as if he wanted to continue fighting against them. "Look, just ignore them. They're trash, right? They're not worth our time," Vordon argued. "Huh. You're right about that," Peter said as he took off with Vordon out of the training center. As Vordon and Peter were outside, Vordon decided it was best if they headed back to the dorm room for now and stayed there. While heading back, he started to think about the confrontation. It had shown Vordon how much Peter had changed. Seeing how he acted against Bones, he couldn't imagine what Peter might do if he was to be put in a room with True Dream or Duke. Inside the dorm room, Vordon and Peter hadn't said much. They no longer were as close as before when Vordon used to mentor Peter. In fact, when Vordon looked at Peter now, he no longer would see the same Peter. He just got this weird feeling, and he found it strange that Peter would often just remain still in one place for long periods of time. Coming from Vordon, that said a lot to how much Peter really had changed. Finally, Quinn had returned from his class, and the first thing Vordon did was ask if the two of them could speak alone in private. "Sorry about this, Peter, do you mind?" Quinn asked. "If that is what you wish, sir," Peter said as he went back to sit down in his seat. The two of them decided to take a walk down the hallway until they had reached a window. Making sure there wasn't anyone who could be listening into their conversation, they looked outside, allowing the breeze to touch their face as they talked. Vordon had explained what had happened today in the training hall, and he also told him his worries about Sunday when he was to meet True Dream. "I feel like you want to suggest something to me," Quinn said. "I know I have mentioned it before," said Vordon. "But last time I said it half-heartedly, but this time, Quinn, I'm serious. I think we should cut our ties with Peter." Although Vordon had sugar-coated his words, Quinn knew what he was getting at. They should kill Peter. Honestly, with everything going on, Quinn couldn't say he hadn't had the same thoughts. Lately, the thought was entering his head more often. This Peter wasn't the same one he knew. It was clear the old Peter was already gone. Trying to go through with this plan, I think, is riskier than getting rid of Peter, Vordon said. "I think we can do Peter justice when we leave school in 2 years. We'll look after his family. We can make our own faction, and the money we earn from being travelers, we will send them a portion each month." Vordon was making a good case, but Quinn wondered how Peter's family would feel after finding out their son had died or disappeared. Would they really care if they had money or not? Even if Peter wasn't the same as before, he was still him, right? There had to be still a little of him inside there somewhere. "I, for one, don't think this is a good idea," the system said. "First, you yourself will be unable to kill Peter even if you decide to go through with this. You would have to stand by as you watched someone you know kill Peter, and although he is loyal to you, he would not just stand there without putting up a fight. The second thing goes to the matter we spoke of before. You were lucky Peter turned into a white. It is quite a powerful ally to have. Right now you need to gather and keep all the power you can get. It's not a question of if the vampires will come, Quinn, it's when." Suddenly, as these thoughts filled Quinn's mind, a strange feeling came over him once again. It was the family connection from the blood ritual. "I can't do it, Vordon," Quinn said. "He's family now, and so are you and the others." Quinn didn't know this, but as he turned and said these words to Vordon, his eyes were lit up bright red. Vordon assumed that perhaps this matter went far beyond just the conversation they had now, and had something to do with Quinn himself. "All right, Quinn, we'll stick with the plan." The next day it was the weekend, so the group had no classes for the day. However, they were unable to spend their time as freely as the other students could. Instead, they met in Logan's room once more. Each of them went over the details of their plan, while Logan also handed each a strange round circular pin to be put on their clothes. It looked similar to a button and blended well into their uniform. There was also a Spirat circular small speaker that was to be placed in the ear. These two items were a set that was to be used to communicate with each other. The only person who didn't receive one was Peter, as they knew he would be taken away. However, a microphone was once again installed into his watch so they could hear everything that was happening. After a good night's rest, it was finally Sunday, the day True Dream would finally arrive at the school. It was now Sunday morning, and the 8 sergeants had all gathered inside the portal hall. 4 of the second-year sergeants stood on one side, and 4 of the first-year sergeants stood on the opposite side, forming 2 lines in front of the portal. Each of them had straightened postures and were unmovable, assuming their best attitude before the single portal. The said portal had been pulled out and placed in the center of the room. Although the color of this portal was neither green, orange, nor red, it was hued in the purity of white, making it look like a blank canvas. Just like the traveling stations, the white color indicated that the destination of the portal was Earth. The doors to the training hall soon opened, and every one of the sergeants immediately gave a salute to the 4 men who had entered the room. Duke, the head of the second-year students, Nathan, the head of the first-year students, and Mike stood in the center. Out of all the generals there, Mike was the oldest and was well respected. Even though he didn't hold the highest rank, he was still in charge of the communications that would transpire in between military bases. Then, finally, standing behind the 3 of them was a man in a black and white tailored suit. The others had never seen him wear anything else other than that. It was the head General Paul. "Duke, I hope you already have everything prepared, yes?" Paul asked. "Yes, everything is proceeding well and we should reach the quota as usual. All the students will gather in the assembly hall this afternoon. We shall advance with everything else right after," Duke replied. "Good," said Paul, looking at another comrade next. "Mike, how are the preparations for the upcoming event going?" "Not to worry, we still have a leeway of a month before the event. Students will be able to choose which events they want to participate in soon. I'm sure that we'll come out on top this year." "I know we will," Mike said as he laughed loudly. "Nathan, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you," said Paul. "The upcoming portal outing for the first-year students, it will not be a green portal like how we originally planned it, but it will be an orange portal instead." Hearing this, Nathan's eyes widened. "Sir, this is crazy. They're only first-year students. Why do we need to push them so fast?" "There are reports that the Dalki are becoming more aggressive with their exploration. We must compete with them. This order has been made by all of us, so we must push more, and at the same time, we cannot willingly lose our regular men. Earth is the #1 priority, and we must protect it at all cost." "So they chose to sacrifice the children instead," Nathan complained back, utterly distraught by the news. "War will soon be waged, and the Dalki do not discriminate whether they are children or not. Age will not matter to them when that time comes. It's better that they get the experience now. I will give you permission to send a couple of sergeants with them for their safeguarding rather than the regular teachers. But that's it. This is an order, and it's final. I don't want to welcome any opposition." Usually, green portals would be used for first years. They were the safest, containing basic and intermediate beasts. Once the student reached the second-year stage, they would then, though only once, go out on an orange portal expedition. Orange portals posed a heightened risk. There were shelters on the planet, but the whole planet had yet to be explored. The moment that the military arrived on that planet, the goal would be to expand and explore the areas of the planet that had yet to be explored. If they were lucky and finished their exploration, it would get the go-ahead, and the portal color would change to green. If they discovered high-level beasts, then the portal would retain its orange color. Nathan felt like the first years were way too inexperienced to do such a task. The main difference when traveling to an orange portal planet was that they would travel as a single unit instead of in teams. Furthermore, the school had yet to enlighten the students about the importance of working together. The generals now stood a few feet away from the circular teleporter. Paul lifted his wrist to look at his watch, checking the time. It was currently 8:59. 9. As soon as the watch displayed 9x, the portal started to warp slightly, and 3 figures could be seen coming through. Standing in the center was a bald-headed man who wore sunglasses, and he had also donned a suit. "Jack," greeted Paul. "It's been a while," he said as he went to the others and gave them a hug. "That's him?" Faye whispered to Haley, who was standing next to her. "I can't believe that 2 of the strongest people on our planet look like shady businessmen." Although Jack True Dream didn't look impressive by himself, the 2 men who came out of the portal beside him did. One of them was a large fellow whose height was nearly 7 feet. He was completely covered in a gray-colored beast equipment, which looked similar to a rhino, while he carried a large two-handed axe on his back. By his side was an individual who was the complete opposite, a small, skinny fellow. This person was wearing beast equipment that was dark green in hue and had a mask covering his face. Although instead of a heavy armor like the other person, he wore light armor. However, just from gazing at both of their equipment, Faye could tell that they were high-level beast gear, way beyond that of the advanced tier. Jack truly had brought his strongest guards along. It reminded Faye that even though they were allies, still at the same time they weren't. The fact that Jack felt the need to bring these two was to remind them of the power that his family had. Right now, there was an odd balance between the ability users in the world that caused small-scaled skirmishes to happen. The military's strongest force was the 8 head generals that were in charge of each of the military bases. The leader of this group was the head general in Military Base 1. In addition to them was the Big Four from the 4 families. They were the current decision-makers in the affairs concerning the world, and whenever there was a serious matter to be decided, a meeting would be called in their midst. Once in a while, though, the families or the military would have to show their strength just to make sure that the others wouldn't get the idea of rebelling. "How about some breakfast together? My chiefs have prepared a great meal," Paul asked. "No thanks. I ate before I came here," Jack replied. "I was actually hoping to speak to your sergeants who discovered one of our family members. I believe that when his body was discovered, it was found along with 2 other students. Is that correct? I wish to investigate this matter before I do anything else, if you don't mind, that is." "Oh, honestly, I'm not sure of the details myself," Paul replied. "I surmised that Haley was the one who wrote the report and sent it off to you." "Haley!" Paul called her, and she immediately rushed over, giving a salute to both Paul and Jack. "Please, if you can, help Jack in any way possible." "Of course, sir," Haley replied. This was the real reason why Jack had decided to visit the military base. His original plan was to visit the particular place later. However, when he learned that one of his men had died in the same way as one of his previous guys, he felt the need to investigate. Perhaps whatever had killed Ian was the same thing that killed one of his top men. He was hoping that he could find answers from the 2 students who were found with the body at the time. Right now, both Jack and Haley were both inside the medical office. Haley was sitting down at her computer while Jack was standing just above her shoulder, taking a peek at the screen. "Is this the report you wanted?" Haley asked as she brought up the file. Jack gave it a quick read over, and it was the same report that he had received from her before. "When you recovered his body, other than the 2 boys that were with him in the place, was there anyone else or anything inside?" Jack asked. "Nothing that I can remember. Although now that you mention it, it did seem a little strange," Haley said. "What do you mean?" "Well, even though everything was supposedly destroyed, the whole training center was left untouched, due to it being made of glathrium. It looks like not a single beast had managed to get inside the place. Yet, when we entered, it seemed like the whole place had been trashed, as if a huge brawl had taken place." "Do you remember any other details?" Jack asked. Haley then went into detail describing what the scene looked like, how there were several mangled doors, and how chairs from the arena were all over the place and crumbled up. She then also went into detail about True Dream's body when they recovered it. The bottom half was still intact, while the top half had the same 2 bite marks on it. She also did a quick on-the-spot evaluation and found that the body seemed to have died not too long ago. "It sounds like Ian must have had fought something while he was in there," Jack said. "Ian's ability was magnetism. Judging by the scene you were describing, whatever he was fighting with at the time managed to kill him. Do you have the name of the 2 boys? If they were there, then they must have at least saw something." Although Haley felt the same way, the boys had already been interrogated several times over the event. Right now, Haley felt like the most possible thing was a beast. Something might have attached themselves to one of the students and got onto their scent. It followed behind them, killing people in the process and causing small puncture wounds on their neck. This was the only logical conclusion she could come to. Still, she didn't want to inform Jack of all the previous investigations they had already done. He was in a way higher position than her. She had also heard rumors of his bad side. At first, Jack was apparently a pleasant person. He thanked the military for helping and taking him in, promising to always help them out. But as he got better abilities and more people on his side, the demands he started making were ridiculous. Nowadays, if he didn't get his way, there was no telling what would happen. The two students' files were brought up. The first one was Quinn. Jack quickly scanned it over, but as soon as he saw he was only a level 1 ability user, he quickly disregarded it. The next person, though, was Vordon, who interested him. On his file, it stated his initial testing was a level 5, but next to it in brackets. They said it was, subject to changes, and it was also stated that he was an original. The school already knew Vordon's power due to the information passed on to the previous school, but just for filing's sake, they took down his initial score. As Jack was reading through the file, that's when he spotted the name. Vordon Blade. After reading this name out loud, a memory had popped into his head. Several years ago, Jack had had his power for a few years now, and his family members were starting to grow. He had been called in for a meeting. This meeting was between the big 3 powers, the strongest originals. He was invited to a private island where a large mansion sat on the highest point. He remembered each of their presence that day as they sat on a round table opposite to each other. The pressure coming of each of them was immense. After all, they were the strongest people in the world. They didn't rule it by political gains or winning the people's hearts, like in the past. Instead, they ruled it through their own power and an iron fist, and just looking at them, he could see that. There was no military there, no government. There was just the 3 leaders of the family and himself. They didn't need any guards with the... What was the point when they were stronger than any guards they could hire? The meeting had come as a surprise because the reason he was called was because they wanted him to have a seat at the leaders' table. The leaders' table consisted of the 8 head generals, and currently the heads of the 3 big families. They had acknowledged the strength of Jack and his family had at that time, and on that day it went from the big 3 to the big 4. However, one thing had stuck in his mind. There was one rule they stated before he left: to never touch the Blade family. At first, Jack thought it was a joke as he started to laugh. He had heard of every single one of them out there. He even knew several other big-name original families out there in the real world, but he had yet to have heard of this Blade family before. But soon after, he realized that each of them were dead serious. The pressure they were emitting just seconds ago seemed to completely vanish at the mention of this family name. "Can you tell me why?" Jack asked. "If you ever meet one of them, you have 2 choices," one of the men said. "Stay away or help them. But if you go against them, not even we can help you." At the time, he was truly frightened. Looking at the report once again, he looked at the name carefully. Could this really be related to the same family they were talking about? Jack thought. Would they really care if I got rid of one kid? Or maybe they were behind the deaths of my men in the first place. He started to think about what to do, and decided to go confront Vordon. However, every time he felt like he was about to do this, images popped back up in his head of the strong men on the table that day. Just what had gotten them so worked up? "Perhaps it's best if I just leave it alone for now," Jack said. "I could always get some more men." A few hours had passed, and lunch break had just passed. Although it was a Sunday, all the students had been told to gather in the assembly hall for a special occasion. While the others were wondering what it was exited and chattering away, Quinn and his group had stomach pains and their blood was pumping widely around their body. They knew exactly why they had all been called. A part of them didn't want the letter to be true, but they could no longer escape reality. Standing inside the assembly hall was all the first-year students and the second-year students. In total, in the assembly hall stood around 1,000 students. All of them stood nice and straight, staring in the direction of the stage. Right now, standing up on the stage was Duke, and behind him were the 2 men who had arrived with Jack. "All right, is everyone ready?" Logan asked. Right now, Logan had a small earpiece that acted as a microphone. While the others apart form Peter had the same. It was time for them to put their plan into action. Ready. They all replied. The assembly hall was split into 2 equal halves, with all the first-year students standing on the left of the stage and the second-year students standing right of the stage. The fact that all the students in the school were told to gather together and not just a single year told them it would be a big event. Then the 2 sections on each side would be further split up. They were grouped by each homeroom class, which contained about 50 students. Quinn and Vordon were standing relatively close to each other, while Peter was standing a row in front of them so they could keep an eye on him, while the girls stood directly at the front of the class. Their section was stationed closest to the stage, while right at the back towards the exit was Logan. To his surprise, it seemed like Fex was in the same homeroom class as him. Logan didn't turn up to homeroom class much, and if it was anyone else, they would have been punished for this. But because Logan was a VIP student from a rich family, he obtained special privileges. Duke was currently standing on stage giving the students a speech telling them about all the achievements that the base had made so far, and what the upcoming schedule for the first-year and second-year students would look for the rest of the year. While listening to this, Vordon was preparing himself, or more specifically, he was preparing someone else. Rotten, you remember the plan, right? Vordon asked. As soon as you finish with what needs to be done, then you get out of there. I don't care if someone looks interesting to fight, or if someone looked at you the wrong way. We need to disappear immediately after you are done. Will you shut up? Rotten snapped back. For the last 2 days, you've said the same thing over and over to me. I know that if I don't do what you said, I won't hear the end of it. Vordon hated the fact that the plan required him to use Rotten. If he could, he would have used himself. But the task that was given to him relied on him having 2 abilities, and Vordon could only control 1, but of course, using Sil was out of the question, so that left him with Rotten. The 2 abilities he needed were already stored for the day. Right now, they just needed for the assembly to be over. Quinn, on the other hand, was worried for Peter. The system recommended giving Peter some of his blood, which he did, and he gave the order not to attack Duke or Jack. With the extra blood, it made Peter more loyal to the point he would obey every order. Loyalty to one's master was also distance-based. The further away, the less influence the master's orders had. But with fresh blood from Quinn in his system, he would have no option but to obey the commands he was given. Eventually, the power would fade away, but for a short time period like this one, it would be enough. The only way that Peter could disobey this order is if his life was put on the line, then self-preservation would override Quinn's orders. Other than an update about the schedule for you all, we also have a special guest here today. He visited us last year, and he is here to visit us again. Duke pointed at one of the men who sat at the leader's table, and was actually the leader of one of the Big Four. Please clap for Mr. True Dream, Duke said as he walked off the stage. Mr. True Dream then got up from his seat at the table and come up from the side of the stage. And as he stepped forward, so did the 2 guards next to him. The students looked up and stared at them in awe. They had never seen such impressive beast gear in their life and couldn't imagine just how much it would cost to own them. Knowing that they were from the True Dream family, they would also have some impressive abilities. However, as most of the students looked at Mr. True Dream, they were quite disappointed. He wasn't wearing any beast gear, and he didn't give off the same presence as other leaders they had seen. However, there were a few in the room who felt differently. They could feel a confidence exuding from his body, and one of these students was Fex. As he was looking at him, he was starting to sweat. The sight of Mr. True Dream reminded him of the 13 vampire leaders. This was the presence of someone who was on top of the world. Many of you should know who I am, but just in case, my name is Jack True Dream, leader of the True Dream family and also the owner of Dreamland City. I have a close relationship with the military, and I visit every base each year. But I have to say, out of all the military bases, this is my favorite one. I also seem to get the most and the best gifts delivered directly to my footstep here, Jack said with a smile. Did you hear that? "He said we're the best military base out there," a student whispered. "Are you an idiot? He probably says that to all of the military bases he goes to," another student responded. "True. But still, if we could get into his faction, we would be set for life. I hear he even provides free housing for all those in his city. As long as you join their team, of course," the first student replied. While the other students were excited to see True Dream, Quinn's group could see the other hidden message behind his words. Most likely, those gifts he was talking about were the students given to him right after this assembly. He was declaring it in the open while no one knew what was happening. While the speech continued on, from the bottom of Logan's sleeve, one of the small mechanical spiders crawled down his shirt and hopped off his shoe. It was the same size as a regular small spider and made next to no noise as it moved about. It continued to crawl across the floor until it had eventually reached the stage. "All right, guys, it's all set," Logan whispered. Jack then spoke his final words. "In a month's time, I will be coming to watch all of you at the inter-military base event. Perform well, and those that impress me will be given an extended invitation." With that, the speech was over, and Jack walked off stage with his 2 guards behind him, heading off to a location out of sight from all the students. While doing this, the mechanical spider quickly followed along. As Jack left the stage, Duke returned. He had one last thing to say to everyone. "You heard the man. Work hard so you can achieve a great future for yourselves. I expect our school to come out on top at the inter-military base event. Before I dismiss you all to enjoy the rest of your day off, I would like these 8 students to stay behind: Ray Dem, Howard Hubby, Wilfred Green, Sarah Beeswax, Michael Briscoe, Amy Yellop, Peter Chuck." After hearing Peter's name, everyone's stomach sunk a little. This was it. They needed to get into action right after he called out the final name. "And finally, Aaron Haley. These students please stay behind and come to the front of the stage. The rest of you may leave." The students were starting to leave the room one by one. It was their day off, and they didn't want to hang around in the assemble hall any longer than they needed to. Most of them were leaving with smiles on their faces, excited for the upcoming event. With Jack mentioning and informing the students of his plans to be at the inter-military base event, they were now eager to impress him and wanted to start practicing right away. If Jack was to offer them an invitation to join his family, it would be a shortcut to the top. Usually, unless one was extremely talented, they would have to build a reputation for themselves from their own factions and work their way up. Nearly everyone who wished to become a traveler had a goal of joining the Big Four. Even if you created your own faction, it was beneficial to work under one of the Big Four for protection from the others. However, not all the students had smiling faces as they left the hall. There were some who didn't feel the same way. "Hey, would you move?" a student said as he accidentally bumped into Quinn on his way out. "What was wrong with that guy?" another student said. Not moving from his spot, Quinn hadn't moved, but he wasn't the only one who had remained motionless. After hearing the final name that had been called out, the whole group was shocked at what they had heard. For the final name was Aaron. As Logan waited outside, he realized the others hadn't come out with him, so he took a bite of his sandwich before he said, "Guys, come on. We need to start our plan straight away. I know this is a shock, but that doesn't stop us from the original plan. Instead of saving one, now we just need to save 2. With Logan's words, the group quickly snapped out of it and started to make their way out of the assembly hall with everyone else. Worrying about it or thinking why Aaron was chosen wasn't going to do them any good. The more time wasted, the less likely the plan would work. The students who had been called all had gone to the front of the stage, wondering what was going on. Peter was also up front, but his expression hadn't changed much. He was informed of what was going to happen and wasn't worried about it. He trusted his master, Quinn. He would just do everything his master had told him to do, and everything would work out fine. Erin, on the other hand, was panicking. Her whole head was slightly swirling. "They picked me, but why? Aren't I one of the top students? They would never pick a student as good as me, right?" she thought to herself. But the realization had hit her, and her mask was starting to crumble away. The thoughts and memories she had kept within were starting to surface. A few days ago, inside the second year's head office, Duke had been given a bunch of files that matched the criteria they were looking for. That's when they stumbled upon Aaron's file. "Now this is interesting," he said. Aaron was a level 5 student, and she also had quite an expensive ability, too. She wasn't an original, but the ice element ability was expensive to get a hold of, especially at level 5, so Duke wondered why she had been selected. After reading the file, everything started to make sense. Her family worked under one of the Big Four, and they had established a shelter on one of the orange portal planets. Because of the risk involved, the family had paid them well and had gained quite the status. A few years had gone by, and it looked like the exploration of the planet was nearly over. It was the main task that had been given to her family. They had done a good job getting rid of the few advanced tier beasts that lived on the place. Aaron was eventually sent back to Earth to finish her normal school education. She went to a good private school as her parents could afford it, and even bought her a strong ability. It was an opportunity which they never had. The exploration of the planet had been completed, and Aaron had gone back over the summer to celebrate with her parents. At last, they had moved up high enough in the family's ranks to obtain a place back on Earth. But on that fated day, a Dalki ship had invaded the planet. The Dalki came and attacked. Seeing her family and friends raise up their weapons to fight, she wanted to help too. But before she could even join in the fight, her father had stopped her. "No, Aaron, you are not strong enough yet. Now get out of here," he screamed. "But I can help," Aaron cried. "Just let me help you." "Look, I didn't want to say this, but you're weak. You will only get in our way." And at that moment, she witnessed her father being stabbed through the chest. As she stood there frozen, an old friend of her father's managed to grab her and run away. Her family did their best to protect all the civilians on the planet, and even other factions that they once squabbled with over territory had come to help, but it wasn't enough. And all they could do was wait for help to arrive. At this point, nearly everybody that could fight had died. All of this havoc had been created by only 2 Dalki. However, the defenders had managed to kill one of them, but the other still remained alive. The remaining Dalki had set its eyes on the emergency shelter, but just as it was about to attack, help had arrived. A female dressed in pure sparkling white came through the portal, and Aaron saw her pass by. She fought against the Dalki on her own and was able to go toe-to-toe with it. The swordsmanship that had been displayed was light and silent. It was as if her feet never even touched the floor. She would continuously parry the Dalki's attacks while dishing out attacks of her own in between, until eventually she defeated it, and the Dalki had died. Aaron cried a lot that day. Her tears wouldn't stop coming. She cried for all the people that had been lost. The women who had defeated the Dalki walked up to Aaron, but unlike what the others thought should be said to a child, she didn't give any words of comfort to Aaron, but only gave her the harsh truth. If you never want to see your family or friends die again, then you have to become stronger. You have to be the best so nobody can take anything away from you, because your tears won't bring your family and friends back. And that was the last time Aaron had seen her family or the strange female warrior. She had been selected because she no longer had the backing her family once had. With everyone gone, she had been sent a token gesture of money from one of the Big Four, just enough for her to live off of for the rest of her life. But the political protection their family had was now gone. But what was the use? Money couldn't bring back the dead. The only thing that remained in her mind from that day were the words spoken to her by that strange woman. She would become the best. Aaron had chosen to live by those words that day, and whenever she felt tired or wanted to give up, that same memory would come back to her. She needed proof that what she was doing was working. She thought she had gotten better, but the day they had met the Dalki once again, she had frozen in place, and the only thing she could do was run. Right now, though, she was being led together with the others to a certain room, Everything she had worked for up to this point was all going to be taken away. Following closely behind the row of students was the mechanical spider Logan had sent after them. Right now, Logan had returned to his room and he was monitoring the direction of the spider. He could see where they were heading and would be able to inform the others of what needed to be done. He was also looking at a 3D map of the whole school. On it, there were several different indicators, each one being a different person from their group. The spider and Peter were different colors for clarity's sake. Okay, Fex. It looks like they are heading for one of the meeting rooms located on the second floor on the west side. Layla, you stay close behind him. Once you turn and reach the end of the corridor, stay and wait in position. The two guards are sticking to Jack like glue. When Quinn and Vordon are ready and I give the command, then you guys will move out. Understood, everyone? Understood. They replied. Jack had entered the meeting room, and the 8 students were following him in. One by one, they entered the room. One of his guards had also entered the room with them, while the others stayed outside, standing guard at the door. Quinn and Vordon were at one side of the corridor, while Fex and Layla were at the other side, patiently waiting for Logan's order. "All right, Ratton," Vordon said. "Looks like you're up." The 8 students were all lined up in one row in the meeting space. They stood straight, nervous all the while, thinking just why they had been chosen to meet with Jack True Dream. Concurrently, Erin was doing everything to keep her cool. As she looked towards her left, she could see Peter standing calmly beside her. Of course, he didn't have to worry about anything since his powers wouldn't be taken away. However, it was different for her. Constantly moving her head around the room, she was trying to see if there was any way for her to get out. Although none of them was planning to sit down, there was a chair behind each of the 8 students. Perhaps they would be asked to sit the further they stayed inside the room. It was a small meeting room that was used for one-on-one consultations. Currently, the students were standing in the center, while Jack was standing just in front of the desk with a single chair. Lingering by his side was the small guard dressed in a green armor. As of the moment, the main problem for the escape was the large sentry guarding outside. Erin knew that the others were planning to try to get Peter out of this situation, for the sole reason that they had to, if they wanted to keep their matter with Quinn a secret. But now she wished she had stayed in the meeting room so she would know what their plans were. Maybe she could have even helped. "Now, you might be wondering why you have all been brought here, in front of me today," said Jack. "It seems like, either one way or another, you have been all suspected of a dangerous crime, though I have no knowledge what that crime is. Perchance, a part of a secret terrorist group or maybe plotting to go against the military. However, it is not my job to find that out because that's the school's responsibility." Halting his speech, Jack slammed his hand on the table to inculcate the gravity of the situation to the students. He resumed his talk once he was done. "The punishment that has been handed to you is to have your abilities taken away." As soon as Jack said those words, a couple of students dropped to their knees, complaining, "But I didn't do anything, this can't be right." Some of them cried, while one student, who was closest to the exit, made a dash for it. Before he had even taken a few steps, he felt a stinging pain on the back of his neck. At that point, his head started to swirl and his vision slowly began to fade until he suddenly collapsed on the floor. "Oh my gosh, is he dead?" a student cried. The others were unable to see it because of how fast everything had happened, but Erin had seen it all. The green guard had taken out what looked like a small needle and swirled it inside his mouth with his tongue. Now, laced with a tiny amount of what looked like green liquid, it was catapulted right at the student's nape. "I hope nobody else tries that again," Jack said. "This process is meant to be quick and painless. Now, please sit down on the seats behind you. I don't want there to be any more accidents." Each of the students did as they were told. They carefully watched the guard lift the student who was passed out onto one of the empty chairs. This was the deal-breaker for Erin. She had to do something, otherwise she would lose her ability forever. Hence, with a resolute countenance, she faced Jack and uttered, "But we really didn't do anything, sir," Erin said. "If you do this, People will find about your made-up lies. We can just tell everyone the truth. Oh, don't you worry about that. For once I take your abilities away, you shall all pay a special visit to the dungeon. The school will then report to the rest. What was it that you said? Right, made-up lies. The most common one and accepted is usually you are all working for Pure. With that, the student's curiosity will disappear, and with it, your existences. The green-armored guard from earlier then started to walk over to the students. Aaron was second to last along the row while Peter was sitting at the very end. The guard had prepared some green liquid that was placed in some type of vial. He proceeded to place the liquid on the tip of his finger. Using his index, he would place it down right between the eyebrows, just above the nose of the students. Then, after a few seconds, the student would fall asleep. A sleeping ability? Aaron mumbled. Ding, 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 like I said, I'm not a monster. Although by the time that you guys wake up, you will already be in the dungeon. The guard had gone through the other students, and it was finally Aaron's turn. For a while now, she had been fumbling with something behind her back, waiting for Jack to get close, but he never did. He always stayed at a distance away. When the guard went to place his finger on her head, she immediately swung out her arm, aiming for his temple. In her hand was a small dagger that had been formed from ice. She knew the guard was strong and fast, but a blow with a sharp object would be able to take down most people no matter who they were. To her dismay, the guard didn't react at all. He continued with his task, placing his finger on her forehead. Nevertheless, just before the dagger reached his head, with his other hand, he had grabbed it and crushed it to pieces. The speed was too fast, so she had never thought that it was possible to block an attack that close unless one had a speed ability. Still, she was sure that he was the one who had produced the sleeping agent. It was most likely from his blood, which was why he had pricked the needle against his tongue. It was impossible for someone to have two abilities unless they were unlike Vordon. This solely meant one thing. The beast gear he was wearing was at such a high level, it was able to boost the user's stats to the point where they no longer seemed human. Accordingly, she was not able to resist, and a few seconds later she was asleep like all the others. Finally, it came to Peter's turn. Willingly, before the man had even placed his finger on his forehead, he had closed his eyes. He knew that just looking at these people would annoy him, but he needed to follow his Master Quinn's order. Hence, he decided to keep them shut for now. Once the green liquid was placed on his head, all the students were ready. Jack then looked at the green guard and cleared his throat out loud, signaling for the guard to leave. "As you wish, sir," he said as he bowed down and left the room. Now, standing outside as guard on duties just by the door were the two guards. "Did he make you leave again?" the large guard asked. "Yeah, I don't know why. We all know how his ability works," the green man replied. The mechanical spider remained inside the room while Peter's watch recorded everything. Logan was unsure whether the second guard would ever leave the room, yet for some reason, it seemed like Jack had asked him to. This would make their job easier, but they had to act now. "Everyone go. Both guards are outside and only Mr. Trudream and the students are inside." The group outside had received the message from Logan to proceed. The first ones to make a move would be Fex and Layla, and they had been on standby by waiting. Right behind the two of them were two random first-year students who had been brought along. These students were the same ones were Form Fex's room, his roommates. If it was anyone else being put in this situation, Fex probably would have felt guilty about what he was trying to make them do. But they were the ones who had attacked him first for no reason, so he couldn't think of any two more guilty to use. When looking at their eyes, a slight tint of red could be seen. They started to glow slightly stronger as Fex faced them and gave them a command. A few seconds later, and they were on the move. The two students turned the corner and started to bump into each other on the way. While this was happening, Fex would peek around the corner and twiddle his fingers away. Eventually, the bumps turned into shoves as they continued their stride. "Hey, what are you two doing? Get out of here," the larger guard said. But his words were useless, as the two now were starting to shove each other stronger than before, although it seemed a bit strange as there was no speech involved while performing these actions. This was the limit to Fex's mind control. The more complex the instructions, the more likely the spell to break and fail. The shoving had turned into a full-blown fist fight. While doing so, they would inch their way closer to the two guards. "If you guys don't scram out of here, my foot going to be shoved right into your backside," the guard shouted this time. They continued to ignore the guard's words, but it was more like they couldn't hear. Their mind was consumed with the last command made by Fex. Arms and legs were swinging out as the two continued to fight. Right now, Fex was dwindling his fingers away faster than before, concentrating while the sweat ran down his forehead. Controlling one person's set of movements with the strings was easy, but coordinating two and making it look realistic was tough. He had attached strings to both of the students and given them the command to remain motionless, so everything they were doing right now was down to him. While everything was happening, Layla was to keep guard, making sure no one came down the hallway and saw them. Now the two were fighting incredibly close, and Fex had to just pull one of his strings ever so slightly, causing an elbow to hit the large guard in the middle of his stomach. Huh, did it not hit? But I'm sure it did. Fex was slightly confused. He tugged on the string again, a little bit harder this time, elbowing the guard in the stomach again. Still, there was no reaction. Although the elbow had hit the large man, there seemed to be no reaction whatsoever. This was because of the heavy armor the man was wearing. However, even though the attack didn't hurt, the rage on his face showed his anger. "You two! It's time for them to get out of there." Pulling the strings back, Fex started to dash down the hallway. The students began to imitate Fex's movements and ran off as well, following his direction. The large guard followed them, but was quite slow with his heavy gear. It seemed like one of the attributes it gave was not speed. Some users would choose to focus on a set of beast armor that specialized in one area. They would do this to make up what they were lacking for, or to strengthen their strengths. Layla watched the two students turn the corner and were now running down the same hallway as Fex was running down just moments ago, which meant soon the large guard would turn the corner too. Next to her was a door leading to a classroom. It was a Sunday, and nearly all the classrooms were empty as the staff, and most of the students had a day off. Oh no. With nothing else to do, she went for the closest room, opening the door and stepping inside. She took a deep breath and held it in. The sound of the large guard's footsteps could be heard as he ran around the corner and continued to chase the two students. Once the footsteps could no longer be heard, she stepped out of the room again. As she turned to look around the corner, she noticed there was still another problem. The second guard was still standing outside. As long as he was there, Vordon and Quinn wouldn't be able to get inside. She looked around to see if there was anything she could do. The only thing she could see was a plant pot down the hallway. Lifting it with her telekinesis ability, she started to levitate it in the air and floated it across the hall towards the green guard. The guard spotted it floating about, slowly coming towards him, but he remained there still. When the pot was finally in front of his face, he lashed out, smashing it and allowing it to drop to the floor. Yet he still hadn't moved from his position. "Looks like I'm just going to have to kick his arse," Rotten said. "No, Vordon, this whole plan. We need you to cause the biggest distraction inside. You know that," Quinn said. "Leave this guy to me." Inside the meeting room, Jack was preparing himself. He straightened up his tie on his suit and then liked around his lips, making sure they weren't too dry. "This is the worst part," Jack said. He walked up to the first student and bent down, so the two were at eye level. His head was now right next to the student's. Grabbing the person by the head, he pulled it forward, pressing his lips against theirs. Suddenly, Jack could feel the energy move from around the whole student's body start to enter into his own. About 30 seconds had passed before Jack had removed his lips from the student's. He then spat on the ground and wiped his lips with the sleeve of his shirt. "Damn it, why did my ability have to work in such a way?" Jack said, annoyed. The only way Jack was able to take the ability of another was to forcefully drain it from inside their mouths. He had tried and tested multiple ways, but some reason this was the only way that worked. Some of the stronger abilities seemed to have certain restrictions, similar to Vordon, who had to touch the other user, and how it would only last up to 24 hours. Still, there was nothing he could do about it, so he continued to go down the line, pressing his lips against each student, draining their abilities. After each ability had been drained, he could feel them lingering around inside his belly. Each of the forces were like little flames, all a different from another. Finally, he had reached Aaron. "Now, here is someone I don't mind pressing my lips against," Jack said, as he looked at Aaron's delicate face and realized she was a true beauty. It was a shame she was still young, otherwise he would have taken her back with him. The energy flowed through Aaron's body and slowly entered into Jack's. While doing so, a slightly cold sensation was felt inside. When he removed his lips from her, an icy breath was seen. Her ability had been taken, and it now remained inside of Jack. Now there was only one student who remained, and that was Peter. As Jack looked at him, he realized that Peter wasn't an attractive sight at all. His face was sunken in, and he looked dehydrated, almost like he was already dead. In fact, if he didn't see him moving earlier, he would have thought he was dead. "All right, last one." Jack then moved his face closer to Peter. He closed his eyes as he went to press his lips. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Peter said. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring Jack right in front of his face. "You're awake, but how?" "I saw him use the sleeping agent on you," Jack shouted as he pulled back away. He was panicking as he quickly went to go hide behind the desk. "Kenny, get in here right now! One of them is awake!" Jack shouted. He was panicking, frightened. A situation like this had never happened before. Just as Kenny turned to open the door, a shadow raised up from underneath, blocking his path. A strange shadow had risen from the bottom of the door. Now it had completely covered it. A few seconds had passed, and it looked like some type of shadow hand had formed, reaching out to the Kenny, the guard in green beast gear. He quickly reacted, taking a few steps back, not allowing the hand to touch him. He had never seen anything like it before, so he made sure to be cautious. It was a phenomenon unknown to him, so first he needed to find out what it did before he could act accordingly. He took a single needle and swirled it around in his mouth before throwing it towards the shadow, but when the needle hit, strangely enough, there seemed to be no reaction at all. "What is this thing? Is it some kind of ability?" This was not good. Judging by the screams inside, it was clear that one of the students was still awake. If they were using their ability right now, it could be the end of the True Dream family. Of course it was Quinn. He had used his shadow cloak ability to sneak up to the remaining guard in the hallway, and when he heard Jack True Dream screaming for help, he had decided to distract the guard, to give Vordon a chance to sneak into the room and take care of Jack. When he started his shadow control ability, he had to drop his shadow cloak, so the guard was going to notice him any second now. The guard started to look around to see if there was any other way into the room, and that's when he spotted someone. A man dressed in all black suit of armor, wearing a demon mask covering his face. Even the top of his head was covered, showing him the jagged white mechanical eyes of the suit. "Is it you?" the guard said. He knew he had to get inside quickly, because of the main weakness his boss had, which was that he couldn't use the abilities he took from others, he was only able to give them to other people. So at the moment, he was defenseless without his guards. Quinn said nothing in response and started to dash forward, bringing the shadow from the door back to him. It was now hovering above him. The guard saw this and immediately threw several needles, but the shadow managed to block them all. Quinn quickly moved to the side and pulled the shadow in close to him, allowing the needless to pass through and continue down the hallway. "Damn it! This is the problem going up against an original." The guard was right. One of the main advantages one would have in a fight was knowing the ability of the other, using the information Logan had given him and his inspect skill. Quinn knew he couldn't chance getting hit by those needles. He wasn't sure if his suit was strong enough to block them, so he would keep the shadow close to himself for protection. When the guard saw that his needles were ineffective, he quickly pulled out his dagger. He was waiting for Quinn to get close. However, when they were around 9 meters apart, Quinn jumped into the air, spinning his body, and then threw out a kick from the side. Blood crescent kick. A large crescent-shaped line of red aura came out strong and fast. The man had never expected this, he thought. Because the shadow was only used for defense so far, it would now be used for an attack. So he was keeping a keen eye on the shadow's movements. But instead, it looked like his opponent was using a completely different ability. He could do nothing but take the attack head-on. When the aura was directly in front of him, he struck at the red aura, which then shattered and disappeared. Quinn stood still for a moment. His new skill was one of his strongest attacks when comparing it to others. The only one stronger has his blood hammer. Still, the person in front of him was easily able to shatter it with his weapon, and there didn't seem to be a chip or anything on it. Right now, Quinn had to be incredibly cautious if he was to get out of here alive. What he didn't know was that at the same time the guard in green gear was having similar thoughts. What was that attack? It was so powerful, he thought. His hand was feeling numb from the impact of the blow, and it had taken a decent amount of strength for him to shatter that red aura. "Who are you? You should know who we are. Why are you attacking?" The guard tried to distract Quinn. Quinn spoke into the mask, which gave him an altered, deep electronic voice. "We know what you have been doing. We from Pure have been following your actions for a while now. We're here to save those kids from you," Quinn said. Right now, he was improvising on the spot, and Logan was helping him with what to say. The reason why Logan thought this would be their best option was so they would not run an investigation on those closest to the kids. In a way, it was true that Pure had informed them of Mr. True Dream's plans, but they weren't the only ones taking action. Knowing this, they were less likely to think someone associated with the kids were trying to save them. "Come on, Vordon. Hurry up," Quinn thought. While Quinn was busy dealing with the guard, Vordon had snuck past and entered the room, or rather it was Rotten who was in control now. He was using an invisibility ability he took earlier, making it so he couldn't be seen. As he entered the room, he saw the students slumped over in their chairs and Jack hiding behind the desk, while Peter was in front of him just looking at him. "Go away or you will regret this," Jack shouted. "Are you threatening me?" Peter asked, and for the first time a slight smile appeared on his face. "You know if it wasn't for my master's orders you would be dead by now." "I knew you were working for someone. Tell me who it is and I'll spare you," Jack said, his voice still feeling a little shaky. Suddenly, Logan had an urgent message. "Guys, the guard chasing Fex has given up and is now on his way back. You have to grab them and get out of there now." Rotten then went to the corner of the room, where one of the wooden shelves was displayed, and activated his fire ability, setting the whole thing alive with fire. "Peter, grab Aaron and get out of here! Quinn's orders!" Rotten shouted. Peter did as he was told and picking up Aaron quickly ran out of the room. But before Rotten left, he stared at Jack. "Rotten, what are you doing? I said not to touch him." Vordon said, "You know we don't have a clue about how his ability works. If it's like ours and we touch him, we might even lose our own. And then we would be defenseless. Maybe Aaron's ability was taken, but if ours gets stolen as well, we would become useless." "I wasn't going to suggest that," Rotten said. "I think we should kill him here and now. Then that way he will no longer be a problem." The last words from Duke's mouth had been heard clearly by everyone. By now, even Layla stopped complaining, and every single one of them remained motionless in the room. They received confirmation that one of them was caught. There was always the possibility of something like this happening. However, before getting caught by the military, Quinn always thought that another student would have at least got them first. He prepared for such a scenario, but he wasn't ready for this one. "Fight them! Get him out of there!" A voice seemed to be resounding at the back of his mind. However, he kept his rationality in proper order. Quinn didn't have the power to fight against the military just for one person. Currently, Peter was left in the room. He was sitting down on a chair at the table. His hands were still cuffed behind his back. Nathan and 4 other soldiers were in there with him. However, Duke was no longer in the room and went somewhere else. The room was silent. In the meantime, Nathan was busying himself with going through some films of Peter in the past. He wanted to make sure that he didn't misread the information he had. In fact, he was extremely sure that Peter didn't have an ability in the first place and had later been given the Earth ability. But when Nathan used his own ability to drain away Peter's MC cells, he realized that the latter was actually using a transformation ability. As he was still in the chair, handcuffed, Peter continued looking around the room to find an opportunity of a way out. Despite a small bubble being left over around his hands, the energy he recently lost was already starting to recover. It was for this reason that a part of his body continued feeling incredibly weak. Thankfully, it seemed like they underestimated Peter's true strength. In just a short amount of time, he would soon be strong enough, even with the bubble on him, to break free from the handcuffs. Peter glanced at the guard closest to his right side. Once he broke the cuffs, if he reacted quick enough, he should be able to kill him in one blow. Even if he was attacked by the others, his body would be able to withstand or heal any of their hits. Peter also had another trick up his sleeves. He had the ability to turn 2 people into lesser whites. If he was to use this now, then there was a higher chance he would be able to get out of this situation. However, despite this plan in his head, there was one more person he had to take in mind of. Nathan was still here. He was unsure of exactly how strong Nathan was and what his ability did. And with Nathan being a general at the military base, Peter was sure that he was strong. But he had no choices left. This was a risk he had to take. A portion of his energy had now come back, and with a slight tug, he tested the cuffs restraining him. "Wait!" A small voice directly resounded in his ear. "Don't do anything yet, Peter. We still don't know what will happen to you, just remain calm." These instructions were being transmitted by the small spider Logan had placed on him before. Peter hesitated for a moment, trying to decide whether he should listen to Logan or not. However, he felt like he could trust him and canceled whatever plans he just thought up. Since they got me and Aaron out of something like this before, they can surely do it again. Peter reassured himself with these thoughts. Unaware of what was currently happening inside the room, no one had a clue what to do next. "We have to start thinking about leaving the military base." Vordon broke the silence. "With Peter or without?" Layla shot back with a question. "Without, of course. There's a high chance that they will soon start interrogating him. By then, they'll link him to everything that has happened so far and find out we were all involved." "I think we're safe from anything like that happening," Quinn quickly responded. "I know Peter won't sell us out of his own accord, and even if they did get that girl to question him, it still wouldn't work." "How would you know that?" Vordon asked. "Fex will back me up on this. Peter is different now. One of the things that is different about him is that certain abilities no longer work on him," Quinn explained. Fex nodded in agreement while adding in his own words, "He's right. A white is unaffected by abilities that target the mind or body in some type of way. They are also immune to poison, they don't sleep, and they don't register a heartbeat. A white will never give up his master either. If you're worried about them linking him to us, the only connection you guys have is being his past teammates. Even so, that still doesn't solve our original problem," Layla continued speaking. "They're going to do something to Peter and will eventually find out he's different. Don't you think that they're already wondering why he has a different ability now? If they find out about his healing capabilities, he'll be used as a lab experiment for the rest of his life." What Layla just said was one of Quinn's true fears. It was why he was extremely intent on hiding his secret in the first place. The fear that he would be locked up in a lab somewhere and be tested on. If that ever happens, then everyone would say it was just fine, because it was for the sake of humanity, to help them defeat the Dalki. There are a few possibilities. Luckily for us, this world still has an order of civilization. I still don't know how far that will get us. Logan started speaking. Even if Peter is to be moved to a research lab or such, or maybe even treated as a terrorist who works for Pure, he will still first have to undergo a trial. I'm pretty sure that this so-called trial would only be for show. The generals and True Dream have their own ways to speed up the process and put the judge in their pockets. What this does, however, will give us a little bit more time. I guess that before Peter attends the trial, an investigation will continue in public or behind the scenes. He'll probably be temporarily placed in the underground dungeons. We aren't sure how heavily guarded it is for now, or if we have the capabilities in breaking him out, but we can use this opening to save him. Just let this one go, Quinn. Vordon's words sounded like an ultimatum. You already saved him once before. Forcing a rescue operation would get us all killed. I'm sorry to say this, but if you decide to go through with it, I won't be helping you. The room fell silent once more after Vordon spoke. The reason being was that the others kind of agreed with what he was saying. The dungeon was a place where they kept undisciplined students and soldiers. There was a higher chance it was heavily guarded because of this. Whatever you do, Quinn, I'll be there with you, Fex said as he slapped him on the back. When looking around the room, Quinn could see the expressions on their faces. No one else volunteered to help. Even Layla, who really wanted to participate in the operation, didn't do so due to the simple reason that she felt she was too weak. She herself knew that by forcing herself to do it, she would only hinder them. It's okay, Quinn responded back. I've decided it's best not to save Peter right now. It's too risky and is none of your responsibilities. While saying these words, something in Quinn's mind tugged at him, telling him to try and save Peter. Despite deciding not to go through with the plan, it still kept reminding him. Is this connection from before? It seems like I can fight it a bit now. Even though Quinn had now grown stronger, it seemed like he wasn't going to let his emotions get the better of him. It might have also been the fact that Peter wasn't in immediate danger right now. He knew that the military would most likely not kill him, but instead, perhaps torture him. He had convinced himself that Peter wasn't going to die anytime soon, and this was how he stopped himself from trying to save Peter. That's the right choice. Vordon agreed with him. Was it really, though? Quinn's mind asked this question. For some reason, he had this huge feeling of guilt looming over his head. If he knew he made the right choice, he shouldn't be feeling like this. But right now, he felt nothing but miserable. Just then, another sound emerged from the computer. It was a low and familiar tone. Duke was talking. It looks like True Dream made a decision on what to do with you. Duke had left the room, leaving both Nathan and Peter together. Although the two generals didn't get along, they knew they were both working for the same side. Duke wasn't oblivious to Nathan's real strength and how he had gotten to his position in the army. If it was just restraining a single student, he could trust him. The reason for leaving the room was to contact True Dream himself. Below the special VIP room, there was the Duke's office. After popping inside, he immediately opened up his communicator and started a video call. An electronic display hovered in the air, and the lines at the bottom were showing that a connection was trying to be made. "What is it, General Duke?" Jack True Dream said. "I told you only to call me if you found those two kids." In the video call, Jack was sitting in his chair, and in the backdrop, the whole city that was directly under his control could be seen, showing through the glass windows in his skyrise building. "Now, you know me better than that," Duke replied with a smile. Suddenly, something grabbed Jack's attention. Ever since leaving the military base, he hadn't forgotten what had happened at the school, how the Pures group had made him look like an idiot. Not only that, but he remembered the fear he had in that room. For some reason, the sleeping ability from one of his trusted guards didn't work. It had put him in an unfavorable position, and there was the chance he could have died that day. Before, Jack wasn't too bothered by Pure and the politics between the military and them. Now, he had a significant interest in getting rid of them. We have found the boy known as Peter. He was one of the students that Pure said they had safely in their hands. It turns out he never left the academy and was using a disguise ability, Duke explained. Excellent. And what about the girl? Jack asked. We have reason to believe Pure might have genuinely taken her. My theory is that the student known as Peter was initially working for Pure all along. They must have hidden that he had the disguise ability, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. It would then make sense why the sleeping agent didn't work on him if they managed to prepare something beforehand. I have to add, though, this is all just speculation. We are unable to confirm anything. For some reason, it seems our truth seeker is unable to use her ability on him. Perhaps Pure is advancing quicker than we think and have been able to find something to stop abilities. The military knew Pure's goal, so they gathered that they must be working on some serum or vaccination that would target the MC cells. So far, there had been no sign of a result. Duke's line of thought was that if they couldn't take away or get rid of their abilities, maybe they could create or alter a person who was able to block them. Have you reported this to Paul yet? Jack asked. No. I did as you asked and spoke to you first. Good. If Paul were to find out about this, he would want the student to go through the court process. If that happens, he might eventually shift them to the research department, and from there, he will be out of my hands, Jack said. I believe the punishment that will be given to the student will be too light. I have an idea that will not only be a fair punishment for Peter, but will perhaps allow us to punish those Pure members. Jack went on the details of the plan and recounted the outline to Duke. The two of them needed to be on the same page. After all, technically, Duke worked for the head general Paul. Doing this would mean he was not doing his duty as a soldier, and had decided to help out an outsider like True Dream, who technically didn't work for the military, but only closely cooperated with them. Excellent, Jack said with cheer in his voice. Then we shall meet at the inter-military tournament. The tough decision was for Quinn and others to leave Peter behind, and two members of the group were struggling with this significantly. In Logan's room, they continued to track Peter's movements, and it was as they expected. Someone had taken Peter to the underground dungeon, or at least that's what they suspected as the spider's signal was lost, and the area last seen was the dungeon entrance. The next day had arrived, and there seemed to be two members of the group struggling with Peter's disappearance the most, one of them being Quinn. He still felt a little responsible for what was happening to Peter, although the system had reassured him that Peter was fine. Taking that if Peter was hurt or in trouble, due to the current distance between the two of them, Quinn would be able to feel it if Peter was being tortured or hurt. However, Logan's was a different case. He was in his room, working on one of his gadgets at his workbench. He had been working through the whole night, and usually he worked late, but this was later than usual, and he didn't even take a break. It was as if he was trying to get his mind off something. Finally, after hours of work on some gadgets, he decided to take a break, lifting his robotic molecule and leaning back in his chair. "Oh, that was hard, Peter. Would you pass me a sandwich?" Logan asked, with his hand held out, but he felt nothing in his hand after waiting a while. He turned around in his chair and looked at the spot Peter would usually stand at. He hardly ever moved from there other than to bring him tools and play the VR game once in a while. "There has to be information on that dungeon," Logan said as he hopped onto his computer and started to type away. Back in school, lessons had resumed as usual. Quinn didn't know why, but he seemed to be avoiding the others and was starting to hang around with Fex more often. Even in his room, the conversation with Vordon felt a little awkward. Vordon had helped him out wherever possible, and it was the first time he had decided not to. It wasn't his fault, but Quinn didn't know how to deal with it. Besides, he had his problems he was trying to solve. The voice in the back of his head was starting to get louder as more time passed. The voice kept telling him to go against the school and fight them. Try to get Peter out of there. He continued to ignore this and went by his days as usual. However, Fex noticed this strange behavior. He would often at times suddenly stop while walking, grabbing his head. By now, Fex had already figured that Quinn was the one who turned Peter, and assumed that the pains must be from whatever the school was doing to Peter in the dungeon. For some reason, Fex didn't quite believe that, though. The evening had come, and the lessons were over. Some students were still outside the school during this time, while others decided to relax in their dorm room. Quinn had stated that he was going to play the game for a bit to practice. Hearing this, Fex agreed to come with him. "Hey, I'll come with you. I haven't played myself in a while." "Oh, darn," Quinn replied. "I just remembered I promised Vordon I would do something with him tonight. Maybe next time." "That's okay," Fex said, as he watched Quinn walk off. He knew something was up. It was clear Quinn had said that to get rid of him. These strange actions led Fex to act. Whatever Quinn was doing, it was clear he didn't want others to see. Once the two of them were a great distance away, Fex decided to follow him. The distance between the two was quite large, and the reason for this was because of the smell. Another vampire was able to smell another. They had a stronger sense of smell and could tell the difference between them too. Still, their eyesight was far better than their sense of smell, so although Fex stayed a distance away, he could still see Quinn. While following Quinn, it had led him down a hallway, where he could see him talking to a student he had never seen before. "I didn't know he had other friends besides those weirdos," Fex thought. Quickly, the two of them left the corridors and started to head outside. Finding this all too strange, Fex continued to follow the two of them. Eventually, they left the school grounds and entered the woods by the park nearby. Fex quickly realized what was going on by the strange movements the student was taking. He was under the influence of Quinn. Finally, when they reached a secluded spot, Quinn looked around to see if there was anyone he could spot. However, Fex was well trained in the arts of spying and following someone. The experience and training he had were levels above Quinn, even if Quinn was technically stronger right now. Raising his claw-like hand, Quinn slit a part of the student's forearm and started drinking away. "What is he doing? He has Layla that he can ask for blood anytime he wants, right? So why go through all this trouble to get a stranger's blood?" Fex thought. "What am I doing?" Quinn thought in his head as he looked at the student opposite to him. The sounds in his head that kept telling him to fight back were getting louder throughout the whole day. It took him a whole day to figure out what the voice was after realizing it was his consciousness. It was his true feelings about what he wanted to do. Quinn didn't want just to let Peter rot down in the cellar on his own. He wanted to fight and get him back. He didn't know how much of his decisions were being influenced by his strange vampire powers. It might have been the connection between the two of them, or whether or not it was his own decision. In the end, he felt like it was a bit of both. He hadn't given up on Peter like he had told the others. He was planning to get him back. To be able to fight back, there was something important that Quinn needed to do, which was to get stronger. Luckily for Quinn, there was a quick way to do that. It was consuming as many different types of human blood as possible. It took a while for Quinn to find somebody, as he had to make sure that they met certain conditions. The student would have to be on their own and at nighttime. It was so nobody could see what he was doing, and when taking the student out of campus, there was less chance of someone spotting him. The second condition was Quinn's influence skill needed to work on them. There were a few high levels and even some low levels that had a strong-willed mind. Thankfully, Quinn's charm points had increased, giving him even more options than before. However, it was still incredibly hard to find students due to the conditions mentioned above that needed to be met. Using his inspect skill, Quinn knew what stat he would get beforehand. However, he could not pick and choose as freely as he wanted to due to the small section of students viable. He had selected his first target carefully. After making a small cut on the forearm and taking in the blood, the system granted him with a familiar message. O+ blood type consumed. One free stat point earned. Quinn decided to put the stat point into his charm without thinking about it, raising the total to 23 points. The reason for doing this was because the stronger his charm skill became, the more people he could use his influence skill on. What Quinn released after the fight with the king-tier beast was, even with his strength stat being high, that power meant nothing if he didn't have the equipment to back it up. It was nearly impossible for him to put a scratch on the beast with only his intermediate gauntlets. He couldn't keep relying on the Bloodhammer strike. It took too long to use, and what would he do if the attack didn't work one day? With no way of getting any new equipment, for now, this was the only thing he could do to get stronger. After fully consuming the student's blood, he commanded the student to head back to his dorm room and forget about everything once he returned. Fex had already left the scene by now, as seeing everything answered his curiosity, although it only made him question why the need to do this. For now, he would put a pin in it and keep it in his mind. Come on, Fex. What are you worrying about? Is it really strange for a vampire to be sucking the blood of a human? Maybe he and his little girlfriend just got into an argument. Fex thought while heading back. While Quinn was busy outside, it left Vordon in his dorm room on his own. He wasn't his usual calm and chilled-out self, and instead was continually pacing himself up and down the place in one area. If Sil finds out that I went against Quinn, do you think he'll try to take over? Vordon asked. Hey, can you just stop mentioning it? Look, it's not like you two broke up or something, Rotten whispered angrily, making sure Sil wouldn't be able to hear. Besides, if you didn't say it, I would have tried to take over you myself and stopped you. No suicide missions. Anyway, about the tournament, are you going to let me fight or what? Your weak ass would just make us look weak. You know my answer. Why even bother asking? Vordon replied. We have to lose on purpose. Many people will be watching this fight. And if we display anything out of the ordinary, then a lot of attention will be on us. It might even cause the family to get involved. Raten laughed nervously after hearing the words, family. It sent a shiver down his spine, and his heart felt like it had sunken in place. Good point. The next few days leading up to the inter-tournament, everyone was off doing their own thing. Layla continued to keep an eye on Sia, and it seemed like she had held to her word, not reporting to any of the teachers or higher-ups about the incident. In fact, Sia seemed even to be talking to Layla more than before. Layla welcomed this. There was an empty feeling in her mind and body after Aaron left, and although it still didn't feel quite the same, Sia seemed to be filling up the place a little. Vordon was often called off by Dell to practice fighting against certain students for the upcoming tournament with the other students, and Logan continued to try to find any information about the dungeon, all resulting in a failure. This left Quinn and Fex to their own devices. But Quinn continued to be distant with Fex, and Fex decided to go along. He continued to follow Quinn at night, and it was the same as before, only slightly different. Each night, a completely different student would be selected. It was never the same student. It was now the third night in a row that Quinn had led a student into the forest to consume their blood. This is strange, even for someone infatuated by the taste of blood. Fex knew some vampires were obsessed with blood. However, how they acted and how Quinn acted were quite different. When consuming blood, Quinn would take a minimal amount. This would make sense if he were trying to test out the taste of the blood, but if they found one they would like, they would often store it in a flask-like container. Not only that, but they were picky. If it were blood they didn't like, they would spit it out in disgust. The other thing was, Quinn was quite a young vampire. Usually, their sense of taste for blood was quite basic. It was only the older vampires who, after hundreds of years of tasting different blood types, started to get obsessed with. So everything he was doing didn't make any sense. Speaking of which, I wonder where my other flask is. Maybe I left it on that planet, Fex thought. When Quinn had finished consuming the female student blood, he once again had gained an extra stat point, this time in stamina. Yesterday, his results yielded another O-type blood, and he placed it into charm again. 24 charm points, 19 stamina points. Return to your dorm room and go to sleep. You will forget about everything that happened here tonight, Quinn said to the girl. The girl started to walk off out of the woods and back towards the school. Quinn would often wait a while for the girl to return first before moving from his spot just in case anyone spotted him. He could always say he just went for a walk through the woods. People would look at him weirdly, but it was nothing to be suspicious about. After some time passed, just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of something landing behind him and the leaves on the floor crunching from the impact. "Fex?" he said as he turned his head. "How long has he been here? Did he see me with the student before? Well, it's not too strange, right?" "Hey, don't look so worried, man. Whatever you do in the woods with a girl is your secret," Fex said with a wink. Fex's jokey nature always seemed to calm down Quinn a bit, even if he did sometimes say it at the wrong time. "What are you doing here?" Quinn asked. "I was actually worried about you," Fex replied. "Look, whatever you've been doing these past few days is up to you. You're not exactly doing anything wrong, and you've been careful. Other than me, I don't think anyone has found out about this. Please think of me as your second pair of eyes. The reason I decided to revolve myself, though, is that I am a little worried about you." "Worried about what?" "I still don't know who your master is, and don't worry, I'm not going to pry about it or anything. I think you would have told me by now if you could, but the problem is, it seems like he hasn't been teaching you properly." "I am serious now, Quinn. You have to be careful. If you keep consuming blood every day like you have been doing, you're going to become addicted." Hearing these words come out of Fex's mouth caused nearly every blood vessel in Quinn's body to freeze. He couldn't help but utter, "What did you say?" "I guess you really didn't know, huh?" Fex replied, scratching his head, knowing that this was going to be a tough one to explain. "Think about it right. Sometimes when we drink blood, there's this rush that comes over our bodies. There have been studies where it was observed that it increases a vampire's strength by about 10%. That's why I always carry a flask around, not just for healing. The problem is, blood is like a double-edged sword for us. The more often we consume it, the more we crave it. From an early age, vampires who had close ties to the head of families were taught to resist blood. At first, maybe we can't go on for more than 2 days without blood, but eventually we can build up a resistance to it. The vampires who have been alive for hundreds of years have gone through this process strictly, and now some of them don't even require blood anymore. However, there are occasions where, when they go into battle, they will consume some, and make a note that not all vampires chose to go down this path. If one does drink blood after resisting it for a long time, it will only cause a small setback before they are back to normal again. Still, the same can also happen the opposite way if you keep drinking blood like this for pleasure. Eventually, you will become an addict, craving blood, and not even be able to quench your thirst. To put it in simple terms for you to understand, you would become a conscious bloodsucker. The explanation had Quinn slightly worried. He had been drinking blood quite regularly to increase his strength. In fact, if there was an opportunity to consume blood, he would take it because it allowed him to grow stronger. When Quinn first got his vampire powers, he decided to only consume Layla's blood as and when needed, even though he enjoyed the taste. He was afraid of this very thing from happening. However, once he had obtained the system AI, his original fears started to lessen. Whenever he had a question about vampire matters, or when something might do him harm, the system would step in to stop and explain things to him. Undoubtedly, the system AI knew what would happen to Quinn if he was to continue. So, then why didn't it try to stop him? The only thing he could do was ask. "Did you know about this? Is what he's saying true?" Quinn asked. The system had a long pause, and Fex wasn't saying much either. Fex thought that Quinn might have been consuming even more blood whenever they weren't together, such as during training sessions and in the classroom. Perhaps he was having a hard time taking in this possibility. Enjoying the taste of blood was fine, but no one wanted to be a living, conscious blood-sucker. While thinking about this, Fex started to touch his beautiful gel-backed black hair on the top of his head. I never want to transform again. Maybe one day my hair will completely disappear and not grow back if I do that again, Fex thought. The system had taken such a long time to reply that Quinn had thought it had gone silent and chosen not to answer him. What Fex says is true, and I'm afraid even with the system, you will be affected by this. What? Quinn shouted in his head, but was also cautious about making sure Fex was unable to hear him. Although he was able to keep his thoughts in his head, his body slightly jolted with anger, which didn't go unnoticed. Why? Didn't you say anything just when I keep thinking I could trust you? You pull some crap like this. First of all, the word you used, trust. I find it strange. In the first place, I am nothing but a system who chose to help you. Not once have I ever told you a lie. I may have hidden some things from you, but without me, you would be more or less in the same situation anyway. The system replied, now with alteration in his voice, showing that he was annoyed at Quinn's words. Hearing the system speak like this made it feel even more human, or at least not a robot. To be honest, without me, you would be far worse than you are right now. I never told you or suggested that you go out and consume the blood of your classmates. That was all on you. You wished to grow stronger, and I chose not to get in the way of that. The system was right. He had never told Quinn to do this. Due to his desire to get stronger, he had resorted to this without bothering to determine if there were any consequences. He had been relying on the system too much when he should have stuck to his research. Hey, don't worry about it too much. It is not too late, and that's why I chose to warn you, Fex said, trying to break the weird atmosphere. All you need to do is stop drinking blood until you feel that thirst again. Then stretch that limit until you can't give in. Do this repeatedly, and each time you should be able to resist a little longer. Simple, right? Fex did make it sound simple, and although the process of restoring blood was simple for any vampire, hardly any were able to last longer than a week without feeding, while Fex could last 2 weeks at such a young age. Most vampires weren't able to extend their times between feeding because of the excruciating pain and willpower needed for it. To put it into human perspectives, it would be similar to starving someone of food who was as addictive as a drug. It would be hard for him to concentrate. As the time between recovers grew longer, so did the pain. There was a point which certain top-tier vampires would pass where the pain no longer bothered them, which was why they no longer needed blood. If Quinn was to do this, though, he thought perhaps he would have an advantage. The system would inform him when he was hungry enough and allow him to be careful not just to pass the point where he would turn into a bloodsucker. Things that others had to perfectly time and feel, Quinn would be able to cheat it. Don't drink blood for a couple of days and see what happens. That way you'll know how far you have gone. I can help you if you like. Fex offered. But Quinn was perplexed with what to do. He didn't have a couple of days. Soon the interbase event would start, and they would be away from the base for a week. Could Peter last that long? If he was to do as Fex asked and waited a couple of days, then this meant he wouldn't continue to grow. I'll think about it, Quinn said as he walked off, not wanting to think about the situation anymore. It was giving him a huge headache. That wasn't the answer I wanted to hear, Fex whispered, looking at his back. If he answered like this, then most likely it meant Quinn had decided to continue on the path he had chosen. The next day had arrived, and everything went on as usual. There were now only 2 more days until the inter-tournament. More so than before, Quinn wanted to get his charm stats even higher and later test it on a soldier. If he could get to the point where his influence skill could work on an adult, then maybe he would be able to infiltrate the dungeon unseen and free Peter from captivity. Where to or what to do next, he hadn't quite figured out this part yet. As usual, he did his regular routine, only this time he was pickier about who to select as his target, carefully searching for an O blood type so he could increase his charm. Eventually, after a long time searching the school grounds, he found one who met his conditions. The two of them headed into the woods and were in the usual spot. Fex had also decided to follow once again. "Quinn, did you not listen to my warning? If you get addicted and need blood more often, I can only help you this much if you reveal yourself to the outside world. When they come, even I will have to go into hiding." Fex thought, looking at the scene. Just as Quinn was about to cut the student to absorb some blood, a message appeared. "Your hunger starts to grow. You must consume blood within 24 hours. Every hour, 1 HP will be lost until blood is consumed." It had only been a little over the 24-hour mark, and he received a message, something that would have usually taken 2 days in the past. The drop of blood was already on Quinn's finger, but after seeing the message, he hesitated to consume it. It had only been a little after 24 hours, and his HP would now start to decrease if he didn't drink any more blood. Is this what Fex was talking about? Have I already started to become an addict? Quinn thought. He started to wonder if he continued to go down this path. How sooner would he need blood later? Will it get to the point where blood would need to be consumed every hour? In a way, he was lucky that he had caught it now. It was only because of Fex's message he had decided to be even pickier with his victims. He was trying to select an O blood group person who also met the condition of being a student and alone. This caused him to select someone a little later than usual. If he had taken the blood at his regular time, he would have never received the message and would have continued onward until the tournament. He started to stare at the blood seeping from the cut on the student's arm, trying to think if there was any way for him to get around this problem. Storing blood was a challenging task, even if he wanted to keep it for later. It was why he was so thankful for the blood bank. Unfortunately, the blood bank worked in a way where he would have to over-consume on blood. Only when his HP was full would blood from the victim would go into his blood bank, which meant he would have to consume the blood in the first place, which wouldn't help him at all. "Go back to your dorm room and forget about everything that happened tonight," Quinn said quickly in an annoyed voice. He decided not to consume the blood. Right now, a day or two wouldn't be a problem, but if he continued down this path and something happened like before where he was separated from the others, it would be disastrous. He didn't know how much time would shorten every time he consumed blood, but it was a risk he wasn't willing to take. With his head looking down to the floor, Quinn clenched his fist tightly. "Peter, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to save you this time. I'm not strong enough. Not yet." Seeing Quinn's actions had put a smile on Fex's face. Many vampires didn't heed this warning and continued to consume blood. Eventually, the Punishers needed to step in and deal with the problem. Thinking about that particular group of vampires, better known as Punishers, started to give Fex a tingling feeling. He had never seen a Punisher himself, but had heard the dreaded stories about them. Instead of consuming blood from his blood bank or relying on Layla for blood, Quinn decided to allow his HP to continue to decrease every hour, hoping to build up his resistance. It wasn't very pleasant for him, as he wished he would have known about this sooner. Right now, he had 95 points of HP, which meant it would take 95 hours before his HP would reach near to 0. When he was a lower level, building up a resistance wouldn't have been much of a problem. Over the next 2 days, Quinn no longer did his nighttime task. He still had hope, since the soldiers still hadn't done anything drastic to Peter. It didn't even seem like they were torturing him. This was all because Quinn could still feel connected with Peter, but he didn't seem to be in pain or distress. After hours of searching, Logan could find near to no information about the dungeons underneath the military bases. Not only at their military base, but even the others. In truth, this scared Logan from trying to help Peter even more. He was the type of person who did everything with a plan in his head. Every action had a chance for an outcome. With no information, he felt like a blind man walking through a maze. He continued to search, hoping to crack something. However, they had run out of time. It was now time for the inter-military base tournament. Each class first appeared in their home rooms, making sure they had everything they needed. Inside of Quinn's backpack was the flash that had been given by Fex. He had tried to return it, but Fex refused. Inside the flask was Layla's blood, with a single drop of blood from the O blood type. Although he wasn't able to consume the blood that day, he had placed some of it in the flask. 40-95. HP. His HP continued to decrease, and once it was low enough, Quinn would be able to drink it and gain the stat point. The flask held 200 milliliters of blood, the same amount as his level 2 blood bank, giving him a total of 400 milliliters of blood to regenerate from. However, there was no need for it for the event since he wouldn't be taking part. It was always best to be careful, just in case. After all the students had finished packing their belongings, they followed their homeroom teacher outside in front of the school gates. All of the students were lined up in a single file with their homeroom teacher out at the front. On the right side of the front entrance were the first-year students, and in front of them was General Nathan. On the left side, in front of the gate, were all of the second-year students, and in front of them was General Duke. By both of the general's side were the sergeants. Standing in the center of the two groups was General Mike, who would lead the students during this event. He had an ultimate say. Paul, the head general, would stay behind, just like the other head generals. They were to remain at the base with the other soldiers. If an attack was to occur for whatever reason, military personnel were needed. It was essential to leave somebody in charge and someone strong enough to defend the base. "All right," Mike yelled in a loud, booming voice. Somehow his voice was loud enough to carry outside and be heard from the very last of the crowd. "Your teachers will now be calling out the following students who will be participating in the events. Please come up to the front once your name has been called. Everyone else, remember you are to support these people. Cheer at the top of your lungs," Mike shouted, banging his chest. There was silence among the students. "I said cheer," Mike yelled again, and the students responded, shouting back. First, all of the second-year students who were participating in events were called up. There were a lot of events to go through since the event was similar to the old Olympics. There were even some that banned on the use of abilities. After all the students for the regular events were called up, students for the 3 primary events were called up. A single student from each homeroom group would be selected for the main events. In front of them, 10 second-year students were to participate in the fighting tournament. Quinn was around the middle of his line. Still, his eyesight was great, and he was able to see that every single one of the students selected was level 8. The ability system only went up to level 8. There was a good chance some of the students who stood up there had abilities that went beyond their grades. Now that all the second-year students had finished being called out, it was time for the first-year students. 3 students from each class were selected for the 3 events and walked up to the front. Finally, it was time for Dell's class. He started by calling up the students for the crafting event and then moved on to the others. For the ranged event, Layla Monroe. She walked slowly to the front but was prepared. When walking past, she made sure to keep her head down, avoiding eye contact with those in her class. However, this didn't stop her from hearing the cruel remarks. "How much do you want to bet on her elimination in the first round?" a student said. "First round, I think she'll forfeit before it even starts. It should be me up there. I think I would do a better job, and I don't even use a ranged weapon." Just then, a voice came. "Layla, do your best." She looked up to see who had said those words. To her surprise, they came from Vordon. She smiled at him before hurrying it up to the front. And finally, for the fighting tournament, Vordon, who was near the front of the line, had already started moving before hearing his name being called out, but after a few steps he suddenly froze, hearing Dell's last words. "Student Peter Chuck." When he called out Peter's name, everyone who belonged to Dell's class started to look at each other in confusion, while Quinn and his friends just stood there stunned. Due to Peter's shocking incidents, many knew who he was, especially after he was suspected of working with Pure. However, the other classes were unaware of why Dell's class were gossiping and making an uproar. "Is that the same Peter as before?" a student said. "I thought he was a member of Pure." "Maybe he wasn't, and they just found him." The speculation surrounding Peter grew as to why he hadn't appeared. If he was there in front of them, it meant the military must have cleared him as innocent. Still, after the students stopped wondering why Peter was there, a bigger question popped in their mind. Why did he get selected as a replacement for Vordon in the fighting tournament? Peter was well known for being a level 1 weak earth user for most of his school days. It was only later on that he had improved and managed to get himself up to level 4. The students weren't the only ones questioning their motive, though. So were Quinn and the others. Out of thin air, a light circle started to light up at the front, next to where the other students stood. A few moments later, the light had dissipated, and in its place stood a soldier, and in front of him was Peter. When seeing Peter in front of their eyes, their hearts and minds started to settle slightly. Everyone there felt a little guilty for deciding not to rescue Peter. Seeing him up on the stage without a single scratch on his body allowed their minds to be at ease. "It looks like the connections were right after all," Quinn thought. "They haven't been hurting him in the dungeon, but why have him participate in the tournament? It makes no sense." However, Logan, who had been busy coming up with multiple outcomes, had thought about this possibility as well. It was just one of the lower-chanced ones. At this point, the military most likely already considered Peter as a member of Pure. Not only had a video been made confirming this detail, but the fact that he re-infiltrated using a transformation skill was like a double confirmation in their eyes. The only reason why they would want Peter to be in this fight was if they thought Pure was watching. If they cared about Peter that much to save him from the clutches of True Dream, then perhaps they would do the same again at the interbase tournament. The problem was, it wasn't Pure who had saved him last time. They didn't care about Peter at all. What this also meant was Peter wasn't out of the woods yet. The fighting tournament would be the stage to show all of the Pure members what they were doing to their colleagues. After all the participants were called out, the contenders were all shipped off together and headed out first. Following General Mike, Layla decided to stay close to Peter. She didn't know any of the others and wanted to learn more about what was in the dungeon. This was because part of her mission at the military base was to find out information about the dungeon. "Hey, Peter, are you all right?" Layla whispered. Before Peter could even answer, one of the soldiers escorting the group by their side got in between the two of them. "No one is permitted to talk to student Peter Chuck until after the event," the soldier said. Layla backed down, and the other students found it strange that Peter was receiving special attention, but they didn't think much of it. They were far too focused and excited about their own upcoming events. The rest of the students followed the two generals, Nathan and Duke. They carried on walking and took a path around the main central plaza area. It was where most of the non-military personnel and soldiers who were on break would be resting and enjoying their time. Eventually, they were led to a place they hadn't seen in a long time. It was the training ground. It was a place mainly used for soldiers to practice battle with their mechs or test new equipment, but today it was empty. A massive orange wasteland with barely any signs of life, apart from a few large craters here and there made from who knows what. Towards the side of the field were several large handlers. Usually these would be used to store such equipment. The students were then led over to the hangar. When inside, it was different from what they had imagined. It looked like the whole place was empty. There weren't any mechs, not a single storage box or anything. "They must have cleaned this place out recently," Logan said. "What made you say that?" Fex replied. Logan and Fex were part of the same class, but they didn't speak much together when Quinn wasn't around. Perhaps due to their first meeting not being a pleasant one. Not everyone enjoyed being blasted to the other side of the room. Fex had only joined Quinn's team before due to Aaron and Peter leaving, and Logan was never in their class to begin with. Since this wasn't a portal outing, there were no such teams, and students had to stay with their classmates. "You see all that rubble?" If it were like this from the beginning, the dust would have settled. There are also several markings and patches suggesting that things have been moved out of here recently, Logan explained. Oh well, not like it means much. I thought we were going to head over to Military Base 1. What the hell are we doing here? Fex asked. Attention! Mike shouted, and the students stopped and saluted. The next few words he spoke after were short and sweet. Good night. In an instant, he had placed a mask over his face, and at the same time, the soldiers, including the sergeants and staff, all did the same. Gas instantly started filling the room. Some of the students began to panic while few remained calm. Of course this would happen, Logan said. They gassed us on our ride here, and now that we're moving to another base, don't you think they'll do the same? Logan gently let out, before his eyes closed and fell to the floor. The students around started to collapse one by one. Your body is being affected by a strange substance. Resistance, +1. Resistance, +1. You are now immune to the substance. Quinn had received the same messages which appeared when he was traveling to the school by bus. Only this time, it had stated he now had an immunity against it. When looking around, he could see all of the students nearly collapsed by now, with a few struggling to fight against it. One of those was Fex, but even he was eventually affected and fell on the floor. Unlike Quinn, it was his first time being subject to the gas. Not wanting to seem suspicious, Quinn too decided to sway his body slightly while letting his limbs go floppy after faking a fall to the ground. Once all the students had been put to sleep, the hangar doors were opened, allowing the gas to be let out. After the soldiers got to work, placing a black bag over each of the students' heads. After what had happened with Peter, the military was taking extra precautions. There was a chance a student could be woken up or even have an ability that counteracted the smoke. While Quinn was being bagged, he tried his hardest to pretend to be asleep. It seemed to work, as after the bagging, the soldier went on to the next student. It was impossible to see, but he could still hear everything that was going on outside. The sound of something large and heavy was heard, followed by several men grunting. He could then hear the squeakiness of wheels. A big clunk was heard, and what followed after was a sort of humming sound, like an electric current passing through something. I've heard this sound before, but where? Quinn thought. He tried to pinpoint the sound, but his mind was working against him. It was nearly impossible to shift through his memories until he figured out where he had heard this sound before. Start shifting the students in through the portal one by one, a soldier said. The words were spoken from far away, and maybe others wouldn't be able to hear it, but Quinn could. He finally figured out why the sound was so recognizable, because it was the sound of a teleporter. Wait, why do we need to go through a teleporter? Quinn thought. Wasn't the military basis on Earth? After finding this information out, he felt like there were two possibilities. Either the bases weren't located on Earth, or the event itself was on a different planet altogether. Right now, Quinn would do anything to rip the black sack off his head, and the problem was he really could do it. He was 100% conscious of what was happening around him. The main reason for this was to see the color of the portal. If it were a white portal, it would indicate they were traveling somewhere on Earth. If it were a colored portal, he would know they were going to a different planet. Military Base 1 was different from the other military bases. It was where the current government would reside, hiding behind the most skilled personnel. It was also where the leaders would gather and was the only base that didn't have a school campus. The place and locations of all military bases were kept secret to the students during their time at the academy. This was to stop information from being leaked outside. This included the smaller factions on the outside world that didn't quite agree with the military's doing. This is why Quinn thought it would make sense for the main military base to perhaps not to be situated on Earth. However, he wasn't able to find out, or at least not today, because before he could think of any way, his body was lifted and chucked into the portal to the destination on the other side. Over at one of the other military bases, a school was also getting prepared to send all their students to Military Base 1. Nate was at his desk, sitting down, staring blankly at the pieces of paper lying in front of him, while the other students were busy packing away their things and getting ready for the tournament. "You are still looking at that thing?" Sam said in shock as he came over and placed his bag on the desk and sat nearby Nate. "We are going to depart any second now, and you still haven't even packed your things. Get up already." I know," Nate replied, "but I think I might have found the person we were looking for." "You mean the blood evolver? I'm not saying he isn't in the tournament, but I do doubt your slow brain, which is good only at fighting, was able to figure out something like that. Go on then. Tell me, how did you reach your conclusion?" Nate then lifted the sheet of paper that he had been staring at all this time. The paper showed a long list that contained all the names of students who would be taking part in the inter-base tournament. Seeing the paper's contents, Sam's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly moved his hands to put the papers down on the desk, grabbed his bag, and placed it over the list of names. "Are you damn crazy?" Sam whispered. "How did you even get the list of names of all the participants?" "It seems like fate wanted me to find them, Sam. When I came into the classroom yesterday night, it was on the teacher's desk. Somebody must have misplaced it." Slapping his hand against his forehead, Sam was starting to wonder how Nate had ever made it this far in life. Although this side of him was why the two of them were good friends and got along in the first place. That doesn't mean you can just take it for yourself. "Oh well, too late now. As long as we return it, it should be okay, and may save us from all the trouble we are going to face," said Sam. "Anyway, after finding the list of names, I started to do some research. I contacted students from the other schools inquiring about each of the participants in the fighting tournament. The main thing I was looking for was a student that fought with gauntlets. After all, there aren't many students who chose to do battle with such a close-ranged weapon. Not only that, but based on the information we have, we know he is a first-year student. This narrows down our suspects even more. After asking around, it seems like there is only one student who fits the bill. He goes by the name of Larry Starr. This person is our blood evolver. He has to be. No, I'm sure of it. I can feel it in my gut." At the start of the explanation, Sam was actually on board and was starting to be impressed. Was this really the same Nate he had grown up with? However, hearing those last words caused Sam to take a step back a bit. Whenever Nate had a gut feeling about something, it was always 100% wrong. He decided to shrug his shoulders and let Nate go on with his wild thoughts. It wasn't hurting anyone this time, so there was no harm done. "Okay, but what about the zombie? You were interested in him as well, right?" Sam asked. "About that one, I have no idea. We might not even see him since the nature of his ability is only to heal. I agree that he was strong in combat, but on a tournament scale while not in the game, the fights might not work out the same way." Sam decided to move his bag off the list of names. He then decided to grab the pieces of paper and return it to the teacher's desk before she could enter the classroom. While placing it at the front, Sam couldn't help himself and take a peek at all the names on the list. These names would be of the people who would, in the future, control the world. What Sam also noticed was by each of the names was a little number in brackets. When looking at Nate's name, the number 6 could be seen. Judging by this, he could easily assume that all the numbers indicated all the students' ability levels participating in the fighting event. "You've always been the underdog in these types of situations, but I know you'll prove everyone wrong." Looking at the names, one could see that Nate was one of the lowest levels in the fighting tournament, especially when looking at all the second-year students. Nearly every student that was participating was either a level 7 or 8 in terms of ability level. Nate was the exception in this challenge. Using his high fighting skills, he would be able to overcome the difference in the strength of abilities. There was also a second reason why Nate could compete on an even level with the higher ability levels. It was because of his soul weapon. Although abilities could be the same, soul weapons were often not. Even if two students had the same earth ability level, their soul weapons would be completely different. One could come in the shape of a hammer, while the other may be a shield. Some soul weapons weren't even objects themselves, but were seen as an evolution of their abilities. With how different soul weapons were between each person, they would sometimes make a massive difference in power. In this case, Nate's soul weapon would increase his power to the point that it will allow him to fight them on an equal level. This was why Nate was respected by the higher-level students and looked up to by the low levels as well for overcoming that gap. When looking through the names, something had caught his eye. He was sure that Nate would be the lowest level there, even out of the first years, but it seemed that wasn't the case at all. What? They can't be serious? Am I seeing things correctly? Sam brought his head closer to the sheet of paper to have a closer look, but he wasn't mistaken at all. One of the first years. They have a level 1 on her. What were they thinking? Are they trying to get him killed? It has to be a typo, right? When inspecting the names closer, Sam also noticed that there were lines between all the participants' names in the fighting tournament. He wasn't quite sure what this meant, but if he was to take a good guess, it would be who their opponents were in the first round. Across from the level 1 name, Peter Chuck, was another Year 1 student who went by the name of Larry Starr, a level 6 user. Well, what are the chances of that? I guess you might be able to go against our so-called blood evolver after all. It should be an easy win for him. As Sam put the piece of paper down, he looked up and realized that all the students had suddenly gone silent and were staring in his direction. Finding the whole thing strange, he tried to turn away when a slender body came in his view. Now, would you like to tell me what you were doing with that piece of paper? Silver asked with a smile. The temptation to peek at the color of the portal was killing Quinn. However, he decided to keep the black sack covering his face. After all, it wasn't worth it. There was no need for him to worry about where the first military base was. Actually, he didn't really know why he was getting a little obsessed over it. It wasn't like he was working for Pure or the Dalki. They would have done anything just to obtain this type of information. Even if Quinn did know, it wouldn't have helped him with anything. Unless he was planning to take on the military, but he could never imagine doing such a thing in his entire life. The second his body passed through the portal, he could feel the strange sensation that would usually occur. It felt like your mind was melting. The experience wasn't all that bad, but the imagery was certainly strange. He was actually surprised that when passing through the portal, this strange sensation didn't wake up the other students. This also meant that the gas, or whatever was used to knock them out, was strong enough to disable them. As he thought into it a bit more, he was kind of surprised that it was able to place Fex asleep. Having decided to not take off the black bag, once through to the other end of the portal, Quinn continued to pretend to be knocked out. His body was chucked and moved, gently sometimes by some, and quite rough by others. As they continued moving about, he consistently heard strange mechanical sounds around him. It was driving him a little crazy since he was trying to picture what was outside by only using his ears. I wonder how Leo does it. I would hate it if I became blind. Quinn couldn't help but think this. Eventually, after a couple of hours of being chucked around from place to place, his body wasn't moved for the last 15 minutes. And then the first student other than him woke up. What the hell is on my head?" the student shouted out. Despite opening his eyes, the only thing he could see was the color black. The thought of the world being taken over entered his mind. This caused him to start screaming. "Ah! I'm sorry! Please don't kill me!" The student continued yelling before feeling a bump on the back of his head. "Calm down, will you? You just arrived at your destination," the soldier explained as he took the bag off the student. Because of his screaming, it managed to wake up quite a few students. Very slowly, every one of them started waking up. "Please remove the bags from your heads and stay where you are until further instructions have been made." The voice was recognizable, and it seemed to come from old General Mike. All of the students did as instructed and removed their bags, and for the first time in a while, they could finally see. The students were slightly confused as to where they currently were. There was no clear sky, and all that could be seen around them was metal. 1,000 students all stood on a clear, open space with the generals at the front of the large room. "Are we still in the hangar?" a student asked. Quinn couldn't blame the student for thinking that because it really did look like they had never left the hangar in the first place. However, only he knew that they had gone through a portal. All of a sudden, the sound of something coming from behind them could be heard. The pressure head was released, and the light started shining through. When the students turned around, they could see the sides of whatever they were in opening up, and a metallic platform stretching out. It eventually hit the floor. There was a good 10 meters from the opening before the platform had touched the ground. "Please make your way down the vehicle." Mike continued his instructions, while the soldiers at the front led the way. When stepping outside, they finally noticed that they were in the first military base. However, it didn't look all that different from theirs. It was more like a city with certain buildings surrounded by construction. There were mechs out and about, transporting cargo. The main difference was the size of the base itself. It was nearly 2 times more than theirs. However, the most shocking thing they saw so far was the sky. Although it could be seen, it looked slightly different from what they were used to. This vague feeling continued bugging Quinn, however, he couldn't figure out why. What he did notice, though, was the shine going all across them. The entire city seemed to be encased in a large glass-like dome, and around the edges was a high-rise wall, making it impossible to see what was outside of the city unless one was in an airship. Once the students looked behind them, only did they realize what type of vehicle they were in. It looked like a submarine on wheels. The thing was extremely huge, and it had 16 wheels the size of houses on its side. Quinn was starting to realize what was making all that noise from before. The teleportation device must have transferred them somewhere, and later they needed to be moved via the vehicle in front of them. Once all of the students were accounted for, the vehicle started retracting its platform. Once it was finished, it immediately headed off in a different direction. Mike, Nathan, and Duke went out to greet another soldier. They later followed him until they reached a train stop. Since the base was large, getting to their destination by foot would probably take them a few hours. While riding the train, the students were able to see more of the city. It seemed like the city itself was split up into different sections, and between each section was a small barrier. Each of these sections had soldiers focus and prioritize on different things. At one of the sections in the city, they witnessed mechs being built and tested. In the next one, it looked like they had beasts in captivity and were doing some type of experiments. And next, it seemed as if it had combat-focused classes and so on and so forth. They then went and passed the city center. It was a large, dome-like building, which looked like a miniature version of the base itself. It firmly stood at the center. The top of the dome had a flower-like design that looked similar to a poppy. The army decided to use this symbol after the First War. Most of the battles between the Dalki took place on Earth. There was a lot of blood spilled on the battlefield. Once the war was declared over, something strange seemed to happen. On the fields all across the world where most deaths had occurred, fields of poppies grew. In the past, it was said that something like this happened once before. However, it had been long forgotten. Despite that, they still chose to use it as their symbol. This building was the world government's headquarters. It was where the 8 head generals, the leader, and the 4 big family leaders would meet to make their decisions. It was like they were in control of the world. The train continued moving past the city center and eventually went towards the back of the city where it seemed a little less busy. They passed another small barrier of some type, and many mechs and soldiers seemed to be standing guard. They entered another part of the city which was separated from the others. Once the train finally stopped, the students got off and continued to follow Mike. After they exited the trains, they could finally see where the event was going to take place. It was an arena that was large enough to host Olympic Games right in front of their eyes. It was quite round in shape, almost looking like a wheel on its side, and became it was made of glytherium. It had a slight tint of blue in its color. What surprised them the most, however, was on top of the arena stands, 7 large buildings looked to have been built into the thing, making it look like a crown. The 7 buildings had a clear, open glass that was tinted black. All of them faced inwards towards the arena. On the front, there were large numbers starting from 1 and ending at 7. Okay, since you guys are from Military Base 2, please make your way to the second building. The guide who had been leading the generals spoke to them. Because you're the first ones here, when you finish unpacking your things in your rooms, you are free to explore the area. The buildings here are like hotels. You are allowed to check in and out whenever you want for now. Outside the top of the arena, there are many shops and markets stationed for use. Since you guys won't be participating in the event itself, we wanted to make you all feel welcome. Shop around and have fun. See if there is something you want to do and treat your stay here like a holiday. Just remember to support your teammates when you can. Quinn was wondering where the others were since he hadn't seen them. Although he saw them in the hangar, but as they were the first ones to enter, they were shortly separated once again when they moved in the large vehicle. The participants were most likely already in the field or were staying at a separate location altogether. The students followed their teachers to the arena, while the generals had split off into a separate direction. With the large building having plenty of space to accommodate everyone, each student was allowed a room completely to themselves. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. After unpacking his things in the hotel room, someone knocked at Quinn's door. When he opened it, both Vordon and Fex greeted him. "Come on, let's go and explore this place. It's so cool. I've never been in such a nice area before," Fex said excitedly. After shutting the door behind him, the trio went and explored the arena's shops. Meanwhile, at the train station, another train just arrived, bringing in another set of students from another military base. One of the first people to get off the train was Teacher Silver. The contestants taking part in the inter-military tournament were taken to the arena ahead of time. This was because the participants would be going through some additional checks that the other students didn't need to do. The other reason was so they could be informed of each event's rules and clarify how each event would work. After all, not all events would be as simple as a knockout tournament. They were all taken on a separate train that was heading to the arena, a participant-only train. Each carriage was separated into each military base full of the second-year and the first-year students. Although some of the second-year students had been through this before, there was still excitement that could be felt through the air. It was an event that only happened once a year. In a way, this was their chance to show their skills to potential factions, as well as get a head start if they were to join the military in terms of ranks. Perhaps even find a mentor to train them, giving them a head start over others. Inside the second carriage were all the second military base participants, and sitting at the front seat with 2 guards by his side was Peter. The second-year students were also towards the back of the carriage and could see what was happening at the front. "Hey, did you see that first year?" a student asked. "Yeah, the guards haven't left his side. Do you think he might be that much of a threat that they need to keep an eye on him all the time? I heard some crazy first years tried going against us this year," another replied. One of the second-year students was looking for that exact student the others were talking about, Momo. Ever since the incident with Vordon in the assembly hall, he had decided to keep his involvement on the down low. For some reason, during his fight with Vordon, even though he had the upper hand against him, he had to go all out, even using his soul weapon. Something was telling him there was still a chance he could have lost that fight. During that fight, some frightening things happened, one of them being Vordon cutting off his arm. When thinking back to the battle, Momo thought if he would have ever been able to decide that, and even if he did, whether or not he could have gone through with it. There was something wrong with the first-year students that just didn't fit right. Momo wasn't participating in the fighting tournament but was looking forward to seeing the full strength of Vordon. However, when he didn't spot him on the train, he was incredibly disappointed, and instead saw Peter taking his place. the student they had bullied and forced to go against Vordon. "Just what are you planning on doing, Duke?" Momo mumbled to himself. He had a feeling that most likely Duke was behind this whole matter. The train had come to a stop, and all the participants were led out of the train straight to the arena. They saw the large buildings on top of the arena. However, they could not meet with their classmates. Instead, they were taken underground in the arena and eventually entered a sizable underground training room. The room was filled with different beast equipment, target tools, gaming equipment, and all sorts. This was a place that allowed the participants to use their abilities freely before they were to participate in their events. As you can see, several rooms are leading to this one. The entrance which you have entered form is now locked, and only military personnel who are authorized will be able to pass through. A soldier holding a tablet and containing a scanner over his eye explained. "You are free to use this room however you wish before the event. The big day starts tomorrow, so you will have plenty of time to practice. To your right, through the doors, are your sleeping quarters. Feel free to rest whenever you wish. Just behind me is the entrance to the arena. In a moment, we will split you up into groups according to your events, and we will have someone explain and go over the rules. Tomorrow, when your names will be called, and you will be escorted up to the arena." The man then pointed to a large display slightly above him that has hooked onto the wall. "We don't want you to be left out, of course. Above, we will be displaying the event to all of you. If you have any problems or concerns, do not hesitate to ask us." With that, the man went off to talk to his team to organize the next step, while the students were free to check out the training room. Many of them went to explore the place, while others wanted to play around with the equipment. Some of the stuff they had back at their bases and used it for their training. But some items they had never seen before were excited to test them out and see what they could do. Layla, on the other hand, was busy trying to locate Logan. When looking around, she could see that Peter was allowed to go where he wished inside the training room, but the two guards from the train continued to follow him around everywhere. This, of course, gathered quite a bit of attention, and some of the students even tried approaching Peter. Almost immediately, one of the guards would yell at the student to stand back. "Hey, Logan," Layla said, approaching him while looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to her, a habit that was forced into her from her training days. "I was wondering, do you have any idea why they are making Peter fight in this tournament?" Logan looked closely at the two guards by Peter's side. He noticed that the equipment they were wearing wasn't of low quality at all. It was at least the advanced level, maybe even higher, if they were to go through this much trouble to guard one student. Then it would seem like his hunch from before was right. "I think they're trying to use this event to lure out the rest of Pure. They think he's one of them after the video we made. It would make sense, and if they believed they cared about him that much to try to snatch him from True Dream, then maybe they would do the same at this event," Logan replied. Hearing this, the sick feeling in Layla's stomach had returned. If that were the case, they would be heavily keeping an eye on Peter, and there might not even be a chance for them to try to save him. Thinking about this, Layla thought about whether or not she should try to get Pure involved. She knew that Peter wasn't a part of Pure. Still, if she were to put a word to her mother, maybe she would help her. Although this thought didn't last long, Layla was currently a rank 100 agent, and she had already called in a big favor from her mother last time. It was unlikely her mother would risk the whole organization for this once again. Knowing this, she was too afraid even to ask. "I'm sorry, Peter. There's nothing I can do." After about half an hour of the students exploring the training area, they were called and huddled up once again. This time they were divided into groups based on the events they would be participating as they were told they would before. Logan was placed into the crafting event, Layla into the arranged event, while Peter into the fighting event. The three of them were now separated from Peter even further. Each group was led to a different section of the room where a soldier would explain the event's details to them. The three main events had the most participating students since one student was required from each homeroom class, 10 students from the first year and 10 students from the second year. With the 7 schools participating, that meant there were 140 students per main event. In the fighting event, while the soldier was busy explaining the rules to everyone, everyone's attention was focused on one person, Peter, who still at this moment had the 2 guards by his side. It was clear to them that he must have been such a dangerous event, but now that Peter was closer to all the participants, they could spot something on his wrist. The fact that his level on his watch indicated he was only a level 1. How is that possible? Wait, how is he even in the tournament? The students wanted to question it and ask, but the soldier up front was busy explaining the rules and processes to everyone, and they knew better than to interrupt. Oh, so it looks like Sam didn't misread that name list. There was a level 1 student in the fighting tournament, Nate said. Unlike the others, Nate wasn't too interested in the mysterious figure. He was far too busy trying to figure out of all the participants here, which one was Larry, the blood evolver. Right now, the students didn't have their best equipment, so it was hard for him to tell. And that's about it for the fighting event rules. Now what we will do is go around and take a stage name from you all. This name will be used to announce you before you enter the arena. Try to pick a name that will strike fear and be remembered by all. After all, not only military personnel will be watching this, many top-tier factions have been invited to this event as well. After the explanation was over, several soldiers went around with tablets held in their hands, gathering each student's required information. Finally, one of the staff had arrived at Peter. "What would you like your ring name to be?" he asked. Peter thought about it for a while. He too could tell the soldiers around him were of a higher class than their military base. If there was ever a chance for him to escape, he should have done so when he was alone with True Dream and the other soldiers. Right now, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't even imagine Quinn and the others thinking of a way of saving him. If he were going to be killed after this anyway, he would go down using all his strength. He wasn't just going to throw away the fight. This meant they would find out about his incredible healing abilities. If he were made into a lab rat, he wouldn't tell them anything about Quinn. He still had respect for Quinn for saving his life, and after betraying them once, he wouldn't ever do it again. "Are you sure about your ring name?" the man asked. "It's sometimes nice to have a name related to your ability or one that's easy to remember." "I'm sure," Peter replied. Down on the man's tablet, the name Zombie P was written, a name that, when revealed, would shock the other participants. With the event starting tomorrow, the students were free to do what they wanted for the rest of the evening. There were no strict requirements and even no curfew for the students, which was a first. It truly did feel like they were on a week trip to watch a grand event. Never had they ever been treated like this before. The only rules that were put in place were for students to not leave the arena. Not that it was possible anyway. The arena was located in a separate part of the city, and the only way to get to it was via train, which would go through several different barriers. When stepping off the train, they all noticed the mass amount of security. Leaving this place seemed to be a lot harder than breaking in. However, after living in luxury, they really felt like there was no reason for them to try to leave anyway. The 3 boys, Quinn, Fex, and Vordon, had left the hotel room and headed down to the top of the arena. Just like the guide had said, the top of the arena was mostly flat and filled with all kinds of stalls manned by staff. There were coffee stalls, food places, VR games, and all sorts, but what interested most of the students was the equipment stalls. Some of these sold different types of beast gear and armor, as well as items that would go hand in hand with certain abilities while fighting. The boys decided that they would walk around the entire circle, looking at all the shops before committing to buying anything. It was always horrible when one would see something they liked in a shop, only to find something better or cheaper in the next one. "Go on, then," Fex said with his hands behind his back. "What do you think of the sudden change?" "What do you mean?" Quinn asked, confused. "What? Do you mean you can't tell? All of a sudden they're pampering us up. Nice hotel rooms, shops, equipment, and no curfew," Fex replied. Quinn hadn't really thought about it before. He just felt like the group were currently on a school holiday like they used to have at school. Near Christmas times and other holidays, schools tended to be more relaxed. The world, even the military world, couldn't be all work and no play, could it? "Looks like you figured it out," Vordon said and motioned around. "The whole thing is a ploy for the students. They show and give them a taste of what life is like at Military Base 1. Some of the students will start to think maybe choosing to join the military rather than the faction isn't so bad, especially if they can have a life like this. I hate to say it, but there's always a motive behind everything." The three boys stopped to take a break and were looking over the edge, down at the arena floor. There looked to be thousands and thousands of seats, but none of them were for the students. The students would be watching the fight, either from the top platform they were currently on or from their hotel rooms. There were multiple large display screens every once in a while, so it wasn't like they would miss anything. The seats themselves were for all the different factions from Earth and other planets. They had been invited to see the future generation display their power. It was a good chance for the military to show the world that it was necessary to continue to draft teens into the army, as well as for factions to try to get future talent. "Maybe it's a good thing I'm not fighting," Vordon said. Although these words were spoken quietly with Fex and Quinn's hearing, they both had heard him say these words and were wondering what he meant by them as he looked at the crowd of empty chairs. Unlike them, Vordon was a talented individual, an original from a good family but not one of the top 4. If he were able to display his strong skills and abilities, he would easily be scouted into a top faction, Quinn thought. His life would be set, and he would have nothing to worry about. So it was strange to see Vordon kind of relieved that he wasn't fighting. The three of them continued walking, and having already done a full circle, they had decided which shops they wanted to stop by. For Quinn, what he truly wanted was a strong or better set of gauntlets to use. His intermediate pair wasn't good enough. However, when looking around, there was barely anything above the intermediate level. Most equipment at the advanced level or higher would have to be hunted for, or one would need to hire travelers to gather the materials for them. There were a few items, but none that matched what Quinn was looking for. Still, with only boots and gauntlets, there was no harm in increasing his equipment in other areas, one of these being defenses. The best piece of equipment to get would be a type of chest piece. This covered the largest area, and when using his inspect skill, Quinn also found it gave him the most defense points. When walking around this time, they noticed a lot more students around than before. This was because all of the other military bases had arrived by now, and they too had left to explore. They entered a few shops, and Fex was the first to buy some items. He purchased very small knives that were as large as a finger and had a little ring just underneath the handle. Knowing that he had a string ability, Quinn could imagine Fex being able to do great things with those weapons. While Vordon didn't purchase anything, but instead stared at 2 short swords on the wall, seeing this, a memory came back for Quinn. He had asked Vordon a long time ago if he was to use a weapon, what type of weapon it would be, and he had replied with a pair of short blades. Vordon didn't use beast weapons much, as he seemed to favor elemental abilities, and most elemental ability users didn't really use beast weapons, but still had plenty of beast gear. After inspecting the stats of the swords on the wall and looking at the intermediate blades in Quinn's system shop, he realized how much better the weapons in his shop were. "Don't buy those," Quinn said. "Don't worry, I'll get you something nice soon." Vordon smiled, and the three of them left the shop to head off to the next one. The next shop was a place for Quinn, a shop that mainly focused on armor. A piece had caught his eye before, an intermediate piece that was dark blue in color and had a silver trim going around the edges. After selling his crystals from the last portal expedition, he now had a total of 4,440 credits to spend. The intermediate piece on the wall was 4,000 credits, so he had enough to spend, but was hesitating whether he wanted to clear his bank like that for one piece of equipment. Inspect intermediate Geo Rock chest armor. No active skills. All stats. +1 defense, +20. There were similar priced items in the shop, but this was one of the only ones that increased all stats. Other pieces of equipment improved strength more while giving no stat points to other areas. But this was well balanced. On top of that, it had the most defensive points of the lot. Quinn still hadn't figured out what defensive points really did. His gauntlets gave him 8, while his boots gave him 4. If he had the chest piece on top of that, he would have 32 points of defense. Even if he didn't know what to do, the higher number was always better, right? After thinking about it for long enough, he finally had decided to go through with the purchase, reaching out his arm. As his fingertips pressed against the right chest plate, another hand was seen pulling it from the other side. The student to his left turned and looked at Quinn. The first thing that he noticed that stood out to him was the wristwatch, indicating he was a level 1 ability user. After seeing this, the boy immediately let go. "Please go ahead and take it," the boy said. "You grabbed it first." "Actually, you were a little faster than me, you go ahead," Quinn said. With his eyesight, he was able to tell the boy to his right was only a fraction of a second faster at grabbing the plate. He had no right to claim he grabbed it first. "No, please, get it instead of me. I insist I don't need it." The boy replied back once again. The two of them continued on like this, while Vordon and Fex stood back and couldn't believe what they were watching. "I guess this is what happens when you have two nice people," Fex said. "Nothing gets sorted." "You think Quinn's nice?" Vordon asked him. Fex thought about it for a while. Most of his interactions with Quinn were nice ones, and after saving his life, he had no other reason but to think he was a nice guy. "You don't?" Fex replied back. Vordon didn't reply back, but he didn't agree about Quinn being nice. He didn't think he was a bad person, but didn't think nice was the right word. Eventually, after going back and forth, Fex was fed up with watching and snatched the chest piece, handing it over to Quinn. "Just take it, man. I want to continue shopping." The boy smiled, indicating he was happy for Quinn to take the piece of armor, but before purchasing for the item, Quinn wanted to get the name of the student, hoping maybe he would return the favor back to him one day. "What's your name?" Quinn asked. "The name's Sam." The room was slowly heating up as the flames started to spread from one piece of furniture to the next. Soon, the entire room would be engulfed. Peter had already left the room carrying Aaron over his shoulder. He followed Logan's instruction, telling him where to go, making sure to avoid the hallway where Quinn and Kenny were fighting right now. The directions he was giving them were to his own room. Right now, it was the safest place he could think of. Unlike the other rooms that had routine checkups now and then, Logan's room was different. It was off limits most of the time. This was a special request he made because of the number of different inventions he contained in there. Afraid at any point in time someone would come in and possibly take on of his ideas for profit. At this point, the smoke had hit the detectors above and the sprinklers had been activated. However, the flames were too strong to completely get rid of the fire. It could only slow them down for now. Looking around the room, Jack before could only see the students who were asleep in their chairs and was wondering what had caused the fire. However, when the sprinklers had turned on, the drops of water bouncing off Rotten formed a slight outline to be seen. Rotten had currently had not only the abilities of fire, but of invisibility as well. The strange shape that Jack could see was standing right in front of him. If it wasn't for this, he would have made a dash for the door. Rotten had made the suggestion to kill Jack, but Vordon knew this wasn't an option. The simple reason was the balance of the current world right now. If True Dream were to die, it would go back to what it was like straight after the war. When the war had ended, Earth was a mess. Ruined cities, the low population of animals, and a lot of the land had sunken into the sea. The whole human race had been struck with poverty. Only there was a big difference now: they had powers. This caused more infighting to happen than ever, and there was no control put in place. Eventually, the rise of the three families had come to create some type of order, but the relationship between the three of them wasn't the best either, and the fighting continued. The military had power, but they weren't strong enough. They would have many people switching sides between them and the three families. That's why when True Dream had come to them seeking support, It was a blessing. It was someone the military could use to keep everyone in place, and it was why the current system had been put in the first place. If True Dream was to be taken out of the picture, the military power would weaken, and the power balance would be upset, leading to another civil war. But that wasn't what worried Vordon the most. Civil wars happened, and in the end, there would often be a result. The problem was, if the Dalki was to see this, if the humans were fighting each other, they would come to invade as soon as possible. For the sake of the current human race, True Dream was someone who needed to live, no matter how evil of a person he was. Vordon tried his best to explain this to Rotten, but right now, he didn't care he was in charge. "I disagree," Rotten said. "If the human race can't survive without one person, then maybe we shouldn't be alive in the first place." Rotten had set his hand ablaze and threw a punch right towards Jack. All Jack could see right now was a floating arm of fire. He tried his best to move out of the way, but the attack was clearly too fast. As his hand full of flames was about to hit, a slight reflection could be seen in front of Jack. "What the—" His hand had touched the reflection, and it felt like he was hitting a solid wall. A mysterious force then moved from the point where he had hit, and it seemed to bounce off right back at Rotten. "Hugo?" Jack said. As he turned his head, the large guard wielding the two-handed axe had entered the room. "Well, we know someone is getting a raise." "Damn!" With nothing else left to do, Rotten quickly headed for the corridor. He didn't know Hugo's ability nor how strong he was. He loved fighting, but wasn't crazy enough not to know when his chances were against him. "Hugo, the door!" Jack screamed. Hugo held out his hand, and another reflection appeared just in front of the door. But it was too late. Jack could see the figure moving through the sprinkler's water, and it was clear it was no longer in the room with them. "Damn it! You were too slow! Forget about that raise, let's get out of here!" As Rotten ran down the hallway, he could see Quinn was still busy dealing with the green guard, Kenny. "I'm leaving!" he shouted, and that was the signal for Quinn to disappear as well. Using his shadow cloak skill, suddenly he had disappeared right in front of Kenny's eyes. A few seconds later, and Jack and Kenny had immediately come out of the room. "Where the hell are they? Find them now and find that girl and boy. I want them both dead, you hear me?" Jack shouted. Instead of listening to Jack's words, though, Kenny immediately ran back into the room they had exited from. He ignored both Jack and Hugo. The fire was still burning in the room, and the students were still asleep under his ability's effect. He lifted two of them on each shoulder and took them out of the room, placing them on the ground gently. He then did the same with the other four, and eventually, guards had arrived to help extinguish the fire. Jack then walked up to Kenny. He lifted his hand and whacked him across the face, giving him a big slap. "Did I say to save those students' lives, you let them get away? If you don't have any information or good news, you know what will happen to you." While looking at the kids all safe out of the room, Kenny had a smile on his face, although Jack was unable to see this due to the mask covering his mouth. "Sir, it seems like there were a few of them. I'm not sure how many, but there were at least 2 of them. They claimed to be from Pure, and we're trying to save the kids." "Pure? They've been tailing me for months, but never acted out. This is a first for them. I thought I was safe here, so I didn't bring anything with me. We'll head back for now. I can't risk staying here any longer," said Jack. "But before we go, send a report to Duke. They want to save the kids that badly. Well, I won't let them have their way. If Duke is to find either of those 2 students, they are to be sent to me immediately. You understand, you two?" "Yes, sir," they both said. As the 3 of them walked off, Logan's mechanical spider had done the same. It had also listened to all the words that had been spoken from Jack's mouth. After a few minutes, everyone had entered and returned to Logan's room. Vordon, Peter, Layla, Fex, Quinn, and Aaron were all inside, but Aaron was lying on the bed, still under the sleeping spell. "We did it!" Layla shouted. "I can't believe we really got them 2 out of there. Man, that big guy was scary," Fex said. For a second, I thought he wasn't going to give up, and he moved pretty quick for a big guy. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, guys, Logan said. It seems like we have a problem. Logan then played the recording of the mechanical spider. It stated that True Dream would order the school to bring Aaron and Peter back even if they were found. They had hoped claiming they were from Pure, perhaps Jack, would let the whole matter go and aim his anger at them. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. Of course, the school wouldn't just let them go. They knew the truth about Jack, so the best-case scenario was for them to end up in the dungeon. But now, probably something even worse would happen to them if they were found out. Quinn's secret was kept, but at what cost? The anger of the Big Four. The loss of Aaron's ability. As Layla looked around the room, she could see everyone had a look of defeat on their face. Even the genius Logan hadn't come up with a solution. Fex said, bearing a confused look on his face as he stood in the corner of the room. I'm glad you asked, Logan said, spinning his chair around to procure a file. Then he opened it while uttering, I had prepared for this after I saw Layla dropping off the note in the morning. You knew? Vordon said, surprised. Why didn't you tell us? Was it important to the mission? Logan replied. Regardless if she was part of Pure or not, it was thanks to her information that we were able to get those two out of there. No one has the power to go up against them. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't even want to risk the safety of my family by angering them." When Logan enlightened the actuality, Vordon started to think about his own family. If it was them, they could do something about it. The sole problem was that he wasn't on good terms with them at all. No one in his family would listen to him, much more do him a favor. It wasn't the Blades family way. It was why he had never considered it an option in the first place. "I think we have no other choice," Quinn said. "For Aaron, the best thing for her will be to go over to Pure. The two of them are close, and if Layla wanted to hurt any of us, the last person she would hurt would be Aaron." "Wait, only Aaron?" Layla inquired. "But what about Peter? He can come too." Quinn shook his head as he looked at Peter. "He can't. And Vordon and Fex probably already know the reason why," Quinn explained. "Peter has changed, Layla. If he isn't next to me, then there's no telling what he would do." Layla then looked at Peter. Although his physical appearance had changed a little, she hadn't been around him lately to notice any further changes. Still, when she looked into his eyes, she noticed that they were lifeless. "Okay, so Aaron goes to Pure," Vordon stated. "What about Peter?" Quinn's mind had already been muddled as he tried to think of solutions, but at that moment, he was out of ideas. The only thing they could do was to hide him for as long as possible, or they could opt to utilize Vordon's favorite suggestion. "Quinn, we could always—" "Don't say it, Vordon." Quinn cut him off shortly before had finished his sentence, knowing very well what Vordon was going to suggest. "I believe I have a solution to your problem with Peter," the system said. Just when Quinn was in the middle of contemplating what to do with Peter, it seemed like the system had an answer. Although whenever the system seemed to chime in, it was never usually straight-up good news, so he was a little nervous. "What do you mean you have an idea for Peter?" Quinn asked. "The main issue right now is the fact that your faces cannot appear in the school anymore. At the same time, Peter won't be able to leave the military base due to the fear of him running wild. But we have one solution available for Peter that will solve both of these problems," the system explained. Now, Quinn was waiting for the worrisome part. "He can learn a transformation ability. Ever since you turned him, he lost his original powers, and his body is now different from what it once was, meaning he can now learn another ability. But I thought you said we had to find a specific ability that could be learned for vampires. Just like mine with the Shadow Book. At the time, not a single one reacted when I touched it, only the Shadow one did," Quinn asked. "Perhaps I need to remind you once again. What I said was that there are certain abilities that only vampires can learn, and at the same time, there are abilities that only humans can learn. However, there are also abilities that are in the middle, somewhere in between, and one of them is the transformation ability. The transformation ability wasn't a popular ability with the general public. It gave the user nothing extra that could aid them in combat. Therefore, it was looked down upon by a lot of the people. Still, it did have its uses. With the transformation ability, one could alter their face and look like another. This meant it was often used for infiltration or spying. The problem was whenever these people were discovered, they would nearly be killed in an instant due to the fact that transformation ability does not grant them any offensive capabilities at all, or even defensive. "Why didn't you suggest this before?" Quinn asked. "Before, I felt like it would be more beneficial for you to wait for a more powerful ability to pop up. One that would make you and Peter stronger. But right now, it's more important than anything at this moment that Peter wouldn't be caught," the system explained. Quinn then explained to the others what his plan was with Peter. How he still hadn't learned an ability, so he could still learn the transformation ability. Still, there was one problem with the whole thing, and that relied on Logan. Quinn needed Logan's help. Even if Peter could disguise himself. If he appeared as a new student, the entire school would know, and he also couldn't pretend to be someone else since that would be too obvious. "So what do you think, Logan?" Quinn asked. "Will you be able to hack into the school system and add his ID?" "The problem isn't whether I can do it or not, Quinn," Logan replied. "Obviously I can. That's like asking if a bee can make honey. The problem is making it all seem natural. Say there are 500 first-year students. Then one day, suddenly there are 501 students. The new kid turns up to class and everyone is just meant to accept it. It won't work. Once again, the group were deep in thought. "I have an idea," Vordon said. "When we went to the planet, Kaladi and the Dalki attacked us. Didn't they say they couldn't find 3 of the students' bodies?" "That's right," Layla replied. "They assumed they had died somewhere deep in the desert and their bodies eaten." Hearing this started to bring back memories for Quinn. The truth was, the Dalki hadn't killed them. It was him that killed them, although no one knew about this fact yet. "Well, once Peter learns the transformation ability, why don't we get him to look like one of those students? We can have him appear back near the portal and say he had gotten lost in the desert and had only come back now," Vordon asked. "Now that is big brain thinking," Logan said. He then hopped onto his computer and went over to the marketplace in search for a transformation ability book. It had to be one of a high level to be able to get the finer details right in the face structure. It didn't take long for Logan to find one due to how unpopular the skill. It seemed to be a level 5 skill, which was perfect. It would be good enough for Peter to look nearly identical to one of the students, and with Peter's mutant cells being slightly different, it wouldn't show his real level on the watch anyway, only displaying the fake number Logan had inputted. "Ability book purchased." "Hey, Logan, you didn't have to do that. I could have paid for it," Quinn said, feeling bad at how much money Logan had spent on him now. "Don't worry, Quinn. I'm involved in this too now, and if I didn't want to do it, I would have kicked you all out of this room. Besides, who said I wasn't keeping a tab? I do have to warn you that I do charge quite the interest," Logan said. It was hard for Quinn to tell whether Logan was joking about the whole thing or not. When he said those words, his expression never changed once, but Quinn would have liked to think he was cracking a joke. It was nice seeing Logan trying to fit in, but this was a different matter. Quinn also didn't want his wallet to take a hit. After purchasing the book and imputing the code, it had arrived in only a few seconds right into Logan's room. "It will probably take him a few weeks or so for him to learn it," Logan said. "Hey everyone, welcome back to the recap. So, Peter is a white now, and hiding him is a huge problem. Quinn can't just leave him in Logan's room full of high-tech gadgets and a grumpy inventor. One wrong move and poof! But then, Quinn has a brilliant idea. He grabs a level 5 transformation ability book he just got. Instead of using it himself, the system gives him an option. Use it on a family member. He picks Peter. The book disintegrates, and just like that, Peter learns the transform ability. To test it, he morphs into a perfect copy of Quinn. It's insane. Fex, the other vampire, is stunned. He's never seen a vampire learn an ability instantly, but Peter can only copy faces, not bodies. So, Logan finds a missing student with a similar build, a duplication user named P.O. Blank. Peter transforms, and bam, new identity. Just then, Erin wakes up, sees a stranger, and starts screaming, realizing her powers are gone. Staying with Pure is the only option we have. Logan took off Erin's wristwatch and made a few adjustments to it before placing it back. "We are a bit wary of Pure, so if you need any emergency help, you can contact me through that, although I doubt we will be able to do anything. Do you understand?" Erin nodded, calmly. Rather than angry or sad, she seemed to be going through a different stage right now of shock. As soon as the mask was taken off, she started to look at Layla. "Will you be coming with me?" Erin asked with pain in her voice. Layla looked in her eyes and held both of her hands before shaking her head. She knew the next words would hit her hard. "No, I can't. I still have my mission here," Layla replied. At that moment, Erin snapped her hands back. Everything was getting a little too much for her. Her abilities had been taken, she was being treated as a convict by the school. Jack was possibly after her life, and now she had no choice but to join a terrorist group. Yet, why did this have to happen to her? Was it just her bad luck? Then she started to remember there was one more person who was going through something similar. What about Peter? Will he be coming along with me as well? Although Erin did get along with Peter, if she was going through this struggle with someone she knew, it would at least be better than going through it alone. The student who Erin didn't recognize stood next to Quinn, then stepped forward, and his face started to morph back into his old self. But how? Didn't he used to have an earth ability? Erin asked. How did he learn that? The sound of a little excitement and hope could be felt in her voice. That's because Peter is no longer human, Quinn explained. When a human turns into a vampire or vampire subclass, they lose their old ability as their body changes. Logan's guess is it has something to do with the cells in the body being different. Essentially, it's like getting a new body, so Peter was able to learn a new ability. Hearing these words from Quinn's move suddenly gave Erin an idea. She had lost her ability, but not all hope was gone. If what Quinn was saying was correct, there was a chance for her to get her powers back. She stood up from the bed and said, Quinn, I want you to make me a vampire. I want you to turn me like how you turned Peter. After hearing about how Peter was able to obtain a new ability, in her haste, Erin started to gain hope once again. If there was a way for her to get it back, a chance to return to her former self, then she would take it. Before, she would have never considered it. There were too many downsides she saw both Peter and Quinn deal with. As long as she grew her ice abilities slowly with higher grade ability books, or if she was to find a good teacher, she would be able to progress up the ranks and eventually become a force to be reckoned with. Still, right now, that wasn't the case, and her best option was right in front of her. What she didn't realize, though, was the grave mistake that she had just committed. When asking Quinn to turn her, she had mentioned a particular detail that someone in the room wasn't quite sure about. Even now, Quinn was peeking at Fex out of the corner of his eyes, seeing just what his reaction might just be. Many times before, Fex had mentioned the fact that he thought Peter had been created by an irresponsible leader. However, Fex didn't have much of a reaction. He continued to stand there no different to before. The reason being that he had already assumed Quinn was the one who turned Peter. He wouldn't have been so loyal without his master by his side. It also explained why Quinn wasn't so trusting of Fex in the first place, other than his shadow ability. Peter was illegal, and if the council ever found out about Peter, both of them would be executed. The reason why Fex didn't have much of a reaction to what Erin was suggesting, though, was actually because of their vampiric limits. Even without the laws, a regular vampire could turn at most one person. Someone like Fex could turn two, and he would be given permission to do so when he ascended to the noble rank. He knew Quinn's strength, and never thought he would be able to turn more than one person, so Erin's suggestion meant nothing. Seeing that Fex wasn't making a big deal out of everything, Quinn decided to continue on. Erin, even if I wanted to, I can't. It wouldn't change the situation we are in, Quinn explained. What do you mean? She asked, slightly annoyed, taking a step forward. It seemed like Erin was starting to regain her snappy confidence back, but Quinn could also tell this meant her emotions were all over the place, and she was still very much unstable. Taking a step back, Quinn tried his best to explain. First, I think you're forgetting the main issue here. It isn't that your ability was stolen from you, but it's the fact that the school and Jack are after you. Either way, we need to hide you somewhere, and going to Pure is the best option. If I was to turn you and you were to turn into a ghoul like Peter, or maybe something else. Once they found out, who knows what they would do to you? Although Layla felt a little hurt about the others talking badly about the organization she was in, at the same time she couldn't really dispute and argue her case. If they did find out Erin was a type of vampire they didn't know about. Who knows what they would do to her? Even Layla didn't know. And the last issue, say you turned into a vampire, then what? Do you really want the same ability as Peter? To transform? I would have thought you would have at least wanted something similar, if not better, than your ice abilities. Fex can just teach me his string ability, or your shadow ability looks nice as well, Aaron snapped back. Forgetting about the first point Quinn had made, and only focusing on the fact that Quinn was able to help her gain power. What Aaron didn't know was Quinn had learned his ability through an unusual method. He hadn't practiced the techniques written down in a book. Everything just worked through the system. There was no way for him to explain or teach someone how to use the shadow ability. And unless Aaron was a part of Fex's family, he wouldn't be happy to teach her to use his strings either. Perhaps I should take over the explaining, Logan said as he moved forward. The reason Peter got the transformation ability in the first place was so he could hide in plain sight. We are currently using one of the missing male students from the planet Caldi. If you did change your mind and gave in, ending up with the transformation ability, it would still be impossible to hide you, Aaron. There have been no missing female students since the start of the term. They find you, and you will be taken to the dungeon. If Pure find out that you have been turned into a vampire, you will probably experience an even worse fate. Hearing their explanation wasn't calming Aaron down at all, but instead it was making her feel drained and defeated. She thought that perhaps Quinn was her scapegoat. What's the point of me being protected by Pure? Am I meant to just be some type of princess that can't fight for herself? She complained. It won't be like that, Layla replied. There are many people in Pure who are of equal strength to those with powers to the outside. Look at our leader for a clear example. The Pure leader was well known around the world, and that was mainly because of one reason. They were one of the only two people currently in the world to possess a demon-class weapon, the highest-tiered beast weapon that is currently known. Right now, Quinn could see that Layla was acting rash, and perhaps wasn't thinking properly, so he thought there might be just one thing he could say to calm her down. Why don't we make a deal? Quinn said. Stay with Pure for now. Once this whole thing blows over or we finish school, come back to me. If you still wish for me to turn you into a vampire, then I will. Please understand, Aaron, none of us can do anything when we are dead. She looked into his eyes for a while before eventually giving his answer, and finally shook Quinn's hand. I expect our school to come out on top at the intermilitary base event. Before I dismiss you all to enjoy the rest of your day off, I would like these 8 students to stay behind. Ray Dem, Howard Hubby, Wilfred Green, Sarah Beeswax, Michael Briscoe, Amy Yellop, Peter Chuck. After hearing Peter's name, everyone's stomach sunk a little. This was it. They needed to get into action right after he called out the final name. And finally, Aaron Haley. These students please stay behind and come to the front of the stage. The rest of you may leave. The students were starting to leave the room one by one. It was their day off, and they didn't want to hang around in the assemble hall any longer than they needed to. Most of them were leaving with smiles on their faces, excited for the upcoming event. With Jack mentioning and informing the students of his plans to be at the inter-military base event. They were now eager to impress him and wanted to start practicing right away. If Jack was to offer them an invitation to join his family, it would be a shortcut to the top. Usually, unless one was extremely talented, they would have to build a reputation for themselves from their own factions and work their way up. Nearly everyone who wished to become a traveler had a goal of joining the Big Four. Even if you created your own faction, it was beneficial to work under one of the Big Four for protection from the others. However, not all the students had smiling faces as they left the hall. There were some who didn't feel the same way. Hey, would you move? A student said as he accidentally bumped into Quinn on his way out. What was wrong with that guy? Another student said. Not moving from his spot, Quinn hadn't moved, but he wasn't the only one who had remained motionless. After hearing the final name that had been called out, the whole group was shocked at what they had heard. For the final name was Aaron. As Logan waited outside, he realized the others hadn't come out with him, so he took a bite of his sandwich before he said, Guys, come on. We need to start our plan straight away. I know this is a shock, but that doesn't stop us from the original plan. Instead of saving one, now we just need to save 2. With Logan's words, the group quickly snapped out of it and started to make their way out of the assembly hall with everyone else. Worrying about it or thinking why Aaron was chosen wasn't going to do them any good. The more time wasted, the less likely the plan would work. The students who had been called all had gone to the front of the stage, wondering what was going on. Peter was also up front, but his expression hadn't changed much. He was informed of what was going to happen and wasn't worried about it. He trusted his master, Quinn. He would just do everything his master had told him to do, and everything would work out fine. Erin, on the other hand, was panicking. Her whole head was slightly swirling. They picked me, but why? Aren't I one of the top students? They would never pick a student as good as me, right? She thought to herself. But the realization had hit her, and her mask was starting to crumble away. The thoughts and memories she had kept within were starting to surface. A few days ago, inside the second year's head office, Duke had been given a bunch of files that matched the criteria they were looking for. That's when they stumbled upon Aaron's file. "Now this is interesting," he said. Aaron was a level 5 student, and she also had quite an expensive ability, too. She wasn't an original, but the ice element ability was expensive to get a hold of, especially at level 5, so Duke wondered why she had been selected. After reading the file, everything started to make sense. Her family worked under one of the Big Four, and they had established a shelter on one of the orange portal planets. Because of the risk involved, the family had paid them well and had gained quite the status. A few years had gone by, and it looked like the exploration of the planet was nearly over. It was the main task that had been given to her family. They had done a good job getting rid of the few advanced tier beasts that lived on the place. Erin was eventually sent back to Earth to finish her normal school education. She went to a good private school as her parents could afford it, and even bought her a strong ability. It was an opportunity which they never had. The exploration of the planet had been completed, and Erin had gone back over the summer to celebrate with her parents. At last, they had moved up high enough in the family's ranks to obtain a place back on Earth. But on that fated day, a Dalki ship had invaded the planet. The Dalki came and attacked. Seeing her family and friends raise up their weapons to fight, she wanted to help too. But before she could even join in the fight, her father had stopped her. "No, Erin, you are not strong enough yet. Now get out of here," he screamed. "But I can help," Erin cried. "Just let me help you." "Look, I didn't want to say this, but you're weak. You will only get in our way." And at that moment, she witnessed her father being stabbed through the chest. As she stood there frozen, an old friend of her father's managed to grab her and run away. Her family did their best to protect all the civilians on the planet, and even other factions that they once squabbled with over territory had come to help, but it wasn't enough. And all they could do was wait for help to arrive. At this point, nearly everybody that could fight had died. All of this havoc had been created by only 2 Dalki. However, the defenders had managed to kill one of them, but the other still remained alive. The remaining Dalki had set its eyes on the emergency shelter, but just as it was about to attack, help had arrived. A female dressed in pure sparkling white came through the portal, and Erin saw her pass by. She fought against the Dalki on her own and was able to go toe-to-toe with it. The swordsmanship that had been displayed was light and silent. It was as if her feet never even touched the floor. She would continuously parry the Dalki's attacks while dishing out attacks of her own in between, until eventually she defeated it, and the Dalki had died. Erin cried a lot that day. Her tears wouldn't stop coming. She cried for all the people that had been lost. The women who had defeated the Dalki walked up to Erin, but unlike what the others thought should be said to a child, she didn't give any words of comfort to Erin, but only gave her the harsh truth. If you never want to see your family or friends die again, then you have to become stronger. You have to be the best, so nobody can take anything away from you. What I plan to do is make a video. If we put both Peter and Erin up against the green screen, and we have our actor Vordon here, I will be able to create a realistic video. The plan is to pretend the video has been sent from Pure, informing the school that the kids they are looking for have already left the planet and are safe in Pure's hands. That strange helmet device and the green backdrop is so I can change your appearance to whoever I like, same with the background. Once they know Pure safely has the two of you, hopefully they will stop searching around as desperately as they are doing now. Quinn felt amazed by Logan's thinking ability and thought of all the things he could do with him. He was lucky to have someone like him on his side and would hate to think what it would to have him as an enemy. A speech was made for Vordon to act out while Layla was in charge of telling Vordon what to say. It made the most sense, as she knew best what Pure would send, to make the video sound more authentic. The speech even ended with a phrase they had never heard before, "May we purify your souls." She explained that it was a type of signature Pure always used when they sent things like this to their enemy. It also made the others realize how Layla really was living a double life, and perhaps the Layla they actually knew wasn't real at all. The video had finished being made, and it was time for them to act. Logan would stay in the room and would make sure the file got to the school, while Peter and Aaron would remain hiding in the room along with Fex. If an inspection was to occur at most, they would only send 2 people into Logan's room due to his special privileges. As long as that person wasn't overwhelmingly strong in the mind, Fex would be able to clear their memories, as if they never saw anything again. Vordon and Quinn would head to Leo and explain the details of what had happened, hoping they would be able to help Aaron. While lastly, Layla had her own task to do. She had to inform Pure of the plan as well. She was quite nervous about this, as she had broken the rules of Pure and acted on her own. Explaining this meant she would have to receive a punishment. But right now she didn't care and just wanted her friend Aaron to remain safe. I hope the conversation goes well, Layla thought. Currently inside Logan's room were Fex, Aaron, Logan, and Peter. The conversation between all of them was silent. They didn't realize it until now, but the thing that brought most of them together was Quinn. Without him there, the others didn't really know each other that well. The only sound that could be heard was Logan typing away on his computer, trying to gain access and find a way to upload the video they had made without any traces. Fex, on the other hand, was keeping a close eye on Peter. Without Quinn there, Fex felt like it was his duty to protect all of them if he was to go out of control, though perhaps Logan would be able to deal with him on his own as well. He knew firsthand how strong his shots from his strange suit were. While looking deeply at Peter, Fex was trying to figure out just who Quinn was. Right now, he had 2 main theories. One of them was that he was a member of one of the 13 families raised here on Earth since birth and reported back to the main families once in a while. While down here, he had made a mistake of turning Peter and was now trying to keep it a secret. But the thing that threw him off with this theory was his ability. The shadow ability. His first thought was that one of the families was keeping it a secret. When the crowning was to happen again, it would give them quite the power advantage. The other theory was Quinn didn't belong to any of the 13 vampire families and instead belonged to them, the original shadow users. However, this theory of his was the most outlandish, for they were meant to be long dead. If the Vampire Council found out they hadn't all died, then there would be chaos. Walking down the hallway, both Quinn and Vordon were making their way to the weapons class. Even on off days like today, Leo would often rest there or practice his swordsmanship. It was hard to say that Leo was a workaholic, because he wasn't doing it for work reasons. But there were times where Quinn and others around him could see that Leo was obsessed with the blade, but even that wasn't quite right either. Leo was just obsessed with getting revenge against the Dalki. While walking around, they could see the panic in the soldiers' faces. The students, who were outside the campus and around the city, had been asked to come back and remain inside the school. There was a strict border control being held just around the school, with a soldier surrounding the whole place in a circle. Even on their way to the martial arts hall, Quinn and Vordon were both questioned several times. The 2 of them now stood just outside the weapons hall, and Vordon hesitated before stepping in. "Quinn, this is the last chance. Are you really sure? What do we do if he doesn't agree? I don't think we're strong enough to take him on. Even if he doesn't agree, he's not the type to turn us in for protecting a friend. He'll understand, trust me. With that, Quinn stepped forward, full of confidence, opening the door into the martial arts hall. It was the weekend, so no students were inside, but Leo was there, standing in the middle of the room on his own. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead while his sword was still sheathed by his side. As soon as the two of them entered the room, he was already looking in their direction. The two of you were standing outside for a while. I was wondering when you were going to come in, Leo said. Is this guy really blind? Vordon asked. There weren't many opportunities where both Vordon and Leo were able to be around each other. Vordon knew about the accomplishments he had made during the war, but sometimes the rumors would often be exaggerated. I wonder if I could touch him, Vordon thought. As the two of them got closer, Leo could tell that the energy inside the two of them was disturbed, but while looking at Vordon, his seemed strange. Had he met this person before? Because right now, he was looking at a person that had two different flows of energy inside him. This was because Vordon currently held the fire ability, as well as the invisibility ability. Leo, I know you have already done me a huge favor by keeping my secret, Quinn spoke. And because of this, I have decided to trust you with something else. I hope my hunch isn't wrong, and I hope you can help me. I can't make any promises as I do not know what you wish to tell me, Leo said. But as long as you are not in the wrong, you have nothing to worry about. When Leo spoke those last words, it gave Vordon a little shiver down his spine. Just what had this man gone through to be able to create such an intense feeling with only a few words? Was it his ability, or was it really just the pressure emitting from this person? Quinn started to explain what had happened, and how they had come to learn of what True Dream's reason for coming to the academy was, as well as how Pure was the one who had informed them and how their friends had been chosen for the process. All they wanted to do was protect Aaron and Peter. Quinn, however, did leave out the detail of them, trying to save Peter for a different reason related to himself, and just explained that he didn't want his friends to lose their ability. He also mentioned how they needed to send Aaron out of here right now. After they had finished explaining, both Quinn and Vordon took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. They carefully watched where Leo's hands were placed, thinking that any second now, he would go for his blade and capture the two. You two can calm down, Leo said. As I've said to both of you before, as long as you are not in the wrong, I shall help. And in this situation, I believe you are not in the wrong. While Quinn spoke about everything that had happened to True Dream, Leo made sure to carefully keep an eye on their energy flow, as well as their heartbeat. He noticed quite often when people were lying, their flow of energy, as well as their heartbeat, would alter slightly. Over the years, it came to the point where Leo was just as good as any lie detector. Of course, there were those who had a solid will and had been trained to the point where it wouldn't affect them. But for kids like these, it was easy for him to tell. He knew that the words Quinn spoke were the truth. So, can you help us? Quinn asked with a little smile on his face. There isn't much I can do with the situation with Jack. Although he's not part of the military, he is treated a lot higher than me. When I arrived here, I was adamant to be put under Nathan since I had an odd feeling about Duke. Right now, because of my rank, there isn't much I can do. Jack holds a special relationship with our head general, Paul. The only thing I can do is wait to meet with the head general of Military Base 1. Not everyone in the military agrees with Jack's doing, and this will hopefully be a step in the right direction. What Leo was doing right now was a risk most people would never take. If someone were to find out that they were trying to ruin the relationship between Jack and the military, there would be many people on both sides upset with this, and most likely, many would go after Leo's life. What he was doing right now was fearless, and Leo didn't have a group or other people backing him, but only himself. Don't worry about that, Quinn said. Right now, all we need to do is save our friend for now. Is there any way you can get us inside the teleport room to send her off somewhere? Leo started to think, which wasn't a good sign. It seemed like he asked a simple yes or no answer, but that didn't seem to be the case. As you know, the portal room has been heavily guarded ever since what happened between you two. Most likely it will be guarded even more. Still, there is a way. Follow me. Entering her own room this time, Layla was more nervous than ever. It reminded her of when she first joined the school. All the strange feelings were returning to her and were starting to make her feel sick. I think by the end of today, I'm going to come out around 5 pounds lighter, she jokingly said to herself, trying to forget about the ordeal she was in. Upon entering her room, there was no one inside. Her roommate consisted of Erin and another female student. Most of the time, their other roommates seemed to be out, which was a good thing for Layla. Still, just to be safe, she kept an eye on the door as she did what she needed to do. She had already been caught once by Logan and had no clue how, which started to make her do some second-guessing. All those years of training were hammered into her so she wouldn't be caught during an investigation, and in the end, she was caught by another student. Maybe she just wasn't made for work like this. The black orb from under her bed was now in her hand. And once again she took a deep breath, readying herself before tapping the top of the sphere. The blue ring on the top started to pulse in and out until eventually it turned into a solid blue color, signaling that it had been connected. Agent 45 connected with Agent 83. Today isn't a report day. Does there seem to be a problem? The voice from the sphere asked. I would like to make a special report. Would you please connect me to Agent number 5? Layla asked. The single agents are too busy. You can report it to me and I will pass on the message to them. I'll ask you again, Layla said firmly. Please let me speak to Agent 5. This is not a request as an agent, but say that it's from her daughter. There seemed to be a slight pause between the two having a conversation for a moment, before the agent eventually replied. I will see what she says. Layla waited while the other agent went and contacted her mother. In the Pure organization, they had special numbers associated with each agent. The number system could be split up into 4 different categories. The first group of people were the hundreds. These agents of Pure were given no such number ranking. All they were told were that they were above the 100 special agents. These people would often be new to the Pure organization and would only be used on large-scale operations. Then, below them were the ranked. These agents were numbered from 20 to 100. These were special operative agents whose numbers were based on their position within the organization. The lower your rank was, the more powerful you were. The third group were the higher ranked, going from 6 to 20. They were quite different compared to the other agents, due to the fact that they were mainly there due to their power. And then finally, you had the final 5. Some of these members were the original creators of Pure and also the strongest within the organization. When Layla was first introduced to the ranking system, she found it weird. For a group who was so hell-bent on there not being a hierarchy in society, it was strange for their own group to have one. But they always said that it was different because they all had the same goal in mind and understood. It would only be this way for now, until they achieved their goal. And then, they would get rid of the ranking system. By then, equipment, wealth, and resources would be distributed equally. Layla started to remember the mock videos they showed her of what the world could be, and they always seemed so peaceful. As she was deep in thought, she was quickly interrupted by a familiar voice on the speaker. This is Agent 5 speaking. I hear you have some important news for me, Agent 83, the voice said. After hearing those words come out of her mouth, Layla was a little upset. She hadn't spoken to her mother in a while, and the first thing she talked about was business. She didn't ask her how she was or how she was doing and didn't even say her name, but she had always been like this, and Layla was used to it by now. Layla started to explain the details of what happened, how she acted on her own without informing Pure to protect her friends, going against Jack and what the situation currently was. Though she did miss out a few details here and there, especially the parts where she had informed all of her friends who she was. So far, she had only said she told Aaron, someone who she wanted to bring over to Pure, about her real position. "Has your position been compromised by anyone else in the school or personnel?" her mother asked. "No, I have only informed Aaron. Right now, they think she escaped on her own. They are looking for her, and she has no ability, as well as nowhere to go. If you can, please help her." "Don't worry," she replied. "We will do our best. Anyone who has been affected by True Dream will be accepted. We shall treat her well. However, you have gone against our code. Although you were not caught, you took action without asking for permission, and you even went as far as to use our name. Your punishment will be decided when you come back to the base. For now, you shall be demoted from position 83 to position 100. Update me when you have the location Aaron will be sent to. We will have someone on standby waiting. Oh, and one last thing. Layla, I am waiting for you. Soar through the ranks. Don't be disheartened and try to get into the upper level so we can meet more frequently. May Pure be with you. May Pure be with you." As the call ended, Layla kept her head down. A demotion was quite a big punishment on its own as it was. It had taken Layla a long time to rise through the ranks, and just like that, she was at the bottom, barely hanging on to the numbered positions. When she was at the base, she rarely got to see her mother much. Her mother always told her, as long as she was loyal to Pure and the cause, eventually she would rise up the ranks and have a seat next to her. So far, she had been as loyal as can be and followed everything to the book. But everything slightly changed when she met Quinn and the others. She started having fun and enjoyed her time at school. Sure, there were bad people in the world, but not everyone abused their powers, as she found out. There were those like Aaron who didn't even understand there was injustice and discrimination going on. Layla felt like they just needed to educate the world more. She started questioning if Pure's forceful ways were really the right thing to do, which is why she was hesitant about reporting Quinn and the others. If there was a chance she could leave the organization without receiving a punishment, she might have even considered it. And now, when thinking about it, she was about to send one of her best friends to such a place she no longer wanted to be a part of. The two boys were closely following Leo as he walked around the school. It seemed like he was taking them towards the portal room at first. However, when they were about to reach the room, their path slightly changed. Quinn and Vordon both wanted to ask him where he was planning to go, but they were too afraid to do so. All the while walking, Vordon would constantly look around. He still had his doubts and felt like perhaps they were being led right into the den of their enemies. In the middle of their little stroll through the familiar pathways, another female who they had seen a few times passed them by. "Sergeant Leo," Faye said. "Where are you heading to? Didn't you receive the message?" she asked. "Sorry, I was busy training and it seems that no one bothered to inform me." "Is it something urgent?" he replied. "There has been an update about the situation of the two students who ran away from their punishment. It appears that, somehow, Pure has already gotten their hands on the both of them." As the two boys listened in on the conversation, they snappily turned their heads to look at each other. Relief visited their consciousness, since it must have meant that Logan had successfully sent the fake video over. The contents explained how members of Pure had already triumphantly retrieved Peter and Aaron. "I see," Leo replied. "So has the search party for them been called off?" "Not quite. We, including a few other soldiers, have been called back for a meeting. Perhaps it was to discuss the next course of action." As Faye finished her words, she spotted the two boys standing not too far away from Leo. At first, she thought that they were just two students who were just taking a walk around the school. Withal, she quickly realized that they also halted their steps when Leo did. The other thing that she noticed was that they weren't just any students. They were the first-year students who she had been seeing more than she would have liked to. Wherever these two went, it seemed like trouble was simply lurking in their shadows. The moment that Faye focused her attention on the two, Vordon realized the mistake that they had just made. Usually, he was good at this type of thing and would have carried on walking to not incur a suspension. The problem was, he and Quinn had both gotten caught up on what Faye had to say. I don't know if you're aware of this, Leo, but there seem to be 2 first-year students following closely behind you, Faye said, further narrowing her gaze that was on Vordon and Quinn. I may be blind, but I do know when I'm being trailed, Leo replied. They are here to help me move a few things from my storage room. I promise I will go to the meeting room as soon as I'm done. If it was anyone else, Faye would have complained, suggesting that as a sergeant, they were neglecting their duty. If the general asked them to be present, then they needed to be immediately. However, Leo had some leeway when it came to the other sergeants. This was because they were aware of the fact that they wanted him, and it wasn't the other way around. I will let them know that you will be a little late then, Faye said as she gave a salute before she took her leave. I wonder when the 2 of them managed to get close to Leo? A lingering thought registered in her mind. She made it a point to look over their files once she had returned to her office. She felt that something was amiss regarding the setup. On the other hand, finally, Leo stopped in his tracks, prompting the students to do the same. They had reached an area in the school that they had never gone to before. It was located around the back of the teleport area, and to access it, a special code should be inputted on a panel that served as the lock. Vordon was amazed at how well Leo was able to navigate the entire place. He couldn't help but think that it had to have something to do with his ability. His curiosity was getting the better of him, as a strange urge to touch Leo arose in him. But the opportunity didn't arrive. When they entered the special building, they noticed that it was full of rooms that housed an eerie ambiance. They were all barricaded with metal doors that had numbers painted on their facade. This area is dedicated for the soldiers' storage room. When we moved here, we were allowed to bring our own personal belongings, Leo explained. They walked for a few seconds, eventually stopping right before the door that had the number 12 painted on it. There is a security device that made sure that the only one who had access to this room was him, unlike the other codes utilized on the previous doors. Placing his hand on top of the access panel, it soon allowed Leo inside. When the storage unit opened, both Quinn and Vordon were amazed at what was inside. There were weapons that were displayed on all sides of the room. In the center was something that looked similar to a boxing ring. Only there was a wooden doll, similarly sized to an average adult human being, holding a wooden sword. The whole place looked like any other weapons hall. Are all these yours? Quinn asked. No, they once belonged to me and my friends. I just inherited them, Leo said, with a melancholic tone in his voice as he continued to walk towards the back of the storage room. The 2 boys waited at the back while Leo went to search for something. While biding for their time, they couldn't help but look at the weapons surrounding them. Inspect. Looking at the items, Quinn was curious to see what level they were at, and to his surprise, the first random weapon he looked at in the room was at the advanced tier level. It was a short little dagger. Quinn went to continue to inspect the weapons, noticing that most of them were of high class and were classified as beast equipment. He couldn't even imagine how much the whole thing would cost. It turned out that Quinn wasn't the only one who noticed that the equipment around them were nearly all high gears, as Vordon did too. Hey, if you're not going to use these things, do you mind if I keep it? Just then, Leo came out from the back, holding a fairly large circular device. It was almost the same size as his upper body. He placed it in front of the 2 students, making a loud sound as it hit the floor. I'm afraid that all of these weapons are cursed, Leo said. Their users died with too much resentment, and those emotions stayed in their weapons. Concurrently, Leo placed his hand on his very own weapon. You didn't have to make up some lie if you didn't want to give it to me. Vordon cheekily replied. Sometimes, our very own eyesight blinds us, Leo explained. Having no sight has allowed me to see more things than I have ever seen before. If only you could see the things I could see, perhaps, you would begin to understand a little. The words that Leo spoke really started to interest Vordon, and it was the bait he needed. The sight he was referring to probably had something to do with his ability, Vordon thought. "Oh," Vordon replied. "If you're talking about your ability, is there a way you can show me? I have the ability to copy and use other people's abilities. All I need to do is to touch their hand." Quinn was a little afraid about how Leo would react. He could tell that. It might be that Vordon was pushing it just a little too far, but surprisingly, Leo started to laugh. "Ha, ha. If you really wish to, then go ahead," Leo said as he held out his hand. At the same time, a strange smile appeared across his face, and the pressure that Vordon felt before, he could sense it once more. When Vordon explained to Leo about his abilities, Leo was doing his regular thing, checking to see if he was speaking the truth or not. It was for this reason that Leo wasn't as cautious. With experience, Leo knew it wasn't a good idea to have contact with someone's ability you didn't know. Certain abilities had conditions that needed to be set before using them. This was called a cost. Cost abilities were usually stronger than regular abilities, but there were only a few that the public could obtain. Two examples of cost abilities were Vordon's, where he needed to touch a user's bare skin before being able to use their power, and Jack's, who could only absorb their power through the user's mouth. Cost abilities were quite rare, and were even still being discovered today. Sometimes families had passed down ancient scripts that their ancestors knew nothing about, but practiced them out of tradition, to only later find out that there was a cost involved unlocking their ability. Many people assumed this very thing was what had happened to True Dream. In a world without abilities, Jack would have never discovered his very own ability. Vordon looked at Leo's hand once again, and this time was hesitating slightly. "Just do it," Rotten complained. "Do you have to be so careful about everything you do?" With Rotten speaking his mind like the little devil on his shoulder, he eventually took the plunge and shook Leo's hand. A new energy was felt flowing inside of Vordon. The cells in his body were finally changing. It was the strongest force he had ever felt enter his body before. Even when touching the hand of Berg, a member of the Big Four and a level 8 user, he had never felt this type of energy before. Finally, the two of them let go. "Well?" Leo asked. "Do you see what I see?" Vordon activated the ability and his whole vision went black. He could no longer see using his regular eyesight. Instead, the walls and floor appeared like wireframes that were constantly moving, as if the ground and the wall around were alive. Then when he looked at his own hand, he could see the flow of yellow energy appearing off his own body. He turned his head and looked at Quinn, who was giving off a different color, a dark purple hue which burned brightly. Vordon now understood why Leo was able to tell that Quinn was different. It was the colors of energy. Finally, though, when he looked at Leo, the largest shock came to him. Leo's flame was yellow just like Vordon's. However, there was a big difference between the two. The flow of energy burning was much more intense, and it seemed to be at least 4 times bigger than his own. But how? Vordon thought. It didn't make sense to Vordon. When using his ability, not only did he copy the ability, but also the number of mutant cells in their body. Even if Leo's ability was beyond that of level 8 of the military scale, Vordon should have still been able to copy it. But when looking at his own aura and looking at Leo, there was a big difference and he didn't know why. Then Vordon started to notice something else. The sword around his waist was also burning a bright red color, and the energy coming off it was nearly just as strong as Leo himself. While Vordon was looking at Leo, he started to point towards the weapons on the wall. As he turned his head, he noticed that all the weapons that were hung up, they too were burning with a bright red color. "Is this normal for beast weapons?" Vordon asked. "It seems like you really can see what I can see." "A regular beast weapon does not shine in color. As I said before, these are different," Leo explained. "And what about you?" Vordon asked. "Why are you—" Just before Vordon could ask his question, Leo immediately suppressed the yellow aura around his body and brought it down to the same level as Vordon. Seeing this action, Vordon knew Leo was telling him not to ask about it, and it was clear he had done it on purpose for another type of reason. Leo then tapped the large, metallic, circular object. This here is a portable teleportation device. It's an old one, but it still works. As you know, these are a one-time use thing. It will allow you to go to a destination, but not come back, Leo explained. The location of this device is set to a planet called Lintarnia. It's a green portal planet that I once came from, so it should be safe. There is one problem, though, said Leo. As you can see, it's very big and very heavy. There is no way to move this without being suspicious and the other teachers or soldiers seeing this. This is as much as I can help you. Quinn then walked up to the device and tried lifting the thing up. It was indeed heavy, and would most likely take the two of them to carry it back to Logan's room. We could bring Erin over to the portal, Vordon suggested, although it would be risky taking her out of Logan's room with all the people around. As Vordon made his suggestion, an idea suddenly popped into Quinn's head. He touched the shadow just underneath the large metallic object. Dimensional space. The shadow underneath the object grew, and then when it encased the whole thing, it eventually dropped down, as if the object was sucked into a black hole. That solves that problem, Quinn said. With the dimensional space, as long as the object wasn't of living matter, he was able to take it with him and take it out whenever he liked. So it was perfect for this type of situation. I wish you two good luck, Leo said. It's best if we don't communicate with each other often other than our classes. As the two boys ran off, Leo looked at the back of the two of them. The future ahead will be dark for you two, but it seems you will be strong enough to overcome it. Back at Logan's room, Layla had arrived before the two boys did. It didn't seem like Logan's room had come for inspection, and Peter hadn't gone on an outrage, which was the first piece of good news all day. Instead, Peter was carefully reading files on the new students to identify who he was meant to take over. He needed to get his birth date and background details perfect in case he was asked or if he ever needed to fill in forms for the school. While waiting, eventually the two boys had finally arrived. Looks like we did it, Quinn said. The circular portal was set up in Logan's room, while Layla sent a message with details about which planet for an agent of Pure to pick her upon. Once Layla received a confirmation back, it was finally time for them to say their goodbyes. Logan tapped a few buttons on the side of the circular machine, and two claw-like objects opened up from the side. A few moments later, and a green-colored round fuzz of energy was produced. The portal had been activated. Before stepping into it, she looked back at everyone in the room. I know you losers will still do well without me. Become the best and keep my top place warm for me when I return, she said with a smile. When looking at Erin's smile, their hearts started to melt a little. It was the first time they had ever seen Erin smile, and it was beautiful. She was already a beauty, but with a smile, it was the icing on top of the cake. The one that seemed to be upset about the whole thing, though, was Layla. Tears wouldn't stop falling down her face, as she felt she was truly losing a good friend of hers. Remember, if there are any problems and you need to contact us, use the watch, Logan shouted. With those last words said, Erin stepped into the portal, experiencing a whole new world. Please don't let anything bad happen to her, Layla thought. On planet Biolotmare, a medium-sized shelter stood in place just along a clear blue river. A Tier 4 shelter with a population of around 20,000 people. The shelter wasn't owned by the military or the Big Four, but instead was by a secret benefactor who would hire out travelers or traveler factions to guard the place. It was unusual for a shelter because usually they would publicly declare who they were protected by to avoid any confrontation with other groups, but not this one. The shelter was surrounded by hilltops and long green fields, and it seemed like the area was completely void of beasts. Standing by one of the portal entrances was a young man who was tapping his foot on the ground. As he was waiting, he watched the children and families happily play with each other on the street, while others were even swimming in the river. "So peaceful," the young man said. "They can live their lives out here all happy, but they're unaware of what is happening back on Earth and on the other planets. Everyone should deserve something like this, not just you guys." A strange sound was heard by his side, and when he turned his head, he could see the space next to him becoming distorted. Warping in and out, suddenly, a bright white circular portal appeared, and dropping out of it, a snow-white-skinned female with blonde hair. She braced herself gently as she landed on the floor, but for a few moments stayed completely still. Little drops of water hit the floor, and finally, when they stopped, she lifted her head and wiped her face with the sleeve of her arm. The man walked up to the woman and looked her up and down before saying anything. She was wearing the school uniform as described to him by Agent 100. "An angel flies high in the sky," the young man said. "And has its wings torn down and falls to the ground," Aaron replied. Before leaving, Layla had informed her, if someone was to approach her, they would speak a certain phrase. This was a code, so agents could tell who was who between each other. "Looks like you're the right one, follow me." She followed the young man for a while as they walked through the shelter. While looking around, she noticed how calm and peaceful the place looked. It was different from other shelters, but it also reminded her of the shelter her own family protected when she was younger, before the Dalki attacked. "If I remember right, the others borrowed this from Sergeant Leo. Maybe this is where he used to live," she thought. Following the young man, he was eventually leading them both out of the shelter. Before stepping out, Aaron turned and took one last look at the peaceful place. A thought crossed her mind that maybe she could run away and stay here. It might be a better option than going to Pure. But then, looking at the peaceful town, images appeared in her head of the houses on fire, the buildings destroyed. She suddenly remembered why she wanted to get stronger in the first place. For something like that to never happen in her presence ever again. If Pure was able to help her for now, she would comply. There was always the option of contacting Logan and the others in the future with the wristwatch. When looking at the boy, she noticed that he seemed to be wearing quite a decent level of beast gear. On his back was a single long sword. The hilt was black, a scale-like, but was as wide as his shoulders. From looking, she could tell holding the thing would be heavy, and a regular human wouldn't be able to wield such a large sword. He also wore metal-plated armor that seemed to mix in beast parts here and there, such as blue fins near the shoulder pads and scaled parts over the shin part of his legs. Finally, they had reached the top of the hill. From the top, looking down, they were still able to see the river flowing through the valley, and the shelter just formed the other side. "This should be far enough," the young man said, standing near the edge of the cliff top. The man started to walk around as if he was looking for something on the floor until eventually a ping sound was heard. "Here it is." The man started to dig down at the spot with his bare hands, and although he was tearing pieces of the ground away, he made it look like he was just shifting piles of sand away. "Hey, pretty lady, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me?" the man asked. Aaron looked at the floor where the man was digging, and then looked at his hands, which were covered with dirt. At least he was wearing a pair of gloves, but the only thing she managed to bring with her was her sword that always stayed around her waist. Unwillingly, she took a step forward. Although she didn't want to get dirt on her hands, she thought it would be best if she made a good impression with the people she would be staying with for maybe a couple of years. Just as she moved forward, a loud screeching sound could be heard in the air. At first, it looked like a small little black dot in the sky, but it started to get bigger, and eventually Aaron had a clear view of what it was. "Watch out!" she shouted. "It's a beast!" While seeing how peaceful the town was, she had forgotten about the fact that this still wasn't Earth. Dangerous beasts lived on these planets. The young man turned and slowly drew out his large sword, as if what was happening was somehow annoying to him. Suddenly, the beast stopped its descent and spread its wings wide open, hovering by the cliff top in front of the young man. The beast looked like a large butterfly and was the same size as a regular human. Its wings showed beautiful rounded patterns, but as beautiful as its wings, where the same couldn't be said for its head. It had too many eyes to count and razor-sharp teeth, with what looked like foam coming out from its mouth. "Will you please just let me go home?" the young man shouted, and at the same time, the butterfly beast dashed forward. Aaron immediately went to cast an ice spike from below, hoping to hit the beast, but that's when she sadly realized that she no longer had her powers. It continued to go forward, and the young man lifted the sword up and at just the right time, pushed it down like a pin right on top of its head. Its wings had stopped in an instant, and the beast was dead. "Can you at least get the crystal?" the man asked. "It's located in the lower half of its body." While Aaron went to carve out the beast's crystal, the man continued to dig in the location. Just as the man had said, the crystal was located in the lower half. As she wiped the black blood of the beast away using the grass on the ground, she noticed it was slightly clear in color. "What is this?" she said in shock. The clearer the outer shell of the crystal surrounding the energy inside, it meant the higher the tier of crystal. Right now, what Aaron held in her hands was a crystal with its first outer shell clear, which meant it was at least an intermediate tier beast, and the young man was able to kill it using no abilities and only beast weapons. Aaron was starting to see the pure organization in a slightly different light right now. Finally, the man had stopped digging and finally pulled out a large circular metallic device. Straight away, Aaron knew what it was because it was similar to the one she had used to arrive on this planet. After pressing a few buttons on the side, the portal opened up. "Well, are you ready to meet your new home?" he asked. Before she wasn't so keen, but after seeing the young man's actions, she now stepped forward willingly. Before they entered the portal, though, the man stopped her. "Take off the watch," he said. If you're worried about the school tracking me, they won't be able to. Your member disabled it." Aaron tried to explain. The man then forcefully grabbed her wrist and snapped the watch off before throwing it onto the ground. "You're about to head into the Pure's base. We can't and won't take any chances." After that, he pulled Aaron into the portal, and two of them disappeared out of sight. At Military Base 2, it seemed like things were starting to calm down, not just for the soldiers in the base, but also for Quinn and his group. The video seemed to work quite well, and it looked like they had nearly called off the entire search. The base was now just treating it as a secondary objective now rather than a full-on search. Because of this, each member felt like a huge weight was lifted off their shoulders. However, Layla felt like a new one was put on hers. There was only one problem left to solve right now, and that was Peter. The group had decided they would continue to hide Peter inside Logan's room. It wasn't the right time to reveal him. The tension was still a little high. While he stayed in Logan's room, it would also give him time to practice on the details of the student he was pretending to be. Before leaving Logan's room, Quinn made a cut on his hand and fed some of his blood to Peter. Before leaving, he would give him the command to not attack Logan. He would need to do this every night just to make sure until Peter was able to use the disguise. This meant right now it was nighttime. The others had left, and the only ones in the room were both Logan and Peter. Despite their situation, Logan simply continued his normal routine into the night. He was at his workbench using strange tools as he messed around with his gadgets. This continued on for a few hours. "Where did I put that cogwheel?" Logan asked himself as he surveyed around the room but couldn't find anything. As he swiveled around in his chair, he noticed that Peter was standing in the same spot and wasn't moving. "Do you not need to sleep?" Logan asked. Peter replied by just shaking his head. "Well, I don't sleep much either." He shrugged and then motioned to him. "Hey, do you mind passing me that cogwheel shape by your side?" Peter looked around for it and proceeded to hand over the strange device that Logan had asked him. Without saying anything else, Logan continued to work on his new invention. "Pass me the green glowing circular orb," he asked. "The one on your left, that spinning spiky thing," Logan asked once more. And that upside-down looking you. Now that beast crystal to your right. He continued to ask for different tools, and Peter did as he asked and handed them to him. Finally finished, Logan said and turned to Peter. You were a great help. You didn't ask me any questions and didn't keep me distracted from my work, Peter. Now it's my turn to help you. Logan opened up the files and had the information of the student named P.O. Blank on display. While the file was open, Logan would ask a series of questions and Peter would answer. They would continue doing this until Peter could remember every detail about P.O. Blank by heart. The speed that Peter was able to memorize everything even impressed Logan. It was like his memory was picture perfect. Do you mind doing me another favor? Logan asked with a slight smile on his face. Peter hopped into the VR machine, and while connected, Logan would communicate to him through his computer. Right now, Logan wanted to see the capabilities and just how strong Peter was. Logan asked Peter to do a series of things, such as run as fast as he could, throw a bunch as hard as he could, as well as dodge a bunch of incoming objects that were thrown at him inside the simulation. Eventually, with all the stats recorded, Logan had something else he wanted to try. Peter, behind you a pair of weapons will appear. Use them however you wish against the NPC enemies. Suddenly, a pair of short blades appeared on the ground behind him, and at the same time, 8 different men, all in a solid black color, appeared. They didn't look like humans, but like blobs of ink instead. These were the NPCs that Logan had created to practice his own fighting skills and weren't part of the game he created. Using the 2 weapons and Peter's speed, he was able to deal with most of the enemies with ease, and Logan was impressed. Right now, both of his strength and speed were nearly 4 times the level of an average human. Logan continued these sets of tests, and each time he would drop in a different weapon for Peter to use against the enemies. Right now, Logan had set the game to allow his body to react like it would do in real life, and what was more amazing than anything was the fact that Peter never seemed to get tired. He was able to fight just as well as he did from the start of the game to the end. Peter, while going through the entire process, was actually having fun. On the outside, he hadn't really been able to test his strength, and for the first time, he was able to use it freely. Even if he was being used by Logan for his own purposes, he didn't mind so much. The relationship between the two of them was give and take. Finally, the simulation had ended and Peter exited out of the pod. After gathering all of Peter's stats, Logan had come to the conclusion that Peter would make a great spy or assassin. When using the weapons, he performed best with the short dual blades. He also never tired and could run at great speeds. He also had a nearly perfect memory. And lastly, he also knew that they had the ability of transformation, being able to disguise himself as anyone he wanted. It was a shame that Peter was already on Quinn's team. If the case had been any different, then Logan would have loved to have invited him for his very own portal outing. While Logan was deep in thought, he heard a knock on the door, and to his utter surprise, it was Quinn and Fex. "What are 2 doing back here so soon?" Logan asked. "What are you talking about?" Quinn replied. Logan quickly rushed to his computer to check the time, and it was already the next day in the afternoon. Classes for the school day had already ended, and Fex, along with Quinn, had come to check up on Peter, as well as another reason. Without realizing it, Logan had been up the whole day with Peter. "What can I do for you?" Logan muttered as he rubbed his bloodshot red eyes. "You can sleep if you want?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, you look nearly as dead as Peter," Fex added with a chuckle. "Well, I can decide that once you 2 let me know what you need. If you are here for Peter, me and him are doing great." "Actually," Quinn replied, "I was hoping we could use your VR capsule. I wanted you to add Fex's ability to the game for us." Now that everything had calmed down, Fex was finally able to keep well on his promise. He was planning to show Quinn how to fight the vampire way. The reason the 2 boys had decided to pay Logan a visit right after their classes wasn't just to check up on Peter. A while ago, Fex had said that he would teach Quinn how to use the vampire style of martial arts that focused on using their hands and fists as weapons. At the time, Quinn didn't trust Fex too much, So he came up with the idea of allowing Logan to record Fex's ability and upload it to the game's private server. This way, Fex would not be able to control Quinn's body and make him attack his friends, but he could use the ability inside the game to teach Quinn how to fight. At this point, the two of them had gotten a little closer, and Quinn actually felt that even if they were to do this outside of the game, Fex would bring no harm to his friends. There were multiple opportunities when Fex could have done this, but he always chose not to and had helped them out greatly. Of course, Quinn was still a little bit cautious, for he didn't even know Fex's reason for being at the school. Another reason was also that if they were to practice in the game, it would be away from the praying eyes of others. After hearing what Quinn wanted to do, a strange energy filled Logan's eyes once again. "I suppose I still have some energy left in me," Logan said as he quickly hopped onto his computer. "Go on then, Quinn. You've done this before. Show him what to do." Just like Quinn had done before, Fex was placed into the fairly large glass tube. He was then told to use his ability in different ways while the tube and computer would record how his ability worked. Watching from the outside, Quinn felt like it was strange how the tube and computer were able to so accurately replicate the abilities in the game. The other thing that impressed him was the fact Logan wasn't typing anything into his computer at all. He just had his hand pressed up against it. While this was happening, thousands of lines of code were being written. Quinn had seen Logan's ability a few times now and had seen it used in quite versatile ways, so he had come to a conclusion of what it might be. The ability to communicate with machines, or more precisely, give life to machines. When Quinn was last in his room and used the inspect skill, there were a couple of items that Quinn thought he should have been able to use. But when he picked them up, there was no reaction, nothing at all, and it seemed like the machine was broken. But without saying anything, Logan would touch the machine and it would light up and work once again. If his ability was able to give life to the gadgets that he created, it was the perfect ability for Logan. With anyone else, it would be pretty useless, apart from bypassing doors and such. But for Logan, it allowed him to use his ability in so many different ways, just like he was doing now with the games, and with the little spiders they saw being used multiple times. "And we are done," Logan said as he opened his eyes and let go of the computer. "How will we play?" Quinn asked. "There's only one VR machine." "I actually thought of that beforehand," Logan said as he threw into the air two very small, square-looking nano sticks. Both Quinn and Fex caught them with ease by swiping their hands in the air. Usually, if you try putting anything into the VR capsules, it will just reject them for security reasons, but those have been blessed by me, Logan explained. "Just head to the back and pop them in. Then when you log into the VR capsule, it will give you the option of which server to connect to. I've put both the shadow and string ability into the private server for you to use. Now get out of here and go play your little game." Before leaving the room, Quinn gave a few drops of blood to Peter and gave the same command as before. Although Logan felt like there was no reason for the two of them to get into a fight. But he didn't know if Peter's violent nature was being suppressed by Quinn's blood or not. As soon as the two boys left the room, Logan almost collapsed on his bed. He didn't sleep much, but every so often he would be burnt out. Peter looked at Logan in the room before looking at the VR capsule again. "Do you mind if I use the VR capsule?" Peter asked, but Logan was already asleep. "Whatever. It's just a game," Peter said as he climbed into the machine. "Logging in online. Please create your user ID." Quinn and Fex were now in the game's white lobby room together. They had done as Logan instructed, and just like he said when they went to log into the game, it gave them the option to connect to the normal servers or the private server Logan had created. Right now, they were in the private server. Fex was currently testing out his string ability, and he was amazed at how lifelike it felt. There were a few things that he wasn't able to do with the strings that he could do on the outside, but that was mainly when he tried combining some of his vampire skills with his abilities. After testing out his strings for a while, he was finally ready. "Okay, so the idea is, I will control your body using the strings. Now what you need to do is focus on the feeling of each movement. Every sequence of moves starts off somewhere and ends somewhere. You need to put these things together like building blocks. Rather than me showing it to you, this is the best way I can teach you because your body actually experiences it along with your muscles, Fex explained. So are you ready? Quinn was ready this time. Within the game, there was no chance for him to be hurt in real life. He stood with his back facing towards Fex and had his arms and legs spread out to make it easier for him. Just like he did with Aaron, Fex walked up to Quinn and inserted 12 different pieces of string into 12 different parts of his body. Unlike the real world, though, there was no pain involved. Fex did a few simple tests, first moving his body around. It felt unnatural to Quinn as he wanted to fight it, and he actually had the strength to resist it a little. Unlike Aaron, who was limited by her regular human strength, it was easy for Fex to force her to do what he wanted. "Calm down, will you?" Fex complained. "For this to work, you need to be in a sleep-like state. That way I can use your body how I like. You just need to pay attention with your mind." Quinn closed his eyes and tried relaxing his body. It took a while for him to allow his whole body to go limp as he was afraid he would fall over if he did. But suddenly when he did, he felt a jolt in his legs. He didn't fall over, but instead, Fex had taken control of his legs. After getting past the strange feeling, the rest was now easy for Fex. He went ahead and did the same set of punches he did every day while he was training at school. Of course, there was a lot more to martial arts than just learning how to do the moves. It was important to know when to use them, what moves countered what, and so on. But at least it would allow Quinn to progress quicker. Quinn concentrated hard as Fex demonstrated the moves using his body. As his arms flew out from different angles, they were fast and stiff. At the same time, his body was always in a position where he could see an oncoming attack while being able to block using his shoulder. After the set of punches were demonstrated to Quinn, Fex disconnected the strings and allowed him to practice them. With the feeling fresh in his mind, Quinn didn't want to waste any time and started to perform them. Quinn tried to combine the feeling of the punches together with his muscle memory from being controlled by Fex, and it seemed to be working out well for him. Fex watched Quinn carefully as each move was performed nearly perfectly to how they were shown. "Looks like we have a fast learner," Fex said. Although the string method was able to help someone progress faster, it couldn't help them completely. In the end, it was down to the person. With Aaron, she too had tried performing the moves nearly instantly, but not once was she successful. But here, it seemed like something had connected for Quinn. "Quinn, am I just making my enemies stronger, or am I making a powerful friend in the future?" Fex thought. As Quinn didn't want to let go of this feeling, he continued to practice the punches Fex had taught him. He was slowly perfecting them. Then all of a sudden, he heard a ding from the system. "Basic Vampire Martial Arts Unlocked Level 1. New tutorial videos available." The usual sound had appeared, which indicated that Quinn was able to unlock something from the system. As he practiced the moves, he felt something strange happening. It was as if his body was still being guided by the strings, but it wasn't. The memory was so fresh in his head, his body was moving on its own, and after the last movement, the message had appeared. "Basic arts?" Quinn read. "Does this mean there are stronger vampire martial arts out there? Maybe Fex only taught me the basics on purpose, or maybe he only knows the basics." The second message was what interested Quinn more. The last times he had watched the tutorial videos, they had helped him out greatly, teaching him the flash step and the hammer strike. The second tutorial video taught him how to combine moves. This time, the tutorial was unlocked when Quinn had learned the vampire martial arts, so perhaps there was a tutorial skill related to it. He quickly glanced over at Fex, just in case. Quinn chose not to watch the videos right now. Quinn was playing the complete beginner act when it came to vampire arts. If he was to demonstrate a skill that hadn't been taught, then it would only raise suspicion. "I think I got the basics down," Quinn said. "Is there anything else besides this?" Fex looked at Quinn again, still mesmerized by how quickly he had learnt the fighting style. This was something he did day in and out as a child and amongst others, and even then he was considered a genius. But if he was a genius, then what did that make Quinn, who had learnt it in a few hours? The thought came into Fex's head that maybe Quinn had already known the arts and was lying for some reason, but when thinking back to their first fight, it seemed impossible. He would have to be a first-class actor to fake punches that bad, and then do the same again when fighting against the teacher Leo. "Yes," Fex replied. "These are only the basics. I can perform at a level above what I showed you, obviously, but I honestly wouldn't be good enough to teach you it. If you want to learn some more, you're better off getting a real teacher to show you." Part of what Fex had just said was a lie. It was true he most likely couldn't teach Quinn. He tried that once before, and his explanations weren't the best. Still, whatever Fex could do with his own body, he could do using someone as a puppet. Even slightly better. There was a small fear inside Fex that if carried on teaching Quinn and saw the same thing happen with the more advanced vampire martial arts, he wouldn't know how to react. While the two of them were busy practicing inside the private server, they were unaware of what was happening elsewhere in the game. Zombie P winner. "So is it another hacker? This game has been going downhill these days," someone watching the match had said. "But that's his 15th win in a row. Surely the admins would have found out about him by now?" "I think he just has a really good regenerative ability, no? I mean, it's in his name." "Well then, how do you explain the extra strength or the crazy speed he has? It doesn't look like he's wearing any beast gear to me." A few people up in the crowd were currently watching a particular student play the VR game. Each of them had lost the matches but found their fights a little strange, so they opted to watch the next few games. But as they watched each game, the thing they found strange continued to happen. New match has been found. A new game had started, and once again the student they had their eye on was going up against a level 3 telekinesis user. The telekinesis user had several black balls attached around his chest, while his opponent had no weapons at all. Standing on the opposite side was Peter. He didn't look like his usual self, as he was slightly disguised by the avatar. Although he selected a pretty basic default design that just had a randomly generated face with a few scraps of clothing. The fight had begun, and Peter rushed in forward. At the same time, the telekinesis user threw out the metallic balls, using his ability to speed them up. Peter, however, was fast and was able to dodge most of the incoming attacks, and the few that he could knit, he knocked away with his hand. However, the opponent was strong, and there were too many metallic balls floating in the air for Peter to dodge, and Peter wasn't exactly the most skillful person when it came to fighting. Eventually, one of the metallic balls came at great speed and managed to hit Peter in the center of his shin, smashing it and breaking it in half, causing him to fall onto the ground. The others watching this could feel the pain just from watching Peter. Although the game only replicated a small amount of pain back to the user, they could imagine it would still hurt a lot. The telekinesis user calmly walked over to Peter, thinking it was all over. He had taken out one of his opponent's legs, and without being able to move it would usually mean the end. However, the others watching from the stand knew it wasn't the end for Peter. They had all thought the same thing when fighting against Peter. Suddenly, after a few moments, Peter was able to stand up again, as if the attack had never hit his leg in the first place. Immediately after he ran towards his opponent, he was caught off guard and in a panic tried to fire all the metallic balls right at Peter. But his speed was impressive. Peter dodged the balls, and even though they were now chasing him, he was far faster than the balls. Eventually, when he was close enough, Peter pounced on top of his opponent and widely swung his fists towards his head. There was no class and no style with Peter attacks. It was like one of a wild animal. Winner Zombie P. Each of the opponents Peter had gone against had witnessed his impressive regenerative abilities. It was that of a high-level ability user. Still, some people were suspicious, for Peter seemed to also have impressive strength and speed on top of his healing powers. As the game had ended just outside the VR pod, Logan was finally waking up from his nap. As he slowly opened his eyes and looked around the room, he noticed that Peter wasn't there. Upon closer inspection of the room, he noticed that the VR pod indicator light was on, showing that someone was currently using the game. "Peter," Logan said as he rushed over to the computer and immediately logged in. It was as he thought. Peter had not logged into the private server to play, but instead had logged into the military servers. Quickly, Logan brought up a log of Peter's past games, hoping he hadn't done anything to stand out. After watching the highlights of Peter's last game, a slight smile appeared on his face. He too was currently witnessing the amazing regenerative abilities that he possessed. When joining the games, Peter hadn't selected any abilities, which meant the VR pod was able to record how Peter's body would be able to react to such things in real life. Just like with Quinn. Because his body was able to perform the vampire abilities, the game allowed him to do it, rather than it being a part of his ability. Right now, the exact same thing had happened to Peter. "These vampires are more interesting than I thought," Logan said. Still, there was now another problem on Logan's hands. He had already received a few emails from admins asking to look into the user ID of Zombie P, making sure it wasn't a hacked player, as there had already been a few complaints made online. "I guess your fame online will be a short one, Peter. The world cannot learn of you just yet." With that, Logan forcefully disconnected Peter from the online world. However, it was a little too late, as some of the videos of Peter's amazing regenerative powers had already been spread online. Meanwhile, in another military base, a certain group of boys had also managed to watch the videos that had been posted. "Did you see?" Sam asked. "Yeah, looks like there really will be a lot of interesting people at the inter-military base event," Nate replied with a big smile. Inside the training hall in one of the military bases, Nate and Sam could be seen training. The second-year students had a lot more time compared to the other students. Hence, most of the time, second-year students would use their free time for practical training. They often went to the other planets to support the base military in their endeavors. However, as of the moment, the second-year students were to remain at their bases for the time being, by virtue of the upcoming interbase military event. It was an event that required all of the 8 military bases to enter. It was basically a competition among the bases. The events varied from certain activities and games to straight-out fighting. The military bases would compete to see who had raised the best and strongest students. Moreover, the leaders and generals would often be rewarded greatly for according to the results that they acquired. The event was important for the military bases and their leaders, since they would often get more funding and privileges based on the performance that they've shown during their participation. Because of this, the second-year students, who were the main focus of the events, were practicing. This was for the reason that the second-year students often had more time to cultivate their abilities to higher levels, able to obtain more beast gear equipment, and just had more experience overall. It was very rare for first years to compete in some of the minor events, as most of the slots for each activity would usually be taken up by a second-year student. Still, there were some cases when a first-year user might be suited for a particular activity. An example of this would be the Hack the Vault Challenge. In this tournament, the team would have to make their way through numerous security devices and Sentinel, successfully making their way to the vault right at the end of the course. This didn't solely require strength, but rather a set of particular skills. The two of them were in the room. Sam was sitting down while poring over a level 6 ability book that was placed on the floor. Meanwhile, Nate was standing as he observed his companion. Sam had his eyes closed for a while now, meditating. All the while, energy was flowing inside his body. He was trying the techniques that were written down on the book. The power began to rise from the pit of his stomach, but soon after, he would feel a great pain. All of a sudden, a burning sensation arose in his chest area, promptly stopping him from what he was doing. "Don't push yourself, Sam. This might be your limit," Nate said. Sam looked at his friend's wristwatch that was now displaying the number 7. Nate had grown so much stronger, and Sam was always behind him, so he wanted to catch up. Sam had done well in increasing his ability from level 4 to 5. He had even saved up enough money to buy a level 6 wind ability book. Nevertheless, the problem that he had right now was one that tortured many. Hence, he had reached his limit not long after. Just because one had a high-level ability book, it didn't entail that they would be eligible to learn it. Usually, humans have varying anatomy, mainly on the aspect that each and every one of their bodies produces different amounts of MC cells. The burning feeling that Sam could feel in his heart meant that he had reached his limit. Thus, pushing his body any further could be dangerous. Sam knew what this sensation meant, as it conveyed the state of his body. However, he still wanted to pursue the matter, even supposing that after several attempts, it seemed like his efforts were useless. He really had abused the extent of strain that his body could bear, though it was a complete loss, since he could still sell the book to others who would need it. Howbeit optimistic Sam was regarding the issue, Nate could see that his friend was depressed. Don't worry too much. There are plenty of people out there who are strong even without the use of abilities. Look at that pure group, for example, Nate said with a cheery tone in his voice, wanting to ease the worries of Sam. All we need to do is get you some good beast gear that suits your ability. Also, we can always work on your skills. Sam could tell that Nate was trying to cheer him up, so he didn't want to stay too depressed in front of him for long. Withal, if there was one thing that could make him feel better, it was bringing his friend back down to his level. So, about that new teacher. It seems like she's been picking on you during classes lately, Sam said, giggling away like a high school girl. Nate's face had gone bright red at this point as he started to remember the small banter that he and Silver had. That teacher is bonkers. She already made fun of my head, but she refuses to call me by my name and calls me blockhead all the time. I even decided to shave the corners of my beautiful hair because of her. I also heard about how one of the other teachers confessed to her. Apparently the next day he came into school with a black eye, Sam replied as he looked at his friend's new haircut. I always wondered why you purposely matched up your hair with your face's jawline. I actually think this rounded look is a lot better for you, Sam replied. You really mean it? Nate said as he enthusiastically grabbed Sam's hands. I haven't seen her today, so maybe she will like this new haircut of mine as well. You poor soul, Sam said while shaking his head. You don't even realize you're already in too deep. I wonder where she is, Nate said, looking around the room. Meanwhile, inside the school's IT room, Silver was currently standing above one of the school's staff members. The reflection from the screen was showing that his eyes had a slight red tint to them, meaning that he was under Silver's control. Right now, he was searching for the school's files regarding a student named Fex. So far, there were no results. It was expected, especially since if she was in Fex's shoes, she would have never used her real name in the human world. Still, she would try it even if there was a slim chance. After searching the military base's school files, she asked the man to check the other military bases one by one, and to her surprise, a hint about his existence was discovered. Oh, you stupid little boy, Silver said out loud. The file was found, and it seemed like Fex had actually used his real name. The reason why she was unable to find him so far was because he was located at Military Base 2. Although this was good news for her, it wasn't long until the interbase military event, and there, she would be able to make her move in order to bring Fex home. Hopefully you haven't caused too much trouble yet. It appeared like everyone was busy, dead set on doing their own thing. Because of this, Vordon was finding the situation a little boring. Before, he would often spend his spare time teaching Peter on how to use the Earth ability. If it wasn't something like that, then Vordon would be racking up his head, trying to figure out how to get out of a tough situation. It was as if he always liked to keep his mind busy. If he was left on his own accord, there were only two people who he could talk to, although they seemed to be always a bad influence on him. As of the moment, the uninteresting occurrences were transpiring. Hey, do you really think we can trust her? Rotten shouted as he asked. We knew something was up, and it looks like we were right working for Pure. Who knows what she's already told them? They could be after Quinn, Sil said while continuing to rock back and forth. Guys, will you all just calm down? Vordon hollered, annoyed of his companion's complaints. Sil, I know you're worried, but if Layla has done something, I think Pure or her would have done something by now, yet no harm has come to him. With these words, Sil's gradually slowed down the motion he had been doing. This was a sign that Sil was starting to calm down a little. Now Vordon needed to deal with another person. The more riled up Rotten got, it would affect Sil to a similar level. Vordon's aim was always to keep Sil as calm as possible at any point in time. If Sil wanted to, he was the only one who could remove anyone from the chair. There was always this fear with Vordon. Although he wanted the best for Sil, if Sil ever did remain on the chair, what did that mean for both him and Rotten? What about the next portal outing? Rotten queried. What if she plans to make her next move then? We need to find her real goal. Actually, scratch that. No risks. Just off with her we go. Fine, Vordon replied, giving in to the idea. He knew firsthand that if he didn't do something, Rotten would continue down this path, and eventually, he would make Sil worry. Then I will go talk to Layla. A few moments passed. Vordon could be seen walking around the school aimlessly, searching for all the popular spots where the other students would usually hang out at. Regrettably for him, as he arrived at each area, he did not find any trace of Layla. Who does Layla even hang around with? Vordon contemplated on the matter. As he reminisced, he thought of the two students who were the sole people that he had seen Layla talk to. They were Quinn and Aaron. Presently, with Aaron gone and Quinn consistently spending his time in the VR pod, it meant that Layla would be most likely in her room. Thus, Vordon proceeded to go to the dorms to try and meet Layla. After a few minutes, he landed at his destination. With a knock on the door, a female student answered it. That was the first time that Vordon had ever seen her. The most prominent feature of the lady was her short black hair, with a fringe that cascaded her face, nearly covering the entirety of her right eye. Her name was Sia, and she was the third person who was occupying Aaron and Layla's room. What do you want, Blondie? Sia said with an irked tone in her voice, seemingly bothered by Vordon's appearance. Is Layla there? Vordon asked. Are you her boyfriend? Sia said as she scanned Vordon's body from head to toe. I'm guessing you two had an argument or something, judging how she's been since yesterday. Or maybe it was the fact that she found out her best friends were terrorists, but she's not here. This was the explanation the school had given, that 8 students had been found with connections to the group known as Pure and were taken to the dungeon as a form of punishment. She's not a terrorist, Vordon mumbled. He didn't know why, yet hearing Aaron's name trashed like that by a stranger who didn't know the truth of the whole matter really annoyed him. Whatever, man. Look, if you want to find Layla, she's usually by the back of the building, sitting on the bench just underneath the large tree. Aaron and her would often go there together. With that piece of information, Vordon left without saying another word. Most commonly than not, he would be a bit more polite. However, something about Sia just rubbed him the wrong way. Oh, pretty boy, Sia shouted. If you and Layla aren't an item, then feel free to pop a visit in my room any time, she said, winking at him as she closed the door. Now, that's my type, Rotten said. Shut up, Vordon replied as he went off to the location that Sia had informed him about. The sun had already set, and the darkness encompassed the sky. Although it still wasn't very late, usually the sun would set after 7 in the evening. While walking to the location, though, Vordon felt like it would be strange to be seen anywhere in the area. It might be fine in the middle of the day, but at night was plainly bizarre. As he turned the corner, he did indeed see someone sitting alone on a bench right underneath a tree. Vordon moved in closer and closer. Eventually, he reached the spot in front of her. It wasn't until the last moment that Layla lifted her head up. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was a little swollen. There were signs indicating that she had been crying for most of the night. "Vordon, what do you want?" Layla asked in a rude tone. She had just lost her best friend, and the last person she wanted to see was lingering before her eyes. "I think we need to talk about whether or not I can trust you," Vordon asked. "This again?" Layla moaned. "Here. Why should I care if you even trust me or not? Let's put it straight, Vordon. Me and you are not friends, and we probably never will be, especially since you keep acting like this all the time." "Look, Layla, I need to know. I thought it was fine, but now that I know you're a part of Pure—" "So what?" Layla interrupted Vordon. "I was in Pure this whole time before everything started. The only difference now is that you guys know about it. That hasn't changed who I am, and let me ask you, aren't you going around accusing me all the time? But what about you? Why do you care so much about Quinn?" At this point, Layla had stood up from the bench and was starting to inch closer towards Vordon. Accordingly, he continued to step back every time she took a step forward. Withal, it wasn't because he was scared of her, but because of the voices in his head. "If she takes one more step closer to us, Vordon, and you don't do anything about it, I swear," Rotten said, his tone a tad threatening. "Shut up!" Vordon shouted as he grabbed his head. "Layla, I need to trust you. If I can't trust you, then I'm afraid of what will happen to you." When Vordon spoke of these words, he wasn't saying them in his usual tone of voice. Layla picked up on this, since he had said it sincerely, and it made Layla frightened a little. She knew something was up with Vordon, but wasn't sure just what. Perhaps it was a drawback of his powerful ability, she thought. But just what was happening to Vordon? And why did he give so much attachment to Quinn? "Then tell me, Vordon, what can I do to prove I'm on your side?" she asked. Fortunately, Vordon had prepared an answer for this question. Hence, as he walked over to her, it was the only thing he could think of. "Let Quinn turn you into a vampire. That way I know that you're on his side." Layla's anger bubbled within her at such a question. She wanted to shout and ask the same question to him. Why couldn't he do it as well? He could get turned as well. And yet, despite wanting to ask such a question on why he couldn't do the same, she already knew the answer. It was the loss of the ability of Vordon. He was already strong on his own and proved himself a good asset to the team. His skills were versatile and had helped them out several times because of that. While for her it didn't mean much, her powers were quite weak, only being a level 2. In fact, she had even bought a level 3 ability book before hoping to improve her powers, but there was no such luck. She was one of the unfortunate souls that even with money weren't able to increase the strength of her ability. She was stuck at level 2. This was her bottleneck. "I want to Vordon, but it's too risky right now," she replied. At first, when Layla had met Quinn and had experienced what happened to her, she really did want him to turn her. Growing up, the only form of entertainment she had was books. It was her escape from her time at the Pure Base. Day in and out, they would constantly show videos, have classes and training related to their goal. Then, when she could finally relax, she took her time reading fantasy stories of the old. Often in the books, it would talk of a vampire sweeping a girl away from all her problems and taking them to a new world, away from everything. After meeting Quinn, this was what had attracted her, but at the same time, she couldn't forget about the reality of why she was at the base in the first place. Her mind kept straying away and reminding her she needed to stick to the cause. So she had planned to inform Pure of her findings, a way to make their members stronger without using abilities. However, as she grew closer to Quinn, she was afraid what would happen to him if she was to reveal to Pure what he was. There was always the chance that Pure wouldn't be okay with it. Sometimes the organization's actions even confused her with how they worked and what they deemed okay. In a way, beast weapons that they used were just like abilities, with those more powerful than others. Did Pure distribute them equally to their followers? Yet, they deemed this as okay. Then, when she saw what happened with Peter, second thoughts were running through her head. If Layla were to do those things, then she didn't know how she would face her family. She wasn't very close with them, but her mother was all she knew and all she had right now. If I go off the radar, stop reporting to Pure, and choose to be by Quinn's side, they could run an investigation. They might think at first what happened to me was the same as everyone else, but they would quickly find out I was still okay. They would then look into me, send higher-ups, and then Quinn would be in even more trouble. Layla explained. When the time is right, I promise I will be by Quinn's side. Although she had said this, she still wasn't sure herself. When it came between choosing Pure over Quinn right now, she would still choose Pure, where her family was, and now Aaron as well. After hearing her explanation, it seemed Layla had made a lot of sense. She could be lying about the whole thing, but Vordon didn't really know how Pure worked. Right now, everything was okay, so he wouldn't want to stir the pot anymore. It's not just about Pure, Vordon replied. You are too weak to help, and it seems like you will cause more problems for us in the future than help. At least you might be of some use to us if you're turned. These last words that Vordon had spoken were the biggest hit to Layla. She knew this. Her whole life she felt like this even within the Pure organization. She wasn't any help to her mother, she wasn't any help to her friends, and she couldn't even help that much when her friend needed her. "Vordon, can I ask?" she shouted and focused her thoughts elsewhere. "How did you know I was here?" This area she was in right now was a place where she and Aaron would often just hang out with the two of them. There were never many students here, so she was surprised Vordon was able to find her. "Your roommate told me," Vordon shouted back as he walked away. "Roommate Sia? How would she know? I'm surprised she actually paid attention to me and Aaron. She was always just off doing her own thing. Maybe that girl is a sweeter person than she looks." The next day had arrived, and it had now been a couple of days since the whole event with True Dream was over and done with. The school no longer searched for the missing students. After doing a sweep of the school, it looked like none of the students had seen Peter or Aaron. In the end, they deemed that the video that had been sent must have been true, and they were too late. Things were starting to get back to normal. With this, Logan had made preparations for today was the day that the student known as P.O. Blank would return. With the help of Leo, they were able to gain access to the portal room once again. The security surrounding the place wasn't as on high alert now, and being a sergeant, Leo had privileges to use the room as he wished. Sometimes the sergeants would visit other planets to brush up their skills hunting beasts on the portals, or maybe even visit a few family and friends. Leo was able to sneak Peter into the room, and with him, several of Logan's mechanical little spiders. After that, Leo left the room, and it was all down to Peter. "You ready?" Peter said. Everything had been prepared beforehand. The wristwatch had been altered to indicate the pulse of a living person, along with the level 4 ability, and Logan had also made a few adjustments in the other rooms that he still hadn't informed the others about. With Logan's ability and the use of his spiders, he didn't personally have to be anywhere to make adjustments. Logan was able to freely control the metallic spiders however he wished. Using his computer, he was also able to monitor and hear everything that was going on in those rooms. If the spiders were ever spotted, they had a certain pattern on them that made them just look like any other spider. From time to time, people would attempt to splatter them, but Logan would try his best to scurry them away before that happened. At the moment, even Peter's clothing had looked roughed up to indicate he was either traveling through the desert or even going from shelter to shelter at the time until he had found his way back, with everything set and done. Logan pressed a key on his keyboard. At the same time, in a different location, in the school's security office, a signal was detected. "There has been a signal activated from one of the portals," a man said. "Send word to anyone nearby immediately." It didn't take long for the two guards by the door to enter the portal room and find P.O. immediately. Haley soon came along with Faye to check on who had made the signal. The main reason why the generals were called was just in case it was a beast that had managed to enter through the portals. "That's one of the missing students," Faye shouted as soon as she saw Peter. She had recognized him since she had dealt with their case files. She had looked at the 5 students who had supposedly died that day over and over again. Quick. Haley takes him to the medical facility. We need to check that he's all healthy. This is the first bit of good news we have had in quite a while. Right now, inside Logan's room, Quinn and the others were standing over him. And as they heard those words, they all looked at each other in horror. "Hey, when have I ever messed up?" Logan complained. It's pretty obvious that as soon as they find a student who has been missing for a while and comes back in tattered clothes from a planet that had suffered a Dalki attack, the first thing they would do is take him to the medical facility. It was something the others hadn't thought about. They had all been too busy and focused with their own problems and kinda thought this would be it. All they could do right now was believe in Logan's words and trust that he was able to figure out a good plan. As they took Peter to the medical facility, Haley went ahead and ran a general check on Peter's condition. There wasn't much she needed to do as technology had come quite a way, and she noticed he didn't have any physical wounds on his body. This meant there was no need for her to personally use her ability to heal anything on the outside. She hooked Peter up to a large tube-like machine, while also placing several little of what appeared to be white stickers all over his body. The machine would show his internals and display his insides, as well as see if there was something wrong with any of his organs, including his heart. It further looked into the details of his blood pressure and all sorts of vitals, and everything could be done with the single use of the machine. This was where Logan's ability had come to its advantage. Beforehand, before this all happened, Logan was able to fake a sickness and enter the medical facility. During this time, he had touched each and every machine available there. While doing so, he had taken control of the machines, making them feel alive. He could now give them commands, and they would follow them whenever he wanted to. The others sat there nervously, as Haley would continue to jot down information on her little tablet every now and then. She would look on the screen and then go back to her tablet. "It looks like you're in perfect condition," Haley said as Peter lifted himself out of the machine. "Now I just need to ask you a few questions." Once again, the others listening in on everything were a little worried. But as she asked him questions, Peter had answered everything perfectly. Hearing this, Logan was nodding his head proudly, but the others weren't too sure. The problem was Peter had answered them all too perfectly, answering almost immediately and in a robot-like voice. Haley continued with her questions while a soldier stood by her side, noting down everything. She had even asked about what had happened to him before this point. Logan had come up with a backstory that was plausible according to the situation. It detailed about when the Dalki had attacked their group. He had run away and escaped. The only problem was that all his equipment had been left behind and he had no clue where he was. He traveled through the desert for numerous days, managing to feed himself using the survival skills the school had taught him, eventually reaching a shelter. The problem was that it was the wrong shelter. The shelter only had teleporters that linked to other planets and none back to Earth or the military base. But he found out the shelter he had come from wasn't too far. He stayed until he regained his strength and purchased a map leading him to the original shelter and eventually returned back to the military base. Once the questioning was over, Haley left Peter to be with a soldier guarding him as he rested while she went off to give a report to Nathan. "So, how is the boy?" Nathan asked. "Thankfully, he seems to be in perfect condition health-wise, but—" Haley hesitated. "But what?" Nathan replied. "It seems like his mind isn't all there. Sometimes his response was quite rigid, and there seemed to be a lack of emotion. When checking Pio before, he didn't have any of these signs. Although this could be due to the trauma of being attacked by the Dalki, perhaps he will come around in the future." "That's great news," Nathan said. "As long as the student is fine, it will be okay. We can inform his parents about the good news for now. They don't need to know about the rest until later. There is no use worrying them over nothing if he is to return to normal soon. Have him rejoin classes tomorrow." "But sir," Haley complained, "don't you think it's too soon to send him out again? He has only just come back." "You might be right about that. Inform the student and let him decide. If he wishes to go, then let him." "As you wish, sir," Haley said before returning. As Haley left the room, Nathan went to pick up the files on his desk. As he read through them one by one, he felt like pulling his hair out. He had a stressful few days coming up. His way of thinking would often clash with the military's current way, but this time, he thought it was too much. An orange portal outing, just what are they thinking? Nathan said. It seemed like Peter's disguise had worked, and they had bought Logan's plan. Quinn didn't quite know how he did it, but he knew it was something only he could do. With the tension now gone, it really did seem like their group finally had no more problems to deal with. There was still the matter with Duke, but now with Peter gone, there was no direction. They would just have to wait for him to make his next move against Vordon and to slip up somewhere. It was late that night, and the others had left the room to go to sleep. Just before they left the room, Fex had spotted something on Logan's workbench. It was the square-shaped portable teleporter. While the others were busy saying their goodbyes and having a friendly chat with each other, Fex decided to move closer to have a look. The workbench wasn't your usual type of workbench. There were several tools designed there just for Logan's use. There were even several computer screens just above the workbench. Right now, it looked like he had the square teleport device hooked up via some cables leading upward to the computer screen. On the screen above was a random list of numbers, spanning long rows and rows of different sequence of numbers. The machine was going through different sequences at an alarming rate, and each time the number would blink red and go on to the next sequence. He can't be trying to crack the thing, can he? I thought these things were meant to be unbreakable. But Fex wasn't so naive. Perhaps the vampires thought the devices were pretty secure, but after witnessing what Logan was able to do time and time again, he thought maybe there was the chance Logan would be able to crack the code. This is bad, Fex thought. The square portable teleporters were different from the round ones the Earthlings used. They were a lot more advanced. The circular teleporters were set to go to one destination only, while the square ones worked more like a teleport station. An access code needed to be put in, and depending on which access code was used, it would teleport you to the correct station. This was how Fex was able to arrive on Earth, through a similar type of teleporter. The problem was there being two types of square teleporters, with each slightly different in design. On the top, where the code was to be inputted, it could either be green or red. Green meant it was able to be used to travel to any teleport station. This included the ones on other planets, not just Earth. The one inside of Logan's room had a red panel on top. Similar to the circle portals, they had one destination and one destination only. It was back to the place where Fex had come from. He had realized this before, but thought nothing much of it because, without the access code, Logan would never be able to use the teleporter. But looking at the screen, Fex didn't know when, but soon he would have access to the teleporter. As everyone walked off and headed back to their rooms, Fex managed to pull Quinn to the side just before they were about to part ways. After all, Fex and Quinn's rooms were on the opposite ends of the hall. Just a little warning to you, Quinn. The device that Logan had been tinkering around with on his workbench, it's a portal leading back home. If he discovers the access code and where it goes to, you need to do everything you can to stop him. Otherwise, the two of us will be found out, and we will be in big trouble. Finished with what he wanted to say, Fex quickly left Quinn before he could even ask any questions. What was that all about? Quinn murmured. He then decided to think carefully about the words Fex had said. The device on his workbench was the teleportation device that had been created by Richard Eno. Quinn knew of this fact only thanks to the system's inspect skill, and then later had informed Logan. By home, there could only be one place Fex was talking about. It was where the vampires came from, still unsure whether or not that was somewhere on Earth or another planet. But most likely from the hints given out so far, it seems like at somewhere along the way between when the system's creator was a vampire and the vampires now they had moved from the Earth and relocated to another planet, or at least a place hidden from the human eye. He understood that if Logan was to figure it out, he needed to stop him. The only thing Quinn didn't understand was why Fex seemed so concerned. If Logan was to travel through the portal, why would he get in trouble? It started to make Quinn think of his first meeting with Fex. He mentioned something along of the lines that he wasn't meant to be here. Is that the reason why Fex hadn't acted against Quinn? If he was to be found out then, he would be in trouble as well. And based on what he said just now, he had basically confirmed it. If this was all true, then Quinn didn't need to worry about Fex. If what you are thinking is along those lines, then I'm afraid the situation is worse, the system said. Based on the boy's young age, and at the same time, his great skill, it would be wise to assume he holds a high position in one of the vampire families. If he is not here on orders, then they will send others on his trail to retrieve him. We need to be careful. All of this meant one thing. It was another reminder for Quinn to get stronger and be quick in doing so. The next day, the first-year students were called into the assembly hall for a meeting once again. It was a little bit of a surprise, but they assumed it either had something to do with the next portal outing that was to be held this weekend or the inter-military base event in a couple of weeks. As Vordon lined up next to Quinn, the two of them looked around the room and eventually spotted Peter. Peter had been asked whether he wanted a break before joining the school again, and they even asked him if he wanted to take part in the next outing. They had expected him to say no, but to their surprise, Peter had insisted to be taken on board, claiming that he wanted to get more experience as soon as possible in order to prevent such a thing happening to him again. The real reason, though, was because Quinn had asked him to. It was important for Quinn to keep Peter as close as possible to him. While Vordon was looking around the room, his eyes had managed to catch the female student, CIA. She was standing right by Layla, which was expected since the two of them were roommates. Vordon started thinking back at the girl's strange words, and just then, the two of their eyes met. CIA noticed this and blew over a kiss towards Vordon. Seeing this, Vordon quickly turned away. What is wrong with that girl? No class at all. Nothing like Aaron. Vordon quietly complained. You prefer that lame ice girl to her? What is wrong with you? Rotten said. Onto the stage walked Nathan. It was the first time many of the first-year students had seen him. Usually, a general would hardly ever talk to the students unless it was something important, which made the students fidget and slightly worry. Okay, I'm not one for speeches. So let's get to the point, Nathan said. The portal outing on the weekend. I'm here to tell you all it won't be like usual. This year, the military has decided to expand their operation and get more aggressive in planetary explorations, Nathan explained. So, what does that mean for you guys? Well, instead of the normal green portal, you guys get to jump ahead and explore an orange portal instead. Hearing the news, the students suddenly broke into gossip. An orange portal this soon? I thought they only did that with the second years. What if we run into high-level beasts? Why would they do this to us, especially after the Dalki attack? Silence! Nathan shouted as he slammed his fist down onto the podium. Nathan rarely got angry, but he knew he had to calm down the crowd before it got out of control. The other factor was he really didn't think this was the right decision. It was too early for them, and they could seriously hurt themselves, but his boss Paul had ordered it, and he had to follow. Worry not, for there will be 2 sergeants sent out with you on this journey. Leo, head of the beast weapon class, and Faye. These are 2 of our strongest generals, so even if you do run into high-level beasts, they should be able to help you. I will now let Faye explain how the portal outing will work for all of you. Faye then took over and walked to the podium. By the time she had arrived, Nathan had already left the hall. He had already done everything he needed to do. An orange portal outing is different from the green portal outing you did before. The green outing is focused on competition between each group, but the orange outings focus on working together. Each class will travel together in groups of 50. The main goal is exploration. Portal planets have yet to be fully explored. Each class will head in a different direction, but we shall remain close to each other. You will remain in your teams of 5 while traveling in the larger group of 50. Each team will be given a certain device that would be used to survey the land and map out the terrain. The data recorded will be used to automatically create a world map and other maps for future use on the planet. More details will be explained once the devices have been given to you. It will also go into depth about how points will be distributed per each team. For those of you who lost members on the last trip, and a few new faces, please fill into those groups lacking members. If all teams are filled, please come to me. I will randomly assign you to a group. Please do this now, Faye commanded. The hall of students quickly shifted around, with everyone getting into the same groups they were in before. Quinn, Vordon, and Layla reminded in one group. Technically, Peter and Aaron had left their group, so there were 2 spaces left vacant. Peter, now known as Pio, had decided to come over to join Quinn's group. This had been the plan all along. "So, what do we do about the 5th person?" Vordon inquired. As Quinn looked around the room, he noticed once again that Fex was all on his own. During his time at school, he really hadn't spent time with anyone else other than Quinn and the others. And due to the low level indicated on his watch, the other teams that were laking in people totally avoided eye contact with him. Seeing this, Quinn shouted, "Fex, come join us over here!" Some of the others thought that what Quinn was trying to do wasn't the right move. They were sure that Fex was hiding something, but at the same time, they weren't surprised. Recently, Quinn and Fex had been hanging out with each other more often, so an occurrence as such was expected. Perhaps this is an instance of keeping your friends close, but your enemies closer, Vordon said as quietly as possible. Right now, he was standing next to Layla. Thus, he had said those words loud enough just for her to hear, even slightly leaning his body towards her ear. As Layla looked up, she could see Vordon staring down at her. After meeting his gaze, she knew that the comment was being directed at her. There was the urge inside her to retaliate and say something back, but after their last conversation, she just felt defeated. All of a sudden, Fex came rushing over towards the others. The group didn't really know what to say. They hadn't. He really attempted to make much conversation with him because they were afraid they might say something that would give Quinn away. After all, they were aware of the awkward situation he was in. So they would just allow Quinn to deal with it. "I guess you guys realized how lame your group is," Fex said. His tone indicated that he was proud of himself. "So, you immediately needed me to boost it up a level. Well, if you really insist." Upon hearing that, an awkward smile made its way to Quinn's face. He merely wanted to be close to Fex, hoping he could eventually learn more about the vampire world. After what happened on the last portal outing, he became incredibly worried. Although Quinn had gotten stronger, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with the weakest of the Dalki. Also, he couldn't imagine how powerful the vampires who were coming after Fex would be. Accordingly, one thing was simple. He needed to get stronger faster. There were only 2 days left before the next portal outing. As he thought about ways to boost his strength, there were a few things that came into his mind. One, he still hadn't studied with the new tutorial videos that had been unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Adding more variety to his attack skills would always come in handy. Another way for Quinn to get stronger was to obtain more skill points. There were several shadow skills he had yet to unlock. However, to get stat points, he needed to level up his current shadow abilities. And the final way to get stronger was to increase his stats. He could either level up, but the amount of EXP required for the next level up would increase significantly. By just playing the game, he wouldn't be able to make a measly dent on it. He could go around challenging random people. Nevertheless, while the others thought he was a level 1 and with the school on alert, that wouldn't be in the list of his best ideas. Still, there was another way that he could utilize to increase his stats and strength. It was entirely unique to him, and that was by obtaining the blood of as many different people as possible. When Quinn saw how useful Fex's charm ability was, he felt like there might be a way for him to quickly do this. However, when he had tried this method on a few students as he passed the halls, it was unsuccessful for the most part. To the few that they were successful on, Quinn could only remove their memory, yet was unable to command them to move. This meant that it was not much use unless he could find a student that would fit the criteria of the skill. If he wanted to go through with this plan, he would need more stat points in his charm skill, which just led him back to the original problem. Are there any other ways to get blood? As Quinn thought about this, the image of the city hospital suddenly popped into his head again. Still, he would have a problem with the cameras. For now, he would just have to focus on upgrading his shadow abilities along with learning the tutorial videos. While everyone was huddled up in their groups, there seemed to be 3 stray students that had walked up to the front of the assembly hall, going straight to stand by Faye's side. As she looked into the crowd of people, she started to look at each of the groups. Every single one of them was already filled with 5 people. "You over there," Faye said, pointing to one student and then to the next from another group. "You there and you—" She surveyed the room one more time, and her eye had managed to capture Vordon, who was just at the back. Faye had seen his face on documents more times than she would have liked, so she decided to let his group deal with the remaining student. "And you can head to those at the back," she said. The others were too preoccupied with their conversations, busy talking about what they might expect to find in an orange portal planet. Vordon was the one with the most knowledge in the group, and he was saying how it varied from place to place. The orange portal was in the midst of 2 stages. Once the whole planet had been explored, they would use the information that they had gathered to update its status to green or red. Although it was usually a task that would take a few months to accomplish, so it was unlikely they would be able to get much done. Just then, a voice echoed loudly within the hall. "Hello?" Sia said as she entered the circle. She then turned her head towards Vordon and started to wave her hand in front of the young man's face. "You," Vordon replied, shocked that he saw Sia. "What are you doing here? Look, I'm not interested." "Well, that's a shame, but it looks like you're stuck with me," Sia replied. She proceeded to glance at Layla and gave her a wave, too. Meanwhile, Quinn became curious about what was happening, so he decided to inquire. "What do you mean?" "Sergeant Faye has asked me to join your team. You see, the team I was in before, well, it turns out that 3 of them were part of Pure, so the 2 of us had no other groups to go to. That is the reason why Faye told me to go with you guys," Sia explained. This was unexpected and a little bit annoying, Quinn thought as he prevented his emotion from showing. Right now, everyone in their team knew of each other's abilities. However, Sia knew nothing. She didn't know that Layla was part of Pure, Quinn and Fex were a vampire, and Peter's identity. If she was to join the team, it would only slow them down. Sia then looked at each of the members. "So I'm already acquainted with the hottie and puppy eyes over there," she said, referring to both Vordon and Layla. "But what about the rest of you?" She gave them an intense stare, and it seemed like they were a very strange bunch for the young lady. Latterly, she pointed at each one of them as she continued to provide them nicknames. "Average Joe over there," pointing to Quinn. "Dead Eyes," pointing to Peter. And when she got to Fex, she paused slightly. As of the moment, he had turned on his charm and was trying to draw her in as much as possible. First impressions were always important to him, and he wanted to make a good one. "Go on, then," Fex said. "Compliment me on my good looks." "Arrogant young master type," she said. This surprised Fex greatly. Although his charm might have not completely persuaded her, it should have had some effect, though it seemed there was none. CIA looked defeated and appeared like she didn't want to be in the group at all, not realizing that they felt the same way, especially after her words. "Well, we better get to introducing everyone then. If we have to work as a team, I guess the first thing we need to know about is everyone's abilities, right?" Sia asked. When the question asking about their abilities arose, everyone in the circle was a bit hesitant to answer. After all, it was an awkward question due to it being quite personal. It was as if you're revealing your weakness to another person. However, at the same time, it should be a given to know your teammates' abilities. Although the main problem was that the school still didn't know about Quinn's ability. As for Peter, they assumed that he still had his duplication ability, the one that he most recently copied from someone else. "I don't have an ability," Quinn quickly answered, all the while he lifted up his wristwatch to show Sia that he was a level 1. After seeing this, she quickly ignored him and moved on to the next person. Quinn was fine with this, since this expedition would be quite different. The whole class would be traveling together for the Orange Portal expedition. Thus, he would have to hide his abilities to the rest of the class. Hiding them from one more person wouldn't hurt. "I already know Layla's, and most people learnt about that pretty boy after the event with the second years in the assembly hall. That means I just need to know yours," Sia said as she looked towards Peter. Peter then gave Sia a rather uncordial glance, since he wasn't in a great mood. What annoyed him wasn't Sia's attitude towards him, but her disregard for Quinn, his master. "I can show you firsthand if you want," Peter said, raising his fist. "Peter!" Quinn snapped, so Peter immediately put his fist down and went back to his master's side. "What the hell was that all about?" Sia asked in bewilderment. She knew her teasing could piss off some people at times. Hence, because of this, she was usually quite cold at gauging people's snapping points and when to stop. Still, Peter's outburst seemed a little abrupt to her. "Don't you think you should tell us your ability first before asking for ours?" Vordon questioned. "Well, my ability will be a little hard to explain, so why don't I just show you?" Sia looked at all the people in the group. At first, she would have tried using her ability against Peter. However, judging by how he acted, she didn't want to do that now. Out of all the people in the group, there seemed to be one target that stood out as the weakest. As Sia lifted her hand, smoke gradually appeared on top of her palms. The smoke was colored in the shade of blue that the skies had. It started to form a certain shape. Its body was similarly hued to the smoke. After a brief window, a pointed blade emerged on one end of the fully formed, thin rod. The final product was a short spear, spanning half of Sia's height, made of animate smoke. Without warning, she looked towards her target and threw the spear. It flew through the air and managed to hit Quinn dead in the chest. The spear had permeated his body, a part of it protruding on his back. The others couldn't believe that Quinn had just been attacked right in front of their eyes. "Quinn!" Layla shouted. "Are you okay?" When the spear had made contact with Quinn, he felt no pain. Although he could feel the object piercing him, it didn't seem to have inflicted any physical damages. No bruises, scratches, or holes where blood could trickle. Still in all, there was definitely an effect. Part of his energy felt like it was being absorbed by the weapon. It was a similar feeling of when he was out in the sun, only a lot weaker. Finally, the notification sound was heard. "Ding, you have been affected by Spirit Spear. All stats have been reduced by 10%. The sensation that Quinn had was just confirmed by the system message. Peter was outraged, having the urge to lash out at Sia, but suddenly he could feel an immense amount of pressure burning the side of his body. It was Quinn. "What did you do to me?" Quinn said, his anger evident in his voice that became a bit deeper. The others had never seen Quinn like this before, so they were stunned. Meanwhile, filled with rage, Quinn started to walk towards Sia. Right now, Quinn was unsure what Sia's skill was. All he knew was it had reduced his stats by 10%. If this was a permanent effect, then he would have lost a lot of hard work. "Is this guy really a level 1? Sia thought, as she looked into the anger that was swimming in Quinn's eyes. She wasn't sure if she imagined it or not, but she thought she could see the color of his eyes slowly starting to turn red. "Hey, Quinn, relax," Fex said as he jumped in between the two of them before Quinn could even act. He then leaned forward and whispered to Quinn, making sure his body and head was blocking Sia from seeing him. Quinn, your eyes, they're red. You need to control your anger and calm down, Fex advised. However, as Quinn thought about how hard he had worked to gather those stat points and them going away just like that, his anger started to boil again. Spirit Spear has worn off, stats have returned to normal. The spear that impaled his chest slowly dissipated into thin air, and the energy seemed to return to his body. At the same time, his mind was suddenly cleared, along with his anger. Hey, did you really think I would hurt you in front of all these teachers and students? It looks like I've joined a team of crazy people, Sia complained. A support ability? Vordon said. Sia simply nodded as a response to Vordon's query. The reason Vordon hadn't reacted the same way as the others were was because he had seen this type of ability before. I'm guessing that it's the Spirit Drain ability. Am I correct? Vordon inquired further. It allows the user to form spirit weapons in their mind. When this spirit hits its target, it can either act as a buff or debuff. There are different types of spirit abilities. If this is Spirit Drain, then this acts a debuff on the user. I don't know the finer details about it, though. Thank you, Sia said. I knew someone on the team would have a brain. Like he said, my ability when it hits, it is able to debuff the target for 5 seconds and then the effect wears off. The good thing about it is that the spears can also stack up. In that time frame, the more spears impaled into the target's body, the heavier the debuff. Because I'm only a level 3, though, the amount of time the spear lasts is only 3 seconds, and the distance I can throw the spear is quite short. The others didn't want to admit it, but having Sia in the team would be a great addition. Support-type abilities were greatly sought after. The problem was that they were also very unpopular. Usually, support abilities required one to work with a team. Without them, they were pretty much useless. CIA's spears didn't inflict much damage to its target. It would only drain their energy and stats, meaning, while she was using her spears, it would be best if someone else dealt with the target. For this reason, many people tend to overlook this ability whenever they're about to pick, since it was hard to be defenseless in a battlefield. Although there were the plus sides, if one was to select a support ability, it meant that they would easily be able to join a faction in the future. Anyway, it looks like this group won't amount to much, Sia uttered. So why don't we just meet up on the day of the portal outing? There's no point training together within the 2 days left prior to the expedition. But, ahead of arguing her case, Quinn interrupted Layla's speech. I agree. Why don't we all do our own thing before the portal outing? It's been a tiring week and I think some of us can do with some rest, Quinn said. Before the others could even say anything, Sia was already walking off. The assembly had ended and students were told that until the portal outing, they would have the next 2 days off. This was to make up for the weekend that they would, most often than not, utilize to rest. The idea was also to allow the students to focus on teamwork. It was a free period still. The teachers encouraged the students to ask them for help and guidance. Nevertheless, Quinn had his own ideas and plans ahead of the expedition. While everyone was busy doing their own business, Quinn had arrived at the VR gaming room. With the nano stick that had been given to him, he no longer needed to bug Logan. Accordingly, he headed to his room in order to use the private servers. Now, let's see what you got. Tutorial video for Skill Phantom Hit has begun. The VR room was the best place to practice, and now that he also had access to Logan's private server, it meant Quinn could also practice his shadow abilities freely. If there was no way for him to get blood at the moment, then that meant he would just have to focus on learning more skills. The first thing Quinn was going to do was have a look at the new tutorial video he had unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Phantom Punch Tutorial was the name of the video. It made sense that the new skill was somehow related to a punch, since the vampire martial art mainly focused on using hands. Hello there, the blonde man in a cheery voice said in the video. Once again, the blonde man was in a martial arts hall with wooden floors and such. Quinn started to think about just where the place was located. Was it on Earth, like the system AI said, or maybe another place? Still, The mystery also remained just who this blonde man was. If only Quinn was able to trust Fex enough. He would try to find a way to show what the blonde man looked like to Fex. Maybe he would have an answer. It seems you are progressing quite well. Unfortunately, my talents never really seemed to fit in well with the vampire martial arts, and I thought you two might stray from this path. But just in case I decided to include this video if the user ever decided to learn it. In my opinion, this is one of the most useful skills to have. But just a little warning, this skill seems to work better with beings with a high level of intelligence, namely humanoid creatures. When testing this against a beast, it has little to no effect. Sharing this disappointed Quinn a little. He was just about to go on an orange portal outing where there were plenty of beasts. Still, the skill would be useful. Dalki, vampires, and humans all fell into the humanoid category, and lately, it seemed like Quinn was going to be attacked by them a lot more than beasts these days. To perform this skill based on the system stats, you will need at least 15 points of agility and 10 points of charm. These are the minimum requirements. Now, as you increase your points into charm and agility, this skill will work even better. This is a skill that, instead of evolving by using it more and more, it evolves with your stats. This sounded a little confusing at first, but Quinn felt like he understood. After using the blood swipe multiple times, it had eventually evolved. This was the same with blood spray and also the shadow skills. It seemed like whatever skills were related to the charm stat would evolve or become more powerful as the stat related was increased, such as his daze and influence skills. This skill will be a tricky one to show, so you will have to listen to my explanation very carefully, the blonde man said. The man then brought out a human mannequin that appeared to be made of foam. He blasted out, throwing his fist, just touching the mannequin ever so slightly. The set of moves and punches he had used were the same that he and Fex had learnt. Now, I'm going to chat a little bit just for the video and show you how the skill would look. The blonde man took a deep breath, and then suddenly threw out a punch lightning fast towards the head. It was a perfect hit. Bang! The sound of the impact was heard, but when looking at the video, there was no such mark on the mannequin head. When taking a closer look, instead of a marking on the head, there was a fist mark on the body instead. But I was sure I saw him aim for the head. When did he hit the body? Quinn thought. As I said before, this is just a demonstration of what the skill looks like, and not me actually using the skill. This is the phantom punch. While in a fight, you will aim your punch in a certain direction to start. Before the first movement is made, your charm skill will take slight control of the user's mind. To them, an image will appear and make it look like the punch has continued heading in the initial direction. But in actual fact, this will be a phantom punch. While the user is dodging or trying to block it, the real blow will come from somewhere else. This skill works even better if you have high enough agility. You will be able to perform several phantom punches at once, confusing your opponent. But be careful, just like with daze, it has a chance of not working well. This is why I recommend you increase your charm points when possible. What I just did was not the real phantom punch. Instead, I decided to just change the direction of my punch at such a speed that the video was unable to capture it. I'm pretty amazing, right? After hearing this line, it reminded Quinn a little bit of Fex. He was starting to think whether all vampires were really like this, arrogant and big-headed. The phantom punch can only be used against real opponents, so there is no way for me to show just you through the video. After the initial video explanation was over, as usual, there were a few more videos which broke down the action slowly bit by bit. Quinn began to watch the videos. The first video explained the feeling when using the charm ability on your opponent. He explained it saying it should feel similar to when Quinn would use the daze skill. He should gather that feeling again and try to focus it through his eyes. Then, using his strong will and the image in his head, he would be able to project a fist outward. This, in turn, would allow the opponent to see the same thing. The next set of videos explained the hard part. It was combining the two together. After hearing the explanation, Quinn didn't think it would be too hard. But just practicing it, Not using it against an opponent, he found out it was extremely difficult. It was similar to someone learning the piano. One part of the brain needed to focus and do a certain action, while the other part needed to do a different action. The problem was it was the same arm that was meant to be doing the action. If he projected thoughts to target the head and tried punching below, as soon as he thought too much about hitting the head, his fist would automatically hit upward. Still, Quinn wasn't the type to give up. If there was one thing he was good at, it was the fact that he was able to repeat an action again and again. He never got bored of doing the same thing over. As he repeated the move several times, he slowly started to be able to separate his thoughts and actions into two separate things. He had now lost count of how many punches he had performed. The good thing, though, was he didn't feel tired at all because of the game. However, it did have a huge impact on his mind. He didn't know whether it was because he was in the game or trying to split his thought into two, but he would often get headaches as he pictured himself using the charm ability and forcing the energy outward from his eyes. Surprisingly, though, in the middle of him practicing, a notification screen popped up, and not one he was expecting. Your dedication has paid off. You have pushed your charm skill to the limit several times. Charm stat +1, charm 13. It was the first time a stat point had increased without him leveling up or consuming blood. The system was clear that it was the fact that Quinn had continually pushed himself when trying to learn the skill. However, this was a bigger deal than he thought. Maybe there was another way to increase his stats. If the others worked in the same way, if Quinn went out and constantly ran until he tired himself out, would his stamina increase? And was this the same for other stats? What if he continually lifted weights? Would his strength increase as well? The only problem with this method would be, of course, time. It was a lot easier to take a blood sample of someone and increase his strength this way, in a situation like the one he was currently in now where he couldn't do that. Maybe it was a good idea to look into it. Quinn had done enough practice for now, and he felt like he had done as much as he could. And yet, he still didn't have the skill in his system, like the flash step and hammer strike. There were certain combination skills that didn't appear in the system, like blood hammer and using blood swipe with his shadow. But he felt like because this was a skill being taught by the system, it would have shown up like the others before it. Right now, there was only one thing he could do. Just as the system had said, if he wanted to practice and learn how to use it, he would need to use it on a real opponent. Switching servers. Blood Evolver is online matchmaking in progress. Opponent found, let's do this. There were quite a lot of people in the world that had an interest in technologies. If one could not make it in the world using their abilities, the only real avenue and sector that had a lot of potential that anyone with enough effort and determination could tap into was the realm of research and technology. There were myriads of abilities that could help you work better in this field, but nothing could compare to the greatness of the human mind when it came to creative thinking, engineering, which led to the creation of these fields. Unfortunately for Nate, he was not one of these people, but knew quite a lot of people that knew something about the field. Nate had gotten one of these said people to set up a system where whenever the Blood Evolver was online, he would be pinged on the school's watch. Recently, he had also added the new user Zombie P to that list as well. He was unable to see the person's game last time, but now he didn't want to miss out on them. While Nate was relaxing with his best friend Sam as usual, he received a ping. Immediately, with no questions asked, Nate started to head off towards the capsule. Right now, both he and Sam were watching their favorite contender. "Hey, I think you're starting to border on being obsessed with this guy," Sam said in a concerning voice. "It's just this person's growth never seems to slow down. I've grown myself over time, but I'm just wondering where his limits are," Nate explained. Quinn had been matched up with another level 4 user, but unlike the ones he fought against previously. This user was also wearing beast gear around his chest. Since the first expedition had already happened with each of the military bases, it was expected that players of the game would now more likely have at least some level of beast gear. The match had begun, and Quinn did his usual routine of rushing forward and fighting head-on. Oftentimes, he would be the aggressor in fights, causing the enemy to slightly panic in the middle of the battle, and this time was no different. Seeing a target running towards him, the users paced both of his hands together and shoot out a hydro pump of water. The stream of water was strong and fast, but still. Due to the distance, Quinn could easily avoid it, but instead of outright avoiding the attack, he waited till the last second and pre-formed the flash step to avoid the attack. The water user, seeing this, changed his attack slightly. Instead of a large stream of powerful water, he decided to shoot out smaller, fast streams of water that came out like bullets. Once again, though, Quinn used the flash step to avoid the next set of shots. Quinn only had enough stamina to perform 3 flash steps in one game, so he had already used up over half his strength and his body was tied. Still, he continued moving, and then before the user could use his water bullets again, Quinn preformed his 3rd flash step, appearing behind the user. As he turned his head around, Quinn made sure to look at him in the eyes, just as the video tutorial had said. He activated his charm the same way when he used the daze skill. Now all he needed to do was project the thought strongly, using his mind of aiming to punch the head, while the real punch would come from below. Everything was going perfect so far, and he could really imagine hitting the person in the head. Then his fist made contact, but instead of receiving feedback from hitting the body, the punch had been blocked with the other user's hand, which was guarding his face. "No, I thought I did it perfectly. Why did my attack go for the head?" Quinn thought. Quinn had thought he had perfected the phantom punch already, but using it with no opponent and using it against a real opponent were 2 different things. With the pressure to perform perfectly, and with the enemy standing in front of him, his concentration lagged at some point, so his attack failed. With one of his other hands, the water user blasted a stream, hitting Quinn right in the stomach and sending him onto the floor. Due to his usage of flash step multiple times in the fight, he was tired, and his movements were a little sluggish. It also seemed like the beast equipment had given his opponent some extra strength. A blow form Quinn was more powerful than from a normal person, yet he was able to block it perfectly, quickly getting up from the floor. Quinn tried to attack again, but unfortunately the result was the same, and Quinn ended up on the floor once more. "What is he doing?" Nate said. "Why isn't he using his red aura skills, or the hammer strike? Why did he waste all his energy using that fancy footwork at the beginning? Even then, why a punch to the head without using any feints or tricks to confuse the enemy?" Nate was thoroughly confused as to why the person he had watched improving each time he played a match and fought against someone had seemingly no progress at all in this fight. In fact, he seemed to be suffering a setback. Eventually, the match had ended, and Quinn had unsurprisingly lost. Nate was speechless. He thought he was the only person who had beaten the Blood Evolver before, and the one he knew now was a lot stronger than before. Nate wanted him to remain undefeated until their rematch. If the Blood Evolver had lost in a grand duel or something, he wouldn't be so upset. But he had lost against a simple level 4 water user. During the match, though, just like when Quinn was practicing, he felt like he had felt something nearing the end of the battle. Matchmaking is in progress. Once again, Quinn went into the next match. Nate stayed and watched carefully, but it seemed to be nearly an exact copy of the last game. After watching 4 matches, the Blood Evolver had lost 4 times in a row. Nate wasn't the only one who had been watching Quinn's matches. There were a few others who had become fans as well, and they were nearly just as disappointed as him with the results they were seeing right now. "Does this mean that he was really just a hacker?" a spectator said. "I guess so. They probably patched the game so he can't use his red aura skills anymore. Without them, it's clear that he's just average when it comes to hand-to-hand combat." Another one commented. This was the logical conclusion the others had come to. No one would usually lose a match without giving it everything they got. And in the last 4 games, Quinn didn't use a single skill other than the flash step and the failed phantom punch. "Come on, Nate, let's go. We need to practice, man. We're just wasting time here," Sam said. "You go ahead. I'll catch up and head offline when he goes offline. Sam could see the disappointment on Nate's face. It was as if he had just watched his favorite superhero lose to a villain in a fight. The only thing he could do was to give him some space. After losing 5 matches in a row, the only person that kept on watching Blood Evolver's matches was Nate. He didn't know why, but he felt that there has to be a reason for all the strange actions that Blood Evolver did in the past matches. The reason for his thinking was the fact that Quinn had lost every game doing the same thing. Only an idiot would do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Even if he was now unable to use the red aura anymore, it didn't make any sense. As the next match started, Quinn now looked more confident than he did before. He knew he was incredibly close. His opponent was a female. The ability for now was unknown, as the inspect skill didn't work in-game. Quinn rushed forward as usual, but this time no attacks were aimed at him. When this happened, it usually meant the person he was going up against had a transformation or hardening ability. The perfect opponent for the Phantom Strike. Quinn lifted his fist and aimed for the woman's head. As she saw the punch, a large spike appeared from her face. If Quinn was to carry on moving forward, then the spike would go right through his hand. She could see the punch continuing forward and going through the spike. A smile appeared on her face, but suddenly she felt pain on her stomach as she keeled over. Phantom Punch skill successfully learned. The fist hadn't hit her head, but struck her stomach instead. This time, Quinn went for a blow to the stomach. A spike was formed where the punch would make contact, but then sharp pain assaulted the woman on the side of her head. Quinn continued using the Phantom Punch in this fashion, successfully landing hit after hit, while on the outside, Nate, who was watching the entire thing, was deeply confused. All he could see was Quinn's opponent, forming spikes and blocking the attacks in the wrong places. It was clear where the punches were coming from, so why was she constantly blocking in the wrong place? The match had finally ended, and Quinn had been declared the winner, but Nate was still none the wiser. However, after watching the Blood Evolver's next 3 games, and each one of them coming out in a victory in the same fashion, goosebumps started to appear all over his body. The hairs on his forearms were now standing up. He still didn't understand what was going on, but it was painfully obvious that all of these was done on purpose. Who is this monster? Once the system had confirmed to Quinn that he had learned Phantom Punch, everything got a lot easier from then onwards. Instead of concentrating on the feeling like he did before, now all he had to do was think about the skill, and his mind would automatically do the work for him. It was one of the other perks of having the system. No longer would he fail sometimes when trying to create the punch. It would now work 100% of the time. This was the same as when he learnt the crescent blood kick as well. This didn't mean it would work successfully on his opponent 100% of the time, though. It was just that he was now able to perform the skill successfully every time. In the next matches Quinn played, while using the skill he had learnt quite a bit about how the skill worked. Just like the system had said, there were some opponents the skill was less effective against. Quinn couldn't figure out why, as it didn't. It seemed to be linked with the user's ability level. Most likely, it was more to do with their mental ability. For some of the opponents he faced, it seemed like they were only partly tricked. On their end, they would see the Phantom Punch, but it would disappear before it would make contact. While for those with weaker minds, it felt like they could actually feel the Phantom Punch hitting them. Still, even a slight phantom image gave Quinn a huge advantage. The constant use of the punches on top of his speed made his opponents feel like they were fighting against someone with extra hands. He now understood why the blonde man had said the skill would improve, as he improved both his agility stat along with his charm stat. 180-400 exp. After defeating the 5 opponents, Quinn had obtained 10 experience points from each of them. It wasn't his goal, but a bonus along the way of learning the new skill. He also continued to get the 10 points for completing his daily quests, drinking the 2 liters of water daily, along with avoiding the sun for 8 hours. But still, out of everything so far, the quickest way to level up was defeating beasts. Quinn would definitely need to use this to his advantage when fighting on the other planet. There was also the chance for him to level up even quicker since the system had stated that when fighting along with Peter, he would gain the experience of Peter's kills as well. With the hours of practice and the many matches Quinn had played, he didn't realize the time and the VR pod machines had been shut off. They usually turned off an hour before the curfew time, and the disconnection of Inform, the game was a clear sign. As Quinn headed back to his room, and with one day remaining before the portal outing, he started to think what would be the next best step on trying to get stronger. In his mind, Quinn split up his skills into 4 different categories. He had his blood abilities, such as blood swipe, blood spray, blood bank, and so on. These skills could be upgraded by using them multiple times. He then had his charm skills, daze, influence, and now, phantom punch. The next section he counted was his fighting skills, such as flash step, hammer strike, as well as blood hammer and phantom punch, although the last 2 skills were a combination of the other sections. Finally, though, were his ability skills, the shadow skills. After looking at all his different skills, Quinn decided to focus on the shadow skills. There were currently still 4 shadow skills grayed out in the system that required him to use skill points to unlock. The only way Quinn knew of to get skill points was to upgrade the level of his current shadow skills. To do this, it worked the same way as his blood skills. The more he used them, eventually, it would level up. This was the best option for Quinn while in the game. The next day had arrived, and as the group agreed, everyone was currently doing their own thing. Everyone was kind of pleased that they had decided to do this. At first, Quinn was a little bit worried about Peter, but when he asked what Peter was planning to do, Peter was already heading off to Logan's room with a bunch of sandwiches held in his arms. It seemed like the two were getting on well enough that Quinn no longer needed to use his blood. While heading to the game room, he noticed Fex had decided to come along as well. There wasn't much for him to do in the game after all. When Quinn entered the game, he decided to watch a couple of Fex's matches. It came to surprise that Fex seemed was playing online rather than using the private server, because just like Quinn, they were both unable to use their abilities inside the game. After watching a couple of games, he could see that Fex was able to beat his opponents without using his blood skills or string abilities. He purely used his body and martial arts to overpower his opponents. During the second match, Fex had met someone quite skillfully, and for the second time, Quinn had seen him use an improvement of the martial arts that were taught to him. The first time was during the match against Leo. Seeing this just reminded Quinn again that he needed to get stronger. Quinn backed out of the game and joined the private server, where he was able to use his shadow abilities freely. Shadow Void. The first thing Quinn activated was Shadow Void. Soon, the room, instead of white, was now covered in purple shifting shadows above. Quinn planned to level up his level 1 shadow skills first. Since they were lower levels, they would take less use to level up. Currently, the shadow skills that were level 1 were Shadow Control and Shadow Void. For each level up of a skill, Quinn gained 10 stat points. Right now, he was aiming for the skill in his system that cost the most amount of skill points. The skill, known as Shadow Eater, costing a total of 50 points. He repeated the process of activating the skills as many times as he could, and due to it being in the game and the lobby, he didn't run out of MC points. Eventually, Shadow Void leveled up to level 2. Quinn could now decide how big the Shadow Void created was, and depending on its size, it would either cost far more or far fewer points. The other skills that leveled up were his Shadow Cloak, which was now level 3, along with his Shadow Equip, which was level 3 as well. The time used to cast these skills were incredibly fast, and it seemed like the Cloak skill now used more shadows to hide him, making it even harder for him to be seen by those with good perception. Unfortunately, the only skill that hadn't leveled up for him was his Shadow Control skill, the most useful and powerful skill in his arsenal. The skill allowed him to combine it with his blood swipe, as well as block incoming attacks. but it seemed like a skill that only had its use when used against an opponent, and unfortunately, Quinn was unable to use the shadow abilities in the game. There was some good news, though. When leveling up the skill from level 2 to level 3, the number of skill points given to him increased. Instead of 10 per level up, he was given 15, giving him a total of 30 skill points. But it still wasn't enough for him to unlock the skill Shadow Eater. The day had come to an end, and Quinn would just have to be satisfied with improving his current shadow skills and learning the Phantom Punch for now. Finally, the day had arrived. It was the weekend, and all the first-year students were told to gather inside the portal room once again. It was time to go through the orange portal. Presently, the first-year students were abiding their time inside the canteen. Every one of them was seated in their groups within their classes. Meanwhile, their respective homeroom teachers were standing at the end of the long table. On this expedition, each teacher would be traveling with their group of 50 students. Two of the generals, Faye and Leo, would be taking charge of the expedition. Only, they would be moving slightly ahead of the whole group. Soon, the classes were called, one by one, into the portal room. Finally, Dell's class was called, so all of the students belonging in that group began to prepare their things ahead of going through the portal. Standing at the front was Dell. The portal glowing with orange light served to illuminate his figure. Although, this time, Dell looked different compared to his usual self. Usually, when teaching a class, he would be wearing the standard uniform that the teachers wore. This time, the uniform could hardly be seen beneath the beast gear clothing that he donned. The thing was, the armor he was wearing did not look like beast gear at all and looked more like a mage outfit. From head to toe, it looked like he was dressed in robes, but if inspected closer, certain accessories could be seen around his wrists and legs. Furthermore, instead of a weapon, a shield was mounted on his back. Before giving his speech to the students, he decided to survey the whole group. He could feel the sweat dripping from his forehead, thinking, I can't believe that the school is really doing this. Why do we homeroom teachers have to go along with them? These kids don't even know what could possibly be on the other end. If they did, they would be just as nervous as me. All these fearful thoughts were running through Dell's head. In the past, he had done an orange portal expedition. Because of that, he was aware that the results of the expedition could turn around for the worse. It was like flipping a coin. In some places, it would be a walk in the park, while other times it would feel like they had been sent to hell. For fear of being sent inside the portal once more, he elected to become a teacher, but it seemed as if fate was toying with him. Can every group present please raise their orange scanning devices? Dell said, his voice loudly resounded within the hall. As Dell asked, the representative of each group showed themselves. For Quinn's group, it was Peter. Once again, he was in charge of carrying the group's supplies, and this included the scanner. The only difference this time was that Peter actually had volunteered to help his master. It also made sense, since Peter was fairly sturdy and had a lot of strength. There were advantages such as his unlimited stamina, so he wouldn't get exhausted that easy by carrying heavy objects. I will now explain and show you how the scanner works. I will only explain once, so listen up, Dell said as he raised the scanner for everyone to see. The scanner is fairly simple to use. You will only need to point it at an object. You can see that, on the screen, you can select the area or item that you want to scan. Then, once you confirm, the scanner will do the rest for you. Simple, right? So remember, don't mess it up, Dell said in a slightly annoyed voice. A single student raised their hand, but Dell decided to completely ignore him as he continued on with his explanation. The scanner can be used to scan almost anything: buildings, beasts, plants, water, and so on and so forth. It will try its best to break down the information it has received and display it on the screen for you. Although, this is not the goal of the expedition. Dell halted his speech, heaving a sigh before resuming. His irritation was starting to get the best of him. What you students need to do is look for things on the planet which have never been scanned before, and this includes beasts. In your teams, each newly scanned object will earn you points. If another team or the item has been scanned before, you will receive no points. Now, for the most important and very crucial part, there is quite a range on these scanners. Before engaging in combat, it will scan every beast that is within your vision. The most useful thing about these scanners are that, even if they have never seen a beast before, it will be able to tell you what level the beast is at. After the explanation with the scanners was over, Dell went on to tell them how the expedition would work between the classes. Each class, together with their homeroom teacher, would be sent off in a certain area. When they reached their assigned space, the class would stay there for a while, allowing every one of the students to scan the area thoroughly. If they were to run into a beast with a tier higher than intermediate, they were advised to fall back and tell the teacher immediately. The homeroom teacher would then inform the generals, who would come to their aid as soon as physically possible. In total, there were 10 classes. Hence, Faye and Leo would stay in the center of these classes so they could respond to each of their calls of distress as quickly as they could. As soon as Dell's lecture was finished, the groups began making their final preparations. While Quinn was looking around, he noticed that Logan was already tinkering around with the scanner, no doubt making adjustments in the scanner's system. It wouldn't surprise Quinn if Logan was able to change the readings to allow his team to get the top score. All of a sudden, he felt a soft touch on his shoulder, interrupting his observations. "Hey, do you need one of these if we're going outside?" Fex said as he waved a strange object in front of Quinn. It looked like a flask made out of a silver metal. The only difference was that on the facade of the flask, a skull that had 2 sharp fangs on the upper jaw was displayed. It was definitely a strange design for Quinn. Looking at it closely, Quinn realized that the design was utterly similar to the one that the book had, the one that had given him his powers. "What's that?" Quinn asked without really thinking about what he had just said. He was unsure whether this was common knowledge among the vampires or not. "This is a special flask that allows us to hold blood inside. If you used a normal flask, the blood would spoil in a matter of a few days. However, this one is specially used within the circle of vampires to keep blood fresh. Well, that is, as long as it remained inside the flask. By the way, every vampire is given one," Fex explained. "If you're going to another planet with beasts as its main population, then it's best to bring one of these with you. We'll be gone for a week, and I don't want to be turning into a bloodsucker." After hearing those words, a specific memory came flooding back in Quinn's mind. It was related to the time when he did turn into a bloodsucker. Fex seemed to not rely on blood as much as Quinn. Perhaps it was because he was closer to the next evolution. But, for Quinn, if he didn't receive blood within 2 days, he would turn into a bloodsucker. Thankfully, though, Quinn now had the blood bank. That, in a way, acted the same way as the flask. Still, even last time, Quinn had used up his blood bank in a fight, and eventually, he was starving for blood. In this occasion, there were others to rely on. Though it was unlikely that their group would be split again, there was always the chance. But if vampires were required to carry around such a flask, was the blood bank also a unique skill amongst the system, one that other vampires didn't have? It had saved him so many times in the past. If Quinn could, he would have definitely tried leveling up as fast as he could, but after many battles, it still hadn't done. "So, do you have a spare one of these?" Quinn asked as he eyed the flask. "Of course, that's why I came over. If you didn't have the basic ring, I didn't think you would have the flask either." Fex then pulled out a similarly styled flask from the inside of his shirt and handed it straight over to Quinn. After spending some time with Fex, Quinn really couldn't say that he was a bad guy, and he seemed to be growing on him. Maybe during this trip, I can finally ask about his shadow powers, Fex thought, yet for some reason, while contemplating the matter, he felt guilt in his conscience and didn't really know why it was the case. Finally, Dell had begun to call each group into the portal. As usual, each member had to hold on to each other's shoulder as they passed through the portal. Quinn's group was called up, and Vordon took the role of being in front. "I'll go behind the pretty boy," Sia insisted as she grabbed onto Vordon's shoulders. Behind her was Layla, and then Quinn, Fex, and Peter at the back. The group took a step forward as they prepared for what's to come in their orange portal expedition. When going through the portal, the group made sure to hold on to the person in front of them tightly. Last time, it wouldn't have been so much of a big deal if they were to disconnect and let go. Although this might have caused them to split up, they were guaranteed to teleport somewhere safe in the shelter, but this time was different. Shelters were often incomplete, and sometimes not all of the spawn areas had been marked yet, so they could be chucked deep into beast territory and be all on their own. The fear could be felt in Sia's shoulders as Layla gripped on tightly, while Sia was starting to move her hands towards a certain place on Vordon's body. She inched closer and closer and went down lower. If they weren't in the middle of being warped, he would have turned around and pushed her. But even Vordon wasn't that cruel, and Rotten wasn't complaining about what was happening one bit. Finally, the distorted space was ending and a white light could be seen up ahead. When the white light vanished, a bright light entered their eyes and they felt stunned. Their eyesight slowly started to return, and the first thing the group could see was green. Lots and lots of green. More specific, giant green trees. "Please step aside to allow the other students to arrive," a loud voice said as he pointed to his side. Just like last time, they had arrived in one of the areas that had been circled off. When looking at the person who had given them commands, he hardly looked any older than them. Most likely a recruit who had just graduated and decided to stay with the army. The group went over to where the man pointed, and it seemed there were other groups of students standing by the side waiting as well. There were also several soldiers checking and coordinating with them, making sure they stayed in place and didn't wander off. "It's a lot better organized than our last trip," Layla said. "Of course it would be," Sia replied. "A green portal planet is practically safe. You would have to be a moron to be killed on one of those. But here, an orange planet can be a huge risk, so they have to be extra careful." CIA's words had rubbed a lot of the group the wrong way. They had been involved in the Dalki attack, which was devastating to them and was a deep scar still in their minds. Although the students knew of what happened, they weren't informed on which group of students had encountered the Dalki. Many of them thought it was only Ben's group that had met them and died. While standing off to the side, Quinn was able to take a good look at the shelter they were in. The planet and the shelter itself were vastly different to the one before. First thing Quinn did was pop up his trusty umbrella to protect him from the sun, but this time it didn't do much to make him feel better. When looking around, all that could be seen was greeny. Giant trees, bushes, vines, and even plants that Quinn had never seen before. They were now in what Quinn would call a jungle. This was why Quinn's body still felt extremely sluggish. The place was humid, hot, and sticky, and it looked like he wasn't the only one being affected as everyone around was sweating heavily as well. When looking at Peter, though he seemed absolutely fine at this point, he was thinking Peter might have gotten a better class than himself. But then he started to remember Peter digging into human flesh, and he was fine with just dinning on blood for now. The shelter itself was vastly different as well. In a way, it looked incomplete. Most of it seemed to be made from some type of wood and mud, although the architecture was impressive. They had managed to build upon the large trees, incorporating them into their shelter. There were stiff large bridges made from wood, and spiraling staircases that would lead you from floor to floor and tree to tree. The ground floor where they were on was mostly empty, and only had certain areas that had been marked out for where the teleportation spots would take you. When looking upward, Quinn could see residential houses and some market shops, although nowhere near the amount compared to before. But the thing that surprised him the most was just how many residential houses there were in an orange portal like this one. Quinn was even able to see children playing on the bridges above. Layla could see the surprised look on Quinn's face. This is one of the cheapest places for people to live in, Layla explained. This is a Tier 5 city, so it doesn't have any walls to protect the citizens, and they're open for attack. The soldiers will do their best to protect them, but because this planet is still in the middle of exploration, Thayer focuses aren't so much on the shelters themselves. The citizens aren't required to pay tax on an orange planet, so those who can't live on Earth and can't even make a living on a green portal planet end up here. Of course, red portal planets are just too dangerous in the first place, and only the strongest of military shelters and factions are able to survive Thayer. When hearing about this from Layla, Quinn started to have strange thoughts. If it was true those that couldn't afford a place to live on Earth had no choice to be here, then why didn't Quinn end up on one of these places like these kids? When his parents had died, a government official had come over and explained to him that they would look after him until he was 16 and provide him with an apartment. So why didn't these kids get the same type of treatment? Now that he thought about it further, it was also strange when he had received the book that gave him his vampire abilities at age 10. They were so keen on trying to keep things for themselves, so why did they allow Quinn to have the book? At first he thought it was because the book was useless, but now he was starting to have second thoughts about the whole thing. When thinking back, he really didn't know his parents all that well, and they didn't leave much behind other than the book. How did they even get the book in the first place? System, do you know how my parents obtained the book? Quinn asked. I'm afraid I am not able to answer that question for you at this time. But in the future, if the right moment occurs, I will be able to answer you. It seemed like there really was a link between Quinn's parents and the book after all. However, the system wasn't willing to share this information with him. Not until he unlocked a certain condition, as it explained before. As Quinn was deep in thought, he noticed that a group of travelers had arrived at the shelter. One of the higher-ups in the military went forward to greet them, and they both seemed to respect each other well. After a brief chat, the traveler handed the man something before heading off back into a part of the jungle where they had came from. They looked kind of strong, Fex said with a grin on his face. That's because they are, Vordon replied. To be able to travel through a planet alone where the level of beasts are unknown with just 5 of them, they have to be confident in Thayer's skills. What were they doing at the military shelter? Quinn asked. Most likely sharing information, Vordon replied. You see, on an orange portal planet there is more than one shelter. Different factions, including the military, usually set up a base here. Exploring a planet is a collective effort, and once they finish scanning Thayer parts, each of the shelters share information with each other. This saves time, so the different shelters aren't exploring parts of the planet that have been explored already. The student were now being led along to an open space, and while doing so, they could see the people from the shelter and children come out from above. They looked down on the new students, peeking over, form the bridge. All of the first-year students were once again lined up in rows with the homeroom teachers at the front, while Faye and Leo stood in the middle of all the classes. They had come to an open area of the jungle that looked to have been man-made. The trees had been rooted and dug out and the ground flattened. Most of what they were standing on was mud when looking ahead. They could also see several paths from the circle open area leading deeper into the jungle. All right, everyone, each class shall now explore a different path, Faye said. I hope you listen to your homeroom teachers well. The scanners will not activate until your teachers say so. So don't try to get ahead of yourselves. You will continue to follow the path and your teachers will tell you when you are in an unexplored area. Remember to always stay on your guard and have your scanners by your side. My last warning to you all, you will encounter beasts on this trip. At what level I do not know. I wish you all luck, Faye shouted. The students saluted too, the 2 sergeants, before heading off down their paths. I wonder what beasts we will run into, Quinn thought. Exited thinking about the experience points. The homeroom teacher Dell had taken the lead down one of the paths. The pathway they walked on seemed quite wide and well flattened. It was clear the oath was man-made, and it looked like large vehicles would come through this way from time to time. Because the oath was originally meant for large vehicles, the students weren't bunched up going down the path in a single file, but were able to spread out and take in the scenery around them. Fex, who was walking by Quinn's side, took in a deep breath of fresh air. Now this is what I call different. He had a huge grin on his face as he continued to look around at the large greenery that surrounded them. While the two of them were walking, Quinn took this as his chance to ask him a few questions. Fex had already made up his mind that Quinn had always been on Earth. A vampire who hadn't been back home, so he thought it was only natural to show some interest. "So back home, there isn't anything like this?" Quinn asked, adding the word home, trying to make it sound more natural. "Nah, compared to Earth and these planets with all the bright colors, our home has nothing." Fex moaned. When relocating, they had decided to choose a place that was mostly dark, but they also needed an atmosphere that they could still live in. They had found the perfect place for vampires, but I don't know why. But it always felt strange to me. The words that Fex spoke just then had confirmed a few things to Quinn. The vampires were indeed no longer on Earth like they were when the blonde man was a vampire. At some point, they had relocated to a different planet. Now, Quinn was even more confused about how his parents had managed to get the book. "Don't worry. If you and I ever return to the place, I'll give you a grand tour," Fex replied. "So, Quinn, you asked me a question, now let me ask you one. Where did you get your shadow ability?" Hearing these words, Quinn thought back to how the system had mentioned to not tell anyone about the shadow ability, for it meant something important to the vampires. "Just tell him you don't have permission to tell. That shall be enough for now," the system said. "I'm afraid I don't have permission from my leader to tell you that," Quinn answered. Fex clicked his tongue and placed his hands behind his head. "Figured as much, but the shadow ability is really cool." As they continued to walk down the path, they noticed that there were plenty of plants that looked strange. At the very least, they didn't resemble anything back on Earth. One plant was shaped like an S, and was the same size as the human body. On it was several light blue ring-like patterns. The other students seeing this pulled out their scanners and tried to gather some information on it. But just like Faye had said, the scanners currently weren't working. They seemed to all be linked to a device that the homeroom teacher was using. Only when he activated his device would the other students be able to use their scanners. Although others couldn't get any information from it, someone else could. Quinn walked up to the plant to see if he could. There was one skill that he had that might just work. Inspect blue-ringed growth plant. A plant that can be used to greatly enhance the pleasure in the groin area for both the female and male parts. "Hey, Quinn, what's up with your face, man?" Vordon asked, seeing that Quinn was a little red. "Is it the heat? If you need a break, we can start walking at the back of the group." "No, don't worry, I'm fine," Quinn replied as he quickly moved on. As they walked, Quinn decided to use his inspect skill on every new thing he could see. It was a great chance for him to try to level it up once again. There were still times when the inspect skill was unable to give him information, and while on the red portal planet it was a lifesaver and even allowed him to get the shadow ability that was locked away in the storage unit. Quinn had tried repeatedly using the inspect skill on a basic item such as a pen, but after about 1,000 tries and no result. It seemed that the inspect skill needed to be used on new items to be able to level up once more. The pathway the students had walked on was starting to come to an end, and now the mud had turned into thick, heavy leaves and short green plants. The students' pace had slowed down. Now, with every step they took, they had to be careful when putting their foot down. There were several roots that were hidden underneath the leaves, and once in a while a student would be caught in place. "A beast!" a student cried. "A beast has me wrapped around the leg!" The student's teammates who were nearby quickly jumped back and drew their weapons. But after a while, the student calmed down, and when he looked up at his friends, He was almost too embarrassed to say what had occurred. "Sorry, false alarm. It was just a tree root," the student said, chuckling away nervously. One of the students in his group slapped him on the back of the head, and they carried on moving forward. "This should be a good spot," Dell said as he placed his large shield onto the floor. The area they were now in was quite open. There weren't as many trees and vines, and it was quite free, allowing them to see what was coming from all different directions. Students are to not travel more than 200 meters from this spot. If you do, your scanner will make a ping indicating they will no longer work. Dell explained. "For each new plant discovered, you will receive 5 points. For each new beast discovery, 20 points. Please remember, this is not a hunting trial. There is no need for you to kill beasts. However, anything intermediate level and below, you may try your best to go against them if you wish, but any kills will not be awarded points. Still, you can keep the crystal for future use as well. All right, your scanners are now on." At the same time, each of the scanners made a ding sound, and the students rushed off, all in different directions. All apart from Quinn's group, that was. "Heh, what are you doing?" Sia complained. "Let's go, don't you want a good grade?" Before, it was always Erin who had been so dedicated to getting the best score, but without her here, it felt different. "Let's do this," Layla said. "Let's get to the top for Erin." Quinn liked that idea. He rushed off into a section of his own, along with Peter and the rest. They had split up a bit, and when they found something interesting, they would shout out to Peter to come over and scan the item. "Over here!" Layla shouted as she spotted an odd plant that resembled an octopus. Peter rushed over. Even with his bag, his speed was great. Using the scanner, he was able to see the plant, and now all he needed to do was press the red button on the scanner to start to process. But at that moment, he felt something crash into his side, causing him to fall to the ground. "Too slow," the student said. "That was on purpose," Layla complained, seeing that Peter was clearly barged over. The student then quickly took out his scanner and pressed the red button. After waiting a few moments, a ding sound was heard. If the plant hadn't been scanned before and their team was successful in obtaining points, there would be a ding sound similar to a cashier being drawn. If the item had already been scanned, a big red X would appear on the scanner with an error sound instead. This meant that the plant the student had just scanned was a new discovery, and they had obtained 5 points. As Peter slowly got up from the ground, he started walking over to the student. "Notice, mass release will be with the next update. I had my first day at work and had to do a lot more than I thought. Please understand." As Peter walked over to the student, the boy carefully started to analyze just who was walking towards him. The first thing he did was look at the person's watch, noticing that he was a level 3 user. The one that had barged into Peter was also a level 3 ability user, but slightly higher, going into the 3.4 range, meaning he not only had the power of a level 3 ability, but the skills to go with it. Still, the levels felt too close. If the two were to fight, and Peter's ability was an offensive ability. There was no telling who would win or not. Because of the fierce look in Peter's eye, he immediately backed up. That was until 4 more students had arrived and were now standing by his side. There was 1 girl in the group, along with the original student and 3 boys. "Come on, P.O. Let's just ignore these guys. We're just wasting our time with this trash, and we can always go and get more points," Layla said, quite loudly, so the others could hear. "You, the pretty girl, stay." The boy who had given the command was pointing at Layla. On his wrist displayed the number 5.2. Seeing this, Layla knew straight away why the boy was arrogant. Layla decided to ignore this and started to walk off while pulling Peter by his sleeve. "I said stay!" the boy shouted. The distance between the two parties was around that of 15 meters. But the boy seemed to have closed the distance at an instant speed and had already made a fist aiming towards Layla. But Peter was no slowpoke himself, and noticed the punch, managing to lift up his arm, blocking the attack in the dead center of his forearm, between the wrist and elbow. The boy could feel the impact, and even heard the crack sound being made. Although the blow wasn't strong enough to snap the bone and pierce the skin, he knew he had fractured Peter's arm. No pain was felt and no sound came from Peter. The boy hesitated for a moment, but then saw Peter's hand reaching out to him, before turning and running back to where he was before. Looking at Peter's arm, Layla could see it was starting to swell, but soon it would heal, so she wasn't worried about him. She was more worried about what he would do. It had been a while now, and the others had already noticed the changes in Peter's behavior. So in the end, Quinn decided to tell them all the truth, that this was due to his involvement that brought about Peter's aggressive nature. As the boy was about to say some clever remark, Quinn and the others had arrived, including both Vordon and Sia. The first thing Quinn had noticed was also Peter's arm. "Peter, who did this to you?" Quinn asked in annoyance. Just from the direction Peter was looking at, Quinn could tell which one it was. Peter wouldn't stop staring at him. "Do you think you can just hurt our teammate in the middle of an assessment?" Quinn asked. "Quinn, you know you can't fight using your full strength. Let's just leave it be," Layla said. CIA watching the whole thing thought Quinn was crazy. Was he really trying to have a go at the other team? Of course, it made sense that one would be angry if they were to injure a teammate, but Quinn was a level 1. What could he do? Most of the time, low levels were completely afraid of anyone above them. "I guess he will learn his place," Sia thought to herself. "Hey, Umbrella Boy, why are you the leader?" As the boy said that, he started to look at Quinn's wristwatch and started to blurt out in a laugh. "You should be down on your knees begging for me to show you mercy, boy." Quinn had a fake smile on his face, hiding the anger behind it. "Why would I beg with someone weaker than me?" At that point, the boy was too aggravated. He was already annoyed at the fact that a level 1 even tried to talk back to him. The boy used his super speed powers to launch off his feet at amazing speed, going straight for Quinn. "You should have just said sorry," Sia said, watching from behind. The speed was impressive, and was even faster than Quinn at top speed, but there was one skill where speed meant nothing. He looked into the boy's eyes. Day's skill successful. Quinn had used the skill at just the right time, and the boy had stopped right in front of him. "You broke my friend's arm, so it's only right I break yours," Quinn said as he grabbed and pulled one arm forward while slamming his fist down on the forearm. Quinn had tried his best to contain his strength when dealing with the blow, but it was still too strong with his gauntlets equipped. Unlike Peter, the bone had snapped and pierced the skin on the outside. Howls of pain were heard immediately. His friends were shocked. They didn't know what happened, but it looked like the boy had stopped just in front of Quinn and let it hit him. Was he too cocky? They thought. Maybe because it was a level 1, he was trying to give Quinn a chance, not realizing he had some strength or weak ability. As soon as they saw their friend injured, though, each of them drew their weapons and prepared their ability, while Quinn's group had done the same. But Vordon wasn't too happy about the current situation. For right now, he hadn't copied any useful ability he could use. CIA was a little nervous, as well as this was the last outcome she had expected. But right now, she was on Quinn's team and would help her own team out if a fight was to break out. The two groups looked like they were ready to clash, but before they even got the chance. A loud bang was heard. When they looked over in the direction of the bang, they could see that Dell had placed his large shield down, hitting it into the ground. The two groups were only around 50 meters from the outskirts of where they were before. The scream was so loud that it had caught Dell's attention, and he immediately came rushing over after checking there were no beasts around. "Enough!" he shouted. "This event is about working together. Although it is a competition, this is only to encourage you to work harder rather than slack off. You are not to fight against each other." Dell then looked at the boy's arm who had been broken. "Take him to the center. I'll try to see if there is anyone with a healing ability that can help him out. As for you guys," Dell said, pointing at Quinn and the others. He still hadn't forgotten both Vordon's and Quinn's face. They were the two students who had made him risk his life in the redo portal world. For severely harming another team's teammate, you shall be deducted 50 points for whatever total score you receive on today's assessment. But they attacked us first, Layla complained. I see no injuries on any of your party members, Dell replied. When they went to look at Peter, they found out it was true. Peter's arm had already healed, and it didn't look like he had even been hit. With that, the group was to take their punishment and carry on with the task. Come on, we need to be more aggressive if we still want to come out on top while we're already at a disadvantage, Quinn said. The team nodded and got to work again. The group was 50 points behind now, which was the same as them finding 10 plants. That one argument over a single plant had cost the team a lot, but Sia tried not to smile. How could these guys be crazy enough to think that they could come back from a deficit like that? However, crazy wasn't actually bad. Sia liked crazy. Although there was still one thing she couldn't understand. It seemed like everyone in the group was listening to Quinn's orders. Not only that, but when he was being aggressive with the other team, not a single one of them had stepped in. Was it 'cause they knew what the result was going to be? She thought. No, it can't be. I'm probably just overthinking it. The battle for points was fierce, as students continued to run around the area scanning every item in sight. Damn, this has been scanned already, a student complained. Yes, there's another one here that's 2 now, another yelled out. Some of the weaker groups decided to stay together as a group as they went around. Although this stopped other teams from snatching points from them, their progress was relatively slower than those who roamed alone. The stronger groups decided it would be best to split up. This way they were able to cover a wider range, while the other groups decided to do a mixture of something in between. Even though the group thought that Dell was being harsh in his punishment, it wasn't truly the case. He had planned to do something similar beforehand, but wasn't quite sure how to do it until the incident gave him an excuse. Quinn's group had an extra person, so they were at an advantage compared to others. But since there was only one scanner, it was hard to say how much extra influence an extra member could give. But after seeing Vordon and Quinn's face once more, his emotions got the better of him as a teacher, and he decided to give them quite a setback. Out of the strategies implemented by different groups, in order to catch up to the others, Quinn's group decided to do a mixture of the two. They decided that they would travel around in pairs, Quinn and Peter, Layla and Vordon, and lastly Fex and Sia. In the beginning, there was some disagreement with the pairings, but eventually they agreed on this setup. At the end of the day, it would be better for Peter to be with Quinn, and Vordon refused to team up with Sia, so that left him with Layla and Fex with Sia to make the relative strength of each group about the same. It was important for them to have one strong member with a support-type member. Although Layla and Sia could have gone together, if they were to confront a beast, or a similar situation happened with Peter, there wasn't much that they could do. The group had already split up, and while everyone was off looking for some new items to discover, Quinn noticed something peculiar. There were 10 groups yet. Nearly every group had a single member that acted as a type of mule, a person designated to carry their belongings. After a closer inspection, he also noticed that these mules were people who had the lowest levels in their group. But nevertheless, they would still wander off and look around as instructed by their team. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance? Quinn thought. Right now, they weren't in school, and many of the students had separated from each other. If he was to take a sample of their blood and mind control them afterwards to forget what had happened, no one would ever know what he had done. It was basically the perfect crime in such a perfect situation. "Pio, over here!" Sia shouted. Peter then dashed off into the direction that Sia had yelled, but Quinn didn't follow. Instead, he set his eyes on a target. A lone female student had been designated to carry her team's luggage. She seemed to be disheartened by the whole thing, and was searching through the trees and vines in a crestfallen manner. It was obvious that she didn't feel that she was doing anything substantial, or that she was even a part of the team. As she bent down to look at a certain plant behind the tree, when she lifted her head again, Quinn was standing in front of her. He didn't say much because he needed to act as quickly as possible. Although they were covered by the trees and vines, there was always the off chance that someone could see him. Quinn grabbed her hand as fast as he could and made a small scratch on her palm. Her blood was now on the tip of his gauntlet. After placing it on his tongue, the system message appeared. Blood type A+, consumed strength 20. It was a little bit of a disappointment, but Quinn was hoping to obtain as much O-type blood as possible so he could increase his charm stat. Right now, his selection was limited. He had to choose low-level students with lackluster abilities, who most likely had a weak mind too. But if his charm skills eventually increased, the pool of people to choose from would also increase directly proportional to his charm skills. Influence skill activated. The girl's eyes started to glow slightly red, showing that his skill was active. Quinn informed the girl to forget about the event that just occurred. Nothing strange has happened. To her, it would just feel as if she had forgotten what she was about to do. Before ending the spell, Quinn placed some of his saliva over the small cut, allowing it to heal instantly, before heading back towards the center as he continued his exploration. While the others were busy calling out to Peter and looking for new things, Quinn was looking around to see if he could spot any other strays that weren't with their group, and which was also in a well-hidden area, as if they were hiding their shame and embarrassment to the others due to being designated as a luggage-carrying mule. Eventually, Quinn managed to find 2 more students, and he used the same tactic as before, getting him another 2 stat points. Quinn managed to get another blood type O, increasing his charm points to 14, while also obtaining another blood type A, increasing his strength. Faye and Leo were standing together at the starting point where all the groups had split off. They stood there silently. Leo didn't talk much, and Faye didn't really know how to speak with him. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard from the watches of the 2, indicating that one of the teams had asked for help. "I'll get to it," Faye said as she stormed off at lightning speed in the direction of one of the paths. Faye was meant to be the first one to respond since her ability was super speed, but she felt even more obliged to act due to the awkward situation between her and Leo. Leo continued to stand there, taking in the fresh smell around him, but it was quickly disturbed as another beep reverberated from his own watch. "Another one?" Leo said. "Is this planet more dangerous than we thought? I hope there aren't any more calls," Leo said as he started to run towards a different direction from where Faye had gone. He had hoped that perhaps the teachers were only being trigger-happy, sending out a signal prematurely. It was always better for them to be on the cautious side when it came to these things. But the fact that 2 signals were sent out at the same time gave Leo some concern. The group had managed to obtain 25 points in total. They also discovered and scanned a peculiar type of rock mineral in the mix. Still, they were vastly behind the others, and their weighted points at the end of everything would be 25. What they were doing at this moment wasn't working, and they needed a change of plan. The quickest way for them to earn points would be to find beasts. But right now, there didn't seem to be any beasts in the area, as not a single group of students had encountered one just yet. But once they moved away from this area at Dell's command, which was when Quinn and his group would change their focus, the weaker groups wouldn't dare to risk it by going up against such things. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a few meters away from Quinn, one of the scanners had made 3 dings, a sound that he hadn't heard just yet. Dell didn't even bother explaining to the students the meaning of the dings, but they soon found out what the sounds meant. The scanner pointed at what looked like a boulder that was stuck into the ground. The top part could be seen, and it had several areas of green moss growing over it. But after the student had finished scanning the unique object, he took a few steps backwards, and panic was evident on his face. "A beast!" he shouted. "I found a beast!" The student's teammates had gathered around the exited student to see what he was blabbering on about, while a few others took a step back, and even Dell was watching carefully with his hand placed just above his communicator, ready to call one of the sergeants at any time. However, there were a few students who moved forward. These tended to be the stronger ones, or those that enjoy the battle aspect more than anything. Even though they would no longer obtain any points from scanning the beast, they could still kill it and obtain the beast's crystal. One of the students who was moving closer turned out to be Quinn. When killing a beast for the first time, there was a special bonus the system granted him. This, though, was a beast that had never even been seen by human eyes before. Perhaps being the first person to kill such a beast would also grant him additional points. The idea that perhaps the system would reward him even further than this drove him to have a keen interest. Still, he stood a few steps away for the results everyone was waiting for. The team that had discovered the beast gathered around the scanner which displayed basic information about the beasts. And after reading one line, there was excitement on their face. It was a basic tier beast. Keeping this secret to themselves, they immediately dashed forward. If it was an intermediate tier beast, the group might have been a little cautious, but a basic tier was easy pickings for a team of 5. Seeing the team of 5, Quinn was upset about how hesitant he had been. But he couldn't act right now in front of these people. It wasn't worth it. But maybe there was something he could do. The beast that the group were chasing looked like an ordinary boulder that was stuck into the ground. It was nearly impossible to tell the difference between the boulders that had been there a while covered in moss and a beast. Even now, as the students charged towards the thing, there was no reaction from the beast, and it still looked like a boulder. Seeing this, an idea came to Quinn's mind. He ran around the side of all the students who were busily captivated by what was going on, and he entered a different part of the jungle. "What's he doing?" Fex thought, as he managed to see Quinn dart off to the side. Fex too decided to go off and keep an eye on just what Quinn was trying to do. "Come on, guys, we can't waste time just watching this thing. Let's carry on looking around," Vordon said. The other groups felt the same way, while others decided to stay and watch what a beast would look like on the planet they were on. The student leading the charge, hand turned into a brick-like substance, while the other students behind also drew their weapons and had their abilities readied. The student in the front slammed his fist into the boulder. A loud impact was heard, but there was no reaction. The ones from behind had also decided to use their attacks on the strange boulder-like beast, but the same had happened, and it seemed like the shell was nearly impossible to break. "Is this thing really a beast?" the student asked. "I understand if it has a hard shell. But then why isn't it doing anything when I attack it?" Seeing that the so-called beast was doing nothing and not wanting to waste any more time, the students continued to scan around for other things. However, there were some more students who tried to have a go at hurting the beast, hoping to get the crystal, but there was no such luck. They felt like if they took the time, they perhaps could have figured out how to deal with the beast. But to put in so much effort to only get a basic crystal in return didn't make much sense to them. While everyone else had now lost interest in the beast, Quinn had not. He had continued to go through the jungle using his inspect skill on every boulder-type thing he could see. Most of them were just that, regular boulders. But then he had finally achieved a result. Basic tier beast, boulder snail, a beast that has an incredibly hard outer shell. The beast will only move when rain falls. Quinn had traveled quite a distance away from the others, a little too much that he was now properly out of the zone. If he was to use his team's scanner, it would register that he was out of the area Dell had mentioned. Right now, he was only focused on one thing. Unaware that the others were unable to defeat the beast, Quinn thought he was under a time frame. He wanted to be the first person to kill the beast. After hearing about the description, he had an idea. Quinn stopped just in front of the boulder and readied himself. He looked around him just in case. Even though he was out of the area the students were supposed to be in, he was unsure if there might have been a stray. "Doesn't look like anyone's around," Quinn said. He was unaware that he was actually being watched by Fex. Using strings as he walked between trees in the air, he made his movements almost silent, and now he was carefully watching Quinn from above. Quinn stomped his foot onto the ground, raised the energy inside him, and pulled back his arm as he let his other fist outward at the same time. He activated his skill Blood Spray to create his still most powerful strike, Blood Hammer. If he couldn't damage the outside, then he would go for an attack that hurt the inside. As his fist hit the shell, the powerful impact caused a loud bang. It sounded like someone had shot off a bullet in the middle of the forest. When looking at the beast, there was a large crack in the boulder, and black liquid was slowly dripping out from it. "Was that the hammer strike?" Fex said as he watched in shock. "But I thought he was a complete beginner?" "No, he is definitely a complete beginner." The hammer strike was an advanced move that was only usually taught to students after they understood the basics of martial arts. But after teaching Quinn, Fex decided to not teach him anything else. Yet here, he had just witnessed Quinn perform a skill beyond the basic martial arts, just like the flash step. So he really must have a teacher then. Maybe they're the one that taught him the shadow ability as well? I need to find out more. Fex thought basic beast has been killed. 50 XP gained first time killing boulder snail, 100 bonus XP gained. You are the first person to kill a boulder snail, 5,000 bonus XP gained. "Looks like I made it in time," Quinn said. After looking at the results of being the first person to kill such a beast, he was even happier with the decision he made. Now the loud sound that erupted from the impact of the blood hammer on the beast's shell had echoed throughout the jungle. Even the students who were 200 or so meters back could hear it, but they chose to ignore it since the sound was a distance away. It wasn't their concern, but the sound really had traveled a good distance. Within its chambers, a large figure dwelling deep inside a cave awoken. Bloodshot red eyes flared open as it began to make its move towards the sound. A stab with her rapier, Faye jumped back to avoid the black blood that would spurt out from the beast. Then a quick change of her weapons that couldn't be followed by regular human eyes, she had changed to a sword. She swirled around and struck the snake-like beast from the tail up, slicing its body in half. "Was that all of them?" Faye said in an annoyed voice as she looked at the shy female teacher. "Yes," the teacher replied as she bowed down her head in shame. After the distress call received from one of the groups, Faye came at full speed towards the area. It seemed like the students had encountered a group of intermediate tier beast. The snake-like creature hung from above the trees, and when the students had entered the area which they were meant to explore, they had dropped down. The female teacher was frightened, and before even confirming what level of beasts they were, she had asked for help. When Faye arrived, she was annoyed. She could tell just from a glance that these beasts were at above the intermediate level, and as the students, including the teacher herself, engaged in combat, she could as well. But once the distress signal was already called, it meant Faye had to check it out no matter what, and while she was here, she felt like she should quickly help the students deal with the situation. An intermediate beast could be dealt with by a group of 5, but it would still be a hard task and distract them from their goal. Looking at the teacher, Faye was about to give her a scolding. Just then, a ding sound was heard, and her watch lit up again. "Another one. I swear if this is the same thing, I will be having a word with all the first-year teachers when I get back." With those words said in anger, she had already left from the sight of the first-year female teacher. The teacher felt like fate was on her side and had stopped her from getting a tough scolding as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. 530-0400 XP. You are now level 13. 2 stat points have been gained 4930-800 XP. You are now level 14. 2 stat points have been gained 4130-1600 XP. You are now level 15. 2 stat points have been gained 2530-3200 XP points. For defeating the new type of beast, Quinn had gained a bonus of 5,000 points, which had leveled him up a total of 3 times. And now he also had 6 free stat points to play with. This was the result of being the first to kill an undiscovered beast, and it was only the basic tier. So far, the system had always rewarded Quinn more when killing beasts of a higher tier. Although, he did receive less XP for killing a basic tier beast after evolving, similar to how he obtained no XP form fighting low-level students. If this was to continue, as Quinn leveled up, he would have to not just look for higher-level opponents, but also higher-level beast for XP. Did this mean at some point Quinn would no longer receive XP? There had to be a cap to these things, and once Quinn was strong enough, he would no longer be able to obtain XP even from the strongest of enemies. But Quinn could never imagine that happening. For now, he thought it was best if he was to keep these stat points in reserve. When consuming blood, the stat points were automatically added. The same was for the O-type blood. Quinn would have to choose there and then what the stat would go into before progressing. However, it wasn't the same when leveling up. The stat could be saved, and just underneath his status screen, a number would appear displaying how many stat points he could use. If he needed to, Quinn wanted to place the stat points into his charm skill. It was more beneficial for him to increase this skill so he could get more blood in the future. But right now, there wasn't anyone else traveling on their own, and it would be hard for him to not be caught. Still, the orange portal planet was a dangerous place, and Quinn didn't know when he might need to use his other stats for dangerous situations. Before leaving the area, Quinn managed to shove his hand into the small hole and crack he had made. The shell now seemed a lot softer and was easier to break. Since the beast was dead, the crystal inside was no longer powering its defensive capabilities. After swirling his hand around inside the beast, he eventually felt a solid object and pulled the crystal out, even though it was only a basic tier crystal. Quinn was already thinking about what type of armor the crystal could be used for. It had a good defense after all, so it would be best made into either a defensive item or a piece of armor. The crystal was stored into his system inventory, away from the eyes of others. Quinn had returned to where the others were, and he could see Fex by CIA's side as well. He had managed to leave just after seeing Quinn kill the beast, and did not see what Quinn had done with the crystal after. As Quinn walked past him and went to join up with Peter, Fex did his best to look as unsuspicious as possible. He started whistling away while looking through the trees. "Did you do something wrong?" Sia asked. She could tell that Fex was acting strange ever since he returned. Hearing this caused Fex to jolt back a bit. "No, I'm just getting bored. Why would I have anything to hide? Maybe you have something to hide, and that's why you're accusing me of having something to hide," Fex replied back. "You know, that's a classic line of someone who's been caught," Sia replied as she walked off, already uninterested in whatever Fex was trying to hide. It had been over an hour now, and the group had a total of 60 points. They had finally recovered from their deficit. They were unable to see where they were, as none of the groups knew each other's scores. But they had a rough idea from watching, and with the 50-point deduction, they wouldn't be surprised if they were still in the last place. Now, when students were scanning items with the scanner, it would constantly come up with an error. 15 minutes had passed, and there wasn't a single sound indicating the students had found something. The only beast that was found was the strange boulder beast as well. "I guess it's time for us to move on," Dell said. A larger device was tied around his waist, which looked like a larger version of the scanner the students had. After pressing several buttons on his own scanner, a sound was heard, and suddenly, none of the students were able to scan anything at the moment. "All right, students. Everyone gather up in the center. It's time for us to move on to the next area," Dell shouted. As the students started to walk over to Dell, loud, low sounds could be heard, and a vibration underneath felt in their feet. "What is that?" a student said, worried as the loud sounds were consistent. It was clear that something large was coming towards them, and it wasn't human. The loud sounds started to get louder, and now the sounds of trees crashing onto the ground could be heard. Every student was looking into the direction of where the sound was coming. 2 of the trees closest to the open part of the jungle were knocked down, and now they could see what was making all that noise. The large beast stood on all fours and had a long neck. There was no fur, and it resembled something similar to a dinosaur. Even the size was something similar to what they would have imagined. The only difference was on its back. It seemed to have a large flower bud. It completely covered it from its neck to its tail. The students picked up their scanners and immediately started to scan the beast. Size wasn't always the indicator of strength. Quickly, they realized their scanners had been turned off by Dell, and they were unable to tell the level of the beast. But for Quinn, it was different. Advanced Tier Beast, Flora Sour. Unable to obtain further information, "Guys, we have to run," Quinn said in a serious tone. They didn't know why, but Quinn was clearly shocked after seeing the beast. Perhaps it was his vampire senses tingling, telling him this was a strong beast, Vordon thought. But it wasn't the case, for Fex stood unaware of the danger in front of them. Some vampires were able to sense how dangerous a beast was, but Fex's senses still weren't at that level yet. So to him, it just looked like any other beast, only this one was a little larger. After finding out it was an advanced tier beast, Quinn didn't even think about the possibility of trying to defeat it for its experience points. Last time, he had fought against an intermediate beast and almost died. There was no way for Quinn to tell how strong the intermediate beast he fought against was. Some were stronger than others, but whenever there was a jump up in the level of beast tiers, there was a definite strength difference. He didn't have confidence he could defeat it, and definitely not while hiding abilities. Even though Fex was by his side, who had supposedly killed 10 advanced tier beasts. Fex had the same problem as Quinn, where he was unable to reveal himself in front of this many people. However, if Fex honestly did know the level of the beast, even he would have been frightened. Fex, just like when Quinn faced an intermediate beast, barely made it out alive. He wasn't strong enough to easily deal with one, and definitely not while hiding his powers. The students were also frightened, mostly because of the size of the beast. When it exited from the trees, it had stopped and was now looking down at them. The beast was a little larger than a 2-floor house, while its long neck stretched out, causing a shadow to be cast over the students at the front. Seeing the beast, Dell nervously took the larger scanner from his side. His hands were shaking as he pointed it at the creature, and after a few seconds his fears were confirmed. It was an advanced level beast. Dell was never much of a fighter, and his ability also didn't support that fact. Immediately, he started tapping away at his wristwatch, sending out a distress signal. He was unaware of how many times he had pressed the button. Dell just wanted one of the sergeants to appear in front of them now. Out of all the students, Quinn was the first to take a step away, trying to get a head start on the other students, but the sound of his steps caused the leaves to ruffle, and the creature's head turned and immediately looked at Quinn. "Maybe moving isn't a good idea," Layla said. "Yeah, while it's not being aggressive, let's not do anything," Quinn replied. Dell had felt the same way, which was why he hadn't shouted at the students to run away or retreat. The sudden movements could frighten the beasts. Most beasts were hostile towards humans, but the higher tiers seemed to have more intelligence, and some would leave humans alone. Although that didn't stop the humans from hunting them for their crystals. Dell was hoping that the students at least knew this basic knowledge and wouldn't try attacking the beast, giving them all the best chance for survival. The bud on the beast's back slowly started to open up, revealing a pink center. Out of the pink center, 6 vines had also appeared, rising up in the air, before dropping down and falling to the beast side. The vines seemed to be alive and being controlled by the beast. Although the beast wasn't moving, the vines were stretching out from the buds as if there was no end in sight. One of the vines had reached the student closest to the beast. The end of the vine was slightly larger and looked similar to the head of the beast itself, but was still green in color. Right now, the head of the vine was floating directly about in front of the student. His heart was beating loudly, and he now had his eyes closed, hoping that if he couldn't see the beast, it would somehow calm down his nerves. After waiting a while, and nothing happening, the student eventually opened his eyes. At that moment, the head of the vine opened up and attached itself to the students. Using both hands, he grabbed onto the vine and tried to pull as hard as he could, but it was no use. The suction and stickiness of the vine was too strong, and he couldn't break free. The vine lifted the student high up into the air and towards the beast mouth. As it opened up its mouth, several sharp teeth could be seen, and the beast took a bite that caused nearly half of the student's body to disappear. "Everyone run! It's a hostile advanced tier beast!" Dell shouted as he ran into a random part of the jungle. Most of the students decided to follow where Dell had gone. It was instinct for students when in time of need to rely on adults that were there, especially since Dell was their teacher and was meant to be there for their guidance. The beast continued to use its vines to grab the students closest, and as they screamed in pain and cried out for their teacher's help. Dell closed his eyes and tried to ignore them. "If I go back and try to save them now, we could all die. This is the right thing to do," he told himself. The students who had gotten a head start had managed to create a distance between them and the beast. The beast still hadn't moved and was busy eating the students it had managed to catch. However, while Dell was running blindly through the jungle, he was aware of a great problem. The distress signal sent from the watch was just that. It was only a signal sent to the sergeants. As stated before, the GPS tracker and other features of the watch didn't work well, or not at all on other planets. Even the scanner could only work with the technology of the master scanner that Dell held. The system was designed so when a signal was sent, the sergeants could tell which team the signal was coming from. They would then head over in that direction. If Leo or Faye was to head there now, though, they would no longer be there, and would have no clue where Dell or the other students had gone. But right now, they had no choice. Suddenly, the loud sound of the footsteps could be heard coming in their direction once again. The beast was on the move and had finished its snack. Quinn's group were quite fast and were just behind Dell. Peter had picked up Layla and held her in his hands, while surprisingly, Sia was able to keep up with them. Fex and Quinn were not traveling at full speed as they made sure to stay behind Dell, unaware that Dell had no plan. The students at the back could hear the booming footsteps getting louder and louder. In the end, the temptation got the better of them. They turned around and was caught by one of the vines. Some of the students were a bit smarter in their movements and would travel in between trees, making it harder for the beast to catch them. Still, it did nothing to slow down the main beast's body as it would continue to bulldoze its way through the trees. Then when Del Wad made it past another tree, they had finally come out to an open area. A small vertical wall with vines on could be seen, most likely the side of a mountain. Del thought about attempting to climb it, but would take some time for them to scale, and the beast would catch up with them by then. The open area was quite large. To the left and right, there were two paths, but they were slightly slanted going uphill, and Del didn't like their chances of outrunning the beast. "We have no choice. We have to turn and fight," Del shouted. The 40 or so students knew the seriousness of the situation. They turned around, facing the jungle which they had just exited from, and prepared their weapons and abilities. A few moments later, and the beast came crashing through, with tees flying off to the side. "If we want to live, I might have to fight with everything I've got," Quinn said. When looking up at the beast, blood could be seen dripping from its mouth. It was even quite a shocking sight for both Fex and Quinn. They also consumed blood, but this wasn't the same. One of the students' intestines could be seen dangling from the side of the mouth of the beast, and even for them, this was too much. The vines continued to hover around the beast's side, as if they were alive like snakes, while the main body of the beast charged straight ahead into the students. Like a whip, the vines were used to knock the students closest away. It caused quite a deep cut amongst the student's body that had been hit. They felt like they could have just as easily been hit with a sword. The attack was so fast and sharp it even felt like one. Some of the students that saw their friends hurt started to rush towards them. "No, don't!" Del shouted. Del had propped his shield up and dug it into the ground while staying behind. His ability wasn't that great, so all he could do was stay at the back, near the mountain wall. "Healers and support-type abilities, come and stay behind me. We don't want you to get hurt," Del commanded. "Anyone who uses a beast weapon as their main attack, come closer to me now." They did as their teacher told them to. Right now, the element abilities were busy distracting the beast, aiming for the attack against the legs while other students would try their best to block the vines. The ones that had used beast weapons as their main attack had gone towards Dell and could see him placing his hand on each item. I wonder what he's doing, Quinn thought as he went over to take a closer look. My ability allows me to double the strength and durability of any beast weapon for a limited time. We need to defeat the beast before time runs out. Quinn overhead, Dell said. Hearing this, Quinn too lined up waiting for the teacher. Those who had their equipment improved had gone to join in the fight with the other students. There was a mixture of people. Some were scared, some felt like they had no choice but to fight. And for a few of them, they enjoyed the thrill of a fight and couldn't help themselves but join in. Quinn was the last to line up, and eventually it got to his turn. Boy, there's no point wasting this on you, Dell said. Will you even get in a fight? Besides, I can only use my ability so many times in a day. It would be a waste on you. These words had angered Quinn. If he wasn't going to use his vampire abilities, he thought he might be able to help out greatly just using his beast weapons. With all the students attacking the beast at once, it would be hard for them to tell where the bulk of the damage had come from. What about you? Quinn said. Why are you allowed to hide back here, while the others are attacking and defending? Is this shield just for show? Yeah. You try to be a smartass, Dell replied. As you can see, I'm here protecting all the students behind me. As Quinn looked at the students behind Dell, he could see many of them with fear and shock in their faces. A few even had tears in their eyes as they saw their friends get hurt. I have to help him, a woman cried as she went running forward, but her friend quickly pulled her back towards their group. Don't! I know you want to try to save him, but if you get hurt, we can't save anyone, another female replied. Out of all the students in Dell's class, her ability worked more like a buff increases the overall strength of a student, but still, it would be better than leaving them out there. About 8 of the students had been attacked by the vine-like whip. It seemed like the beast had stopped eating students while there were many around attacking it. Still, the wounds on these students were quite bad, and the 2 of them were unable to move. After hearing what Dell said, Quinn didn't really want to help out, but after seeing the sad look on the faces of the others, he knew he had to do something. P.O. come! Quinn shouted as he dashed off towards the fallen students on the ground. Is he going to try to save them? A student asked. No, he's only a level 1. He must just be an idiot. Peter wasn't the only one that was following Quinn. Right now, on his other side, Fex was running closely behind him as well. I'll cover you while you do whatever you want to do, but you will owe me one after this, Fex said with a wink. As the 3 boys got closer to the beast, the vines started to head towards them, slashing out at an incredible speed. The first one was towards Peter, who attempted to grab the vine, but it was just too fast. It had slipped through and sliced the palm of his hands quite deep. As usual, there was no pain, and his hand was already starting to heal. Now, on the other side, another vine was coming towards them, and this time it was Fex's turn. Fex was a vampire and was unable to use his ability just like Quinn. However, there was a clear advantage of Fex's ability over others. When using his string ability, it was almost invisible to the human eye. As the vine came towards him, spread both his hands out and slashed it downward, cutting the head of the vine right off. However, just like with Peter, the vine seemed to have an incredible recovery speed, and right now the head was starting to form out of the cut cells by Fex. When by the bleeding student's side, Quinn placed his finger into the student's blood around the chest. It was too far away for the other students to see the finer details, and everyone else was busy fighting the beast. Quickly shifting his hand into his mouth, he quickly picked up the student and rushed back to the others. Ab, blood type. Consumed, stamina 18. Quinn then repeated this process with the other students who had been hit. In total, he managed to save 5 students and at the same time consumed their blood, while the others had been flung away or were too deep fighting in the carnage for Quinn to get the chance to consume their blood. All in all, Quinn had gotten stronger. Strength, 23. agility 19, stamina 18, charm 16. Fex didn't let Quinn's strange habits go unnoticed. Even if he did enjoy the taste of blood greatly like some vampires did, to do so in the middle of a battle was a bit crazy. While Quinn was busy looking at his stats and the two by his side were busy dealing with the vines, a third vine had already set its sight on Quinn. When the two had looked at each other, the vine had set its target. It reached out as far as it could to grab onto Quinn, but he wasn't as nimble when moving backwards and could see the vine would soon catch up. Just as the vine was about to reach Quinn, its movements suddenly slowed, and Quinn was able to create a distance between the two. He looked around, seeing what possibly could have been the cause. That's when he noticed the strange, ghost-like spear, half of its body inside an elephant. The spirit spear? Quinn said, confused, but when looking back, he could see Sia had decided to help out by using her spear, thanks to Sia's spear. The beast had slowed down just enough for Quinn to move out of the way, avoiding the vine whip. Fex and Peter had also now resorted to dodging after finding out the incredible growth speed of the vines. However, the fact that the beast was slowed down didn't go unnoticed. A second spear was thrown and had landed in the same spot on the beast's legs. The effect of two spears had stacked, and now the beast was 20% slower than it usually would have been, and also 20% weaker. The students took advantage of this temporary weakness. Their attacks were bouncing off the beast's thick hide were now doing damage, and the vines that were troubling started to move slower. Still, the beast was strong, and even at 80% of its strength, it was able to fend off the attacks from 40 different students. CIA continued to throw her spirit spears at the beast. At most, though, she was only able to stack up 2 spears. Whenever she would throw a third spear into the beast, the first one would have already lasted for 5 seconds and disappear. Her ability was perfect for situations like this. The beast was a big target, and then its vines. Its main body wasn't too fast unless it was running in a straight line. If she was to go up against other beasts, even some intermediate beats, it might have been harder for her to use her ability, but right now, she was one of the most important people when it came to taking down this creature. If only we could make it even weaker, Dell said. As that moment, a blonde boy stood by Sia's side, and in his hand, he too had a spirit spear. Looks like you have quite a good ability there, Vordon said as he threw the spear into the beast's leg. With Vordon and Sia using their sprit spears, the beast now had lost 40% of its overall strength. It was nearly half of what it used to be. The students were now doing even better than before, and even the ones whose weapons had been reinforced by Dell were working. Quinn no longer felt the need for him or Fex to get involved when fighting the beast. The students that had been brought back by Quinn were getting treatment from the support students. Now that the beast's movements had slowed, they had joined the battle and went to support their teammates using buffs and other skills. The only one that remained in position with a smile on his face was Dell. This is brilliant. It looks like these students might be able to take down an advanced beast after all. I might even get a promotion for this. Dell thought about excitedly. When looking at him, Quinn felt like he could read his teacher like an open book, especially after their earlier interaction. He got the sense that Dell was quite a selfish person, and he was right. Even now, although the situation had gotten better, it wasn't perfect. Students still ended up dying, but all Dell could think about was himself. After a good 15 minutes of constant attacks from most of the students, other than Quinn, Fex, who decided to lay low, even Peter and Layla were actively helping. The beast now looked heavily injured. It lifted its front 2 feet into the air and slammed them onto the ground. The mass weight of the beast caused the ground to shake around the students a little. It also served as a reminder to the other student that this beast was still plenty strong. The beast repeatedly did this action as it roared and screamed. At the same time, the vines that were coming off from the bud on its back were swinging more widely. "What is this? Have the spears worn off or something?" a student said. But when looking at the beast, the spears from Vordon and Sia still remained. They continued to attack the beast with them. Although at this point, Sia was feeling incredibly drained along with Vordon. They had been using their abilities for a while non-stop and didn't know how much longer they could last. The beast, using its long head, was now looking over back into the jungle, and the next second it started running off back from where it came. The students who were stood behind the beast rolled and dived out of the way for fear they might get trampled on. "Should we chase it if it's running away? Doesn't that mean it's nearly dead?" a student asked. Quinn also had the same thought. If the beast was injured and the others weren't going to chase it, then maybe he could. Killing an advanced beast would gain him an enormous amount of XP points. "Nobody chase the beast!" Dell shouted. "Some advanced type beasts and above have something called a berserker mode. Once injured to a certain point, if the beast feels like it's stuck in a corner, it will activate its berserker mode, sometimes increasing its strength several times." After hearing Dell's explanation, Quinn had second thoughts about chasing the beast. He was reminded of the strength of the beast before the debuff from Vordon and Sia. On top of that, there were 40 students fighting it at once. If a single person was given the task to deal with the advanced beast, Quinn couldn't imagine anyone coping. All of the vines would be free to attack you along with the main body of the beast. Even if it didn't have a berserker mode, Quinn didn't like his chances of beating the beast alone. This one he would just have to let go. When the beast had re-entered the jungle, and a minute had passed without it returning, they knew that they had achieved a victory. Cheers and congratulations were shouted out between friends and classmates. They had managed to survive such an intense ordeal. Many of the students had gone up to those who had put themselves on the front line, congratulating them for being brave and attacked the beast from the beginning. This included Dell, who had come over. It was no surprise. Quinn, after all, had contributed nothing to cause the beast to run away. The other students deserved the praise. But then, a female with light pink hair stepped in front of Quinn and bowed down to him. As she lifted up her head, her eyes were filled with tears. "Thank you so much for saving my friend," the pink-haired girl said. After that, she hurried off to join her teammates. The thanks should have made Quinn feel good, but it didn't. It had made Quinn feel bad instead. Originally, he had only gone out there not to save the students, but because he saw it as an opportunity to take their blood. Just like Dell, his reactions were because of selfish reasons, not because he was trying to be a hero. He didn't deserve the praise. When the students had all settled down, they decided to have a minute of silence out of respect for the students that had been lost. But they couldn't spend much time, for they were in a serious situation right now. The beast had chased the group quite a distance away from their original location. Not only that, but Dell had no clue where they were or how to get back. When running away, he had headed in a random direction and didn't take note. There were no maps for the planet yet either, since the place they were in was undiscovered. "What do we do now?" a student asked Dell. Leo had arrived at the camp where the distress signal had come from. Before arriving here, he had dealt with 2 more incidents from other camps. It was clear this planet was quite active with beasts. Still, it was too early to tell whether it was worthy of the decision to make it a red portal planet. If there was only a few advanced tier beasts and they got rid of them, then it was possible for them to give the planet a green grade. For the first time, though, when arriving at the location of a distress call, there were no students around. Leo started to hunt around for clues when the sounds of large, heavy footsteps could be heard heading in his direction. "Now what do we have here?" Leo said. The sound of the footsteps could be heard loud and clear. Leo was even able to see the energy as each foot was placed on the ground. He activated his ability a little more, and now his vision was even wider than most people could see with their own eyes. It didn't matter how many trees or obstacles were blocking his path. Whatever was heading towards him, he would be able to see it clearly, and that he did. A large flame of red energy seemed to be spiraling to his direction. The energy of the beast seemed to be getting wilder on the outside, but when looking closer and towards the core of the beast's crystal, Leo could see the energy was actually being more condensed. The flames of aura were entering the crystal, while the leftovers were sparkling on the outside. This was what happened when a beast was just about to go into berserker mode. Soon, the condensed energy would explode, and the power of the beast would temporarily increase. If it gets to that point, it might be a little bit inconvenient, Leo moaned as he drew out his trusty sword. There was no need for Leo to move from the spot he was in. The beast was already coming towards him, so he stood there and waited. Finally, the beast had arrived, barging itself through and knocking the trees down in its path. Unfortunately, Leo was unable to see that the beast itself was injured from the battle with the students. His ability allowed him to see the outline of the beast and the things around him, but he was unable to see the finer details. If the beast was nearly dead, he could tell from their aura, but this one still had plenty of life. Immediately 6 lines of red energy came whipping out at Leo. Focusing his mind, he waited until all paths of the red energy crossed each other. In that moment, he took a single swing of his blade. The 6 vines that had come out at him had all been sliced off. Leo could see that the energy was still flowing through the vines as they started to regrow, but what he was more concerned about was the energy building up in the beast's body. Ignoring the vines and looking at the head of the beast, it was quite large and a distance away. "Well, I don't want to go all the way up there," Leo said. He placed his sword in his sheath and prepared himself. When he was sure where his target was going to be, a single movement, drawing all of his energy out, and pulling the blade out of the sheath as fast as he could, a line of his own energy had left the sword as it was taken out of its sheath. The line of energy was thin and white in color, but the beast had no time to react, and it had completely passed through its neck. A few moments later, and the beast's neck was starting to slide from its head and fell to the ground. Its body then shortly followed after. "I guess you can't regenerate your head," said Leo. After defeating the beast, he didn't stop for a moment, not even to extract the crystal core from its body. He didn't have much time to investigate the area before, and the beast had suddenly come out and attacked him. But during the fight, he had spotted something when looking at the beast's aura from his position. In the distance were the dead bodies of the students. They no longer produced a flame of aura, but a little leftover essence was always showing on their bodies a few hours later. Right now, the students were a priority, and if they had run into similar beasts to the one he had just faced, he feared the worst for the students. Back where the others were, just by the mountainside wall, Dell and a few of the other students were deciding what to do. Dell had called over the main helpers and the strongest rank students on for their advice. In Dell's class, there weren't many strong students. There were a couple of level 6 students and a few level 5, but that was it for the class. Vordon was considered one of the strongest students despite his level, but he had not been invited to the group meeting that Dell was hosting. This was because Dell still bore a grudge against Vordon, and after what Quinn had said, he now hated their whole group. "Maybe we should head back where the beast came out from," a student suggested. "If we follow the trail of broken-down trees, then maybe we can find out way back." "That won't work," Dell replied. "The jungle is large, and if that beast lives here, then there are likely to be many trees and paths that have been created by the beasts and those similar to it. If we follow one of those paths, we might even be just leading ourselves to be dinner for another beast." "Well, you suggest something," another student said, their tone sharp, rather annoyed at the situation. Even they felt like so far Dell had been useless at everything. Still, Dell was a higher rank than them, not just as a teacher, but in the military as well, and they needed to show him some respect. He could also be the deciding factor on their grades. So the students bit down their tongues and moved on. But that didn't change the fact of how useless he had been. "I think we should go up one of the side paths of the mountain," Dell suggested. "If we go up high, then we can see the jungle from above. We should be able to see where the area we started from was, and if we can't see that, we will definitely be able to spot the shelter." It wasn't a bad idea, the others thought, but after encountering such a dangerous beast, the idea of going further into the unknown was frightening for them. Still, with the only other idea already shot down by the teacher, what choice did they have? The students were told to inform the others of the plan, as each group made sure they had their supplies and started to head out. "This is so stupid," Sia complained. "We should at least stay here for a while and wait. Maybe another group or the sergeant will come and find us. If you're lost, you're meant to stay still." "Well, I think we're just climbing the mountain to see where we are, then we'll probably head back down," Layla explained. "I still think we should wait a little bit before doing anything," Sia replied. "Although I don't like Dell," Vordon said. "Maybe for these guys staying in one place isn't a good idea. Look at their faces. Now they are moving and it's making them forget about what happened. They might think if they stay there, other beasts will come and attack them, maybe even the same one. But as we move, at least we are working towards our goal." Okay, pretty boy, you convinced me," Sia replied. "Let's go." Author note: there was no upload yesterday due to me having to make an emergency trip to the hospital. Hope you understand. And I hope this doesn't happen again. The decision was inconclusive and halved for which side of the mountain they wanted to track up. There was the option of sending half the group on one side, too. But after seeing how effective they were as a single unit against a powerful beast, they felt that it was best to keep everyone together in one powerful group in case something similar happened again. They started to travel up on the left side of the mountain. Dell had made the decision and was ordering the group around, but he wasn't the one that stood in front of the group. Instead, some of the stronger groups had their own individual frontliner. Dell had made some type of excuse, claiming that he was the only one able to use the communicator to contact the sergeants. What if he disappeared? If that happened, then the sergeants would have no clue where they were. But this was a lie, for the sergeants didn't have a clue where Dell's class were. They only knew that they had sent out a distress signal. The scanners had been turned on. They would still record points and work as long as they were within a 200-meter radius of Dell, even though the scanners still provided each student with points for their team. There was no fierce competition anymore. The group decided to stay close together, and no one was venturing far away from their team or far from the whole group. While scanning new items, the scanner would still do the same, but the sense of competition was no longer there. The reason why Dell had turned the scanners back on was because they were good tools at finding out what was around them, whether there were dangerous plants or precious ores. But the primary function of the scanners for Dell was to detect beasts and their levels while those beasts were still far away from the group. If they came across another beast and it was far too powerful for their group to handle, Dell didn't even dare to imagine the number of casualties and the number of remaining students that would be able to come back with them to the military camp. The group slowly progressed and eventually the slope started to level out. They could still see the large wall and the ground behind them, so they found it a little strange. Usually any mountains had a lot of ridges with leveled and inclined ground, so this mountain seemed strange. The open field was long and still very green like most of the jungle so far, with plants here and there, but there was a lot more open space. They were higher in elevation now, but they were still unable to see the top of the mountain from below. When one of the students went to the edge, they looked down, and although they could see the part of the jungle where they had made their last stand against the advanced tier beast, one of the more curious students went over to the edge and looked down. Even though they could still see the part of the jungle where they made their last stand against that beast previously, they were unable to see where they had started from the beginning nor the shelter. Depending which direction Dell had run from the camp, the only way for them to see the shelter or where they once came from was to climb to a high enough point so they could see the area around them in a bird's eye view. But the slightly inclined ground they were on looked like it could go on for miles, and the only way left to get higher up the mountain was to scale it using their hands and feet. But that wouldn't be a possible option for their group. The students started to walk around to see if there were any other option to scale the mountain, or if they could see the shelter from the edges of the mountain. "Maybe it's best if we just head back down. Going up the mountain might be more dangerous than roaming around down there," Layla said. "I agree. But also, it doesn't look like Dell really knows what he is doing, Vordon replied. Dell was currently just standing in the middle, looking up at the mountain to his right and down the sloped path from where they had come from. In the middle of their exploration, though, 3 clear and distinctive dings were suddenly heard. The students all turned to where the sound came from, as it indicated that a beast had been discovered by the scanner. When looking at the student whose scanner had gone off, it looked like there was nothing, even around him. "What did you discover?" Dell said as he started to walk over to the student. The student pointed at a purple blade of grass on the floor. When walking up the slope, there were patches of grass here and there. Most of the grass was green in color, but once in a while, they could see some stalks of grass colored purple. Nearly all of the students decided to ignore it, as it seemed just like an odd thing with nothing else strange about it. But when they felt boredom in their exploration, this particular student decided to give it a scan anyway to relieve some of his boredom. But to his surprise, the scanner said that he wasn't holding a plant, but a beast. When Dell snatched the scanner from the student, a dark expression appeared on his face. "An intermediate beast, this little thing? How can that be possible?" The purple shade of grass was the same size as all the other pieces of grass. It seemed impossible for there to be a beast crystal inside. The students were not actively looking at the grass around them, but now they noticed that there were a few single strands of purple grass every so often from the grasses surrounding them. A few drops of water from the sky started to land onto the ground and onto the faces of the students. "Is it starting to rain?" Layla asked. "That's just great. We might have to try to find some cover." But Quinn was interested in the beast. If it was another new type, and he found a way to defeat it before anyone else, he would gain a large amount of exp once again. He bent down and looked closer at the blade of grass. "Inspect intermediate beast. Dumping bait beast. The top of the beast's head can often seem like a blade of grass, while most of its body remained underground. The beast cannot move, but when the rain comes, it will sprout from underneath." After reading the message, the rain started to get heavier around them. Just like with the boulder snails from before, it seemed that the beast was also active in the rain. And right now, they were experiencing their first bit of rain since coming to the place. Quinn immediately started to look around him and noticed many of the students were looking at the purple blade of grass. There were nearly as many blades of grass as the students. In a way, it seemed that a small army of intermediate beasts was about to pop out from under the ground. Perhaps this would be even more troublesome than the advanced tier beasts. As a single raindrop fell on the purple shade of grass, it suddenly started to shake, and the ground around started to vibrate as well. "What the hell is going on here?" Feck said. "Guys, get away from the purple grass!" Quinn shouted to his teammates. "Let's head back down the slope." As Quinn said these words, a 2-meter-tall purple plant appeared behind him. Its body was as thick as a tree, and its was head as wide as a car. On top of its head was the strand of grass that could barely be seen on top of the giant plant-like beast. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as the plant dived down. But it was too late. The large plant had swallowed Quinn whole. Chaos had erupted on the side slope of the mountain. Once the raindrops touched the top of the beast's head, it had sent them a signal informing them to rise to the surface. The beast was tall and wide, and to top it off, they were fast and nimble as well. Most of the students were still tired from the fight with the advanced-tiered beast earlier. Most of their MC cells had been used, and they hadn't had enough time to recover. Their instinct told them to run upon seeing the beasts rising from underneath the ground. However, the beats were just too fast. As if it was a snake, the plants opened their mouths wide and sometimes consumed more than one student at a time, and one of these students was Quinn. "We have to get him out of there," Vordon shouted as he looked around at the other students. "Damn it, why isn't there someone with high-level abilities in this class?" Dell's class was considered one of the weakest class, and they had gotten significantly weaker after Aaron had left. Vordon was hoping at one point to come across one of the other classes and copy one of their abilities. One of the downsides to Vordon's ability was the fact that he would have to wait 24 hours before storing a new ability. At most, with the help of Vordon and Sia, he could store 3 at a time. Because of this, Vordon was actually cautious about whose ability he copied. Right now, it didn't seem like anyone's ability was doing well against the plants. "He's already dead, let's just get out of here," Sia complained. "No, he's not dead," Peter replied. "I can tell." Although Sia had no clue what Peter meant by this, the others realized that the reason must be some type of link between the two. That could also be the explanation as to why Peter wasn't going mad right now after witnessing the death of Quinn. "I'll go get him," Fex said. The others were surprised by his words. They knew Quinn and Fex weren't close enough, but obviously from Fex's words. He was genuinely concerned about Quinn, but the question was, when did the two of them become so close? But Fex could tell the seriousness of the situation. He was the only one, along with Quinn, that hadn't done much during the fight against the advanced tier beast, so he still had plenty of energy. Fex ran and leapt into the air, but in a blink of an eye the plant swayed its large body to the side and at an incredible speed struck Fex, who was still in mid-air, slamming him back to the side of the mountain. Maybe jumping straight forward wasn't such a good idea. The pain wreaking havoc on Fex's body wasn't too bad, but he was still a little dazed. When he managed to gather where he was, he could see the plant already coming towards him across the floor with its mouth wide open. When he finally managed to get up, the plant was already coming for him, streaking across the floor with its mouth wide open, ready to devour him. There was no panic on Fex's face, just a slight smile. "Eat me, then, you piece of—" Then, he was gone, swallowed by the beast plant. It lifted its whole body and raised its head, making sure that whatever it managed to consume would go straight down. The others stayed there watching the plant for a few seconds, hoping that Fex had some sort of plan. There was a lot of popular news established by media centers about some people's miraculous escape after being swallowed by a beast. It was reported that those people killed their way out of the beast's body. But after watching for a while and seeing no result, the situation couldn't be more obvious. "Run!" Vordon shouted. "It's all we can do. If Peter says Quinn is safe, then we just have to believe him." Vordon, along with Layla, was the first to take their advice. Layla was a little behind Vordon, so she had a head start. Seeing this, Vordon decided he didn't have time to be picky about what abilities he had. If he touched Layla, then at least he would have something to protect himself while fighting. Thinking about this, he ran faster, straight for Layla. He then reached out and grabbed her hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Layla complained, but she quickly stopped her complaint as another beast plant was heading straight for the two of them. She held out her hand, hoping to slow it down even just by a little bit. As Vordon turned, he threw one of the spritz spears and it pierced straight through the beast's head, but it clearly wasn't enough, and the beast was quick to retaliate, swallowing the two in an instant. "What are you doing?" Sia shouted. She, too, had rushed off hoping to run away, but she quickly stopped as she noticed there were also several plants behind them. Some groups were still dealing with them, but not even one was successful. The only group that seemed to be doing well was the group led by Teacher Dell. He had taken his large shield with him and was holding it up with his back against the mountain wall. With only one possible angle of attack, Dell and a few other students were able to block most of the incoming attacks from the plants, and since the plants weren't able to move from their original position, at most, the group had to block attacks from 3 incoming plant beasts. "Let's go over there," she shouted. "It's the safest place. With my ability, we can make it." At this point, she was tugging on Peter's uniform, but he stayed there, still looking at one of the plants. "If Quinn is somewhere else, then I need to go with him," Peter replied. "Screw you!" she shouted in anger. "If you want to die, then go die yourself." "A single step," Sia cried out. She turned around and suddenly realized that all she could see was pitch black. Then, a few seconds later, she felt the sensation of falling. The whole group had now been swallowed by different beets plants. Fex and Quinn, Layla and Vordon, and finally Peter and Sia. A few of the other students had been swallowed too. A few were also knocked off the side of the cliff, while the majority somehow managed to make it to where Dell's position was, even though they felt weak. With Dell doing most of the blocking, the students were able to use their attacks to fight against the plant beasts that managed to reach them. They continued to do this until eventually the rain started to stop. The moment the rain stopped, all of the beasts went into hibernation at the same time. They returned underground and turned into beautiful stalks of purple grasses once more. Amazingly, soils started to form over the purple grasses, and in a blink of an eye, the mountain had returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. "Is it over?" a student asked, huffing and panting. He felt as if he would collapse from exhaustion at any moment. "I think so," Dell replied. "I think these beasts reacted to the rain. They seemed to appear and disappear at the same time as the rain appeared and vanished. Luckily for us, in a place like this, the downpour might be strong, but it doesn't last for long. However, we don't know when the next downpour will be." "What should we do know, and what about the others?" another asked. Dell looked around, and he could see there wasn't much blood. Also, during his studies, he discovered that plant-type beasts mostly weren't carnivores. The fact that these plants probably didn't have the acid necessary to digest meat meant that the students were still probably alive. "I hate to say this, but they're probably already dead," Dell lied. "It's best if we head back down to where we were. If we carry on going upward, then there might be even more dangerous beasts." Some of the students were annoyed by what Dell had just suggested. They had made this suggestion earlier and even said the same thing to Dell, informing him there might be more danger up ahead. Still, he decided to progress anyway, and now he was saying traveling upward was a bad idea. Before heading back down the slope, a student spotted another person walking up. As they saw who it was, a huge smile appeared on their face. "Sergeant Leo!" the student shouted. Even Dell was delighted and happy. There wasn't much that needed to be said, as Leo agreed that he would take them back to the shelter for now. But before doing so, Leo asked for the other students to investigate the area. Just as the students were about to head down the slope, Leo started to walk over to a strange object. A certain item was giving off energy, similar to that of a beast weapon. He had arrived by the wall of the mountain and picked up the cold, solid object. "Do you mind telling me what it looks like?" Leo asked Dell, who wouldn't leave his side. "It appears to be some type of metal flask, although it has some strange design on it. It looks like a beast's head with fangs. Maybe it's one of the items that the students dropped during the struggle," Dell answered. "I'm wondering just what is so important that it needs to be kept in a special type of beast equipment." Leo thought to himself. The last thing Quinn could remember was Layla shouting out his name. Then, in a blink of an eye, they were swallowed whole. What came afterwards was darkness. His body was continuously being swirled around, throwing him off balance, and it gave him not even a moment to balance himself nor use any of his abilities. Everything was happening so quickly, but during the whole process, he didn't feel any pain. Then when he had finally reached the bottom, Quinn felt his body continuously sinking. It felt like he had been dropped in a watery quagmire. He tried moving his hands, using all the strength he could muster, but it seemed to have no effect. If anything, it was making him sink quicker. His legs were the first thing to pass through, and as it did, he felt a free range of motion. They weren't hitting or placed against anything, but they felt like he was in mid-air, kicking them backwards and forwards. Still, he was unable to feel anything. If the plant swallowed me and now I'm falling down, doesn't that mean I'm falling into another part of the mountain or underneath the planet? Quinn thought. The height of his fall worried him the most. His arms had now gone through the strange substance, and now only the top of his head remained. Just like with his legs, his hands were able to move freely. But now, he started worrying. If Quinn was right, then once his head fell through, his whole body would be falling. He was strong, and he had a sturdy body as a vampire, but what was he falling into? lava, spikes, or into a pit of beasts. His abilities couldn't possibly save him from that. Quinn's mind madly spun as he thought about his next course of action. He activated his shadow ability and covered his body thinly. It seemed to have worked and slowed down the sinking process. But this was a mere stopgap, not a solution to the problem. But of course, this stopgap should give him enough time to think. Suddenly, a voice reverberated out of nowhere. "What the hell is this?" a boy yelled as his voice echoed out. "It can't be. Is that Fex's voice?" Quinn thought. The space was narrow, and if Fex was coming from above, it meant that there was only one place where Fex could land. Bang! The force in Fex's weight struck Quinn's head and managed to push him through the last bit of strange substance. As Quinn's body floated through the air, he thought back to how the last thing he ever saw might have just been Fex's backside knocking him down as he fell to his death. "That arse!" Quinn shouted. When looking around him, even though he was in the dark, his pupils widened enough, letting in more light. He could see nearly just as well as outside. His guess seemed right, and he was really falling from the ceiling. The good news was, there didn't seem to be anything below that would do much damage. The bad news was he was falling from about 20 meters in height, and the ground was coming closer to him as the seconds went by. All he could do was brace himself for impact as he curled up into a ball. At the same time, a shield of shadow was created in front of him. The shadow was the first part to touch the ground, and Quinn followed shortly. It had worked. The shadow had slowed down the momentum of his fall, and Quinn went inside and fused with the shadow. "You really are useful," Quinn said as he took the shadow away, but in that moment. The speed had returned, and Quinn's body was slammed into the ground just as hard as he would have done if he hadn't used the shadow. In his haste, Quinn had forgotten that the shadow didn't actually slow things down, but only slowed down the time while he was touching the shadow. Once he traveled through the shadow, or once it was taken away, the object would continue to travel at the speed it previously had before passing through the shadow or being one with it. Covered in rubble from the walls of the cave, Quinn stood up and discovered that not a lot of damage was done to him. He felt sore in all sorts of places, but his body was sturdier than before. It also didn't seem like any of his bones had been broken from the fall. Just then, he could see Fex falling through the sky nearly at the exact same spot. "Quinn, catch me!" Fex shouted, still remembering how Fex had shoved him down under here. Quinn chose not to help. If the fall didn't kill him, it wouldn't kill Fex. Fex looked around, but the walls were too far away from him, and there was nothing nearby to attach his strings to slow down the momentum of his fall. Stepping to the side at the last moment, Quinn allowed Fex to land headfirst into the same spot as him. Unlike Quinn, Fex immediately stood to his feet after crashing, rubbing the back of his neck. "You could have at least caught me, man. What was that all about?" Fex continued to dust himself off and then looked around at where they were. They seemed to be in a large cavern that was completely empty. There were several large holes or tunnels that seemed to lead to different paths. When looking above them, they could see the plant hanging from the ceiling that had swallowed them whole. When Fex started to pat himself down, he noticed something strange. "Oh no, my flask. It must have fallen out when that giant plant hit me," Fex said angrily. "Do you want the one you gave to me?" Quinn offered. After all, it was never his in the first place, and he still had his blood bank to rely on. "No, I can't," Fex replied. "I know I'm not big on rules and stuff, but that was a gift, and I can't take back gifts. Besides, my reliance on blood is a lot less than most people. It is already at that of a vampire noble. Don't worry about me." It was true that Fex never seemed to be as interested in blood as Quinn did. Even when a student would bleed slightly, Quinn would get this tingling feeling all over his body, and his eyes would naturally be drawn to the bloodied area. But Fex never felt the same way. Quinn would keep it for now, and if Fex really needed it, Quinn would still be by his side anyway. Over at different sections underneath the mountain, the others were experiencing the same thing that Fex and Quinn had gone through. Layla and Vordon were both being slowly sucked down, while their faces were pressed up against each other. This is all your fault for grabbing me," Layla shouted. Vordon even felt some of the spit from her lips land on his face due to how close they were. "Did your parents never teach you how to speak without spreading spittle everywhere? And you would have been eaten anyway, so don't blame me," Vordon shouted back, as the two fell from the plant into the large cave. Layla used her ability to slow her down from falling at a fast speed. Vordon also used the same ability and achieved the same result, so they managed to get down onto the floor safely. They discovered that they were in a large cavern with several entrances, holes, and tunnels all around the cavern walls. However, there seemed to be no one else with them. "Great, looks like I'm stuck with a psycho. As if there could be a worse pairing than this," Layla thought. In another section of the cavern, the last pairing was of Sia and Peter. The two of them fell through the strange substance at the same time, and as they were falling through the air, Sia noticed that Peter's expression didn't have any trace of fear. Does he have a plan on how to land safely? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? She felt like she had no choice but to grab on. A fall from this height could kill a student, and at best, it could still break a few bones. Sia didn't have any beast gear on her, and her ability would do nothing to slow the descent. After grabbing onto the back of Peter, Sia held on tight. As they got closer to the floor, she was waiting for him to reveal his ability. She still had no idea what it was. The group had asked Peter to keep it that way while in front of the teachers. Students apart from those that knew Pio wouldn't know, but teachers had files on every student. No, it can't be, Sia thought, and a few seconds later, Peter crashed dead into the ground. Sia was hurt, but Peter managed to break most of her fall, but as she opened her eyes and looked at her comrade next to her, she could see that all of his limbs were mangled and broken. "What do we do now?" Layla asked. The two students, Vordon and Layla, were now stuck together in the cavern. Around them multiple paths, but with no way to tell which ones led up or down. Seeing this, Layla didn't really have an idea about what to do. "Now you're speaking to me," Logan said. "I thought it was my fault that the two of us are done here, but when it comes to trying to find a way out suddenly, you come to me for help." Layla stomped her foot onto the ground and took a few steps away. She wanted to storm off and just head down one of the paths randomly. But after only taking a few steps, her hands started to shake, and her legs were slowly banging into each other. The thought of seeing beasts like the ones they had seen so far being down here frightened her. When she was training at Pure, their main goal wasn't facing against beasts, but humans. As an agent, her tasks and training dealt with infiltration, sabotage, and a plethora of other skills. Of course, no amount of training could prepare a child for the real thing. Since coming to this school, she had seen more death than she would have liked, and it was starting to take a toll on her body and mind. More so now that her friend she would often comfort in had gone. "Why are you still having a go at me?" Layla snapped. "I told you before, you're useless. You were useless before, and even more so now. At least back then you were Quinn's blood bank, but right now I can fill that role. So honestly, what use is there for you? Stop saying the same thing over and over again." Layla was at breaking point and had enough. She no longer wanted to take this type of abuse from Vordon. Without thinking clearly, she lifted up a nearby rock and swung it towards Vordon. It was an unexpected attack from Layla, so Vordon was late in his reactions and managed to dodge the small fist-size rock. Slightly, the rock grazed his cheek. It caused a surface cut, revealing a trickle of blood. However, the first attack didn't stop there. Layla continued to lift up the rocks around and swung them towards Vordon. As they were hurled towards him, Vordon did the same, repelling them away using the same ability, but also making sure not to throw attacks back. She continued forward, screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound echoed through the cavern. "Wow," Rotten said, laughing. "It looks like you finally broke her. I mean, I thought I was the cruel one. You really know how to annoy someone when you want to. At least I just give them a beating, but this Vordon, this is just pure evil. Vordon knew Rotten was just trying to annoy him by being sarcastic. The problem was it was working. Had Vordon really gone too far? At this point, he had been trying to split Layla and Quinn apart. Still, without saying too much directly to Layla, rather than it being for himself or Quinn, he was doing it for her. "What's that noise?" Sil said as he stood up from his usual crouched position. The screams from Layla seemed to be so loud that they had even reached Sil, who would usually ignore most things. However, Vordon was too distracted deflecting the projectiles coming towards him to give Sil a reply. As Sil started walking over towards the chair, Rotten smiled and stepped to the side. "Now this will be good to see," he said. Sil placed his hand on Vordon's shoulder, who was in the chair. Now they both had access to what was going on outside. Sil could see and feel what Vordon was doing. "It looks like you need some help. Swap with me," Sil said. "Sil, I can handle it," Vordon replied carefully. "Swap with me," Sil said, his grip tightening on Vordon's shoulder. Knowing that he had no choice, Vordon reluctantly left the seat. Back outside, 4 stones were now being directed towards Vordon's body. So far, he had been taking a step back, deflecting them as they came at him, but suddenly. He stood there completely still. As he raised his hands, all of the stones stopped mid-air for a moment. Then, at the same time, the 4 stones were repelled away with even greater force. Layla could tell just from the sound they had made when hitting the walls around him. "Why are you attacking me?" Sil asked. Layla had noticed the sudden change in Vordon's attitude. She had even seen this happen a few times before. At the canteen, while they were fighting in the desert, and now again. Her sudden attacks had stopped. "If you are trying to hurt me, then you are against me," Sil said, as he lifted both hands and used an incredible force to push Layla's body back. Right now, Sil was combining the MC points in CIA's Level 4 ability along with Layla's Level 2 ability. His telekinesis powers were that of a Level 6. There was no chance at Layla stopping the power. The next moment, she was flung against the wall. The back of her head swung back into a piece of rock, and her vision quickly went to black as she passed out on the floor. "The problem has been dealt with," Sil said with a smile. In another part of the cavern, 2 more students seemed to be stuck together dealing with their own problems. CIA was taken aback at the sight of Peter's legs all mangled. They had utterly broken, and it looked like part of the bone had splintered through parts of the skin. She turned her head away, unable to look at the sight any longer. "Stay here. I will go look for help," Sia said in a panic. "You know, if you didn't hold on to me, the fall wouldn't have been as bad," Peter replied in a calm voice. Sia found it strange that it seemed like Peter wasn't affected by this whole ordeal, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Instead, she started to look around the area to see if there was anything she could find. Just like the caverns the others were stuck in, there were multiple holes and paths to choose from, not knowing which way was out or would lead them to the surface. CIA walked up to the entrances, which were a little away from where they had landed. She wanted to see if she could hear anything coming from down the tunnels. Perhaps some would be filled by beasts, but the others had also been swallowed, and just maybe they weren't too far from them. She tilted her head, with her ear faced forward towards the entrance, seeing if she could hear the slightest sound. "I think we should go this way," a voice said stood right behind her. CIA was startled, and out of instinct she turned and threw her fist, hitting Peter right in the jaw before taking a few steps to the side. It hadn't hurt Peter, but only slightly moved his head to the side, but a small mark could also be seen across his cheek. "Pio, but how? Your legs were all mangled just a few seconds ago." "Apologize now," Peter demanded. "What for the punch?" Sia asked. "No way. How the hell is that my fault? You snuck up on me when I thought you couldn't move, in a dark and creepy cave with possible beasts. Anyone's reaction would have been the same." Still, Should you not apologize if you hit someone? Or am I mistaken? Said Peter. You're weird. Why did I have to get stuck with you? I think you should be a bit nicer to me. After all, if we run into anything down here, then we will be relying on my ability a lot more than yours. Sia still didn't know Peter's ability, but she had a guess. His watch indicated he was a level 4, and if he managed to recover from an injury like that, most likely his ability was a healing one or a regenerative one. The only thing she couldn't quite put her finger on was the healing speed. She had never met a healer or seen a regenerative ability that could allow someone to recover that fast. They would be at level 8 to do such a thing. Still, this meant it was clear his ability wasn't a combat one, while Sia's wasn't either. She was sure of her hand-to-hand combat skills over the frail and weak Pio. As she took a step forward, hoping to head to the other side of the cave where the other entrances were, Peter suddenly blocked her path. Wasn't he at least 5 meters away? How did he get here so fast? She thought. If you don't apologize to me, and you're going to have a problem, a serious problem. Whatever, Sia said, as she tried to walk past Peter. At this moment, she felt something grasp around her throat. When she looked down, she could see a hand, and it was linked to Pio. What are you doing? Sia just managed to let out. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from one of the tunnels. It was unclear which one, as the echo made it hard to pinpoint the sound. Now, Pio, I don't think we should be treating our fellow students like that, do you? The short boy said as he took a bite from one of his favorite sandwiches. As the short-haired boy entered the room, not only did Peter recognize him, but it seemed like Sia did too. For some reason, at the sight of the boy, Peter's grip around Sia's neck had loosened. At this moment, she took the opportunity to try to knock Peter's hand away, using her full force, slamming it against Peter's forearm. But in doing so, she realized it had the same effect as moving a rock that weighed a ton. There seemed to be no effect or movement. I think it will be best if you put her down, Pio. Annoying as she may be, it might cause us more problems in the future, Logan said as he took a final bite of his sandwich. That was the last one. At that moment, Logan didn't look like his regular self. Apart from his head that was fully showing, Logan had his full bodysuit on from the neck down. Due to him not knowing what he might meet down here, he was always prepared for the worst. Still, Logan's was quite popular around the school, even if he didn't know it himself. The few appearances he made on the last outing and during the school's events every once in a while had really caught the attention of other students. This, of course, included Sia. Although Sia was wondering what the connection between Logan and Pio was, right now she just wanted to get away from Pio. Using her ability, she stabbed a spear into Peter's belly. Not just one, but 3. Due to how close she was to him, she was able to stick in multiple spears one after the other. After the first one had entered Peter's body, his movements were slowed, allowing her to put in 2 more. Once again, using all her force, she tried to whack Peter's hand away. Still, it felt like she was pounding her hand against solid rock, but this time with the help of her ability weakening Peter. Her attack was a success and managed to knock his hand away and broke free. Not knowing where to run to, she decided to head down one of the many tunnels. If another student had arrived and had no relation to the person named Pio, then maybe she would have bolted towards Logan. But seeing that the two of them had some type of a relationship, she didn't want to risk it. The cave was dark, and it was hard for her to see, but each of the tunnels gave off a little reflection of light. What she didn't know. There was always the chance that the small amount of light could be radiating from a beast, or it could just be a raw crystal. Because of this, as Sia ran, she needed to be careful about her footing, not being able to see where or what she was taking steps into. It was a cave, and they were deep underground. With the floors being uneven and traveling in the dark, Sis was being naturally cautious. "This is a pain. I wish I bought some type of light with me or something," Sia complained. The group did have emergency equipment and rations, such as torches and so on, but they were all kept with Peter. Taking another step forward, her foot seemed to be lodged between something. She quickly managed to pull it, but it had greatly slowed her down. "This is such a pean in the arse. Whatever I have to deal with, though he will too," Sia thought. "Why did you choose to run?" Logan said. 3, 2, 1. As Logan finished counting down, Peter was already directly in front of Sia. Somehow the difficult pathway that she had taken was easily navigated by him. There was no touch in his hand, no light source. So just how did Peter manage to catch up with her so fast? Peter decided to wait until the spirit spears had disappeared before chasing Sia. Not only that, but just like Quinn, Peter also had the advantage of seeing in the dark. For him, it was as if the cave was lit up, so he had no problem deciding on the quickest path to take. Just when he found her, he heard Logan shouting, "P.O.!" When Peter turned around, he could see Logan holding his hand out. But on the end of his hand was a rounded and strange bright green light, getting larger as the moment went on. It was Logan's hand blaster, and Peter had seen what it could do before when it was fired against Fex, someone who was stronger than both him and Quinn. Perhaps even his regeneration abilities wouldn't be able to keep up with this. "You stop running, will you?" Logan complained while looking at CIA. While the blaster was held against Peter, he decided to let the thing go. He wasn't stupid and could always find a way to get to Sia later. "What are you doing down here?" Peter asked. At this point, Sia was unsure of what to do. The entrance to another tunnel wasn't too far away, but it seemed like Logan was able to control Peter just like Quinn could somehow. She still didn't understand how Peter managed to catch up to her so fast, so her only option was to stay by Logan's side. She scuttled along around the side until she was eventually behind Logan. Logan then tapped something on the side of his suit, which brightened up the area around him with green lights. The pieces on Logan's equipment were illuminating a small 5-meter radius around them. "I adjusted the scanner the school gave us to increase its radius. I had to power it with my own beast crystals and don't get any points for doing that, but to me it was well worth it," said Logan. "That's when I discovered that there seemed to be strange tunnels underground, but they didn't quite look natural, so I decided to investigate. I never thought anyone else would be down here, so it was a nice surprise to see you." "Do you know the way out?" CIA asked. Realizing from what Logan said, he should have a wide area mapped out using his scanner. "No," Logan replied. Although this was a lie. If he had told the truth, he knew they would ask to lead him out of here. But Logan had discovered something on his scanner that he had to check out before leaving. Somewhere inside the large cave, Fex and Quinn had decided to walk down one of the tunnels. While inside the tunnel, the connection between Peter seemed to be lost. It had happened ever since he went underground. Quinn thought that it might have something to do with the distance between the two at the moment, as he didn't know that Peter and the others were underground as well. Thinking that help would never arrive, they decided to just leave it up to fate and pick the tunnel with the biggest entrance. As they walked down the tunnel, they noticed that the walls were surrounded with thin blue crystals that gave off a slight glow to them. Not enough to light up the whole area, but one could follow the small light source quite easily. "What are these?" Quinn asked, looking at the small crystals. "They resembles something similar to beast crystals, but Quinn thought the only way to obtain beast crystals was killing a beast." "I really don't know," Fex replied. "I was going to ask you the same thing." The curiosity had gotten the better of him, and Quinn decided to place his hand on top of the crystal. At first, he was planning to use his inspect skill, but there was no need, for the system had automatically given him a message. "Basic tier crystal. Would you like to store in your system?" The shock from the message was quite immense. At school, they had been taught that the beast crystals could only be obtained from beasts. This was why the human race had been sending hunting parties to slay the beasts, even though there was the chance of death. Their crystals could be used to create powerful weapons and even power their modern equipment. But right here, crystals were just forming on the wall around him, and it wasn't just one crystal. There seemed to be hundreds of crystals through the tunnel they had just walked. If Quinn was to think about all the other tunnels as well, there would at least be thousands down here. With Fex keeping an eye over his back, Quinn was unable to store it in his system. However, he did pull the crystal out and placed it in his trouser pocket for later. It might be something important, Quinn said. Fex just shrugged his shoulders, uninterested by the small crystal, and carried on walking ahead. Finally, they had reached the end of the tunnel. When exiting the tunnel, the small discovery that Quinn had just made before seemed to be nothing compared to this. The two boys froze for a moment once they exited from the tunnel. Looking at what lay in front of their eyes, they paused for a moment. Somehow, it didn't feel like they were actually really underground. "Hey, can you see what I'm seeing right now, man?" Fex asked. "If you're talking about those buildings right in front of us, then of course I can." Quinn replied. Exiting from the tunnel, it seemed like they'd arrived at what looked like a type of town. It was impossible for them to measure how large the entire place was. Buildings stretched out far and wide, and it was comparably as large as any one of the shelters they've seen before. If they were to give a rough estimate, it looked like a few thousand people used to live in such an establishment. The ceiling seemed to be unreachable. Although they could see the peak, it felt like there was no way to reach it. Their gaze moved on towards the tallest building that stood in the center of the place. It was a round tower-like structure that was tall and high, but it hardly touched the ceiling. If one wished to even touch the ceiling, they would have to build a similar size building and place it on top of the already existing tower. Although a town underneath a mountain and town was surprising to them both, it didn't seem impossible. There were rumors of such shelters being built on other planets, where the temperatures could reach extreme levels at different times of year. Underground shelters were the only answer to such uninhabitable places. And so the reason why both of them were shocked was for a different reason entirely. The two of them could already observe that the design and materials used to create the buildings were different. One of the main features was the solid black material that it was made from. Instead of brick, cement, or metal, it was a different kind. A special black substance that was more stable and stronger was the primary material of all the buildings. The substance was said to be just as strong as galthrium. Although the place looked abandoned and was void of people, the buildings were a different matter. The structures themselves looked perfectly fine and hadn't deteriorated a single bit. The only semblance of passage of time of abandonment was a layer of dust or rock-like substance from the ceiling that coated the top of everything. And finally, the design. Although the substance was strong, it wasn't as flexible and nimble as glathrium. This meant that the edges weren't smoothed out, giving everything that was made a slight, rocky look. After looking at the buildings, the two of them had both come to the conclusion that the structures built in front of them were not made by humans. This was the true reason why both of them were in shock. "They're Dalki structures," Quinn muttered. This was a huge discovery. The humans had only built a shelter and classified the place as an orange portal due to them thinking they had discovered the planet first. There were rare cases like this when the two opposition were trying to take control of a planet at the same time. If the two groups were to meet, regardless if there was a treaty signed or not, a fight would break out until one side was completely annihilated. As Fex heard these words come out from Quinn's mouth, though, there was confusion on his face. What are you on about?" Fex replied. "These aren't Dalki structures. They're vampire structures." Hearing these words equally shocked Quinn again. He was almost positive these were Dalki structures. He had seen them in his lessons and on the news time and time again. "The boy is right," the system replied. "These resemble the structures that were built in my time." The system did not really answer any of the questions Quinn had right now and only confused him even more. "Fex, have you ever seen Dalki structures?" Quinn asked. There was one possibility, Quinn thought. Perhaps the two structures were similar, and Quinn himself was being confused. Maybe there was something that he couldn't spot. "Actually, no, I'll be honest. Maybe you know more about the Dalki because you live on Earth, but we don't even really get taught about them. I've never seen a Dalki either, only heard them being mentioned from time to time by one of the elders." From Fex's answer, there seemed to be a couple of possibilities. The fact that the Dalki and vampires use the same material, perhaps their technologies are on par with each other, and it would make sense why their structures looked similar. The strange black substance, the humans were never able to figure out just how to use it properly, so they stuck to using glathrium over it. The other possibility was somehow the Dalki and vampires were linked together, but this seemed even more far-fetched, especially since Fex didn't even really know what a Dalki was. "Well, do you know why the vampire and Dalki structures look so similar?" Quinn asked, hoping to find an answer. "Also, if it is a vampire structure, why did they build one here underground?" "They do?" "Well, that's strange. I'll be honest, I'm not the best person to ask. When it comes to vampires, I'm really young. I'm sure the elders or others will know the answer to your question, or maybe even a better student. I never paid attention in class," Fex said, laughing nervously. "For your second question, I really don't know either. It looks like this place has been here a while. Maybe it was one of the planets the vampires used before, moving to another. It would make sense why it was built underground in the first place as well." "What about you, system? Did the Dalki exist during your time?" Quinn asked in his head. "The Dalki did not exist while I was still active," the system replied. Quinn made a small note in his head about how the system replied. It seemed the choice of words it had used was oddly specific, but he knew if he pressed further, the system would just give his usual resistance. "There is one thing we can do," Quinn said. "Why don't we check out some of the buildings? Maybe there will be something inside which will tell us if it was the Dalkis who made this or the vampires. I'm especially interested to see what they would have in that tower structure." "Hey, it looks like you read my mind," Fex replied with a chuckle. The two of them started to walk through the strange building structures. And the more they started to walk, the more it looked like a town to the both of them. There were streets with buildings lined up on both sides. If you followed the streets far enough, it would eventually lead them to one of the tunnels they had come through. When looking around at the walls, it looked like there were several tunnels that lead to the town. The two of them had entered some of the first few houses, but they seemed to be void on any items whatsoever. There weren't even beds inside, but it was clear they were normal family structures. As Quinn entered the place, he could imagine a family living here with all the different rooms, but while looking at the place, he just wondered what happened here. They entered a few more buildings on their way, but still there seemed to find nothing. Eventually, they decided to no longer enter the small buildings, as it seemed to be a waste of time. If they were going to find anything, it would be in the tower structure near the middle. For the first time, as they got closer to the tower, it looked like some of the buildings had been destroyed, as if they had taken part in a battle. The top of them had crumbled to the ground, and some structures no longer existed. Seeing this caused Fex to worry a little. He knew how tough the material was, and if something was able to destroy, that they needed to have some level of strength. They continued to walk down the street. They still had some distance to go, but the tower could be seen directly in front of them. Just then, the sound of growling could be heard coming from the sides. "Where is that sound coming from?" Quinn said. They could both hear the growling clearly, but it seemed like they were several of them. And if he was right, they were currently surrounded. "I guess it's time to call on some extra help." Fex touched his ear and pulled on his dangling earring. Suddenly, in the palm of his hand, the earring started to glow, until eventually it started to change its shape, forming what looked like a cross between a bull and bat. "Ham here at your service," the bull said excitedly as it flew in a circle. It had been a while since Fex had last used Ham, and he was starting to miss his little companion. Ham was able to be seen by anybody. He didn't have any special skills that allowed him to turn invisible or hide his presence, but he was able to transform. If the students saw a flying bull-like creature, it would have immediately caused alarm bells to ring, and there would be a hunt for a beast inside of school. This was why Fex had also kept him hidden as an earring, but right now they were underground. It was unlikely any other students would be down here, and even if they were, It wouldn't be so strange to see a beast flying around on a beast planet. All Fex would have to do was pretend he didn't know his companion and later meet up with him again. Finally, I get to spread my wings about, Ham cheered. Quinn had so many questions he wanted to ask Fex right now. He was curious about the little beast and wondered if it had been with Fex the whole time, what it could do, and if every vampire was able to get some type of companion. The problem was Quinn was unable to tell what was the norm with vampires and what wasn't. He could ask the system, but it wasn't the right time. "Can you sense what's around us?" Fex asked. Ham closed its eyes, allowing it to concentrate. "I think some beasts are surrounding us," Ham replied. "We know that," Fex shouted. "We wanted to know how many and how strong. If you aren't going to help, then you were better off on my ear as a fashion accessory." Ham responded to the complaints by pulling out its fairly large and fat tongue. "This place is disturbing the flow of my powers." Ham then started to look around at where they were. "Wait, are we back home?" "You really are useless," Fex said. While in the earring, Ham was able to see everything that was going on outside. As long as he was paying attention, and him saying this made it clear that he wasn't. While the two of them were busy arguing, the creatures that were busy growling away at them from the dark and behind the crumbled buildings had revealed themselves. The two boys were completely surrounded by what looked like strange, dog-like creatures. There were more than 20 and possibly even more in hiding. The dogs had no fur, but displayed a slight tint of red on Thier's skin. Thier's tunges were left out hanging wide from their mouth, dangling. A bit longer than regular dogs and a little pointed. However, the thing that looked creepy about them most was the fact that the dogs had no eyes. The long tongue with Thier's teeth showing, but nothing, where their eyes were meant to be, was quite the frightening sight. Inspect. Although Ham was unable to give them the information they wanted, the same couldn't be said for Quinn. Basic tier beast. Furry hound. A beast who is blind but has sensitive hearing. It is able to locate its enemy's position even with the quietest of footsteps. It will often use its long tongue for attacks. The tongue is stronger than most. Seeing this information put a smile on Quinn's face. If it was an intermediate tier beast or higher, Quinn didn't know what to do. Now he only had one thought on his mind. It's grinding time. Now unafraid of the beasts, Quinn wanted to get a kill in before Fex, just in case no one had killed the beast before. Immediately, Quinn lifted his leg, ready to perform the crescent roundhouse blood kick. "Wait, Quinn. We don't know how strong they are yet. It might be best if we just run," Fex shouted out, but it was too late. Quinn had finished his motion, and the attack had already left his leg. The distance between him and the beast wasn't great, but Quinn chose to use the blood kick to try to finish the beast in one strike. Hearing the attack through the air, the dog prepared to jump away, but it was too slow, and as it turned, its body was sliced in half. 10 exp gained Fissert time-killing beast, furry hound. 100 bonus exp gained 2640, 3200 exp. Quinn had received the bonus points for killing a new creature, but he did not obtain any more bonus points. It was expected since the beast was in some type of establishment. They likely had contact with something else that had killed it before. When thinking about this, he felt lucky that he even got the first kill bonus on the rock beast above ground. Seeing how easy Quinn dealt with the beast, Fex decided to step it up a gear as well. "Ham above!" Fex shouted, and immediately Ham flew up in the sky. Fex then leapt in the air and attached one of his strings to the ring around Ham's nose. As Ham rose up into the air, so did Fex, and now he could see the hounds in the area form below. "Have you gained some weight? You haven't just been pigging out, have you?" Ham complained as he struggled to lift the young master. "Shut up! You've just gotten weaker." From above, Fex was easily able to see his targets. As he detached himself and started swirling down, he precisely knew where to throw out his pieces of strings. Harder. As the strings fell, a power surging through him left his body and was inserted into the strings, now making them just as hard and sharp as a sword. When Fex landed, The strings went down with him slicing the hounds to pieces. 5 of the hounds were killed in an instant. Quinn continued to battle it out with hounds. While doing so, he was cautious about using his blood abilities. They were underground, and there was no telling when they would get out of here. He didn't want a similar situation happening like last time, so instead, Quinn stuck to the basics, attacking with both the basic vampire and human martial arts. His stats that had been inputted into strength and his intermediate tier equipment was enough to allow him to easily deal with the beasts. One of the dogs swung its head out, wrapping its tongue around Quinn's gauntlet. It tried to pull using its strength, but when Quinn didn't move an inch, the dog looked slightly confused. Then he pulled his arm with all his might, and the dog's tongue was completely dislodged from its mouth. The sight looked cruel, but they had been the first ones to attack. Finally, all the hounds in the area had been defeated. Fex had defeated 15 of them, while Quinn 8. There seemed to be more, but after seeing many of their own kind defeated, they quickly rushed off. When comparing the two numbers, Quinn could tell that he still wasn't quite at Feck's level, but with improvements in his shadow ability and others, he could tell he wasn't far off. 2720, 3200 EXP. After defeating the dogs, Quinn decided to collect the crystals. Fex didn't look too bothered. Basic tier crystals weren't worth his time, but Quinn still thought they might come in handy when creating a weapon from the system. "Boss, you're not planning to head to that tower, are you?" Ham said as it flew up in the air. With its little hoof, it started to rub its nose. When pulling Fex up using the ring, it had made his nose a little sore. "Yeah, we wanted to find out a few things. Maybe there's a map or something telling us the way out of here." "Why, what's wrong?" Fex said. "I think there might be danger there," Ham replied. "I thought you said you can't sense anything down here," Fex asked, annoyed. "I can't, but something in my gut is telling me." While Ham and Fex were busy talking, a notification screen appeared directly in front of Quinn. 5. XP shared. It was a message that he had never received before, and he found it strange that it came up while he had done nothing. When reading the message carefully, it made Quinn think back to what the system had mentioned. Quinn would gain XP as long as Peter had killed something and was nearby. Without thinking about it, Peter and Sia naturally both started to follow Logan around while they were inside the cavern. It felt normal to be led by him. Sia didn't know why. Maybe it was his tone of his voice that shined with confidence, or perhaps because he was the only light source that she could depend on. In a way, her savior, in more ways the one while down here. She also still had the fear that if she left Logan's side, that Pio might lash out at her any second now. She hadn't done much, but there had already been several instances where she had angered him. At first, she didn't think it would be a big deal. Even though her ability was a support type, she was able to handle her own many times against those around a similar level to her. But something about Pio caused fear in her. With all this going on, she is now even too afraid to ask for the torches that were placed in Pio's bag. Though once he brought them out for himself, she could ask. But he never did. Logan continued to walk confidently, leading the way. He knew exactly where he wanted to go as he picked one of the tunnels without checking the others. When coming down here, for whatever reason the scanner seemed to stop working, but using his trusty memory, he knew where he wanted to go. It wasn't a hard decision for him anyway. All of the tunnels on one side would lead to other rooms like this one, while all the other tunnels all led to the same place. He continued to wear the suit, and he even had it protecting his head this time while walking through the tunnel. While traveling, their group also discovered the same type of blue crystals that had been embedded into the wall. Naturally, Logan decided to take one for research, but he already had an idea of what it was just by looking at it. Peter didn't really care for it, and Sia, although interested, had a lot more concerns on her mind right now. After exiting the tunnel, they too could see the magnificent sight of the strange town, and although it came as a surprise to the other two, Logan had already expected this. It was exactly what had come up on the scanner. Before even thinking about going up and getting out of here, he needed to visit this place. How could he pass the opportunity to do some research on some Dalki architecture? The blue crystals seemed to be randomly scattered through the city, lighting up certain building and wall areas. It wasn't enough to be called a light source, but allowed Sia just to see the outline of a few buildings. The one place that could be seen the clearest was the tower that stood in the center, like a beaming torch in the middle. It had the most amount of crystal on the very top, illuminating it in the dark. No. Doesn't this mean the Dalki were here before us? Sia looked like she was about to collapse onto the floor. We need help. We need to call the sergeant somehow. This looks like a whole town. What if this is an army base? Relax, Logan replied. Although my scanner doesn't work down here, when I checked from above, there didn't seem to be any type of civilization living here. Although there were other things. Sia wanted to question what Logan meant by other things, but she already knew the answer and thought it would just be foolish. He was talking about beasts. Without saying anything to the others, Logan started to walk down the path onto the street. Peter also decided to follow without saying anything. The two of them walked in the middle of the street fearlessly. While looking at their backs, Sia couldn't help but think they were crazy. However, as Logan walked away, so did the light source that was surrounding her. The darkness around started to creep in. It felt almost suffocating, and she couldn't help but think something was watching her. Grrr. What was that? Sia thought, as she quickly turned her head towards the noise. Although she couldn't see anything, the sound of something scurrying off in a certain direction could be heard. She couldn't take it anymore, and she too ran towards Logan and continued to move forward. After checking a few buildings, Logan had come to the conclusion that there was nothing of worth from the buildings around him. However, when using his scanner from above, he was able to see all of the building structures and things around it, but he was unable to see what was inside the tower. This, of course, just made Logan even more curious. As they got closer to the tower, Logan transformed his robotic arms into two round blasters. What was that? Did you see something? Sia asked. When scanning this area earlier, I found that the beasts seemed to be concatenated around the tower. Strange, right? Low-level beasts don't usually have a form of high intelligence. They hunt, sleep, and eat. Sometimes they do this in packs and might have a type of territory, but this seems oddly specific. In a place as large as this, and with many beasts, usually they would be several territories and maybe several packs. So why are they all centered around the tower? As if they were guarding it or gathering around it for some reason? Sia had disregarded most of what Logan had said. The only thing she had heard was they were heading to an area where beasts seemed to be, and she was wondering if she had made the right decision to follow the two in the first place. As they continued to walk down the street, suddenly, Peter took of running straight off to the side into one of the buildings. This sudden movement was even a surprise for Logan, for he had yet to see anything. He had gone into the darkness and the others were unable to see him. Logan did have night vision equipment built into his helmet to help him see, but it was grainy and didn't allow him to see far ahead. A few moments later, and Peter returned holding what looked like a dog in his hand. Black blood splattered over him, and the dog being carried lifeless. "They've been following us," Peter said, "and more are coming." It didn't take long after Peter's warning, because Logan and even Sia could now see several dogs in view. Without hesitation, both Logan and Sia started to attack the dogs. She threw out spears, slowing the ones jumping towards her and leaping out of the way, while Logan was able to fire out beams of energy that knocked the dogs away, finishing them in one blast. Logan's blasters were effective when it came to basic tier beasts, but things at a much higher level, or the Dalki, they would pretty much be non-effective. The suit itself was made form beast gear mixed in with technological parts. His blasters and the energy coming out from them were not made from beast gear. It had the same effect as explosions of the past. The problem was the Dalki and higher tier beast had a resistance to this. Seeing that they were lower-tiered beasts, Logan didn't hold back, blasting his beams of energy at each and every one of them. Soon they realized there wasn't much for Peter and Sia to do. Peter had managed to defeat a couple more, but Logan would blast most of them away before they even got close. Eventually, the beasts stopped leaping through the air and Logan stopped using his blasters. There was a limited supply of energy, and if they stopped attacking, then Logan would do the same. However, something strange was occurring. They had managed to kill around 30 different dogs in total. Both Peter and Logan could see that there was still plenty around them. Still, they didn't run away but stood there at the edge of the street next to the buildings, growling. "Why aren't they attacking?" Sia asked. "That is something I would like to know the answer to as well," Logan replied. On closer inspection, it seemed like the dogs were no longer looking at them. Instead, they were facing the street, looking out towards the tower in front of them. "They're shaking," Peter said. "The beasts, I can tell they're scared." From the street, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. Whatever was coming towards them was frightening the beasts even more. Because with each footstep, it looked like the beasts were pulling back slightly. Even Logan, a level 8 user who was defeating each of the beasts in one go, didn't have the same effect. Finally, the figure was starting to come into view. From out of the shadow, a dark outline could be seen. It had a human outline shape, but it was still hard to make out. Still, Logan was sure on one thins, it was clear it wasn't human. It was a beast. For the first time during the drip, Logan started to sweat heavily in his suit. If a beast had a humanoid figure, it meant one thing. The opponent they were about to face was at least at the king tier. After collecting the beast crystals from the defeated hounds, Quinn had suddenly received the message about obtaining exp. He had figured out that the exp he just gained must have been from Peter. It was the only thing that made sense, and would also explain why the system had used the word share. This meant one thing, that Peter was close. He didn't know how or why Peter was down here as well, but if he had to guess, Peter probably chose to come down here to follow him. It was strange, though. Even though the system was able to pick up the XP points from Peter, Quinn was still unable to sense Peter's presence like he could when he was above ground. "What's wrong?" Fex asked, as he could see it looked like Quinn was deep in thought. Quinn wanted to go searching for Peter. He didn't know how far away he needed to be for the system to pick up the XP. But the fact that he even got experience points in the first place meant right now he was fighting other beasts. "I think I might have spotted a strange-looking building over in that direction," said Quinn. "Do you mind if we check it out first before going to the tower?" Fex shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Hey, it's not like we know how to get out of this place anyway." Both of their eyesights were as good as each other. Nearly all vampires could see as well. The only thing that improved as they grew stronger were their senses. Perhaps a stronger vampire would be able to sense energy in a specific direction, but in terms of how far or well they could see in the dark, it was near all the same. When looking in the direction that Quinn had pointed to, Fex could see nothing that looked out of the ordinary. Still, he was curious why the sudden change in direction. As they were closer to the tower, the area around it wasn't as wide. If Quinn was to go in a circle, perhaps he would be able to spot them. Without his senses, there was no way to tell which direction to go in. As Quinn was thinking about it, another message appeared. 5 XP shared. The message just confirmed that Peter was still in combat. Peter was strong, but if he was surrounded by multiple basic tier beasts like they were just moments ago, he wouldn't get out of it unscratched, even with his super healing. It would mean he would eventually have to consume human flesh once again. So Quinn picked a random direction and headed off. Slowly, Layla's eyes started to open. Her vision was blurry at first, but what stood out to her was the pain on the back of her head. She instinctively placed her hand, and the stinging was worse. When looking at her hand, dried particles of blood had rubbed off onto it. It was hard to see in the dark, but she knew from the feeling. "Are you okay?" Vordon asked. As she looked up, her vision had returned, and she could see the person who had put her in this situation, standing right next to her. "Get away from me!" Layla said in a panic. She pushed her feet of the floor against her, and once again, her head had banged into the wall. Vordon did as asked, and slowly backed away, seeing that she was panicked. She had already been hurt, and Vordon didn't want to cause any more pain. "Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you," Vordon said. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Layla had planted her head between her knees and let out all the emotions away. "Why are you only like this to me?" she cried. Seeing Layla like this, Vordon felt ache and pain in his heart. He never wanted her to get hurt. "I'm sorry," Vordon said. The sobbing started to stop, and Layla began to get a grip on her emotions. It seemed like Vordon was back to his usual self. The air around him that she noticed in the past was no longer there, but she knew it could flick like a switch. It was as if he was bipolar. Seeing that Vordon was okay now and not wanting to step on his toes, she thought maybe she could find out the reason. It wasn't normal to be like this, and at the pure base, she had seen cases similar to him. It was going to be hard for her. Her hands couldn't stop trembling. As someone far more powerful than, she stood right in front of her. A wrong move or a word could end her life, and she really felt like it. "Vordon, are you okay? Sometimes it seems like you suddenly change. I want to believe you when you say you don't mean to hurt me. But when I end up like this?" As Layla spoke, her voice was shaky. She tried her best to hide it, but Vordon could feel the fear. Lately, the changes happening to Vordon had become more frequent. In the past, he remained in control most of the time, but there were plenty of times recently where he needed to rely on the others for help. And now, for the first time in a while, Sil was actively asking for a seat. As these changes happened, it was expected that people would start to notice. The worst thought in his mind was the possibility of one of the others taking control of the seat. They didn't have the social skills that Vordon possessed to keep up his image. If they took over, he wouldn't know what to do. "When I first met Quinn, I knew he was different," Vordon replied. "Perhaps, for the same reasons you were attracted to him, I was too. He was plain, a level 1 user, but had this look in his eyes that said he still had fight in him. Not like the others. Of course, at the time I didn't know he was a vampire. In my old school, there were quite a few Quinns. They were the same. They still had hope, still had fight in them, but eventually they were broken down and beaten, submitted to the system just like everyone else. It was rare to see someone make it into military school without already being broken. You could even see it with Peter. I was sick of it, sick of everything, and decided if I could at least save one person, it would be enough for me. Maybe I could show Quinn that even as a level 1 user, not everyone treated you the same, and you could make it through in the world. Then I got wrapped up in all this vampire business." It was a good explanation, and Layla could tell there was some truth behind Vordon's words, but she could also tell that he was missing out some key points and details. The question was, why though? "What does that have to do with me though? Can't we both get along with Quinn?" Layla asked. "Are you jealous or something?" "Not me," Vordon mumbled, too quiet for Layla to hear. "I haven't exactly had the best of experiences since coming here," Vordon replied. "I was tied up and beaten by the second years, shoved to a red portal planet, and now stuck down here. I think it's normal to be a bit unstable after what we have been through." As Vordon finished what he was saying, he took a step forward. Layla reacted by shuffling her knees closer towards herself, curling into a ball. The sight of this reminded him of Sil, and in a sweet, calming voice, he did what he usually did without thinking about it. Vordon started to sing. "It will be okay. I will make your worries go away. I am by your side. I will always be kind." As she listened to the soft, angelic voice, without realizing it, Vordon was already next to her once again. Her hands had stopped trembling. "What was that?" she asked. "An ability?" Vordon started to laugh. "It was a song my mother used to sing to me to calm me down." He gently lifted his hand and touched her head, bringing it down and closer toward his chest. All his movements were so soft as he inspected the wound. It was a side of Vordon she had never seen before. "I like this, Vordon," Layla said. This was the first time that Logan had ever felt panic. Due to him having night vision in his helmet he was wearing, he was able to see the beast before it came into view. Peter could as well, but was unaware of the magnitude of horror they were about to face. Perhaps Peter didn't study as well at school and thought it was just a regular beast, or when he had evolved everything about him changed. Right now it didn't look like he could feel fear like the others. Beasts were separated into different tiers. The tiers were based on the crystals that were embedded in their body. The more powerful the crystal, the higher the tier of the beast. This, however, didn't always mean they were stronger. Depending on the beast's structure or abilities, sometimes in rare cases, there were those that were more difficult to deal with. This was unlikely the case because a higher tier beast would be able to draw more power from the crystal. Basic tier, intermediate tier, advanced tier. And right now, they were about to face something that was at least at king tier level. There were levels above this, including the highest level ever given, demon tier. Throughout history, whenever a beast that had a humanoid shape was discovered, they would at least be at the king tier level or above. There were still beasts that were at this level that didn't have a humanoid shape, but a humanoid-type beast has never been lower than a king tier, knowing that he would need everyone's help. Logan immediately changed one of his blaster's shapes slightly, allowing it to be more narrow. The armor shifted at a fantastic speed, and when it had finished transforming, Logan quickly fired 3 blasts into the buildings around them. The shots weren't energy blasts like before. Instead, these were sticky light balls. They allowed a considerable amount of light to be shown and would easily stick onto whatever object they hit. There were 2 reasons for Logan doing this. One was to allow them to see their opponent more easily. If a creature came from the dark, their eyes and senses should be adjusted to the environment down here. He needed to even the playing field, and it would also allow CIA to help them. The second reason was related to the first. The sticky lights had been shot in a triangle formation around them. One to the left, one to the right, and one slightly behind where the king tier beast was standing. This lit up the entire street. Although the dogs couldn't see the strange light, they could feel it and were frightened away. What Logan had also hoped for was that the light source would hurt or blind the king tier beast's sensitive eyes, but it seemed to have no effect as it continued to walk forward. "What is that thing?" Sia said, trembling. Now that there was a light source, Sia could see what Logan could see, and she knew straight away the danger of the beast. "Should we run?" she asked, looking for an answer from Logan, who seemed to be the only one acting. "Run! There's no point running. The moment we turn our back, we will die," Peter said. Hearing this, Logan realized Peter was perhaps more aware of the situation than he had thought. He just knew there was nothing they could do. The beast slowly continued to walk towards the group, and by now all of the dogs in the area had already scurried away. Now not only could the beast's outer shape be seen, but all of its details were in view. Although it had an outer human shape, it was a bit on the larger end. It stood around 8 feet tall. Its body was twisted and strange, as if it was made of mud and rocks, and at the top where its head should be. The muscle structure of the creature was outlined with plant roots, while the rest just looked like a mound of mud. What was frightening about it, though, was in the upper mound part of its body. Several human skeletons could be seen half sunken into its body and half sticking out. A skull, a rib cage, and other parts as well. It was as if the beast had been made from all the parts around it. Finally, on its 2 long arms, there were no fingers as such. Instead, they were long and sharp like a blade. From the forearm downward, it looked like the mud tree-like material changed into a harder substance. The blades shined green in color, like a hard jade. "C-A-P-O!" Logan shouted. "Buy me some time!" Logan was unprepared to meet something like this down here. He thought that if the school was prepared to send some students to an orange portal planet, they would have at least sent them to one, where only at most the advanced tier-level beasts had been reported to be seen. There was no point attacking the beast with his current blasters. It would do nothing. What Logan needed to do was get his most powerful weapon and suit on, but it would take some time. His suit started to break down into the little spiders. They were eventually all scattered on the floor. From the ground up, they started to rebuild a different type of suit right in front of him. "Come on faster, you guys," Logan said. "I know you usually do your best, but right now I need you more than ever." The unconfirmed king tier beast continued to slowly walk as if it was a king taking a stroll through its own kingdom. Peter could see Logan's spiders building something, and knew their best chance of survival right now was relying on him. If they wanted to live, they needed to do what was asked of them. CIA could see Peter was about to move forward and shouted, "No, wait! The thing still hasn't attacked us yet. Maybe if we don't attack it, it will just continue walking past us." Peter took a look at the beast. It had now stopped walking forward and stood in the middle of the street. It placed one of its bladed hands in front of the other and scraped them against each other. A slight screeching sound could be heard as the beast continued to do this process. "No," Peter said. "It already considers us intruders. It will continue to attack us until we're gone. I can tell." With those words said, Peter threw his bag on his back to the ground and dashed forward. It was at an incredible speed that Peter had not displayed until this point, and it was even a surprise to him. This was because Quinn had gotten stronger, and in return, Peter's own stats had increased. Usually, Peter would do his best to hide his abilities. The speed he was running at right now was not possible for a human who was not wearing any beast gear or didn't have any ability. But it wasn't the time to hide their powers. It was a matter of life and death. Although Sia was frightened, she wasn't stupid. She too got into position, dashing towards one of the sides of the building. While doing so, she threw out her spirit spears. "Please hit," she prayed. If the beast was indeed a king tier, then there wasn't much chance that her spears would be able to hit her target. However, the beast continued to stand there and allowed the spears to be lodged into its upper part of its body. "Is it going easy on us?" she thought. At the same time, she wondered what Peter was planning to do. He held no beast weapons and only had his regenerative ability. He would be killed in a matter of moments. When Peter was in range, the beast swung down its blade hand. Using all his strength, Peter swung both his fists together like a tennis racket. "This is it," Sia said. "No human has the strength to match a beast with their bare hands." As the hands met with the side of the blade, the power was surprisingly equal. The blades were knocked away, but Peter hadn't budged. "What is going on? Who is this person?" Sia said, surprised. The beast was confused itself. When fighting, it would purposely match its strength based on the opponent in front of it. It was sure it had gauged Peter well. What it didn't account for was the spirit spears in its body. Making the adjustment in its power, it swung its blade faster and stronger with its other hand. Peter was unable to do anything. All he could see now was the dark black ceiling above. Peter's legs had been cleanly cut off. The fear in Sia's heart only grew even more, as for a moment she felt like she had tricked herself. When she saw how Pio was somehow able to match the strength of the beast, she didn't know how, she didn't know why, but she felt like maybe they had a chance to get out of here alive. However, the beast was simply toying with them. The next attack from the beast was a lot faster than the previous one, and now Peter's legs had been completely detached from his body. It was a strange sight to see, as the beast was towering over Peter originally. Although his bladed hands were long, it seemed like the roots that were attached to the hard part of the creature could extend and retract. It was hard for her to confirm this theory of hers. Science, everything seemed to happen in an instant, and she was still trying to get over the shock. Even with her sprint spear inside the beast, it had little to no effect. She felt like her attacks were useless. The beast continued to walk forward, ignoring Peter on the ground. Sia then noticed that its body seemed to be facing in a certain direction. It had chosen its next target. It was looking at Logan. The suit's creation was almost done. It was mostly silver in color, matching that of the spiders. Unlike the previous one, which was quite large and bulky, looking almost mech-like, this one suited Logan's body shape and stature more. Only the last part remained, which was the head. Logan saw the beast coming towards him and decided to quickly place his body into the suit being made. He planned on allowing the spiders to complete the final part. On the top of his hands were two circular rings. Around the edge of the rings were small little metallic claws that looked similar to a tooth. "It's still not active," said Logan, looking at the circular rings. "The suit needs to be complete before I can do anything. Just a few more seconds." Taking another step, the beast suddenly felt something grabbing onto its leg. As it looked down, it could see the opponent that it had already defeated. Peter continued to grasp at the tree trunk-like leg as hard as he could. Once again, the beast looked down. This time, when lifting up its arm, it started to extend above its own head. Sia realized that she was indeed not imagining things. The beast could retract and extend its limbs. As the beast swung downward, Sia squinted. She couldn't watch anymore. Still, she needed to. When she opened her eyes once again, Peter's arm had been removed from his body. "Peter," Logan said. The suit of armor had been completed. The suit was mostly silver in color, and the top helmet part covering the head was a single pane of glass going from the chin up to the top of the head. The chest was plated in a green metal, while the two circles on top of his hands were also outlined in green. "This won't be enough," Logan predicted after witnessing the fight between Peter and the beast. He had seen Peter fight in the VR game, and he could gauge his strength. There was still one more thing Logan needed. A weapon. A strange square-like device was attached to Logan's belt. He chucked the strange object on the floor, and it suddenly expanded into what looked like a large chest. Logan quickly grabbed some crystals from the chest. "Otherwise might think this is a waste, but our lives are on the line." After taking out the crystals, the device returned to its original size, and a robotic spider jumped up, retuning it around his waist. After placing the two crystals into the top part of his hand, the green-like circles started to glow. A female robotic voice sounded inside his head. "Two intermediate-tier crystals detected. An energy weapon is being generated. Still needs more time. Looks like it needs more time than I had previously predicted. That or the worry inside me is making me feel like this is taking forever," Logan said. The beast was now only a few meters away from Logan's position. The problem was, now that he knew the beast was able to extend its limbs, it was hard for him to gauge its true attack range distance. After analyzing his opponent, Logan felt like this suit was the best against it, but he was beginning to have second thoughts whether or not he had chosen the right decision. The suit he used most of the time was equally balanced when it came to power, defense, and speed. The suit he had formed now focused on attack power. After seeing what the creature looked like, he thought it was the best option. With a small body frame and arms for weapons, he wanted to fight fire with fire. However, now that he knew it had some range, perhaps something speed-oriented would have been better. The other problem was the suit was pretty useless when it came to defense, and right now his weapon hadn't even finished forming. Just as Logan was planning to make a dash for it, a familiar voice shouted from behind the beast. "Hey, if you want to forget about me, you have to make sure you've killed me first," Peter shouted. As Sia turned her head to look at who was shouting, she was amazed. She rubbed her eyes a few times just to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. It was Pio. He was standing on his 2 feet, and his arm had been reached. She knew he had impressive regenerative abilities, but this was something out of this world, inhuman almost. As Peter stood there, she noticed he had his hand over his belly. His regenerative powers were impressive, but he had used too much energy, and for the first time he felt hungry. He started having second thoughts that if he was to get this severely injured once more, then maybe he wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. The beast turned and looked at Peter, tilting its body slightly to the side. It seemed confused. Its interest had been piqued, and once again he started to walk towards Peter. Although Peter had regenerated, he hadn't suddenly gotten stronger. If he was to face the creature again, it would just be the same outcome. As Peter saw it heading towards him, he was trying to decide what to do. Should I go for its legs? But it's too fast. Maybe I should run and attack. Just because its attack speed is fast doesn't mean its legs are fast. However, as Peter had finished that thought, the roots in its legs contracted, then pushed off the ground, propelling it forward like some type of spring. It was now directly in Peter's face in a matter of seconds. It swung its arm out, and Peter could see the blade. With his reaction speed, he was able to react to the attack, but he could tell that he was just a little too late, and the blade this time would chop his head off. "If only I was a little bit faster!" Peter shouted. A fraction of a second was all he needed. He continued to duck down with all his might, and as he did, the sound of an object swinging fast through the air was heard. "My head, it's all right. It's still on me," Peter thought. When looking at the beast's body, spirit spears could be seen plunging deep inside of it. CIA, who had been watching from the side, was deeply confused. She looked closely at the spears that were inside the beast. They looked identical to her own. The only problem was, she wasn't the one who had thrown them. Those spirit spears hadn't come from her, which meant it could have only come from one person. She had seen the same thing happen before. "They say heroes always arrive at the last second," Vordon said with a smile as he appeared out from one of the buildings with Layla standing by his side. "Your family member, Peter, race white, is getting hungry." Seeing this message had brought back bad memories for Quinn. No longer did Quinn need to be fed. The only situation where he did was if he had been too injured, needing a new energy source to power his regenerative abilities. Quinn no longer got the XP shared message, and he started to fear the worst. Him and Fex had been walking around in a circle-like area and had covered almost half of the distance while walking around. It seemed like luck wasn't on his side, and he had chosen the wrong direction. "Hey man, aren't we just walking in circles?" Fex complained. "The thing I see, I think it keeps moving," Quinn yelled back, lying about the situation. They were too far in, around one direction. If they were to turn around and head back, it would only take longer. But with worry inside him for what was happening, he started to pick up the pace. After the first attack on Peter, the beast stood there, slightly confused, not following up with a second attack. Using this opportunity, he quickly picked and shifted over and backed away from the creature. It didn't seem interested in following him, but this time with the spears that were stuck inside it. While doing this, he chose to head in the opposite direction of Vordon and Layla. They were both using long-range skills, and it wouldn't be good if the beast got close to them. When coming from the side of one of the buildings, the two of them had quickly assessed the situation. Seeing a humanoid creature, they knew the others were in danger, and when they saw Peter trying to confront the thing, they didn't have much time to think and needed to act straight away. "Layla, go check up on Logan and see if there's anything you can do to help," Vordon said. "It looks like Logan is preparing something, and right now, he's the strongest one here." Vordon still had not gotten the chance to gather much abilities. If he were to gauge himself, he was at one of his weakest moments right now. CIA's support ability was at level 4, and Layla's telekinesis ability was at level 2. Using Rattan, he could power that up to level 6. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to get Peter's ability due to his cells being different. He could go up to Logan, and it would be a huge power boost. He wouldn't know how to use their ability, but at least he could combine his amount of MC cells into one. The problem with that was that it required Sil to help. Without Quinn here, Sil seemed disinterested in the whole event. The only other time he would come out was the situation of the body being in danger. Looking at the creature in front of him, they would die before even finding out they were in danger. Not only that, but Peter needed Vordon's help. Based on the last attack, he had only come out alive by the skin of his teeth. "Vordon, we need to fight together, no," Layla replied. "This time I'm not trying to be rude, but your attacks would do nothing and would only get in the way. I'm afraid I'm only a little better than you in this situation. We need Logan." Vordon replied. Gritting her teeth at hearing that she was weak once again, she ran off to the direction Logan was in. "Do you need any help?" she asked. "Energy weapon creation at 50%. I'm sorry, but there isn't much. You or I can do, we just have to wait a little longer," Logan replied. Agin. Layla had heard those words. There was nothing she could do, and it was true, while there were 2 spirit spears inside it. The beast tried to swing its hand mid-air. I'd realized that for some reason, its attack wasn't as fast as it usually would be. It continued to swing its arm downward. Then the spirit blade's time had run out. As it swung its hand down, it felt and looked faster than all of the over-attacks. Now that its speed had returned to normal, it looked up at Peter, ready to finish him off once again. It prepared its legs ready to spring into action once again, but just before it was about to set off, Vordon threw another one of the spirit spears, landing right in the back of the beast's legs. Another spear came out again. This time, the beast got out from his leading downward position and moved to avoid the spear. "It looks like he's figured it out," Vordon said. "This is the problem with high-level beasts." Now the beast was looking in Vordon's direction. "No, if they get rid of him, then I will have no support," said Peter. "I have to fight." Readying himself, he rushed forward. The beast continued to ignore Peter, though, and it seemed like he was going to deal with the biggest annoyance first, which was Vordon. As his back was turned, something strange happened, though. As it looked down, another spirit spear was stuck in its body. It was sure it was keeping an eye on the other boy. So where did the spear come from? "Pretty boy, you owe me a date after this one," Sia shouted. She had come out from the side of the house and was now standing in the street. She wasn't confident that the attack would be able to land at the distance she was at, so she decided to come closer. Although she was scared, her mind was screwed on straight. If they wanted to live, they would all need to do their part. Before the beast could choose its target, Peter was already upon him and had thrown a fist against his solid body. The beast was shifted from his position a few inches back. "Did it not hurt him? How are we meant to kill this thing?" Peter said. As the beast went for the attack, 2 spirit spears were thrown from both sides. The beast moved instinctively, avoiding the spears now. Although none of the spears hit it, would stop the beast from being able to land an attack on Peter. The 2 continued to do this, while the whole situation was going on, even with the beast's large body. The beast was able to avoid all of the spears thrown by the 2. It was starting to grow tired, though, and without the others realizing it. It was inching its way towards one of them, storing the power in its legs until it got close enough. It managed to avoid more of the spears, then quickly contracting the roots of one of its legs, it sprung forward to the side. It didn't go for Vordon or Peter, it went for Sia. "Damn, why didn't I think of this?" Vordon said, and slapped a hand over his face, annoyed at himself. It was a simple rule when fighting. In a situation like this, it would clearly get rid of the weakest and most annoying one first. Their distractions had only worked well so far thanks to both of them throwing the spears. Now, with it coming straight towards her, the spear she had been throwing finally managed to hit. However, it was useless. 1 or 2 spears weren't going to do much in helping her fight against such a thing. She didn't have the crazy amount of experience Vordon did, and the reaction and speed Peter had. "If I'm going to die, I'm going to curse and look at what kills me right in the face," Sia shouted. As its bladed claw was about to reach out and stab her in the face, they were stopped mid-air in its tracks inches away from her face. "They say heroes arrive at the last second," Fex said, with his hands twitching, holding the strings, using all of his strength. "Lame," Vordon muttered. "Doesn't he know I already said that?" At first, she thought that Fex had saved her, but on closer inspection, when looking at the blade, a strange purple shadow substance could be seen around it. The blade had been stopped. If it had continued to move forward, it would have pierced her skull, almost showing no resistance. Sia once again could live to see what would happen in the next few moments, still unsure if she would live past today. However, what she was surprised about was who exactly had come to save her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see a black hair boy, pulling and twitching off to the side. What was his name again, Fex? Sia thought. Wasn't he a level 1? But she didn't stay long to find out. While the beast was stuck in place, she quickly ran off to where Layla and Logan were standing down the street a little away. As the beast saw its bladed arm being wrapped around by the strange shadow substance, while also being pulled by the strings, it was wondering just which one was affecting it more. For some reason, even though it was using all its strength, it was unable to move its arm forward to kill its target. It was something it had never experienced before. A whisper was suddenly heard in Peter's ear. "Go join the others," Quinn said. "You've fought enough, and if you get hurt again, who knows if you will survive." Peter looked to his side and could see Quinn standing there. He had already equipped all of his beast gear equipment on before coming over, ready for a battle. Still, even he and Fex were unprepared for what they were facing. When looking at him, there was no joy on his face. It was dead serious, and Quinn was fully concentrating. "If you are in trouble, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself," Peter said as he walked off to where the others were. Before leaving, Peter turned once again. "Quinn, it's strong." Looking at the beast, still curious about its movements, Quinn replied, "I know." New quest received defeat. The king of the underground city king, tier beast. Lickmorn. The town has been left behind, and in its empty place the beasts began to take over. Amongst the many, eventually a single creature took over, calming the seat and title of king. The others do his bidding as he protects the treasure located in the tower. Quest reward? Peter didn't need to say anything, for as soon as Quinn had seen the strange beast, the system had immediately activated a quest for him. It had been a while since the system automatically gave him a task, usually when it would appear when he faced a strong opponent of some sort. This also happened when he was to face Leo. He found it strange that nothing had come up for the advanced tier beast, but it was probably because the system didn't deem it as special enough for the planet they were on. What interested Quinn about this strange quest was, for the first time, it seemed to tell a little bit about how the creature came to be. Is it because of the area we are in? Maybe it is related to the vampires and not the Dalki after all. The information also revealed that it had been acting as a guard for the tower. If such a strong beast was guarding it and it had stayed underground, Quinn couldn't even begin to imagine what it was trying to protect. Lastly, the quest reward for defeating the beast. Even when going against Leo, there was a clear quest reward and instant level up. For some reason, though, this one was hidden. He didn't know why, but the fact that it was hidden only made him want to find out what it was more. The real problem was, though, could they beat it? A king-tier beast. He started to think back about all the students going up against the advanced tier beats, and even with 50 of them, they were unable to kill such a thing. The ones that were left able to fight on were Fex, Vordon, himself, and Logan. But it seemed like Logan was still busy with something else. CIA was out of it and would no longer be any use. The difference between this fight and the one earlier was Fex and Quinn would be willing to display their full powers. Sia could always be hypnotized for later, and even if she couldn't. The lives of all of them were more important than one. The beast was no longer curious about the strange shadow and strings, and pulled its arm back out of the shadow. Seeing this, Quinn quickly returned it to himself. There was one great advantage to them being underground. Quinn's shadow powers were stronger, even with the artificial light source from Logan. Just being in a darker environment increased the distance of his shadows. It was only because of this he was able to use it a distance away from himself. As the beast moved its hand, Fex for the first time could feel its enormous strength. "What? He wasn't this strong before, was he?" Fex said, as his hands started to ache holding on to the strings. "Does this mean Quinn's shadow was doing most of the work?" He could hold on no longer on, and it was just the waist. It seemed like the beast was moving just fine, with or without his strings. "I need to help them," Vordon said. Vordon was now standing by the other's side. The 5 of them had gone to hide behind a building, out of the street and out of the way of what was about to go down. 70% of energy weapon has been created. Whatever Logan was doing, it looked like it still wasn't ready yet, and he couldn't join the fight just yet. "Logan, do you mind if I touch you?" Vordon asked. "Even if you do copy my ability, it's not like others." Logan explained. "You won't be able to get a clear grasp, and the ability itself is pretty useless, honestly. It was only because I was able to implement it with my brains, I was able to come up with a use. Not saying you don't have brains, of course, but you understand." "Logan, stop rambling and trust me." Noticing that Vordon was trustworthy and had come with ideas so far, Logan decided to put a bit of faith in him. Part of the suit that was covering the arm shifted upward as the suit broke down into the hundreds of little spiders, and the two had touched hands. With that, Vordon started to move. He didn't go onto the street like the others thought he would. Instead, he went through the buildings down the side looking for the perfect spot. His aim was never to use Logan's ability, but only wanted the MC cells that came with it. He had already used a large amount throwing out spears constantly. Still, with Logan's level 8 ability, he had to have a large amount. Not only that, but if he could get Ratton or Sill to fight, they would be able to combine the other abilities, making a spirit spear above a level 8 ability. The level 4s didn't do much, but surely this would have an effect. The only problem was the beast was now cautious against the spears. So Vordon wanted to get in the perfect location, waiting for the right time. Sometimes, when the ability level was higher, it would also consume more MC points with each use of the ability. There was no time for testing and no second chances against a foe like this. "This is crazy!" Sia shouted. "Why are the 2 level 1s, the weakest in our team, out there fighting? Are they idiots or are they trying to get themselves killed?" she yelled. Suddenly, a hand had come towards her face, and the right side of her cheek was stinging. When she looked at who had just slapped her, she could see Layla was the one who had done it. "It's because of those idiots that you're even alive," Layla shouted. "Layla, what do you mean?" Sia asked, holding her face. As Sia looked closely, she could see a dark purple shadow emitting from Quinn's back. "Those 2, level 1s, are the strongest level 1s you will ever see." The beast seemed to be cautious about the 2 opponents in front of it. It didn't know why, but it felt like they were different to the ones before it. The presence-emitting form these 2 were similar to the boy it had thought before. Still, it wasn't entirely the same. Although it wasn't showing on his face, Fex was worried. There were 2 main reasons for this. They were going up against a king-tier beast. Fex struggled to fight an advanced-tier beast on his own. He wasn't yet at the point he could deal with a king tier. "If only I had a puppet. Maybe we would have better chances," he thought. This was the second problem. His ability, his family training, mostly focused on using a puppet as a fighting tool. Of course, they trained their own bodies and strengths, but only the full potential and fighting power of the Sugion's family would come out when they were also using a puppet. He had finally found the perfect person. Erin. But now that she had gone, there was no one else that interested him, or he felt like would be the right fit. As they stood there, Fex moved his finger slightly as he threw out a needle with a string attached. It was so thin it couldn't be seen by the human eye. Once the string was attached to the beast leg, he would pull with his strength, and the two of them would go in for the attack. However, before the string had even reached the beast, it threw its bladed hand down, cutting the invisible piece of string. Fex gulped at this sight. That's not normal. That string is nearly as hard as steel. It shouldn't be that easy to break. My strings are basically useless against this guy. With no puppet and his sharp blades, I can't do anything. So I can only rely on my vampire abilities. Fex knew that none of his mind control and charm-like abilities would work on such a powerful creature, which meant they would have to deal with it the old-fashioned way. He looked at Quinn, who stood to his right, with his shadow shifting, protecting him. It seemed like Quinn didn't quite know what to do either. "Ah!" Fex shouted as he charged in. "Quinn, I'll attack and you cover me with the shadow." Although Quinn didn't agree with the plan, it was already too late as Fex was charging in. In Fex's mind, he was the faster, more skillful fighter of the two. All he needed was Quinn to use the shadow, to block the attacks he couldn't see, and he was hoping that would be enough. While charging forward, Fex threw out blood swipes. Seeing this, the beast, they swung its own hand blades. At such an incredible speed, it looked like it had managed to create its own wind strike pressure that clashed with the blood swipes. Quinn followed closely behind, and it was a good thing he did, as the beast continued to swing its arms about, causing a flurry of swipes. From behind Fex, a few more blood swipes had followed. He didn't need to ask where they had come from. "It looks like you're better back up than I thought," Fex said. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked some of the attacks, while also using the blood swipe of his own. The two of them continued to attack while pushing forward. It took the two of them using their blood swipes, including Quinn using his shadow, to match the speed of attacks coming from the king tier beats, and currently they were at a stalemate. Watching from the side, Sia's mouth was left wide open. What? Who are these guys? Their abilities? They look the same, and how are they able to go toe-to-toe with a king-tier beast? Layla didn't say anything back, as it was pointless, as her memory would soon be wiped off the whole thing anyway. Although they were able to match the power and speed of the king-tier's attacks, they couldn't keep this up forever. In a way, using the blood-type attacks drained their life force, and they would eventually run out of energy. When looking at the beast, the same couldn't be said for it. Not only that, but Quinn's MC points were deteriorating fast. He tried using the shadow to block as little as possible. With every block, the shadow would get damaged, causing him to use up his MC. The attacks were just too powerful. Knowing this, the two of them pushed forward. "Quinn, charge in!" Fex shouted. "Blood shield!" A wide barrier of blood was lifted from the ground, blocking the incoming attacks. Quinn didn't hesitate and went off to the side. Wind Walk activated. Using his extra speed from his intermediate boots, he tried charging in from the side. Blood Crescent Kick. It was too risky trying to get in close. It was likely it would notice Quinn by then. Even with the attacks coming towards it, it did nothing to block them. The two attacks had landed on the beast, yet not a mark was left on it. That was one of my most powerful attacks. There was only one thing left for Quinn to try. One of the beast's arms extended outward, aiming straight for him. Flash step. The blow was avoided, and the blood hammer was in preparation. A normal hammer strike was likely to do nothing against a beast like this. If he wanted to hurt it, he needed his most powerful strike. In the middle of his preparation for the strike, the tree route extended arm had turned around and extended, following Quinn's position. After only a few motions of the blood hammer, he needed to cancel it and avoid the blow. His shadow would move to slow, so he only had one option. Flash Stee. Quinn tried to execute the flash step, but for the first time, he was too slow. Tilting his head to the side and kicking his feet of the ground, he managed to block the attack using his shoulder. The blade pierced through him easily, and now he was attached to the beast via its extended root arm. 60-80 HP. Although Fex wanted to help Quinn, he knew it would be a waste, and there was the opportunity to strike. Fex, using his great speed, had managed to get within striking distance of the beast. An uppercut fist that was encased in blood was aiming towards the beast's belly. It was an attack Quinn had never seen before. It was also the strongest attack that Fex had when combining his martial arts with his vampire skills. "You damn tree fall!" he shouted as he plunged his fist right into the center of its belly. Vibrations and pressure of wind came out from the attack, and the beast had been moved a foot back as it slightly hurled and arched its back forward. "Yes, they got an attack in," Layla cheered. "No," Logan said. "It's too early to celebrate." The beast stood upright and lifted its arm that was attached to Quinn. The two were lifted up high a few meters up in the air before it used a strong force, slamming him down into one of the buildings off to the side. The building crumbled down on top of Quinn's body as he was thrown down. "Quinn!" Fex shouted. It was clear the attack was a powerful one, and even he wasn't sure if he would have made out alive. Still, there wasn't much chance for him to worry. The beast retracted its arm from the fallen building, and now was focused on Fex. The attacks coming towards him were at close range, and it took every bit of energy and skill for Fex to dodge all the blows. With each strike, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. Still, the edge of the beast's bladed arm would scratch Fex. These weren't shallow cuts either. Some of them were quite deep. "He's fast, but just not fast enough," Layla said, from the crumbled building off to the side. One of the larger slabs of walls were pushed to the side. The dust started to settle, and Quinn could be seen underneath it, covered in wounds and blood. Most of his bones had been broken, and it was painful to even lift his body up. 1280 HP blood bank activate. He had no choice and needed to use the blood bank to heal most of the serious wounds. As his body started to recover, he watched Fex amazingly dodge the beast's fast attacks. Using his imagination, Quinn pictured himself in Fex's situation, and he would have been dead by now with his own speed. The fight continued on, and a pool of blood could be seen underneath his 2 feet. The wounds were taking a toll on him as he started to slow down. In the middle of the fight, Fex was starting to lose hope. Even if he was faster, more skillful, it meant nothing. His strongest attack was unable to hurt the beast. For a king-tier beast to do anything, they would need at least an advanced tier weapon, and even then, it would unluckily be able to do much damage. "Am I really going to die because of this ugly monster?" Fex thought. Quinn felt the same way. His intermediate tier gauntlets just wasn't going to be enough to hurt the king tier's body. Fex continued to dodge, and as he was in the middle of his thoughts, a strange green beam of light could be seen from his side. "Duck!" Instinctively, Fex reacted to the words and ducked his body down. The green beam of light carried on, moving forward, and went straight through the beast's body. "Energy weapon has been completed. Looks like it was a success," Logan said. As for the first time during the fight, black blood was trickling down from the wound. For the first time since the fight had started, the king-tier beast had finally bled. Just when Fex felt like all was lost, a strange green energy of light came out and plunged into the beast's upper body, although Fex was unaware of what had happened. Quinn, who had emerged from the rubble, managed to catch everything with his own 2 eyes. Quinn was still injured. His wounds were worse than usual, and even with the use of the blood bank, his body this time would take a while to heal. He had used the blood bank completely, and it was now empty. It had brought him up to 6280 of his HP. Healing this much would allow him to continue in the fight. He still also had the flask that was given to him by Fex, but looking out how badly injured Fex was, he hesitated about using it. He was debating whether the blood in the flask should be used on Fex instead. It was his own, after all, and he didn't have a blood bank, that was clear after looking at how damaged his body was during the fight. As Fex's legs were wobbling and his speed was slowing down, from the side came in a short man who was in a silver and green suit. "Logan," Quinn thought. But this suit looked different from the others he had seen, on top of his arms, where beams of energy shaped like sharp daggers. They looked similar to an ancient weapon known as a katar. "Engage maximum system output," Logan said as he thrust his fist forward. The guitar-like weapon suddenly grew longer. The green energy had extended and went right through the beast's solid body. "Fex, I'm going to need your help," Logan said as he pulled out the energy blade from the beast. Logan knew this wasn't going to be enough. Suddenly, the beast's attention was on Logan, the person who had injured him. All Fex wanted to do right now was rest, but just from looking at Logan, he knew they couldn't rely on him. The beast went in for an attack from above, and Logan went to block with the energy blade. But when Fex looked at both of them, it looked like watching a tortoise and hare race against each other. They now had the power and the weapon to injure the beast, but not the speed. Logan was too slow. Seeing this, using his last bit of energy, Fex pivoted and shifted himself, using all his strength to dash forward. With his shoulder in front, he barged Logan out of the way, allowing him to avoid the strike. The blade continued to go down, and although it didn't hit its original target, it still managed to hit Fex between his neck and shoulder. "Kill the damn thing!" Fex screamed as more blood was dripping down his arm. "Energy blade maximum output!" Logan shouted, and at the same time, one of the energy blades seemed to respond. It grew twice in size, and Logan slashed down with all his strength. It went through the beast's side, and the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. The green jade-like arm had been detached from its body, and black blood was now pouring out from the wound. "What is that?" Sia asked, amazed at what was happening. "I've never seen a weapon like that before. If he had stuff like that was so effective, why doesn't everyone use it?" On the other hand, Layla, who was standing next to her, didn't have the same look of amazement on her face. Her forehead was wrinkled as she was in deep concern. The green blade that had just been used had fizzled out, and now Logan only carried one on his arm. "I thought this was the case," Layla said. "I've seen one of these before. Or to be more precise, I learned about this before. It's another way to use the beast crystal that was discontinued by the military." "Discontinued? But why?" Sia asked. "As you can see, by using crystals as a raw form of energy, one is able to create something called an energy blade. The problem is, all of its energy is coming from the crystal, and it needs a constant output to support it. Using the raw energy rather than mixing it with other materials creates a more powerful weapon. But this means two things. First, the weapon isn't permanent. Once all the energy from the crystal has been used, the weapon will disappear. This also means that the weapon's strength will vary depending on how much energy is used when attacking. Because of these reasons, the military decided that it was much more practical to use the crystal core to create beast weapons rather than energy weapons. Energy weapons were fine for the low-end use, when using a basic tier or intermediate crystal, but anything above would be a waste. For someone like Logan, intermediate crystals weren't too hard for him to come by. He could always just purchase them online on the marketplace. The problem was anything above that. Past the advanced tier crystal, there weren't many people who sold them. This was even true for the advanced tier crystals. Instead, people would post requests asking others to obtain a specific type of crystal for them. The problem was, Fex had not anticipated needing more than 2 intermediate crystals on a trip like this. It wasn't exactly something people freely carried around with them either. "It looks like the attack was a success," Logan said. With the black blood continuing to drop from the beast's wound, it decided to retreat for the first time, leaping back. Fex wanted to chase after the thing, but when he took a step forward, his wounds seemed to have gotten the better of him, as he went down to one knee, just stopping himself from collapsing on the floor. "I'm more hurt than I thought." There was no point for Logan to give chase either. The energy blade was just that, a blade of energy. Unlike traditional beast gear, it didn't give any extra stats to the user, and the suit he was wearing didn't either. If he was to chase the beast, he wouldn't catch up to the thing in a million years. Suddenly, the beast's wound started to bleed less. It looked like some vine-like structures were starting to cover over the wound. Next, from the wound, a little stump was starting to grow. Am I imagining things? Or is that thing starting to get smaller? Layla asked, still looking from the side of the street. You're right, Peter replied, still having his hand hover over his belly. At the same time, he was looking at Sia in a slightly different way. I never got an order not to hurt her today, right? Peter thought. The group wasn't imagining things. As the stump started to grow, it looked like it was forming another hand. At the same time, the beast was getting smaller in size, as if he was taking his mass from one area and placing it in another. When it was all done, the beast once again had two-bladed limbs that shined like jade. Only now, it was roughly the same height as a regular human. Looks like we're going to have to go for round 2. Fex groaned out as he lifted himself off the ground. He knew that without his help, Logan wouldn't be able to do much. He was their attacker, their damage dealer, and he needed to protect him if they wanted to kill the beast. Why don't you lie back down? A voice said from his side, as he felt a hand also touch down on his shoulder. Quinn? But how? Fex asked. Vampires had supernatural healing abilities, but for serious life-threatening wounds, the use of blood would be needed. If the wound was bad, but not life-threatening, they would eventually heal up but get hungry in the process. But what was strange about Quinn was how quick he had healed. Did he use the flask? Quinn's body had healed. He wasn't quite at full health, but he was able to fight once again. We can talk about that later, Quinn replied while handing the flask back to Fex. Take it, heal up. I guess my guess was wrong, Fex thought. It was tempting for Fex, but in the end, he refused again. No, Quinn, not to be rude, but you're too slow to go against something like this, and there might actually be a use and another way for us to get out of this mess if I do not use it. You keep it. What Fex had said was correct. Quinn knew that with his speed, he would be hit left and right from the beast. His shadow was strong but not quick enough to catch up. Don't worry about that. Quinn said she walked forward. Are you sure you would like to add all 6 points to agility? Points added 26, plus 4, agility. Before trying to hand over the flask to Fex, Quinn had taken a tiny drop of blood, giving him 1 more point in agility. Then, using the remaining points from leveling up, he decided to put everything in one area. Finally, there were also the intermediate boots he was wearing, bringing his total agility up to 30. And also, burning him up to a new level of speed, the speed was at the same level as a vampire Nobel. When Quinn said these words, Fex could feel his confidence. He wanted to say he was crazy for trying to take on such a monster when he could barely dodge its attacks. But for some reason, with his tone of voice and the air around him, it felt like something in Quinn had changed compared to him a few moments ago. Who are you really? Is this the difference between the Punishers and the rest of us? So far, Fex had multiple guesses about who Quinn really was, but all of them seemed to be missing the mark. Everything just didn't go together yet. Still, just in case Fex went off to the side and leaned up against the building wall, Ham, who had been flying and hovering in the air for most of the time, came swooping down. Ham, if I don't come back from this, I want you to go back to the others. Don't stay here, Fex ordered. What do you mean? Ham replied. I know the wounds are bad, but you should eventually heal from this, right? As Ham said those words, he started to look at the wounds. Although they would take a while to fully heal, it was obvious if the healing process had started or not, as the bleeding should have already stopped. But from the multiple cuts that were mainly on his upper body and arms, blood was still seeping out. Master, are you doing this on purpose? Fex didn't reply, but it was clear that this was his answer. Ham wanted to complain. He had been with Fex since he could remember, but he had to do whatever Fex told him to. And what about the other vampire? If I return, do you want me to inform them about him? Ham asked. While at the school, Fex's state of mind had changed a lot. At first, he wanted to get close to Quinn as a scapegoat if his family ever came to get him. He still had that in his plans, but during their short time together, they had done many things together, and Fex had honestly never had a more interesting and fun time with someone. Leave it, What Quinn does is none of our business, Fex replied. Both Logan and Quinn now stood a few meters apart from the smaller version of the king-tiered beast that they had gone up against. Logan, I want you to stay behind me. When I give the call, I want you to attack with all that you have, Quinn said. For the first time, Quinn seemed to be taking the leadership role, something that Logan had done previously. Still, Logan wasn't complaining. He didn't know what Quinn had up his sleeve, but he had known him long enough to trust him. Quinn's shadow before was continuously shifting around his body. Usually, he did these series of actions as a form of protection for himself. Of course, he only did something like this when there was a fight. This time, he had the shadow in a ball-like shape hovering above his shoulder. Against the king-tiered beast, it was useless to use as a defensive measure. Its attacks were too fast for him to move the shadow in the right position. If it couldn't be used for defense, then it was better off being used as an attack. The beast had waited long enough, instead of charging in as it would usually do. It decided to swing out its bladed arm and stretch it out from the side. Right now, Quinn was standing directly in front of Logan. With this attack, it was clear that its target was Logan standing behind Quinn. Even if he did trust Quinn, just to make sure Logan raised up the energy blade, knowing his suit wouldn't be able to handle an attack. You're not the only one that can do something like that, throwing out a blood swipe and then grabbing it quickly with his shadow. Quinn had made his shadow scythe. He swung it down from above, hoping to hammer it down before it reached Logan. Knowing the strength of the previous blood swipe, the beast chose to ignore it and continued on with its attack. The blood swipe from before would have shattered and not even affected the path of its attack, only slightly slowing it down. Bang, like a hammer coming down on a nail. The scythe managed to knock the tree root arm, pinning it into the ground. That attack wasn't that strong last time? Fex said, seeing this. It hadn't been too long since they fought. In that amount of time, Quinn had leveled up a few times as well as gained a few samples of blood from others. CIA was at a loss for words. She had experienced too many surprises with this group so far. They were all monsters. Can you do something like that? Sia asked Layla. So far, she seemed to be the only normal one of the group. But she remembered that she had thought the same with Quinn, thinking he was normal and after being proven wrong. She felt like it could happen again. As I said, they saved your life earlier. These guys are amazing. As she said those words, she too wished she would be able to take part in the fight rather than just stand by the side. Seeing that the beast was targeting Logan and not himself, Quinn knew he needed to do something. Wind Walk activated. Activating his boots and dashing forward, he traveled at a speed that had never been achieved by him before. In an instant, he had nearly covered the entire distance and was now directly in front of the beast. Punching the beast as hard as it could in the stomach, Quinn was hoping to make some sort of impact, but it didn't even budge. As its other hand retracted back, it started swinging away, attacking him in the same way as it did with Fex. Only the result this time was different. Every strike was avoided. When Fex faced the beast, he was able to avoid the critical blows, but he would still suffer some hits here and there. With Quinn, it was different. He was able to avoid each of the strikes cleanly, not getting a scratch on him. This speed. Did he really hide his strength? Just how? Fex was now even more confused than before. Everything that was happening right now didn't make sense. Why fake being hurt? Why risk being attacked by such a strong beast? And how, when only moments ago, Quinn was unable to avoid the strike? But at this moment, he was able to perfectly evade every strike. His speed even surpassed Fex's at this moment, when improving Quinn's stats. Each time it went up by 10, there was a significant improvement, and even he could feel this. From 18 to 19 in a stat point, although there was a difference, it was barely noticeable, but going from 19 to 20. The change could be felt and was tremendous. Being able to just dodge the attacks wasn't going to be enough. Whenever an opening appeared, Quinn tried his best to throw out a punch, but the beast's reflexes were just as fast as its attacks, being able to easily block Quinn's attacks or even move out of the way. Bloodhammer was still the strongest skill in Quinn's arsenal, but it took quite a long time to perform. However, the hammer strike, with his increased speed, could be performed fast enough. He just needed to know how to land the attack. While dodging the attacks, Quinn thought hard. The other problem was his stamina wouldn't be able to keep up. Then, an idea hit him while looking at the beast's movements. Right now, he was facing a humanoid-type beast. Not only that, but it was one that had some level of intelligence as well. With this in mind, Quinn threw out a punch from above. Using his speed, he threw out one after another. The first attack was blocked, and when the beast saw the second one, it twisted its body slightly to avoid the blow. Then, something strange had happened. It had blocked one punch and dodged the other, yet a third hand had come out and hit the beast right on the temple of its rounded head. From the outside, the others were just as confused as the beast, because to them, it looked like the beast had moved into Quinn's attack. "Looks like the phantom punch is a success," said Quinn with a smile. Deeply confused by what just happened, the others thought it must have been a mistake on the beast's part. Perhaps Logan's attack had hurt it more than they thought, and now its movements weren't as swift as before. The only one that knew what had happened was Quinn himself. He used the phantom punch. This was an attack that would only work on humanoid creatures with a certain level of intelligence. Quinn wasn't so sure if it would really work, but it was obvious that it worked and was incredibly useful in the battle. Those with high intelligence wouldn't be tricked by the phantom punch. At the same time, beasts whose intelligence were far too low wouldn't even recognize the trick in the first place. This was the reason why the phantom punch wouldn't work on most beasts. However, it seemed like the beast in front of him was perfect for the phantom punch. The level of intelligence was enough for it to be tricked, but not high enough to recognize that it was being tricked. The standoff between the two continued, with Quinn avoiding most of the blows cleanly, and whenever an opening revealed itself, Quinn would throw multiple punches, mixing in a phantom punch in between. Once again, another blow landed, this time on the beast's neck just above its chest. Again, is the beast starting to slow down? Sia thought. But watching closely, Fex could see that the beast hadn't slowed down at all. Its movements were still as fast as ever, so what was happening? It was simply incomprehensible. Eventually, the tide was starting to turn. As Quinn continued on with the fight, he started to be the aggressor more often, hiding his phantom punches in between the ordinary jabs. The outsiders felt as if the beast was the one on the defensive, and that it was delivering itself onto the path of Quinn's attacks. It would constantly dodge and lean onto Quinn's fists. Then, instead of dodging, the beast decided to block the upcoming attack. Lifting its arm, it covered its rounded head, but with its movements. Quinn took the opportunity to send a blow to its stomach. At this point, Fex finally understood what was happening. It's gotta be the phantom punch. I can't think of anything else. He's mixing it with the ordinary jabs and hooks, but who taught him the phantom punch and when? He was just in the school with me, or could it be that the other vampire is teaching him in the school again? Even with all these points, and even if Quinn did have a teacher that was in the school, it didn't explain the crazy amount of time it had taken him to learn such a skill. Now, Fex was starting to feel frightened. Before it was amazing, but every time he saw Quinn get stronger, a strange feeling overcame him. Before he was sure he was always stronger than him. Now, though, he couldn't say for sure. It was as if he was looking at two different people. The punches continued to descend like a waterfall, and now it looked like the beast was getting bullied. The monster that they were all afraid of just a few moments ago was getting punched left and right by Quinn. "I was wrong," Sia said. "I can't believe I thought he was useless. I'm sorry, Layla. I now understand why you got mad." As Layla watched Quinn, even she hadn't expected something like this from him. Although the tides had turned in the fight, with Quinn being able to attack the beast several times, it was having no effect on it whatsoever. The blows didn't leave any wounds or marks, and it had barely moved from its original position due to Quinn's attacks. It has to be doing something, Quinn thought. Otherwise, why would the beast attempt to block the attacks? Still, he wasn't doing enough damage, and if he continued on like this, his stamina would run out before the beast. Looks like I have to use the hammer strike after all, Quinn thought. There was still a problem, though. The hammer strike may be quicker than the blood hammer, but it was still far too slow for the beast. Another phantom punch was delivered to the stomach. As the beast went to block the attack, a flash step was performed, and Quinn was now standing directly behind the beast. The movements of the hammer strike had started, and the beast attempted to turn around. As it did all of this, its movement slowed down, and its feet got stuck in the place where it was standing. It hadn't noticed that during the fight, Quinn had moved his shadow down to the beast's feet. Holding it in place, the plan was never to keep the beast there. He knew it wouldn't hold it back long enough, but it was enough time for him to perform the hammer strike. Placing his foot down and pulling one arm back, he snapped the other one out, hitting the beast right in the center. For the first time, it had been lifted into the air, and when it landed, the beast stumbled, struggling to stand on its 2 feet. "Logan, get ready!" Quinn shouted. "Maximum output!" Logan shouted, and his final Qatar-like weapon doubled in size. The beast was now recovering. It was starting to lift itself off the floor. The attack was effective, but not good enough, afraid that it might move and avoid the decisive blow. Quinn reacted fast. Shadow Void. A bubble-like space was created in an instant. It was the same as the Shadow Void from before, but this one was a lot smaller. It also didn't encase Quinn and Logan, but only went around the beast. This would stop the beast from running away and would buy them a little bit of time that they needed. "Attack now!" Quinn ordered. Logan was slightly confused at what was going on. After all, Quinn was displaying several different skills that he had never seen before. After seeing what he was able to do against the beast so far, he decided to listen and swung down at the bubble-like space where he last saw the beast. At just the right time, Quinn prepared himself. He planned on canceling Shadow Void at the right time to allow Logan's attack to land on the beast. Cancel Shadow! While in the middle of canceling the skill, the Shadow Void had broken itself. This was also an expected result. Logan continued to lunge forward with his large energy Qatar, but he noticed something strange. In the short amount of time it was in the Shadow Void, its appearance had completely changed. The green roots that covered and formed the muscle structure of the beast were now glowing slightly red. When looking at them, it looked as if all of the roots were flowing with energy. They were pulsating, and something could be seen flowing all throughout its body. "Did I wait too long?" Vordon said as he watched from a window up high, in a building nearby. He was still waiting for the perfect opportunity, so he never threw the spirit spear. It was too hard for him to find that opportunity since both Quinn and the beast were just too fast for him to see. But right now, Vordon could tell what had happened to the beast. It was now in rage mode. Something only beasts at a higher tier could do. When they felt at danger or their life was jeopardized, a beast could go into a rage mode. With this, the maximum amount of energy from the crystal inside them would pump around their body. Beasts rarely went into this mode due to the fact they could only go into it once. If all the energy from the crystal was used up while in rage mode, they would die and no longer exist. It was a move only used in desperate times. The other problem was if a beast was killed while it was in rage mode, the crystal obtained from it would be useless. Travelers would often try their best to defeat the beast before it ever entered rage mode. It was clear, though, a beast in rage mode was a lot stronger. Even with his help and the new and improved Quinn, Vordon was unsure if they could beat it. The Qatar continued to thrust forward. When seeing this, the beast knocked the weapon away, shattering it as its attack collided against the weapon. Lifting its legs out, it extended it like a fast piston, hitting Logan in the stomach. Flung back in the air, Logan was thrown several feet down the street. As he was chucked through the air, several of the spiders that made up the suit seemed to fall onto the ground as well. They had been damaged beyond what they were capable of withstanding and could no longer be used. "Why, does the world really want us all dead?" Layla said. Fex, seeing this, was sure now. He had made the right decision. He had been suppressing it this whole time. But with the blood loss, his lust had grown to the maximum. Purposely not healing himself, Fex had done this as a last resort, and it was time to use it. Slowly, his body was starting to change, his muscles were bulging, his skin shrinking, and his hair was falling off from the top of his head. Ham flew away from his master, looking back at what Fex had become. He had a sad look on his face. "So, you really did transform," watching from slightly above everyone else. Vordon had the best view of what was going on down below. The two girls, along with Peter, were at the opposite end of the street, hid between two buildings. Their heads were tilted around the side. It was quite away from the fight, but still close enough so they could see everything. Vordon himself was in a building, but was on the 4th floor, looking out from a window. One of the light balls that Logan had shot out earlier was hanging from the very top of the same building. Carefully, he watched the whole field of what was going on. He needed to see and wait for the right moment to strike. At one point, when Logan had attacked the beast, he thought that was the right time. Right. Him and Rotten had switched places, and Rotten was ready to throw the spirit spear. Just before doing so, Rotten informed Vordon of something. With the use of MC cells from both Logan and Sia, Vordon right now had one of the strongest support abilities out there. What they found out was now, with a higher level of the support ability, came more options. CIA's ability limited her to creating only one spear at a time. This limit was still there even with the increase of power, but there were a couple of differences. More MC cells could be put into the spirit spear, creating a more powerful spear. How long or what the effects were, they couldn't tell until the spear was thrown. Once they obtained this information, Vordon felt like it was best to create a stronger spear, one as strong as possible. They might only have one chance at this. The more powerful the attack when using an ability, the more MC cells it would use. As he continued to watch from above, his heart started to sink. A strange feeling came over him and sweat started to run from his forehead. The beast had just gone into rage mode, but that wasn't the reason Vordon was worried. It was because there was something else down there with them that had brought back bad memories. Fex, who was leant up against one of the buildings, was no longer there, or at least was no longer himself. Instead, the side of what was known as a bloodsucker was there instead. It looked nearly identical to the time he had faced Quinn back on the red portal planet. There were a few differences, but the horrifying creature brought back memories. That day, Syl had saved his life fighting against the bloodsucker, and in his place, Ian was killed. When Quinn was the beast, there was no telling friend from foe. Vordon had kept silent so far, not wanting to reveal his position to the beast, but as he saw the bloodsucker moving towards Quinn, he needed to shout out. "Quinn, behind you!" Vordon shouted. Quinn had his eyes dead set ahead, looking at the beast. He was also concerned about Logan, who had been hit, but when hearing the worry in Vordon's voice, he knew it was urgent. As he turned his head, a bald-headed, muscle-bound creature was seen. The claws on its hands had widened. If it wasn't for the clothes that it was wearing, Quinn would have never known it was Fex. "What is that?" Quinn said. "Is it some type of vampire transformation?" As he looked into Fex's eyes, there was no longer any white in them. It was completely black. No emotion was felt from them. "Is he even still sane?" "Don't you remember?" the system said. "He has turned into a bloodsucker." After hearing the system say those words, Quinn briefly remembered when he hadn't consumed blood for a few days, his own transformation had begun. A message appeared before his mind went to black, saying his transformation into a bloodsucker had been completed. Did he do this willingly? Quinn asked. Perhaps, for a vampire to turn into a bloodsucker, they must have an immense amount of thirst, the system explained. My guess is, when he was wounded from the beast, he suppressed his healing abilities, allowing the blood to continue to drain from his body. When enough blood had poured out, he allowed his body to heal, using the last bit of his energy. Once the healing process was completed and his powers had been used, his thirst was at its maximum. It's a risky thing to do. If you allow too much blood to leave your body and your wounds aren't able to heal, then it could be life-threatening. I'm surprised this young boy knew how to do such a thing. Vampires aren't often taught this, for a bloodsucker doesn't even see its own kind as a friend, which would suggest he really is an important figure. Perhaps the son of one of the vampire heads. Although the explanation was interesting for Quinn, he didn't have much time to think about it. For right now, he was stuck between the two of them. On one side was the raged king-tier beast, and the other, a bloodsucker. Quinn didn't know which one was more troublesome. When Quinn turned into a bloodsucker, all his stats were doubled, but his health was halved and he was unable to use his vampire skills. He looked to his left, he looked to his right, waiting for one of them to make their first movement. At the same time, the bloodsucker and beast dashed forward. "Damn it, Shadow Cloak," Quinn said. From his feet, the shadow rised up, and suddenly, Quinn had vanished from the sight of the other two. However, it didn't seem like either one of them was interested in him. As Quinn hurried to escape from the area, the two of them clashed in the center of the street. The bloodsucker swiped its claw, while the beast threw out its balded arm. As the two clashed, the power between the two of them was so strong, it looked as if ripples were being created in the air. At first, Quinn wanted to go check up on Logan and pull him off to the side to see if he was okay, but when he looked at where Logan was last seen, he was no longer there. Peter had already dragged his body from the street and brought him over to the two girls, although they didn't have to do much. Logan had already removed the helmet part of his suit. His mouth had blood trickling down from the side and where he was wounded by the beast's foot. The miniature robotic spiders were working away, patching him up here and there. They could fix the external wounds, but not the internal. It was clear Logan could no longer fight. Instead of going over to where the others were, while the other two were busy fighting, Quinn decided to stay quite close to the fight. He was learning a lot from the fight. When watching originally, their speed was so great Quinn couldn't keep up. To the others, they were nearly unable to see anything, apart from once in a while, where there would be a standoff of power. As the fight continued, Quinn was able to clearly see each attack made by the two of them. Although they looked wild and random, as attacks came rushing out from both of them, it looked like it wasn't the case at all. A lot of Fex's original martial arts moves were still involved, and the beast it too was picking its spots carefully, making it tricky for Fex to get a clean strike in. One thing was clear, though: if Quinn was to fight either one of them the way he was now, he would be finished in an instant. Still, he chose to stay close, and learning from the fight wasn't the only reason. From the back of his mind, there was one thing he kept thinking about: the quest. The reward of the quest was sure to help him grow, and in the future. Not only did Quinn want the experience points for killing the king-tier beast, but he also wanted the quest reward. Most likely, if Quinn wasn't the one to deal the finishing blow, it wouldn't count the quest as completed. While the beast was in its rage mode, there was only one attack that could do any type of damage, and that was the blood hammer. The only question was, how? How would he get the last hit? The fight continued on between the bloodsucker and the king-tier beast. At first, when the two of them fought, it looked fairly even between them. Neither one of them was getting significantly hurt from the other. This was good for Fex. When a vampire turned into a bloodsucker, their health, or in Quinn's case, HP, was halved. Their wounds would also no longer heal. It was a starved state for vampires, a mode that allowed them to grow stronger in order to consume blood, but also acted as a double-edged sword. However, slowly one of them was starting to get an edge, and it looked like it was the bloodsucker. Quinn was starting to notice that the power and the speed of the king-tier beast was finally starting to slow down. It had been in combat with multiple opponents and multiple times. So it made sense to Quinn, but this wasn't the reason why. The beast had an inhuman amount of stamina and could continue to fight the students for hours on end. The reason why it was starting to slow down and weaken was because of its rage mode. Simply put, the crystal inside was drawing out more power than it could generate, and now the beast was slowly dying. Not understanding what was happening, Quinn felt like this was his chance to attack. Whatever happened, he needed to get that last hit. He had used most of his MC points during the fight, and right now the only skill he could use was the shadow cloak, which he used to hide his presence. Seeing what was happening, Quinn planned to inch closer and closer and try to get behind the king-tier beast. While it was distracted fighting, Quinn would prepare the blood hammer and perform a flash step, dashing him forward just before delivering the punch. Trying to implement his strategy, he slowly started to creep towards the fight. On the street, Quinn and the others were stationed on the side of Fex, while the beast was on the other side, which led towards the tower. The fight was still hectic, and the two would span the whole width of the street. The king-tier beast threw one of its arms out, and the bloodsucker managed to grab it. Using its increased strength, it yanked the arm as hard as it could, ripping it from the beast's shoulder. Black blood once again started to squirt out from the wound. Quinn had seen this before when Logan had done the same thing. Soon the beast would heal, but this was Quinn's chance. Running forward and around the two, he wanted to get behind the fight. As he took a step to the side, suddenly, a large claw-like fist came out towards him. The fist was briefly stopped by the shadow, and when he looked at where it had come from, it was from the bloodsucker. It could sense where I was even with the shadow cloak on, Quinn thought. Luckily, I thought something might have happened and prepared my shadow just in case. Quickly, Quinn stepped back and went to his position before. It looked like Fex really could no longer tell between friend and foe. Now, there was another problem on Quinn's hands. The attack from the bloodsucker, although it was blocked by the shadow that would be the last one. For now, Quinn's McPoints had reached 100 Messi. He couldn't complain, though. Due to being underground, he was able to use the shadow more often than he usually would have. It seemed like his powers and the amount of mech points taken to use the skills had lessened while down here. Yes, he could no longer use his shadow cloak, but against these two, there was no point using it anyway. They both could sense his presence with or without the shadow cloak. The only thing was, now the others could see him as well. When Quinn had disappeared, they thought he perhaps had left the scene. They never imagined he was still staying so close to the fight. "Quinn, what are you doing? Leave it to the two monsters," Vordon said from above. "Does your friend have some type of pride or something?" Sia said. "The only reason I can think of him staying is that he wants to be the one to kill the beast." Layla actually agreed with Sia for once. She didn't know the reason why Quinn had chosen to stay. Was he worried about Fex? Or was it something else? The beast had done the same as last time after its arm had been ripped out. It wanted to take a few steps back and start to recover, but the bloodsucker wasn't going to let it go. When the beast dashed backwards, the bloodsucker gave chase. Before the others would have been too slow, it didn't expect something to be able to match it in speed down here. With a swipe to its chest, the red roots were split open, and the black blood squirted out once again. "It has to nearly be dead. I need to get that last hit." Obsessed with getting the quest reward for killing the thing, Quinn dashed forward. When he got close to the two of them, the bloodsucker had turned around. The beast behind it looked like it was barely standing. "Come on! Come at me, Fex!" Quinn shouted as he threw out his leg, performing a vertical slice of red aura. Seeing this, the bloodsucker leapt up in the air, and it looked like it would close the distance between the two with one jump. "Quinn!" Layla said worriedly. Peter was already on the move. He dashed out hoping to take the attack in Quinn's place. However, they were just too far, and he would never make it in time. The others expected Quinn to attempt to dodge, but instead he started to go through the motion of the hammer strike, timing everything perfectly, with when the bloodsucker had jumped, just when it was about to land, Quinn performed a flash step, avoiding the attack and also appearing in front of the king-tier beast. "Blood hammer!" The beast was already weak, and using all the strength he could, he snapped back his arm and with the punch released the power of the level 2 blood spray, performing a blood hammer. A loud shotgun-like sound was echoed through the underground town. Carefully, Quinn had hit the same spot where the bloodsucker had clawed out the roost, protecting its upper body. Unlike before, the attack seemed to go through. Did he do it? Layla thought. Peter had stopped running, and a smile appeared on his face. He could tell Quinn had done it because he himself felt stronger. Quest completed. Defeat the King-tier beast. Multiple notification screens appeared at the same time, but Quinn didn't have much time to read all of them. For while celebrating his victory, a strong fist came out from the side, hitting him on the body and sending him flying through the air. Looking down, Quinn could see the bloodsucker's ugly face. That hit, it came from Fex. Was I too greedy this time? Quinn said. It's not usually like me to be like that. While having these thoughts, he quickly realized something. He wasn't dead. Surely a full-on hit from Fex would have killed him, but the reality was it hadn't done. In fact, Quinn had hardly been hurt at all. 95 HP. Using Quinn's blood bank, he was able to heal most of his wounds, but not all, and recovered around 60 of his HP points. That meant the attack had only taken a little over 10 when being hit. Opening his eyes, Quinn could see the bloodsucker in front of him again. He had been chucked into the air and sent back, but it wasn't too far as the blow was significantly weakened, and now he knew why. When looking at Fex, a large, thick blue spirit spear was stuck inside of the bloodsucker. It was hard to even call it a spear, as it seemed to be around the same thickness as an adult human. It looked more like a column that would hold up buildings. Quinn, I can't produce another one like that. Finish him now if you can. A voice was heard shouting from down the street. Looking behind the bloodsucker, Quinn could see Vordon running towards him. The spear had come from him. Waiting for the right moment to throw the spear into the King-tier beast. It looked like it never would happen, and eventually the beast had already died, but Vordon was glad he had held out. After Quinn's attack, he could see what was going to happen and threw out the large spirit spear into Fex. It was thanks to this that the blow was significantly reduced in terms of power and speed. Still, Vordon knew he needed to continue and act fast. After throwing out the larger spirit spear, he was unable to produce it again. Because of this, Rotten switched places back with Vordon and had run out, hoping to support Quinn. He could only throw the regular spears out now, but it was better than nothing. Kill Fex? Quinn said. No, he couldn't do that. It was only because of him they were able to kill the King-tier beast in the first place. They could have quite possibly had all died there today. It wasn't fair for them to hurt Thyre Savior. What do you want to do? A voice said next to Quinn's right. Peter had now joined them as well. Vordon was stood off to the right of the bloodsucker, while Quinn and Peter were stood on the other side of the street. Logan was still hurt and patching himself up by the two girls next to one of the buildings, still staying out of trouble. While watching what was going on, the girls started to hear a few voices from somewhere. So just a little further ahead, and the beast you encountered before should be here? A confident young voice said. Yes, sir. Every time we wanted to go explore the tower, the beast would come out and stop us. This happened several times while trying to make our way towards the tower, no matter what direction we came from. It seems to be protecting something. A female voice said. Unfortunately, each time we faced the beast, although we were able to come out with our lives, we were unable to defeat it. I would agree with your prediction, the confident voice replied. You were right to not report this to the other shelters, as well as the military shelter. Hopefully that treasure can do well for our faction. Sir, what do you think about that loud bang we heard a few moments ago? Do you think this place was discovered by others? Another male's voice asked. That's why we're heading there now. The group continued to talk, and Layla and Sia were starting to hear the voices even louder now. Soon they could see just where the conversation was coming from. Down the street, a group of travelers were walking together. It was easy to spot them since each of them had a sticky light patch on them. It worked similar to a torch, only it didn't need to be held and could just be stuck on top of their armor. It also glowed the surrounding area rather than just one direction. It allowed the area around the person to be bathed in light. Don't they look kind of familiar? Sia thought. The girls didn't come running out. Just because they saw things that looked like humans didn't mean they were. But as they got closer, it turned out they really had seen them before. Yeah, back at the shelter, Layla replied. They were the group of travelers who had reported to the military updating them about the exploration, judging by the conversation they had just overhead. It looked like they hadn't exactly been truthful with their report either. Layla wanted to move from their position. They weren't inside a particular building but were just between two buildings down an alleyway. She still wasn't sure about these people. If they could lie to the military, perhaps they would also happily silence them for being down here and knowing about this place as well. The problem was Logan. He still looked like he couldn't move. While she was thinking about what to do, it was too late to do anything anyway. "Other there," a female voice said. "It looks like there are other people here. Heck, they're kids, aren't they?" The group quickly rushed over to students and were shocked at the state and just how young the students were. After seeing their uniform, they quickly figured out where they were from, the military. Something must have happened, the group thought. They were a group of 5. All of them had beast gear covering their body. The female was the first to approach them, named Lily, who also had a bow on her back. Only hers looked a level higher than what Layla had. Then there was a couple of bald-headed twins. Each of them didn't hold a weapon in their hand, but their legs were covered in thick boots, while the rest of their legs had light armor. It was a strange sight. They were called Rock and Pock. There was then another man who seemed to always be staying by the youngest-looking person's side. He had a shield on his back with a sword sheathed by his waist. The man looked a little older than the others. It was as if he was assigned to look after the whole team, but after listening to them for a while. Layla quickly figured he wasn't the leader. It was the young man standing next to them. The young man had brown, wavy hair that was tied up in a ponytail. His weapon of choice was a spear that was as long as himself placed on his back. The most noticeable thing about him was the air around him. It was full of confidence and one with a look of experience. When Layla looked at him, she was reminded of Leo. "I'm the leader, Andre," the young man said. "What happened here? Did you guys get attacked?" "Quinn, move!" Vordon shouted. As Andre asked the question, he had heard voices from down the street. When the group turned to look, they could see the 3 other students all fighting against a strange creature. "Is that the beast you guys encountered before, Andy?" Andre asked. "No, sir. That's something else. I've never seen that before." The older man, Andy, replied. "It doesn't matter. They're in trouble, and we need to slay the beast." Then, from the shadows, behind where the group had just come from, the sound of loud footsteps was heard. Out from the darkness, slowly, a figure started to come out. "Another beast, and it's a strong-looking one. Turn around," Sia said in a panic. But the group or travelers didn't look panicked at all. The strange beast looked a bit like a lion and was the same size as one. Its muscles could be seen as well, but on its bottom half. Instead of a single tail, it carried several, each one with a small flame at the end. The lion approached Andre's side and started to lick him on the face. "A tame beast?" Layla said. "That's right," Lily replied. "You guys done? To have to worry about a thing, we will get rid of that beast for you. For you see, our leader here is from one of the big 4 families." Seeing the leader of the travelers being able to control and have a beast by his side like that meant that Andre must have been a member of the Bree family. This family wasn't any regular family, for they were one of the big 4. When looking at Andre, though, Layla felt like it wasn't anyone she recognized. Although those from the big 4 families, other than the leaders, hardly any of the others were recognizable unless they had a bad reputation. The Bree family were a bit unique compared to the other strong families and original families out there. Their ability had always existed, only it wasn't as threatening as the others. Before Earth started the exploration of beast planets, the Bree family were only able to tame one thing, the current animals on Earth. It was only after the exploration had started that their true power came to light. Beasts from other planets were a lot stronger than animals back on Earth. Depending on their level and control of the ability, it allowed them to tame higher and lower level beasts. It would also affect the amount of beasts they could control at one time as well. Their power was borrowed power in a way. They weren't the ones that did the actual fighting, or this is what others would think. It was the general thought between the public or those that had never seen a Bree before. The Brees were actually incredibly talented when it came to fighting. For when taming a stronger beast, one would have to show it was stronger than what it was trying to tame. There would be cases where this wasn't needed, but for the higher levels it was a different story. With their incredible fighting skills and strong beasts, they were able to work together, creating a powerful force, and eventually climbed up the leader to be a part of the Big Four. Just relying on others' powers wasn't enough to make it at the leader's table. The group of travelers had already gone. Lily the archer had decided to stay behind to keep a close eye on the students, just in case any other beasts appeared. Layla wanted to say something as she was sure Quinn didn't want Fex to be hurt, and was trying to come up with a way to save him, but she couldn't think of a good explanation, and they had already gone. "Don't worry, my friends are strong," Lily said with a smile, trying to comfort the students. She thought they must have had such a terrible experience, fighting down here in the dark. "That's what I'm worried about," Layla thought, "because my friends are strong as well." With all three of the boys standing around the bloodsucker, it was confused with who to target. Suddenly, it started to sniff into the air like some type of hound. "What's it doing?" Peter asked. Quinn thought the same thing, but that's when he realized what a bloodsucker really was. It was a starved vampire. It was unable to consume the blood of Peter and Quinn, so the only one there it would be interested in was Vordon. "Vordon, run!" Quinn shouted as he tried to dash forward to his side. But the larger spirit spear had worn off, and at most Vordon was able to produce 2 more spears, slowing down the beast by 20%. Even with this reduction, it was still a lot faster than Quinn, and he would never be able to reach Vordon's side in time. Seeing the bloodsucker heading towards him gave him bad memories once again, and he had frozen in place. Vordon hadn't felt fear like this in a long time. "Syl, we need you!" Vordon shouted, trying to think quickly on his feet. Quinn took out the flask. He was hoping if he popped open the lid, the smell of blood would allow it to change its target. However, even before Quinn was able to do that, a strange, lion-like beast had jumped in between Vordon and the bloodsucker. As it pounced towards the bloodsucker, its flames on its tails grew brighter. The two of them clashed in the center, claw against paw, and surprisingly, even to the beast's surprise, it was outpowered and pushed back. It was chucked to the ground and rolled on the floor before quickly picking itself up and growling loudly at the creature. "Looks like you're going to need my help with this one, Cookie." The young man, Andre, held out his spear and stood by his lion's side. "This is not the same beast we encountered before," Andy said. The others had now come and joined their leader in battle. "This beast is stronger than Cookie. Not only that, but it seems to be stronger than the king-tier beasts we had met up with earlier." When Andy and his group of companions came down before to fight against the king-tier beast, they weren't strong enough to force it into a rage mode. This is why they believed the bloodsucker was more powerful than the king-tier beast. When both of them were fighting at their full power, they were actually even. The 2 bald twins had appeared, one by Vordon's side and the other by Peter's side. "You guys did well to survive against such a thing," one of them said. "But you can now leave it to us," the other said, ending the first one's sentence. "We will take you back to your friends. Follow us quickly as we must help our leader to fight." The twins were insistent, and before they could even reply, They were already trying to pull both Vordon and Peter out of the fighting area. While being pulled along, Vordon was moving his head around the area. "Where's Quinn? Wasn't he just on the other side? If he's hiding, he has to have a reason," Vordon thought. However, when one of the twins tried to pull Peter, they were suddenly stopped. The twin yanked again, and it felt like he was trying to move a large boulder. "What are you doing? Why won't you move? If you stay here, you will be killed." Peter then looked back in a certain direction. He waited a while before replying. "Okay, but don't touch me, or I might bite your hand off." The twin was wondering just who was this student. They had just come to save their lives and they were threatening them, although he wanted to snap back. He knew they were only students and they must have gone through a lot, which was why Peter had responded the way he did. The two boys were taken out of the area, and now Andre and Andy felt like they could fight with no worry. The bloodsucker went towards the two in front of its eyes. It hadn't been injured much, but it was still starving from blood as spit continued to drip from its mouth. The first to move out of the two was Andy. He jumped forward and with his large shield embraced himself for an attack. Slowly, parts of the shield seemed to cover itself in reinforced earth. The core and metal part of the shield could still be seen, but now the shield was twice the size and the outside covered in parts of earth. The attack hit against the shield, breaking most of the earth away, but the shield was still perfectly intact. Still, the power of the strike caused Andy to slightly tumble himself, nearly falling to the ground, but a hand was placed on his back, stabilizing him. "I'm here," Andre said. Instead of charging forward, the bloodsucker could sense a slight vibration in the air and moved backwards. A few moments after, and two slices of wind went past. "How did he know it was coming?" one of the twins said. They had returned from escorting the kids to Lily and had used their wind abilities, throwing out a kick and slice of wind. "It looks like this beast has some level of intelligence," Andre said as he jumped up onto Andy's shoulder, before running on top of his shield and jumping right on the edge towards the beast. From the side, Cookie, the lion beast, pounced once again. The flames this time on its tail were even more brighter than before, and when they clashed, neither one of them was falling back. The bloodsucker seemed to still be slightly stronger, but Andre just wanted it held there for a moment. As he thrusted his spear forward, he was able to hit the creature right between the ribs. Fex began to scream in pain as the pointy object was jammed into him. Usually, his tough muscles would be able to form some type of protection, but seeing how easy it was able to penetrate him meant the weapon was one of a high level. Andre let go of the spear and was ready to hit it in further, digging it into the creature, trying to cause a serious wound, but the second he let go, a large red line of Arua had come from the side. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense its power, and leant back, narrowly avoiding the strike. "Get away from my friend!" A strange, robotic, and deep voice sounded, as the group turned to look at who had spoken those words. All they could see was a human figure dressed in a bulk suit, wearing a demon mask that was covering its bottom jaw, while its eyes were white and shaped like a demon. After getting the last hit on the king-tier beast and completing the quest, there wasn't much time for Quinn to check out the rewards or see what he had obtained. There was the problem with Fex, and shortly after the travelers appeared as well. It seemed like the group was having problem after problem occur. Soon after seeing the travelers, he knew instantly how they would react to the seeing Fex. It was hard for them to even explain themselves out of the situation, since Fex was currently attacking them as W. However, Quinn felt like he had a way to solve their current issue, only he didn't have much time to act. During the fight with the king-tier beast, he hadn't done this action because they needed Fex in his bloodsucker form. But Quinn still had the flask that Fex had given him. Once he drunk the blood from the flask, it should be enough for his body to turn to normal. Right now, these travelers that were trying to help were just getting in the way. Hiding himself in the shadows, Quinn started to think about his next move. What he didn't expect to happen was that the small group of travelers would be able to overpower the bloodsucker. After seeing him stabbed in the ribs and howling in pain, Quinn had had enough. I need to do something, Quinn thought. Although he didn't know what rewards he had received from the quest, there were two standout things he knew he had gotten without the need to read the system messages. The first was his level 18, 10730, 25600, XP6, free stat points. With each level, a large amount of XP was required when leveling up, and from defeating one beast, Quinn was able to level up 3 more times. At the higher levels, it would usually take a huge amount of time for one to level up. But Quinn was fighting beasts several levels above what he should be capable of. It was something the system had never expected. Before jumping in to help Fex, Quinn had made the quick decision to put all of his points into the charm stat. 22. Charm points. This unlocked the next tier in his charm, and straight away Quinn could tell they would be a difference when he next used it. When facing against humans, or those like them, he knew the best stat to increase was the charm stat. His phantom punch had proven effective, and he also still contained the skills, daze, and influence. His speed was already great, and although he could increase his strength based on the last fight, it was useless unless he also had the beast gear to go hand in hand with it. This left the stamina and charm stat. For now, other than not being able to use the flash step freely, Quinn hadn't run into too many problems with his stamina. He still would have liked to increase both, but it made more sense to pour the points into his charm stat for this confrontation that was about to happen. With no time to lose, Quinn needed to reveal himself from the shadows, targeting his blood swipe at the leader Andre. When the blood swipe left his hands, though, he noticed that it was a lot more powerful and stronger than before. This confirmed one of the other messages that Quinn had received. All blood-related skills have increased by 1 blood swipe level 3, blood spray level 3, crescent, kick level 2, blood bank level 2. This was a huge improvement in power. It took a long time to level up his skills, and Quinn was wondering if his blood bank would ever level up, and it finally did. Although it wasn't much use right now because it was empty. "Why did you attack me? We are trying to get rid of this beast," Andre said, annoyed at the strange figure. It was clear the person who had attacked him was human, so he didn't want to lash out immediately and decided to break down into peaceful negotiations. There wasn't much time for chit-chat, though, for Fex had pulled out the spear in his side and threw it onto the ground. It swiped at Andre next to him again, but Andy was already by his side to block the attack with his shield once more. The two twins were now coming up from behind and threw out 2 wind kicks, forming a sharp slice from the tip of their boots. A few moments later, and they could feel something run past them at an incredible speed. Quinn no longer had any MC points to use his shadow, so he could only rely on his blood skills for this one. Catching up to the twins' attacks, Quinn threw a quick kick from the side. Blood crescent kick. A large red aura immediately consumed the twins' attack and continued to go off into the darkness. Annoyed at this, the twins continued to run forward. "Stop getting," one of the twins said, "in our way." The other finished the other's sentence. Making sure to make eye contact with one of them, Quinn activated his daze skill, Daze Cessful. One of the twins immediately stopped as they felt a chill run down the spine. They didn't know what it was, but it was as if their body was being controlled. The other continued to run forward, unaware of what was happening to the other. Throwing out a fast punch, the twin was prepared to block the attack, lifting its 2 arms in an X-like shape, but the attack had never come. Suddenly, he felt a heavy fist in the stomach. "Blood spray!" At the same time as the punch was released, Quinn used his blood spray at close range, sending one of them flying backwards. By now, the other had been released from the stun and came charging forward, hoping to help out his brother. A kick was released at an amazing speed. Using the power of the wind behind his kick, rather than releasing it as an attack at the end, he was able to speed up his attack considerably. Seeing this, Quinn decided to match him toe-to-toe, throwing out a kick of his own just as fast. The 2 legs clashed mid-air as both of their shins striked each other. "Who is this person?" the twin thought. "He's just as fast as me, and I have beast gear on as well as using my wind abilities." The gear he's wearing doesn't look like it's made from high-level beasts. So what could it be? While in the middle of his thought, he could see a flurry of fists coming towards him. He had knocked away the first one and attempted to block the second, moving his head to the side. Once again, just like with his brother, the attack that was meant to come had never come, and a fist came out from a different direction altogether, hitting him right on the head and knocking him down to the ground. With this attack, Quinn decided to not use his blood spray. 2295 HP. Using the spray with his punches once in a while and the blood swipe, it would continuously lower his HP. It was the big downside of using the blood abilities. Still, with the phantom punch other than his mind feeling more tired as he used it, he had another skill he could rely on. Both Andy and Andre, including the beast, were busy with Fex, but from the corner of their eye, they could see that the strange figure had easily dealt with two of their men. This had surprised Andre. The two Quinn had dealt with, they weren't weak. They were strong and had gone on countless Orange Planet expeditions. They were even able to survive and escape a confrontation with a king-tier beast. It was why Andre wasn't worried for them, and continued to deal with the bloodsucker. But he had never expected this. Looking at Andre's fight against Fex, Quinn could tell he was strong. The three of them were evenly matched against him. Even with Quinn's speed increase and power increase, he wasn't as strong as Fex in his current form. With the little HP he currently had, on top of no longer having any MC points to use his shadow ability. Quinn didn't want to do anything stupid like confronting Andre and Andy. He quickly popped open the lid of the flask, and straight away he was able to smell the sweet aroma of blood coming from it. "I hope this works," Quinn said, and just like that, Fex had turned his head, catching the same smell as Quinn. Now this was the hard part. Immediately, Quinn started to run off in the direction of the tower, and closely behind him, Fex chased after. The two of them went off down the street into the darkness. Both of them were unable to be seen, for they were no longer in the sticky lights that Logan had shot on the street. "Should we chase after the two of them, sir?" Andy asked. When looking at the two, Andre found it strange. It wasn't as if the creature was following the strange masked man like he was his master. Instead, it looked like he was trying to kill him. "Leave them be. We have to go back and check up on the students," Andre replied. Quinn had continued to run full speed ahead, activating his windwalk boots, but he knew it would be useless with the great speed of the bloodsucker. The only thing he could do was run into buildings to slow Fex down, while Quinn was able to navigate smoothly through them. Fex would bang into several items or just use his brute force to smash into them. This should be far enough, Quinn thought. In one of the abandoned buildings, there was a large room that was mostly empty. He quickly placed the flask on the floor and continued to run forward. He was still unsure if Fex would continue chasing after him or go after the flask. When Fex reached the flask on the floor, immediately using its clawed hands, it picked it up and started shaking it and pouring it into its mouth. It didn't allow a drip of it to touch the floor. Once the flask was completely empty, the bloodsucker started to sway, as if he was drunk and was about to collapse on the floor, and soon after, he did. While looking at the body from a distance, it looked like the body was starting to shrink. "Well, I'm glad that's over with," Quinn said. While Fex was busy going back to his regular self, Quinn looked out the window and at the tower. It now was only a few buildings away. "I wonder just what's inside there," deciding not to chase after the strange creature. Andre and Andy agreed to go over and check on the two twins. They were no longer on the floor in pain. Their armor had managed to take most of the damage, but still, the strikes and attacks they received were powerful enough to knock the two of them down. "Who was that guy?" one of the twins said, as he accepted Andre's hand as he stood up from the ground. "I'm not sure, and I haven't seen that ability before either," Andre replied. "Most likely an original that's on this planet or an independent traveler." "What? Was it that strong that we haven't seen it before?" the other twin replied. It was their job to know who was on the orange portal planet with them. After all, they would be working together and exchanging information while on the planet. They were sure that other than the military, they held the second highest position of power as one of the big four on this planet. There were other shelters around, but these two were the most renowned and where most civilians would take refuge due to its reputation. "Hey, I think you better come and take a look at this," Andy shouted others to the others. The three of them prodded for long, but when their eyes made contact with what Andy was looking at, the two twins nearly keeled over from shock. That's the king-tiered beast we fought against before," the twins shouted. They had fought several times against the king beast as a team without Andre, so they knew the strength of the beast. They couldn't believe what had caused them so much trouble was now dead on the ground. "What do you think happened?" Andy asked. Andre then knelt beside the beast and started fleshing out certain parts of the beast's cadaver. They knew what he was doing. He was looking for the beast's crystal. Only after fleshing out several different areas of the body with his small dagger did he finally find the crystal. It was located where the human heart would be, slightly to the left from the middle of the chest. The extracted crystal didn't look like common at all. It was clearer and wasn't as murky and cloudy as lower-tiered crystals, but there was something far different in this crystal. It was the fact that it didn't radiate any light nor sheen at all. Usually, an extracted beast crystal would give off a glow. It would pulsate with energy as if the crystal was a living being. However, the crystal in Andre's hands didn't give off any light at all. "I'm surprised. There's still a crystal inside? How come it wasn't extracted?" one of the twins said. "Perhaps it was killed recently," Andy replied. "Also, the fact that there is no glow would suggest that the beast had gone into a type of rage mode." Hearing this, the two twins gulped. They remembered how tough and frightening it was to fight this beast without it going into a type of rage mode. To be honest, the two felt that they were lucky to be alive fighting against such a beast. "Perhaps that creature and the strange man from before were the ones that killed it," Andy said. "They were the only ones here at the time." "No," Andre replied. "There were others here as well." While saying this, Andre looked into the direction of Vordon and the others. When they had arrived, it seemed like they were in combat with the strange creature. "They were here before us, and they might have seen something. They might have some answers for us." On the cold floor of an abandoned building, Fex could be seen lying on the floor. Snoring sounds would occasionally come out of his mouth, as well as some nasal sounds that indicated he was in deep sleep. Quinn didn't want to wake him up. He had gone far and beyond for the safety of others. It was a risky move he had pulled, turning into the bloodsucker, and he wasn't sure he could have done such a selfless act himself. "May vampires aren't as bad as you say," Quinn said to the system. "The boy I am not worried about," the system replied. "Just like with humans, not every human is bad, but right now the situation you are in is. This is because of those at the top, and sadly, the same could be said for the vampires." Thankfully, Quinn was able to hide his identity using the costume and mask Logan had created for him. Also, Fex was unrecognizable as the bloodsucker. He had his uniform on, but in the fight with the king-tiered beast, it was badly damaged and had been rendered unrecognizable. The travelers looked like they were trying to help Vordon and Peter. Once Fex woke up, Quinn would go and try to meet up with them before they left the cave. But before all of that, there was still one thing he wanted to check out before leaving: the tower. There were a few reasons for this, and it was because of a few things the system had granted him after completing his last quest. Finally, with Fex sleeping away, Quinn had a chance to look at all the rewards other than the EXP and the blood ability increase he had received. With the blood skills increase, all his attacks related to blood skills had gotten stronger, but the most impressive of them was the blood bank. It now was able to store double the amount of blood at 200 millware. 10 ml of blood restored 5 HP, which meant if his blood bank was filled to the brim, it would allow Quinn to restore 100 points of HP. This was one of his most important skills, as it often gave him a second chance during fights. Quest reward: unlock one ability skill. When looking at this, it seemed to be related to the shadow ability skill. Regardless of cost, Quinn was now able to unlock any of his remaining shadow skills. There were 5 skills still grayed out and unable to be selected, but one of these skills costs a total of 50 skill points to unlock, named Shadow Eater. With only 30 skill points, he was unable to unlock the skill before, but now he could. New skill: Shadow Eater unlocked. He would look at the details of the skill later. With every new skill, Quinn needed to master it first before using it in a fight. Now wasn't the time, and there were a few more notifications the system had given him. He was a bit upset when he found out that he was unable to grab the king-tiered beast crystal, but in return, it seemed like the system had given him something else. Small blood crystal, 1 obtained. That is a very rare item. Although you have no use for it now, I suggest you store it in your system for safekeeping, the system said, refusing to expand on any details. But hearing the system say such a thing was precious still placed a smile on Quinn's face. The last 2 notifications were the strangest, as they were T rewards for completing the quest. Instead, they were new quests altogether. Quest: reach level 20 for next evolution. Reward: next evolution. Vampire Noble additional rewards will be revealed once rank has been reached. Quinn had suspected that the next stage of his evolution process would be when he reached level 20, and the system seemed to have confirmed it. It seemed to have appeared now due to the fact that Quinn was very close to achieving that level, now being level 18. When asking about Fex, he seemed to remember the system saying Fex was somewhere between a vampire and a vampire noble, not quite at the next stage yet. Did this mean that he was now stronger or just as strong as Fex? It was clear that there were some differences in terms of certain skills and abilities, but Quinn didn't believe his shadow ability was any weaker than Fex's string ability. Finally, the last notification. Quest Part 1-2. The king has been defeated, and now the tower is left unprotected. Search the tower and discover what treasure it was trying to protect. Suddenly, groaning sounds rang out from behind. It looked like Fex was starting to wake up. "What the hell happened?" Fex said, looking around at where he was. He then looked down and noticed the flask on the floor. Images of when he was the bloodsucker started to appear in his head, and he remembered everything that happened. "You saved me?" Fex said. "Come on, I can explain while we're making our way over," Quinn replied. "Over where?" "To the tower." The group of travelers had regrouped and were heading towards the students. Lily had been watching the fight carefully and wanted to join in, but she knew her duty was to stay by the students' side in case anything happened. There weren't many strong creatures in the underground tunnels, other than the hounds and the king-tier beast. They hadn't run into anything else down here. Still, that didn't mean there was nothing. Also, the group was unaware of just how strong these students they were protecting really were. As she saw the 2 twins walking over still groggy, she rushed over to their side. "Are you both all right? I saw what happened. Just who was that guy?" she asked as she gave her shoulder to one of the bald-headed twins. "That's what we want to know as well," Andre replied. "You students, your uniform. I assume you are from one of the military bases out on an outing. Second years, right?" "Actually, we're first years," Sia replied, going over to the traveler's side. She still hadn't grown fond of the others, especially since Pio had tried to kill her not too long ago and she didn't know why, but she had the strangest feeling that he was looking at her in a weird way. Every so often, her eyes would meet his. When this usually happened, one person would find the whole thing awkward and turn their head, but when it happened with her and Pio, he would continue to stare into her, as if he was picturing something. It gave her the shivers, and she was a lot more trusting of the new travelers. "It's a good thing we came in time then," Andy replied. "What are the military thinking sending in first years? Have the times really gotten that desperate?" Well, if you look at the structures around us, perhaps, Andre said. I wanted to ask you guys, what happened? The king tier beast on the ground. Did you see what happened to it? And do you know what that other creature was? And last of all, what about the strange demon-masked man? Peter, Vordon, and Layla wanted to keep their mouths shut. They were tired from the battle and worried if they were to explain things now, they might let something slip up. On the other hand, saying nothing would make them seem suspicious. The others looked in Vordon's direction. He was usually the best when it came to coming up with things. They all gave the nod, confirming he would be the one to come up with the story. But just as he was about to speak, Sia had chimed in. That king-tier beast, it was killed by... Sia had seen who had delivered the last blow, although Fex was the strange creature that had mostly injured it. She had seen that it was actually Quinn who had killed it. It was killed by me. Another voice interrupted before Sia was able to finish her sentence. Logan, are you okay? Layla asked. I'll live, Logan replied. His wounds on the outside had healed up from the little robots, but his ribs still hurt a little as he breathed in. He then walked over to the travelers and lifted up, showing his wristwatch, revealing he was a level 8. It took everything I had with the help of my friends here, but we were finally able to kill the king-tier beast. Right after, that strange creature had appeared and had taken me out of the fight, leaving the others to fight for themselves. As for the strange person who appeared at the end, your guess is as good as ours. He only appeared when you guys saw him as well. Andre started to think about Logan's words. They were convincing, and the power level on his watch was even more convincing. But what had convinced him more than anything was the starn, round, circular contraption that was on top of his hands. He noticed straight away that they were used to create energy weapons. With the use of an energy weapon, what Logan had said would be quite achievable, especially as a level 8 ability user. Also, it was hard to imagine why the students would even lie in this type of situation when they had seen firsthand the creature trying to kill them. On the other hand, there was also CIA. She didn't know who the masked man was while the others did, but what she did know was Fex was the one who had turned into a monster, and Quinn was nowhere to be seen after killing the king tier. She wasn't completely stupid. Quinn had been using the red aura attacks, and the masked man had done the same. Most likely, Quinn was trying to protect Fex. The question was, if Logan was lying and covering for them, it meant he also knew about all the secrets this group had and were hiding. Should I tell the travelers the truth? Sia thought. It was a hard one for her, but in the end, after looking at Logan, she decided not to. It was her way of returning the favor. Not only had she actually been saved by Quinn, but also she had been saved by Logan earlier, but with this, they were even. If anything else came up, she wouldn't hesitate to tell the others, but for now, she would keep the secret. Okay, I've decided then, Andre said. Let's take them back to the shelter. Their teachers must be worried about them. But what about the tower? Andy replied. The tower can wait. It will still be here after we return the students. Besides, I feel like we have made a mistake in not informing the military and what was down here. Now, the lives of students and perhaps others have been harmed when we could have prevented it. Andy looked annoyed. They had been fighting for days, trying to defeat the king-tier beast and finding out just what was down here. If it was some unknown powerful Dalki technology, and the military got their hands on something powerful, it could ruin the balance of the leaders' table. When looking at the injured students, he felt like Andre was right. His leader was always right, even if he was sometimes too kind. The students and the group of travelers started to head out of the small town. While doing so, Vordon and Layla would constantly look around hoping to find Quinn and Fex, coming out at some point, but after several minutes of walking, they were nowhere to be seen. I hope you bring me a nice souvenir to work on from that tower, Quinn, Logan thought. He didn't think Quinn was dead. Something was telling him that Quinn was also interested in the strange tower, and he hoped Quinn would discover its secrets and bring back something for him to work on. While Logan was deep in the thought, He felt a slight nudge to his side. "Logan, I don't think I can hold it in for much longer," Peter said as he held his hand on his stomach. "What? If you want to go to the toilet, just go. It's too dark here anyway. Nobody will see anything." Logan replied, "No, it's not that." Hearing those words, Logan knew straight away what Peter meant. He was hungry. Before heading off to the tower, Quinn made sure of two things. The first thing was that his MC points were fully restored. Fex had been out for a while, so they only needed to wait a little longer before starting their journey again. The second thing was that he was fully equipped with all his equipment. Of course, that included his suit, which was made by Logan. He wore this as normal, all apart from the head part, only allowing his eyes to come through. The suit was easily adjustable, and at any time, Quinn could quickly lift up the hood to cover the top part of his head quickly. And that's why it wasn't a problem for him if he wanted to hide his identity from others. The reason for him doing this was because he no longer had his blood bank, his second chance. In all of his fights so far, he had always relied on the blood bank to help him in his time of need. There was no more blood in the flask. Fex had consumed all of it, and in doing so, it looked like his wounds were healing too. The armor that Logan created gave him some additional defense. Although it wasn't much, every little increment would help, and this was his reason for putting it on. They were about to head to the tower, and if the guard outside was that strong, Quinn feared that perhaps there was an even stronger guard inside. If that was the case, he wouldn't even bother fighting and abandon the quest. No matter how curious he was or how good the reward for the quest was, it wasn't worth his life. "Are you all ready then?" Quinn asked Fex. While they were waiting for both Fex's wounds to heal and Quinn's MC points to return, Fex was troubled in his thoughts. This whole time he was thinking about Quinn. "Quinn, wait," Fex said as he rushed over and bowed down on one knee with his fist on the floor. "Whoa! What's this all about?" Quinn asked, shocked by Fex's actions. "I have to do this, please. Quinn, you saved my life. I remember everything that happened while I was the bloodsucker. When those travelers came and found me, you were already safe. The king-tier beast was dead, and the only thing that was trying to kill you all was me. I knew it was a risk turning into that thing, but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. When you saw that I was hurt, and you were all safe, you risked your life. You fought against those travelers and risked me chasing after you. Finally, you used the flask that I had given you to save me." After saying these words, Fex punched the ground in anger. Quinn didn't quite understand this action, but he was sure it was because he was angry at himself. This whole time, he had been getting closer to Quinn for one reason: to save his own behind. If he was ever to be found out by his own clan, then Fex's idea was to turn Quinn in as one of the shadow users. With this information that he had brought to the leader, his father, the punishment he would receive for running to the human world without permission would be light. While Quinn, he had never thought about abandoning him. He had even risked his life going against a group that was able to outmatch him even as a bloodsucker. Fex no longer cared about how he was able to do it or why he seemed to keep growing stronger. He just had this feeling of guilt over his heart that he wanted to get rid of. "I know I said this before, but seriously, if there is anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. I am on your side, Quinn." Quinn didn't know what to say. These actions seemed out of the blue to him. Someone who was never serious since the day he had met him was suddenly being very serious. At the time, Quinn had only done what he felt was right. Fex had risked his life to save the whole group. What right did he have to die by the hand of strangers? Still, seeing him like this, Quinn didn't know why, but he naturally walked over to Fex and extended his hand. Fex, in return, naturally took it and lifted himself up. "We're blood brothers from now on," Fex said with a smile. "We may not be related by blood, but I will treat you just as if you were a part of my family." "And I will do the same," Quinn said with a smile. The two of them then headed off for the tower, and while on their way, they were both cautious with their footsteps. Then again, Quinn was a little less worried than Fex seemed to be. Judging by the text of the quest from earlier and the information it had given him, the quest indicated that the strongest beast outside of the tower was King Tyr. If the information was correct, it meant that there was nothing else outside of the tower that was stronger than the king beast. Still, that also meant there was the possibility of them running into advanced or intermediate tier beasts. Although they would be able to do something since they're together, with no blood and no humans around, it would be risky going into battle after battle. After slowly creeping their way towards the tower, by going through buildings, rather than go down the open street towards the tower, it seemed like they hadn't seen a single beast on their way there. This included the hounds they had first seen when they arrived. Is it the strange crystals from the top of the tower? Or did the other beast just stay away from this place because of the King Tyr beast? Quinn thought. Finally, they had arrived at the location of the tower. The street that led to it finally ended, and there was now a large empty ring of space surrounding before the tower. The circle had several paths leading off towards other streets, surrounded with buildings, but nothing apart from the tower stood alone in the center. The crystals shone brightly at the top and gave off a slightly blue hue to the area below it. When looking at the houses and each other's faces, it looked quite beautiful and peaceful, Quinn thought. He could see some pluses of living in a place like this, despite it being away from the sunlight. Maybe I am becoming more like a vampire if I think a place like this is nice to live, he thought. We can take out some time exploring if you're worried, Fex said as he saw Quinn admiring the tower. What do you mean? Quinn replied. I just thought you might be worried. The others would leave with those travelers. More than likely, they already know of an exit. I asked my little Ham to follow them from above. Once he knows where the exit is, he'll come and find me. Ham. Is that the little flying bull from earlier? Quinn was quite interested in the companion, wondering if he was able to get something like that himself. Yeah, good name, right? Ignoring Fex's last words, Quinn continued to walk up to the tower. There was a single large double door with an arched entrance. The door was engraved with strange patterns, all of which Quinn had seen in images before when learning about the Dalki architecture. But right now, he wasn't too sure if it was Dalki-related or vampire-related. On the door in the center was a circular hole that seemed to go a few inches deep. It's a lock, Fex said. These doors, I've seen them in my own castle before. They're impossible to open without some type of key or mechanism. Also, don't even think about trying to break it. Trust me. They're meant to even withstand attacks from the vampire leaders. Doesn't that mean that there really is something important behind here? Quinn asked. Yeah, but I don't know what, Fex replied. Going up to the door, Quinn decided to try and give it a push using all his strength. He was half expecting it to do something, but just like Fex had informed him, it wasn't budging at all. It was hard to imagine while watching Quinn trying his hardest to push the door open that he had some type of super strength. I told you it was pointless, man. I hate to say it, but perhaps this was a wasted trip after all. Let's just rest somewhere nearby and wait for Ham, and then we can get out of here, Fex shouted. Just as Quinn was about to agree and head off, the system had something to say. Don't give up yet, the system said. Do you remember that red blood crystal you received from defeating the King Tyr beast? Why don't you place that on the door and see what happens? The system seemed to know more about this place than it was letting on. Doing as the system said, Quinn took out the red blood crystal from his inventory and placed it in the strange hole inside the door. Fex, who was seeing this, was wondering just what he was doing, but a few moments later, the sounds of mechanical locks from behind the door being unlocked were made. Gears started to shift and the doors started to pull inwards, opening up a way inside the tower. Are you coming? Quinn asked. Up in the air, hovering far above while looking down at the fairly large town, was Ham. It was slowly following the group of students, along with the travelers seeing just where they were heading. It was high enough in the sky, so the light source on their beast gear was unable to reach Ham. Then again, with his eyesight, He was able to see them quite well in the dark anyway. "I hope Master is okay," Ham said, as he sniffled and allowed the large snot from his nose to lift up. He had been crying nearly the whole time, thinking about the possibility of Fex leaving him. He sniffed one time, hoping to bring the snot back up from his nose. However, while doing so, he did it just a little too late, allowing a droplet to fall from above. Splat. A small drop of liquid was felt on one of the bald twins' head. "Is it raining in here?" he said as he wiped the wet mark from his head. "You idiot. We're underground. Of course it isn't raining. There's probably a river above or condensation or something," the other twin said. As the group was walking, Logan and Peter made sure to stay at the back. However, Lily continued to stay behind the entire group as a type of guard, just in case anything would appear. Now Peter's pace was starting to slow a little as he was being more affected by his hunger. "Peter, how long can you hold out? Until we get outside, I might be able to do something by then," Logan whispered. Peter immediately looked up at Logan from his bent-down position. He didn't say anything. Instead, his eyes were starting to show a slight tint of red in them. "Okay. Looks like you won't last that long." Looking around, Logan was trying to rack his brain at every option possible. Finally, the group had reached one of the tunnels that led out of the city from the streets. While looking at all the tunnels around them, Logan thought the place resembled an ant's nest, with the many branching tunnels in the end all leading to one destination. While walking through the tunnels, Logan had come up with an idea that perhaps would enable Peter to feed away from everyone. But before executing the idea, he needed to get some information. "So with all these tunnels, how do you guys know the way out?" Logan asked. "These tunnels are like a maze, and they either seem to loop to each other or all end up going back to the original town we just left from," Andy replied. "In the end, we never found an exit, so we decided to create our own. One of the tunnels we marked ourselves. When we noticed the blue crystal lights, we placed red lights by the tunnel we created ourselves that led up to the surface." With the answer on how to leave the place, Logan could now execute his plan. The other students, including Logan, had actually come down the tunnels via the strange plant-like beast. Logan had scanned the place before coming down, so he knew there was a space between the surface and the ground they were currently on and was prepared for it. But even Peter had broken his legs when dropping from such a height, and he had a stronger structure than a regular human. It was a sad thought, but some of the other students were consumed by the strange plant-like beast. A few of them were most likely unable to make it and had fallen to their death. Unless they had an ability that could save them, this would be the case. All Logan needed to do was to make them split up with the others and search through the tunnels for one of these dead students that Peter could feed on. It wouldn't be too strange if the teachers found a student's corpse half-eaten. Beasts would do these type of things all the time. Finally, the group had exited from the tunnel and entered another larger section with several more tunnels. The second they entered the room, though, Peter loudly screamed as if he was in pain. It seemed too sudden. By Logan's predictions, they should have had more time. Looking around the room, though, he had soon spotted the cause. His theory was right. Some students really had fallen to their death after being consumed by the plant, because there was a couple of students in front of them, their bodies mangled on the ground. The smell and sight of the students had caused a reaction inside of him. If he hadn't seen them, then perhaps they really would have had more time. Not knowing what to do, Logan rushed towards Peter with his suit still on and picked him up from the ground. If it wasn't for the suit he was wearing, Logan wouldn't have been able to even pick up Peter due to the size difference. While lifting him and placing him above his shoulder, Peter remained motionless in the same position, not even moving his hands but continued to groan. Right now, he was using every bit of energy and was concentrating on not lashing out and going towards the students. But even more so, he didn't want to bite his friend Logan, who was carrying him right now. Logan continued to run with Peter on his shoulder, picking a tunnel at random. "Wait! What are you doing?" Lily shouted, concerned for them. The others had already gone over to inspect the other students to see if they were still alive and anything they could do. However, it was too late. Unaware of the commotion going on behind them, they only realized something was happening when Lily had shouted out to them. "Wait!" Lily shouted out again, genuinely concerned for the two, so she decided to chase after them. Suddenly, Logan's hand had transformed into one of his blasters. He aimed it at the ceiling and blasted it away, causing the tunnel to crumble down, blocking the path between them. It wouldn't stop them, especially with their powers, but Logan wasn't hoping for that. He had analyzed their leader, Andre, and he was quite a smart man. Hopefully, him seeing Logan do these actions would suggest that something was up, knowing they didn't want to be followed. With his cautious nature, he would suggest for them to first go back and hand over the students before returning, and Logan was right. "We should go after them," Lily suggested. She was genuinely concerned for the students' safety, especially since she was the only one that heard one of the students make a strange noise before everything had happened, and she coddled to help, but wonder if they were related. "No," Andre replied. "Couldn't you see it? The other student caused the tunnel to collapse on purpose. They wanted to split up for us for whatever reason. For now, it's best if we leave that mystery unsolved and head back to the base. The students must be scared out of their minds after seeing what they have seen today." The group continued to walk through the tunnels while also instructing the students to look away from the dead bodies. CIA tired to stay strong, but continued to put her hand over her mouth and eyes as she caught glimpses of the bodies. But the others walked past them with more ease than her. Andre, seeing this, made a mental note. It was as if Vordon and Layla had seen death before. The normal reaction to such a thing would be similar to what Sia had done. "Why do you think they ran off?" Layla asked Vordon. "If I was to guess, it would have something to do with Peter again. Logan wouldn't put his neck out on the line like that for no reason." "Do you think Logan will be okay again? What if Peter's gotten hungry again and tries to eat Logan?" Vordon couldn't help but chuckle at Layla's suggestion. "Impossible. Trust me, by now, you should have been able to tell. Logan is not the one to worry about if the two of them got into a fight. It's Peter." Although that might have been the case before, Logan had used up several of his trump cards in the fight against the king-tier beast. He was also slightly injured from the battle, and lastly, Quinn had grown stronger from the fight, which meant Peter had too. Excitement started to enter through not only Quinn's body, but Fex's as well. They both continued to watch the double doors open inward slowly. Throughout Fex's life, he had seen these doors placed not only in his castle, but the other vampire leaders' castles as well. Every time Fex would ask about what was behind these doors, they would tell him it was none of his business. This, of course, just made Fex want to know more about what was behind the doors. But everything he did, he could never find a way to open one of them and eventually gave up. Once the doors had finished opening, at the same time, several torches from inside the tower started to light up, one by one, as if it was leading and showing the two where to go. "Come on, we have got to check this out," Fex said, already leading the way and walking forward onto the lit-up path. Quinn still possessed the blood crystal in his hand. When inserting it into the door, it only required him to place it. He found, even after taking it out, the doors still remained open. This was good, for he was hoping that he might be able to use the crystal for something else, to make a weapon or something in the future. After thinking about all the possibilities of what could have happened, one thing was stuck in his mind. "No, it can't be. We looked around the whole tower." The tower they had just left form was known as a vampire's tomb, and judging by the site of the building and what was left behind, it was a powerful one. "Didn't you say a vampire would need the blood of one of its family members? It's impossible for it to wake up, right?" Quinn asked the system, but it had chosen to remain silent. "Answer me," Quinn snapped in his mind. This time he was insistent and wanted an answer. "Sorry," the system replied. "I was just thinking about the possibilities. but perhaps there was a chance we really did wake it up. But how? Quinn replied. The only thing I can think of is the blood crystal from before. Remember how I said a blood crystal was quite rare? Well, that's because a blood crystal is harvested from a vampire's body itself. Just like how the beasts contain a crystal inside their bodies, vampires do too. Creating weapons from these things became a taboo. It was a practice that quickly became outlawed. The blood crystals themselves weren't illegal, but intentionally harvesting one form a body was. Of course, we don't entirely know what is inside the blood crystal, but when using it as a raw material to create a weapon, the first part of the process is melting the crystal down. At just the right temperature, the crystal will start to melt and turn into a blood-like substance. I'm afraid there is a chance that when you inserted the crystal into the podium, it might have started that process and woken up whatever vampire was deep in its sleep. Why didn't you say something earlier then? Quinn complained. I thought the same as you at the time, that the crystal would be used to help you get the weapon. You see, when a vampire goes into eternal slumber, it does so out of its own choice. In a way, it is a vampire saying it is done with the current world and is moving on. However, their bodies are usually kept at their family base or castle. This way, if they ever needed to call on those desperately in times of need, they could do. When I saw that there were no vampires in this area or even any inside the tower, I assumed that the vampire must have chosen to pass on. Some tombs often set trials for their family members with traps and tasks. Once these were completed, they would pass on their treasures to the next generation. I thought that this person was just doing the same. The three of them had finally left the town. They had gone through one of the tunnels into an open area with several different pathways. The look on Leo's face looked a lot better. Once he had traveled through the tunnel, he could no longer sense the strang force that well. This was because of his ability. It was strong, but he could only see the area he was in. As soon as he entered the town, his view had widened, and he could see anything. There was one thing that was troubling him greatly, though. The aura that he had sensed was the same color as both Quinn and Fex. Still, Leo didn't want to take any chances finding out whether this person was friendly or not. Just because they had the same aura as the two students didn't mean they were close. It was easy for Leo to select the path back, as he remembered well which direction he had entered from, and he started to lead the two students out. Finally, they were about to leave the strange city and everything that had been found behind. While traveling through the tunnel, it started to slightly tilt upward with no end in sight, and they were unsure how long it would take them to get out. While traveling together, Quinn was still trying to digest everything he had been told earlier about the blood crystals, and now he had a few strange questions on his mind. If a family member is unable to kill its own member, how would someone obtain a blood crystal in the first place? Quinn asked. That is an excellent question. Even though vampires and subspecies are unable to go against their creator, that still doesn't mean they are unable to break the rules. Just like with every family, they had their fair share of troublemakers. One could always ask another family to do the job for them, but it would leave a sour taste in the mouth and would often cause grudges between friends and such if this was to happen. As such, a special group was created, one outside the 13 families. These were called the Punishers. Their duty was strictly to uphold the vampire laws that were created by the 13 vampire leaders and the king. They were separated from the others. They didn't make friends with any of the 13 and didn't interact with them other than to bring down harsh punishments. These Punishers, they must have been quite strong then, if they had to force these vampire families to follow the laws, Quinn said. Yes, very strong. When the system spoke these words, he seemed to drift off a little. Are they still around? Quinn asked, noticing the system acting strangely when speaking about them. Unfortunately, that is for you to find out at another time. Quinn had tried pressing further as he did before. If the system gave in once, maybe it could give in again and tell him more information, but he was unsuccessful. The vampire world seemed complicated and strange. It also seemed to have a very long history that he knew nothing about. The system tried to reassure Quinn that it was unlikely the blood crystal had woken up the vampire from its slumber. Some of the events just didn't make sense. Why hand over a blood crystal to a beast if they planned to wake up at a later time? Were they just leaving everything to chance? Although what the system had said seemed possible, Quinn had a strange feeling that they had woken up the vampire. He knew Leo wasn't acting that way for no reason. This time, rather than wanting to find out about it, Quinn just wanted to get away from this place as soon as possible. Finally, the end of the tunnel could be seen, and daylight was shining through. Both Quinn and Fex never thought they would be happy to see the sun, but they truly were. As they both stepped outside, they lifted their arms up, covering their eyes from the sensitivity, but also had a huge smile on their face. Quinn seemed even happier than Fex as he started to jump up and down on the spot. "Are you that happy to be free?" Leo asked, hearing the sound of Quinn jumping up and down. Embarrassed and a face flushed with red cheeks, Quinn replied, "Yeah, it's just nice to see the sun again." The reason why Quinn was more overjoyed than usual was because for the first time in a while, when stepping into the sun, he didn't feel sick. He didn't feel groggy or weak, and there was no system message. The ring had worked, and now Quinn could live the life he once had without any restrictions. The two boys continued to follow Leo back through the jungle. There were many beasts still in the jungle, but thanks to Leo's ability, they were able to avoid all of them and select the safest path heading back to the shelter. Eventually, they had arrived where all the remaining students were. They were staying out the shelter in the large open space on the ground, getting taken care of by the other military staff. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as she got up and started running towards him. As soon as she reached him, she gave a big old bear hug, squeezing him tightly. "I thought you might have died." "I told you you had nothing to worry about," Vordon said, walking closely behind Layla. As she let Quinn go, Vordon proceeded to give Quinn a fist bump and also a pat on the shoulder. Looking around, Quinn was also happy to see that everyone in their team was alive. And it looked like Peter was okay. When his eyes met up with Logan's, a big thumbs up was given in his direction. "We need to do something about Sia later," Vordon whispered as they both noticed she was continually looking in their group's direction, refusing to join them and staying close to the other students. "All right, everyone," a soldier shouted. "It's time to gather up. Your Sergeant Leo has an important announcement to make." All the students had gathered in the open field on the shelter. The rest of the soldiers carried on doing what they were doing, but they seemed to be busier than ever before. A lot more than when the students had first come here, as if they were in a rush for something. When looking around, there were many students who were no longer with them that had either died from the strange plants and underneath in the underground tunnels, or from the advanced tier beast from before. The look on the students' faces were horrified, and some of them didn't even know how to feel. Stood at the front of them all was both Leo and Faye. Leo walked forward first. "Everyone listen carefully, for we have some important news to tell you all." A while before Fex and Quinn had arrived at the shelter, all the students from the other classes had been told to return to the shelter as well. This was an order issued by Faye. Frequently, both Faye and Leo were being called out to help the other groups. It was clear that this wasn't a green portal planet, or at least not one that the first-year students could handle. After Leo had gone after Dell's class and took longer than usual to return, Faye had decided to make the executive decision to call back all of the students to the shelter. The mission was an important one, and she knew her superiors wouldn't accept this as an excuse, especially after just one day. Instead, to minimize the risk, the plan was to go as one large group while both Faye and Leo would guide them, rather than split them up via their homeroom classes. They would cover less ground this way, and the expedition would be a lot slower, but it also would be safer this way. Some of the students, when returning, were annoyed. Sure, they had run into trouble now and again, but in the end, no students had died. Only the weak ones had been injured. They felt like it was better to get rid of the baggage they were carrying. Why not just allow the vulnerable students to return while the stronger ones continued to hunt? All the other classes had now returned apart from Dell's, and Faye was starting to worry. "Where are you, Leo? If it's something you can't even handle, then we really need to get off this place as soon as possible." "Hey, I see someone moving," a student shouted. A person had stepped through the jungle like trees and were now standing on the open, dark soil of the shelter. The first person to arrive was Leo, and behind him, all of the students started to follow. As the other group saw Dell's group, sounds of gasps and words of concern were heard. "What happened to them? Do you think they ran into an advanced beast or something?" "Yeah, right. If they did, it would be a lot worse than this." You have to remember Dell's class is one of the weakest class out of them all. What the student said wasn't wrong. Dell's class was considered the weakest. With Aaron gone and the only strong one left being Vordon, it was hard for them to place the class above any of the others. Vordon's ability would only allow him to copy the strongest of another class. In the students' eyes, that only made them even, and they still had plenty of other strong students in their classes apart from one person. Of course, they thought like this because they didn't know how Vordon's ability really worked. Soon, the students regretted saying those words as the others started to realize something. At first, they thought that Dell's class had just been more injured than theirs. If they had encountered intermediate beasts, and it took Leo a long time to get there, then it would make sense. But a little while after, they noticed that no more students were coming out from the jungle. The current size of the class that appeared was a little less than half. "Where is everyone? What happened?" the student said, concerned. Not for the other missing students, but they were more worried that if something got to them, then they could be next. The students from Dell's class were taken in for further healing as well as to make an official report, while Faye and Leo were to discuss what was to happen next. "What happened to them?" Faye asked. "It looks like they went off trail due to an advanced tier beast," Leo explained. The look of horror appeared on Faye's face as her fears were confirmed. "Don't worry, I already dealt with it before even meeting up with the class. As for the remaining students, according to the teacher Dell, they were all eaten, and there was no chance the students survived." The two of them looked over at where Dell was. He was currently barging his way through the injured students and going to the front of the queue. "Out of the way, don't you guys know how to respect your superiors and elders? It was only because of me you guys managed to live in the first place, and this is how you treat me." Although Leo couldn't really see Dell's actions, hearing his words made him feel sick. "That man doesn't deserve to be a teacher," Leo said as he clenched his fist. This should be fun, Faye thought. She mainly knew Leo due to his feats during the war, but hadn't seen him in combat much. After hearing how easily he dealt with the Dalki, she knew the rumors had to be true. Any chance to watch someone so significant in combat was a good opportunity for her to learn, especially since she also primarily used a sword as her weapon. As Leo took another step forward, he suddenly stopped. Before anyone else, he could hear the sound of the leaves ruffling from behind. "Looks like we finally made it," Andy said as he appeared out of the jungle. The group of travelers had arrived, but they weren't alone, for they had also brought back Vordon, Sia, Layla, Peter, and Logan. Inside the tunnels, Logan had managed to regroup quickly with the travelers once his scanner was working. As an excuse for why Logan had done his actions, he simply said that he was too afraid after seeing the students dead and thought that a beast was inside with them. Although Andre didn't quite buy it, he decided to let it slide. The students were the military's problem, not his. "Looks like some more of Dell's class has arrived. Maybe they aren't dead after all and were just split up." Faye and Leo hadn't quite told the students what had happened to Dell's class. The students who had survived were still busy being interviewed and were away from the other students, so they still had yet to hear from the other students what happened. After the travelers and students had walked out from the trees and vines, what followed next started to cause alarm in the camp. For the large lion-like beast came out as well. "Beast! Beast!" Students shouted as they recognized the beast was a powerful-looking one, perhaps at the advanced level. "Calm down!" one of the commanders who was looking after the students shouted. "That beast will do us no harm. It belongs to the Bree family." After hearing that name, the students quickly began to calm down. By hearing the name, they felt safe, as the Brees were one of the Big Fours and their powers were known quite wide. The ability to control beasts. Seeing the stripes on both Faye and Leo's side, Andre knew straight away who were the highest commanding officers in this shelter. He approached the two of them and saluted at them out of respect. Faye did the same back, but Leo had chosen not to do anything. "Leo, I know you can't see, but this is someone from the Bree family and they just saluted you," Faye whispered. "Oh, I know, but one must earn respect. I do not know who this man is. I see no reason to show respect to someone just because they carry a certain name." Leo replied loudly, knowing that he could be heard. "I agree wholeheartedly," Andre replied. "Which is why I chose to keep my name a secret from most. Unfortunately, my ability is a dead giveaway. Anyway, I believe these students are yours," Andre said as he opened up his palm, telling the students to go over to the other side. CIA had the biggest smile on her face as she ran forward towards the shelter and the other students, while the others decided to remain, hoping to hear the conversation between these two powerhouses. "Thank you," Leo replied. "Would you mind telling me where you found them? Perhaps I will be able to search for others near the same area." "You have done enough, so there is no need for you to go out of your way," Leo said. Andre and Andy both looked at each other. They had suspected, bringing back the students, that something like this would happen. In the end, they had already made their decision when coming here. "Actually, there is something we must inform you about," Andy said as he stepped forward and handed over a scanner to Faye. They revealed information that they had kept secret from the military. The fact that they had discovered an underground town. Not only that, but it seemed like it was made from Dalki structure. They made excuses while explaining, stating that they knew the place was abandoned and had been taken over by beasts, which is why they decided not to inform or trouble the military with this information just yet. But both Faye and Leo knew there must have been a deeper reason for doing something like this. "Leo, both Quinn and Fex. They're still down there," Vordon said. Logan then handed over the altered scanner he had created to Faye as well, displaying the information he had found. Most of the students who were taken by the plant seemed to have passed away. There is still a chance that there are others. But I'm sure both Quinn and Fex are still alive, Logan explained. Standing by Leo's side, slowly Faye was boiling up at what she had just heard from the travelers. You... I can't believe you were hiding this from us. Do you know if you had given this information to us beforehand, the students would have never been sent to a planet like this in the first place? Because of you, students died. Before she even knew it, her fist was already flying towards Andy's face. At the same time, she felt a slash going towards her arm. Images of her arm being sliced off were seen. Quickly pulling it back, she looked at her hand and could see it was still intact. "A vision?" she said. "Don't be too rash," Leo said, but at the same time he too had his hand on the hilt of his sword. Vordon and the others were prepared for a clash between the travelers and the sergeants. They were ready to help out Leo wherever they could. Other than helping them find an exit, the travelers hadn't really done much to help them. In the end, Quinn was the one who had killed the beast. Also, they still remembered how much in debt they were to Leo for saving them from the Dalki. Every one of the students from the sideline, including the other soldiers, silently watched from the sideline. They were too afraid to get involved. If they did, it could cause trouble due to the relations the one of the Big Four had with the military. The pressure emitting from the two groups was immense, that even one wrong word or act might make the already fearsome looming presence break out and swallow them whole. In the case for someone like Peter and Vordon, they were able to handle such a pressure that coiled, however, for Layla and even Logan, It felt like they were about to be consumed by the dangerous energy that was swirling around. It was only waiting to be unleashed. Are they really going to clash? The students on the side asked one another. Some of them began to get anxious of a fight breaking out. It would be silly if they did. Another student sneered, shaking their head. After all, this is such a small thing, no one would be willing to start a war between a few missing students. However, they were unaware of how Leo thought. He was a simple man. Rather than thinking about the bigger picture of what his actions would lead to, he thought it was best to do what was right in the current situation. As things came to him later, he would continue to deal with it. This was how he always was, and continued to be. Right now, the people in front of him had put the students he was responsible for in danger. In the past, Leo was a different man, and he did think about things, perhaps thought about them too much, to the point where those around them suffered because of it. I won't let that happen again, Leo thought. Although the others thought Leo wouldn't do something, Vordon managed to catch a glimpse of Leo's thoughts. He could see his fingers twitching slightly as he held the hilt. He's ready to attack at any moment. After sharing Leo's powers and interacting him with theory time, he did with Quinn. Vordon felt like he could understand him a bit more. He tried thinking of a way to perhaps calm Leo down. The world didn't need a civil war right now. In the past, there were several civil wars before True Dream came along. There were rumors that the Dalki were keeping an eye on the humans, ready to attack at their weakest point if something similar were to happen again. Perhaps the Dalki would attack even sooner than they predicted. Leo, when we were down there, there was an incredibly strong beast. For now, I think Quinn and Fex are safe, but I don't know how long they will survive. They need help now, Vordon said. After hearing these words, Leo's grip around his hilt weakened. It seemed to have work. He stood up straight and carried on walking past the group. As he walked, he purposely barged into Andre's shoulder. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you at least show some respect? We saved your students. We didn't have to do that, and we could have kept the whole thing a secret, Andy shouted. Leo then pointed towards his own eyes and opened them up. Where the pupils should have been black, it looked as if his entire eyeball was a tint of gray. There was no color. I'm sorry, but I'm blind, you see. I didn't know he was standing there. Faye, I will leave it up to you to do what you want with these visitors of ours. Whatever you choose, I will back it up when we return to the base. With that, Leo continued to walk into the jungle, while also carefully stepping his foot over a large root going across the floor. Nearly tripped over that one, he said, whistling away into the jungle. Blind my ass, Andy muttered under his breath. By this point, Faye had already calmed down from her anger before. Doing or saying anything would just be a waste of breath, so she decided to take the political stance instead, doing what was best for both pirates. Thank you for informing us of this information. Please, in the future, do inform us sooner. This way we can avoid any future problems. Andre bowed down to her before leaving with his group, with a sour taste in their mouth of what they had just experienced. While Vordon and the others were revealed, all they needed to do now was wait, hope Fex and Quinn could return safely. While walking back to the others, Vordon started to think about what just happened. When he first joined the military, it seemed like they didn't care about what happened to the weaker students. They allowed fights to go on without intervening, and it was almost as if the fights were encouraged to happen. Even with the whole Duke and Peter situation, it seemed like they were purposely trying to cause friction and division between those that were weaker and stronger in the school. This did happen in the outside world naturally, and in school before it, however, the divide never seemed to be as big as it was in the military school. After hearing not only Leo's reaction, but Faye's reaction as well to the students in distress, and him thinking, perhaps it wasn't the whole military that was like this. Or there was also the option that it was more because of the ones that were in charge. Their connections seemed oddly close with the True Dream family, more than they should have been. After waiting for an hour, finally, Leo had returned, and this time he wasn't alone. By his side was both Fex and Quinn. Layla had run up to greet them, and the others were happy to see them as well. By now, all of the students from Dell's class had been checked up on. They were now allowed to spend time with the other classes, but news of what really happened to the class while they were out started to spread, and the tension was felt in the air. The reality of how dangerous this expedition was finally was starting to hit them. Friends and students they had only talked to a few hours ago in the morning were nowhere to be seen, and they would ever be able to talk to them again. Leo and Faye were busy discussing what to do next. Although they were of the same rank, Faye never felt that way, and she decided she would agree with whatever Leo had decided. "I have made my decision," Leo said. "I'm going to cancel the expedition and return to the academy." "Are you sure?" Faye replied. "It's only been one day and not much ground has been covered. Paul won't be happy with the decision. Can't we just travel as one group and protect the kids? Judging from what the travelers told us, the Dalkey settlement seems to be abandoned." "No," Leo replied immediately. "When I went down there, I could sense it. There is definitely still something there, and it's at least at the power of a 4-spiked Dalkey." Hearing this, Faye's eyes nearly popped out from her skull. A shiver was sent down her whole spine, and her hairs were left standing on top of her arm. "We would need at least one of the generals here to try to deal with something like that, and even then, I don't think they would be much of a match," Leo explained. "I understand. If we explain this to Paul, they should understand. They might even remove every one of the planets and classify it as a red portal planet until further notice." Faye replied. She had actually misinterpreted Leo's words. For Leo had said there was something down there that had the same power as a 4-spiked Dalkey, but she had taken this to mean there was a 4-spiked Dalkey. Only Leo knew the truth, that the energy that was emitting from the being was one that was similar to both Fex and Quinn. As Leo looked over at the two students, a thought soon planted itself in his head. Is there an actual threat right underneath our noses that is probably far larger than the Dalkey? All the students had been covered on the muddy open soil area of the shelter, which stood just before the jungle. Leo had told all of them there would be an announcement to be made. I'm sure by now you have all heard of the news that has happened to Dell's class. Because of this, we have decided to cancel the expedition and head back to the school, said Leo. After hearing the news, some of the students felt a weight lift off their shoulders. No longer were they in danger and had the thoughts of meeting such things. The ones that were part of Dell's class were even more overjoyed. Still, this feeling of relief wasn't shared at all by everyone in the crowd. Those who had done well on the test so far and had run into no troubles started to voice their concern. "What?" a student complained as they looked around for support. "But it's only been one day. That doesn't make any sense." "Why should they go back?" "Stop being so selfish," another shouted back at them. It seemed like two camps had emerged of those that wanted to leave and those that wanted to stay. "Enough!" Leo shouted in a loud, booming voice. His voice had projected so loudly that some of the students felt like their eardrums would shatter. They wondered how a man so small was able to produce such a loud sound. The chatter had stopped, but a single student still had his hand remained up. "Yes, young one," Leo said. The man stood there wondering about why would anyone choose to take the ring. Out of all the items that he had left behind, it seemed strange. Any experienced vampire at first glance could tell that it was the weakest of the items that had been left and even the least valuable. Maybe it had been a mistake, the man thought. Whatever it was, for now, the man was thankful for he needed a new set of clothing. Once he changed and found the person who had woken him up, he would allow whoever had the ring to exchange it for something else, he thought. He then walked over to the other 5 podiums that were covered in the strange metal casing. As he placed his fingertips on the cold outside, in an instant, they seemed to react and started to vibrate. Each one of them went back into the ground, revealing the pieces of armor that were once Tyr. After strapping all the armor on, he was no longer naked. Although through the gaps between certain parts, bare white skin could still be seen, as he was still wearing nothing underneath. The helmet allowed for most of his face to be seen. It had two spiraling red horns on the top, with a thin piece of metal that went down to the nose. This will have to do. For now, let's just hope I wasn't woken up in the middle of a war. Perhaps that's why the person had left in a hurry after waking me up, the man thought. He continued to go down the spiraling staircase, but he found everything a bit strange. If war really was going on, why wasn't he hearing anything outside? Soon, though, he had his answer. When stepping outside, he had expected one of two things: a parade of people to be there to welcome him back, or a big fight to be taking place. But he saw neither of those things. Instead, all that was left was an abandoned town. When stepping out, he could feel that there was no sign of any others like him in the area, just beasts. He didn't give up, though. Maybe my senses have yet to wake up, he told himself as he continued to look around at the buildings nearby. He searched and searched, but there was nothing. A few beasts that sensed he was near scurried away, not wanting anything to do with the new presence. Finally, he came across something that looked a little interesting. It was a strange, human-sized beast that looked like it had been killed not too long ago. The reason why he found it interesting, though, was because he could sense strange energy from it, similar to his own. Now, why would a blood crystal have been left behind with a beast? Seeing this, and feeling the same energy of the beast, he started to think maybe his awakening was an accident. Somehow, the blood crystal he had left behind with one of his family members had ended up in the hands of this beast. From the looks of the area, it had been abandoned long ago, but he still had no clue how long he had been asleep for. It was quite possible that someone had killed the beast, taken the crystal, and then entered the tower, unaware of everything that was happening. That would also explain why they would choose to take the ring if they had no clue what the other items did. Perhaps my stinginess paid off in the end, he said, laughing to himself. Before going into eternal sleep, his closest aide, Stephen, had asked him to leave behind certain treasures. They had also asked him to set up trials in the tower, but the man was too lazy for that. When picking out items, he chose the ones that he felt were the easiest to replace. Stephen was confused by his actions. If he was going into eternal sleep anyway, it would be best to leave his best equipment for those of the next generation. But once a cheapskate, always a cheapskate. It was impossible for Stephen to change his nature. Thinking back at how it might be possible, there was also the chance that someone not a part of his family or a different species had obtained the blood crystal. He was now glad he didn't leave out powerful items. Otherwise, it could have caused trouble for the outside. Well, no use thinking about it now, the man said as he stretched his arms. Before I choose to go back to sleep, I'm quite curious about what happened to everyone here, and I guess there's only one way to find out. The man continued to walk out of the town into the tunnels. The sword was now wrapped around his back, using the chains to hold it onto his chest piece of armor. It seemed like he had picked a tunnel at random when walking. Still, after choosing one path, it carried on for a while until eventually sunlight could be seen at the end. A step was taken out of the tunnel and into the sunlight. The man was surrounded by jungle nature, and the rays of sunlight shot through the trees and leaves. They were touching both the skin on his hands and the open area on his face. However, unlike with Quinn and Fex, there was no reaction for the man. "My skin's a little itchy. It would have been nice to have that ring. Otherwise, I might develop a rash of some sort," he complained as he scratched the front of his hand. "Ah!" A scream was suddenly heard coming from his right. Immediately, without thinking about it, he started to dash in the direction of the scream. Moving at an incredible speed, he was able to maneuver around, avoiding the trees and hitting away the branches and vines that would block his path. Eventually, he could see a little girl just by a river. But she wasn't alone. A large snake, nearly 4 times the size of the girl, was up on its body with its head held high looking at her. The girl tried to back away, but there was nowhere left for her to go, as the river was behind her and the large black snake in front. The snake dashed forward with its head leading forward. With nothing else to do, the girl closed her eyes and screamed once more as she felt like her life was over. When no pain was felt, she decided to open her eyes again. The snake was no longer there. It had disappeared entirely, and instead stood in its place was a man in strange red armor. Seeing the snake had gone, she collapsed onto the floor with her knees hitting the stony, hard ground. "I thought I was going to die," she said, crying. "It's okay," the man said. "The big snake is gone and won't bother you anymore." When looking at the girl, he noticed that there were a few cuts on her body. The worst wound was one on her knee. It was severely scraped and blood was being drawn from it. The man grabbed her leg and looked at it carefully. "It looks quite bad, but I should be able to help you with that." He then spat on both of his hands and started to rub them together. The girl started to cry even louder, seeing the man do these strange actions. "You're a weirdo! I'm going to be killed by a weirdo!" she cried. No, don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything strange," he replied. "Trust me, my spit is like magic." He then placed his spit-covered hands on top of the knee, holding it down. The girl felt no pain and waited a few moments, still unsure whether to trust the stranger or not. When the man let go of her knee, the wound had completely disappeared. Looking at it, she was amazed. "Thank you, sir. You must have the ability to heal," she said. "Ability?" the man replied back, confused. "What's your name?" she asked. "You can call me Arthur." Just then, the smile that was on the girl's face only seconds ago dropped. She started pulling on Arthur's arm hard. "Arthur, me and you are friends, right?" Arthur nodded in response. "Then please, you have to help me. My family, everyone there in trouble. The soldiers, they went away. I don't know why, but they left us all here, and shortly after there was an attack. At first, we managed to stop them, but after killing the first beasts, more started to come." As she spoke these words, she was struggling to breathe, gasping for air in between. Arthur could see this was tough for her. She looked extremely young, barely older than 5. He then picked her up with one hand and brought her close to his chest. "Just tell me where to go." The girl pointed in a direction, and Arthur immediately moved. It wasn't as quick as before. However, the girl could still feel how fast he was moving, as a breeze similar to when one was riding a bike fast was felt on her face. Every so often, Arthur would stop and ask the girl for directions. She knew roughly where the area was but wasn't sure, as she had been running away from the beast and had gotten slightly lost. "I'm so sorry, Arthur," the girl said. Sniffing his nose into the air, he could smell it. "Don't worry, I know where they are." A sweet smell entered his nose, a scent he remembered vividly, the smell of blood. The others thought the old Peter was completely gone, lost. But that wasn't true at all. Peter still had feelings, he still had worries, and inside he was still scared as always. There were times when these old feelings and demeanor would show more than others, and one of these times was when he spent time with Logan. He didn't know why, but the others seemed to treat the new Peter different compared to Logan. It felt like Logan didn't care what he was and never found it strange the way the new Peter acted. While with the others, he could always feel they felt different. Like the Peter they were talking to wasn't the same before. It hurt Peter inside, especially since he knew he was still the same person. One of these people, who he could tell felt this way, was Quinn, someone who he considered close. He could see every time Quinn looked at him. It was different from the way he looked at Peter before. It wasn't a bad way, but it was one of sadness. Will I never be good enough? Peter thought. He wasn't back then, and he wasn't now. The only person who he was good enough for was Logan, and even now Logan had tried to help him multiple times. If there was one person he would do everything in his power to not to eat or hurt, it was Logan. For a moment, Peter was able to fight back his hunger, but in return, he could feel all the painful pangs in his body. As he looked up at where Logan was before, he could see he had already run off. Good. You listened, Peter said. He wasn't hurt this time. Seeing Logan run off to save himself, he had already done enough. The pain continued, and Peter honestly wondered if he was going to die. Although he could have let the hunger take over and his body run wild, he wanted to remain in control of his body for as long as possible. Then the sound of footsteps was heard, echoing through as if someone was running towards them through one of the tunnels. No, if it's another person, I'll attack them as soon as I see them, said Peter. Stay away! Turn back! Peter shouted down the tunnel. But the footsteps only grew louder as the person was getting closer. Then, in the darkness, a strange, relatively large object was seen flying through the air coming towards him. While it was hard to see what it was, Peter knew. Or more to the point, his body knew as he leapt through the air and opened his jaw wide, grabbing the flying object with his mouth. He immediately started to rip it apart with his two front teeth and claws pinning it to the floor. Out from the tunnel, Logan had appeared with a student on his back. He placed it on the floor and took a few steps back. I know this might be disrespectful, but you are already dead. I promise I will find out who your family are and treat them well. They will live a life of happiness due to your help for as long as I am alive. The two boys continued to run through the town at breaking speed. On the way to the tower, they hadn't seen any high-level beasts. Quinn was now sure of it. There was nothing left underground that was stronger than the king-tier beast. With this thought in his head, he was able to freely run as fast as he could towards Peter. He was worried about what could happen, mostly since he was with the others, and worried about what would happen if the travelers were to find out and get involved. Following closely behind, Fex was struggling to keep up. I was right. He really has grown stronger and at a crazy pace. He's a lot faster than me, and I can barely keep up anymore. But how? Nothing I can think of can make sense anymore. If I want to find out the truth, there's only one thing I can do: ask. This time, though, I won't ask for someone else. Fex was always hesitant to ask Quinn this question, and before he didn't know why, but now he did. It was because he felt guilty. When thinking about asking the question, in the back of his head, he knew he had an ulterior motive, as if he was trying to find out some secret information to bring back to his family. Now, he no longer cared and had decided no matter what, he wouldn't reveal to anyone about Quinn. Right now, he wanted to find out for himself, for his own curiosity. Once they were out of this place, Fex wanted to find out the secrets about Quinn. Suddenly, Quinn stopped in his tracks. He had completely slowed down and was no longer running at full speed. "What's wrong?" Fex asked. Truthfully, Fex was out of breath, but seeing Quinn was fine, he tried his best to hide he was tired. As soon as Quinn turned away, he would start panting. He still had his pride, and didn't want to show he was now weaker than his friend. There were actually two reasons why Quinn had stopped. The first was, Quinn felt that Peter was no longer hungry. The pain he was feeling up to this point had disappeared. Quinn found it hard to believe that Peter would have been able to eat someone in front of the travelers. He could tell they were strong. "Thank you, Logan," Quinn said under his breath. He didn't know why, but he had a hunch if anyone could solve the problem, it would have been him. The second reason for stopping was because Quinn could sense and smell a familiar presence. It didn't take long, and soon Fex could smell who it was as well. "You seem to always be in the most interesting, Quinn. I think I should start putting a tracker on you and just follow you around everywhere." Out from one of the buildings, a slightly older bald man came out with his trusty blade by his side. "Ah, it's the teacher," Feck said and pointed. "You should show some respect, young boy. Right now, I'm more than just your teacher, but your commanding officer," Leo said. "But I'm happy you're safe. I'm here to search for the remaining students. Your friends who were with you have already been escorted outside to the surface. They returned to the shelter with the rest of the students, and they informed me of this place." Just then, Leo stopped mid-sentence. It was strange, and the other two were wondering what happened. Not only had he stopped mid-sentence, but Leo was utterly frozen. It was as if he wasn't even breathing anymore. "Quickly!" Leo shouted. "We must get out of here and run!" "What's wrong?" Quinn asked, genuinely concerned. His teacher had always been so composed. Even when going up against the Dalki, he never once ran away, but Quinn was sure of it. Leo had said "we," which included himself. "There is something down here. Something incredibly powerful. I can sense its aura. We have to leave now." Something powerful? Quinn thought. They had already killed the king-tier beast, so Leo couldn't be talking about that. And while exploring the whole place, they had found nothing, and Quinn was unable to sense nothing, so just what was this powerful being or thing Leo talking about? Leo didn't need to ask the students twice. They both quickly followed Leo closely behind, as the three of them ran out of the town and into the tunnel, not once looking back. But his strange actions were starting to make Quinn think. It was a first for him, the first time he had ever seen his teacher running away from a confrontation. Up to this point in his eyes, his teacher had always been someone that seemed unreachable, a force too strong to even begin to imagine the real strength of. Even when facing the Dalki, he had never acted like this. Whatever it was that was frightening him or making him act like this, it had to be strong. But if something was that powerful down here, then why hadn't Quinn or the others come across it? The idea of his weapon growing stronger while he did as well sounded nice. What put him off, though, was knowing that the crystal he held was the lowest type. He looked at the weapon behind the glass case once again, and it really was like nothing he had seen before. He didn't need to ask this, as he was sure of the answer, but asked just in case. "Is that a blood weapon?" "Yes," the system replied. "How powerful it is from looks alone, I cannot say." Quinn had two choices, to hand in the crystal or use it to create his own weapon. After thinking about it for a while, he had made his decision. There was another major problem if he was to keep the blood crystal, and that was finding someone to create a blood weapon for him, someone he could trust to keep the secret, and someone who knew how to forge with the crystals. Envisioning problems for the future, Quinn decided to hand in the crystal and take the sword instead. Small blood crystal has been inserted. The room started to shake slightly once again, and the podium along with the crystal started to sink into the ground slowly. Eventually, the whole podium was back into the floor and the vibrations had stopped. Quest Explore the Tower complete. There was no reward for completing the quest, but he couldn't be upset about that for long, as he felt like he was about to get the best reward for coming to this place. A large smile appeared on Quinn's face as he rubbed his hands together, waiting to try out his new weapon. After standing there for a few moments, he quickly realized that nothing was happening. The glass covering the sword was still there. "Hey, I think you just got scammed out of your crystal," Feck said, looking at Quinn by his side. His face dropped after hearing those words, as Quinn was starting to think the same thing. He started to bang on the glass frame, pounding his fist against it. "Hey, give me the sword! I gave you what you want, now it's my turn!" But there was no reply, and the room continued to remain stagnant. Did it really do nothing? Did I just lose my chance to create something great? After saying those words, Quinn released something that was different. The whole energy and the place around them had changed. Somewhere else, underground at the same time, Logan was steadily backing away, holding out his blaster at Peter. He hadn't made any moves yet, but he could see his body slowly breathing in and out, not moving a step from his position. While continuing to back away at a snail's pace, a sudden sound was heard. Ding, ding. The sound had indicated from around Logan's waist. Without having the need to look, he knew where it had come from. It was his scanner. Using one of his hands, he picked up the scanner and immediately turned it on. And just like he thought, it was a success. For some reason, the scanner had returned back online. After quickly scanning the tunnels around them, Logan had found what he was looking for. In one of the tunnels to his right side, not too far from here, were the bodies of some students who had met an unfortunate end after falling down from above. "Yes, Peter, I think I can solve your problem." In Logan's excitement, he had placed both eyes on the scan only for a brief second. Now, when he locked up, Peter was no longer standing where he was directly in front of him. Back in the strange tower, Quinn was starting to realize what the change was that he was feeling. After inserting the blood crystal into the podium, it seemed like whatever was blocking out his senses before was no longer there. He could now clearly sense Peter. With this, shock had entered his heart. Sensing Peter now, he could feel a mix of emotions and feelings rush over his mind and body. "Damn it! Is this because of the fight from before?" Quinn said. "We have to hurry and get back to the others." The tower had been fully explored, and it didn't look like Quinn was going to get his weapon. With Peter the way he was bound to be dangerous, so he had made the decision to leave the tower, and Fex had no problem following. After the two exited from the tower and started to head out of the town, Fex turned around and looked at the tower one last time. "Bye-bye, tower. I guess there was nothing that special in there after all. I wonder what is behind my family doors then as well. I hope it's not the same boring stuff we found here." When the blood crystal was inserted into the podium and went back into the floor, a process had begun. Slowly, strange mechanisms were at work behind the eyes of the two boys. The crystal was being heated to an incredible degree and was starting to be melted down. This process took some time, but when the right heat had been reached, a red blood liquid was formed and slowly starting to filter down. The liquid flowed in one direction, downward through a tube-like shape. It continued to go down until eventually it reached its destination. Like a sand timer, it started to drip down, and the sound of it hitting something could be heard. Once all of the blood liquid had dripped out, something started to change. In the top room tower, the large circular pattern on the floor started to shift. The outer ring moved to the right fist, while the inner ring moved to the left. The rings continued to move in different directions each time with a clicking sound. With one click, the outer circle ring would stop. With another, the inner circle would stop. This continued until eventually it reached the large circle in the center. The center circle started to rise up from the floor, and it finally stopped when it reached a height a little larger than an average human. A few seconds later, and the metal circle cylinder dropped quickly back down into the ground, and left in its place was a human figure. It was a handsome male figure, with pale white skin and dark black hair that seemed to go all the way down to the person's waist. The facial features were quite feminine, but what stood out most of all was the fact that he had no clothes on whatsoever, and he continued to stand in the room completely naked. Slowly, his eyes opened and a red glow could be seen. "I wonder how long I've been asleep," the man said. He turned his head to look to see if there were others around, but he could see no one in the room. "I wonder who woke me up. That's a shame. I would have perhaps given him something as a reward." Holding out his hand with his hand open, he faced it towards the weapon behind the glass. The weapon started to vibrate slightly, and soon the vibrations grew stronger. A strange force compelled it towards the man, and the weapon smashed through the glass and into the man's hand. "Let's see if anything has changed in the outside world," the man said. Just a second ago, Peter was there right in front of Logan. It was only a brief moment, but after checking his scanner and allowing his eyes to gaze down, he looked back, and in front of him no one was there. He had disappeared entirely. Seeing something so dangerous potentially be anywhere in the room with him was starting to make even Logan nervous. He no longer had any sticky light balls to shoot out, and his suit only produced enough light for him to be able to see a few meters in front of him. Peter could see as clear as day down here. They were unfavorable odds, and Logan started to curse himself, thinking about how he ever got himself in this type of situation. Before he nearly did anything in the past, he always thought of the probability of something happening, the risk he would put himself in before taking action. If the odds seemed against him, he would never take the risk. But when seeing Peter writhing in pain and the others there, Logan had reacted on instinct, moving him out of the area. A sharp, sudden sound was heard to his right, and a blast was shot from his blaster in an instant. The explosion had only managed to hit the strange black material, which was as strong as always, causing no rubble or stone to break off, but leaving a peculiar smell from the blaster. "I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Suppose I hit you now before you've eaten anything. There's a good chance you can't heal," Logan said calmly. His voice was full of confidence, but inside his mind were starting to panic a little. Although Logan's reaction time wasn't beyond that of what a human being was capable of, he was still quite confident in his skills to hit something before it was able to move. Nearly all the students at the school, apart from those with either high-level beast gear or speed-related abilities, Logan was pretty confident he would be able to hit them with his blaster. But the attack he just fired right now, he couldn't even see Peter, or even an after image. "I guess you really do suit an assassin, but it isn't the time to test it on me," Logan said. As he said those words, groans could be heard once again in a specific direction. When Logan looked at where they were coming from, he could see Peter knelt down on the floor holding his stomach. "Logan, just leave me. I don't think it's safe. Just go now," Peter shouted. Ever since Peter had evolved into a white, his whole demeanor and attitude had changed. Also, they still remembered how much in debt they were to Leo for saving them from the Dalki. Every one of the students from the sideline, including the other soldiers, silently watched from the sideline. They were too afraid to get involved. If they did, it could cause trouble due to the relations the one of the Big Four had with the military. The pressure emitting from the two groups was immense, that even one wrong word or act might make the already fearsome looming presence break out and swallow them whole. In the case for someone like Peter and Vordon, they were able to handle such a pressure that coiled, however, for Layla and even Logan. It felt like they were about to be consumed by the dangerous energy that was swirling around. It was only waiting to be unleashed. Are they really going to clash? The students on the side asked one another. Some of them began to get anxious of a fight breaking out. It would be silly if they did. Another student sneered, shaking their head. After all, this is such a small thing. No one would be willing to start a war between a few missing students. However, they were unaware of how Leo thought. He was a simple man. Rather than thinking about the bigger picture of what his actions would lead to, he thought it was best to do what was right in the current situation. As things came to him later, he would continue to deal with it. This was how he always was and continued to be. Right now, the people in front of him had put the students he was responsible for in danger. In the past, Leo was a different man, and he did think about things, perhaps thought about them too much, to the point where those around them suffered because of it. "I won't let that happen again," Leo thought. Although the others thought Leo wouldn't do something, Vordon managed to catch a glimpse of Leo's thoughts. He could see his fingers twitching slightly as he held the hilt. He's ready to attack at any moment. After sharing Leo's powers and interacting him with theory time, he did with Quinn. Vordon felt like he could understand him a bit more. He tried thinking of a way to perhaps calm Leo down. The world didn't need a civil war right now. In the past, there were several civil wars before True Dream came along. There were rumors that the Dalki were keeping an eye on the humans, ready to attack at their weakest point if something similar were to happen again. Perhaps the Dalki would attack even sooner than they predicted. "Leo, when we were down there was an incredibly strong beast. For now, I think Quinn and Fex are safe, but I don't know how long they will survive. They need help now," Vordon said. After hearing these words, Leo's grip around his hilt weakened. It seemed to have worked. He stood up straight and carried on walking past the group. As he walked, he purposely barged into Andre's shoulder. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can to you at least show some respect? We saved your students. We didn't have to do that, and we could have kept the whole thing a secret, Andy shouted. Leo then pointed towards his own eyes and opened them up. Where the pupils should have been black, it looked as if his entire eyeball was a tint of gray. There was no color. I'm sorry, but I'm blind, you see. I didn't know he was standing there. Faye, I will leave it up to you to do what you want with these visitors of ours. Whatever you choose, I will back it up when we return to the base. With that, Leo continued to walk into the jungle, while also carefully stepping his foot over a large root going across the floor. Nearly tripped over that one, he said, whistling away into the jungle. Blind my ass, Andy muttered under his breath. By this point, Faye had already calmed down from her anger before. Doing or saying anything would just be a waste of breath, so she decided to take the political stance instead, doing what was best for both pirates. Thank you for informing us of this information. Please in the future do inform us sooner. This way we can avoid any future problems. Andre bowed down to her before leaving with his group, with a sour taste in their mouth of what they had just experienced. While Vordon and the others were revealed, all they needed to do now was wait. Hope Fex and Quinn could return safely. While walking back to the others, Vordon started to think about what just happened. When he first joined the military, it seemed like they didn't care about what happened to the weaker students. They allowed fights to go on without intervening, and it was almost as if the fights were encouraged to happen. Even with the whole Duke and Peter situation, it seemed like they were purposely trying to cause friction and division between those that were weaker and stronger in the school. This did happen in the outside world naturally and in school before it. However, the divide never seemed to be as big as it was in the military school. After hearing not only Leo's reaction, but Faye's reaction as well to the students in distress and him thinking, perhaps it wasn't the whole military that was like this. Or there was also the option that it was more because of the ones that were in charge. Their connections seemed oddly close with the True Dream family, more than they should have been. After waiting for an hour finally, Leo had returned, and this time he wasn't alone. By his side was both Fex and Quinn. Layla had run up to greet them, and the others were happy to see them as well. By now, all of the students from Dell's class had been checked up on. They were now allowed to spend time with the other classes, but news of what really happened to the class while they were out started to spread, and the tension was felt in the air. The reality of how dangerous this expedition was finally was starting to hit them. Friends and students they had only talked to a few hours ago in the morning were nowhere to be seen, and they would ever be able to talk to them again. Leo and Faye were busy discussing what to do next. Although they were of the same rank, Faye never felt that way, and she decided she would agree with whatever Leo had decided. I have made my decision, Leo said. I'm going to cancel the expedition and return to the academy. Are you sure? Faye replied. It's only been one day and not much ground has been covered. Paul won't be happy with the decision. Can't we just travel as one group and protect the kids? Judging from what the travelers told us, the Dalki settlement seems to be abandoned. No, Leo replied immediately. When I went down there, I could sense it. There is definitely still something there, and it's at least at the power of a 4-spiked Dalki. Hearing this, Faye's eyes nearly popped out from her skull. A shiver was sent down her whole spine, and her hairs were left standing on top of her arm. We would need at least one of the generals here to try to deal with something like that. And even then, I don't think they would be much of a match, Leo explained. I understand. If we explain this to Paul, they should understand. They might even remove every one of the planets and classify it as a red portal planet until further notice, Faye replied. She had actually misinterpreted Leo's words. For Leo had said there was something down there that had the same power as a 4-spiked Dalki, but she had taken this to mean there was a 4-spiked Dalki. Only Leo knew the truth, that the energy that was emitting from the being was one that was similar to both Fex and Quinn. As Leo looked over at the two students, a thought soon planted itself in his head. Is there an actual threat right underneath our noses that is probably far larger than the Dalki? All the students had been covered on the muddy open soil area of the shelter which stood just before the jungle. Leo had told all of them there would be an announcement to be made. I'm sure by now you have all heard of the news that has happened to Dell's class. Because of this, we have decided to cancel the expedition and head back to the school, said Leo. After hearing the news, some of the students felt a weight lift off their shoulders. No longer were they in danger and had the thoughts of meeting such things. The ones that were part of Dell's class were even more overjoyed. Still, this feeling of relief wasn't shared at all by everyone in the crowd. Those who had done well on the test so far and had run into no troubles started to voice their concern. "What?" a student complained as they looked around for support. "But it's only been one day. That doesn't make any sense." "Why should they go back?" "Stop being so selfish," another shouted back at them. It seemed like two camps had emerged of those that wanted to leave and those that wanted to stay. "Enough!" Leo shouted in a loud, booming voice. His voice had projected so loudly that some of the students felt like their eardrums would shatter. They wondered how a man so small was able to produce such a loud sound. The chatter had stopped, but a single student still had his hand remained up. "Yes, young one," Leo said. "I don't mind having to go back early, but I do have a question. What does this mean for our assessment? Who got the top grade, and how will our scores be divided?" The student asked politely. "Your grades will be decided by how well you have done so far. In the past, usually those that perform well on the first day then would continue to perform well through the test. I know this might not be really fair, but we will take this into consideration based on your performance on future assessments and adjust your result accordingly. As for Dell's class, they will have an exemption due to the special circumstances they faced and will be tested at some other time. Now the winners, I suppose at these types of events, we always like to promote those that did best so the other students know who to look up to as role models. I shall decide the winners right now then." After hearing Leo say this, many of the students that had done well on the assessment so far were starting to get excited. They would straighten out their clothes and make sure their hair was ready as they were to be called up to the front. Faye walked over to where Leo was standing and tried to hand him over a clipboard with the scores of all the students' points that had been received from the scanner. Instead of taking the clipboard, Leo pushed it away and shook his head. "There is no need," Leo said, and glanced towards the crowd of awaiting students. "The winners are as follows. So will these following students please come to the front? Vordon Blade, Layla Monroe, Sia Green, P.O. Blank, Fex Seg, Logan Richardson, and finally, Quinn Talon." As soon as the names were called out and announced, an uproar began to erupt among the students. Why hadn't they been the ones called? The names were so unfamiliar to them. Apart from Vordon, the rest of the names that had been read out were a complete mystery to the other students. Although Logan was a high-level user, he rarely ever visited the classes, so there weren't many that knew what he looked like, apart from the ones that were in his class. But even the ones that were in Logan's team were confused as to why his name was called out, and not theirs, especially since Logan had gone missing for most of the expedition. However, the students weren't the only ones that seemed to be confused by their names that had been called out, but so were Quinn and the others. They hardly had the time to scan anything. And even when Peter was underground, he didn't use the scanner, because it didn't work while they were down there. "How did they get the top marks? Our group managed to scan around 15 different plants and 3 new beasts. Are they saying they scanned more than that?" A student complained with a frown. "They must have done that. Otherwise, why were they called up?" Another replied. But for the students that were part of Dell's class, they knew that Quinn and the others didn't have much of an opportunity to do anything. Still, they decided to remain quiet. Many of them remembered Quinn's brave actions in saving some of the students from the advanced tier beasts and bringing them to their side. Even though there weren't any points awarded for this, they felt like whatever reward his group was going to get, they deserved it. However, there was one person in Dell's class that didn't feel the same way, and that was the teacher Dell himself. He still felt a grudge towards these two, and especially after what had happened while they were out. Dell was even surprised that the two of them were still alive. "That's impossible. There must be some type of mistake or some cheating going on," Dell remarked loudly. "Those students, I checked the scores on their scanner, and not only that, they had 50 points deducted from their team due to an incident that involved breaking one of my other pupils' arms." Dell then quickly looked around for the student who had suffered the arm break, but when looking, he was nowhere to be seen. He quickly realized that the student was one of the ones that had been killed on the expedition. Still, his words were just enough for the students to rile up their anger once again. "Hey, I think I recognize him. I always see him in Leo's class. They often spar with each other," a student said. Another student blinked and frowned. "Wait, so are you saying that guy's like a teacher's pet? A suck-up? This is so unfair. There's no other way to explain this. It has to be favoritism." The group of students that were voicing their concern started to grow, and now the ones that supported Quinn and the others were starting to take a step back as they quickly became the minority. "Enough!" Leo slammed his sheathed blade into the ground, and a small little vibration was felt on the ground. "The students that have been called, please come to the front. If I hear another word from anyone—" Leo didn't finish his sentence, but they knew he didn't have to. The students had been called and arrived at the front, but instead of looks of admiration and jealousy, they were all stared down with looks of hatred. CIA, who still didn't really feel part of the group, was hating every bit of it. The only plus side of the whole thing was they would come out of this assessment with a top grade which would do well for her future. Seeing that the students' anger still hadn't been quelled, Faye herself decided to take some action based on some information she found out earlier. "Listen up, all of you. There's a reason why these students here have been selected as the winner of today's event." From the crate for scanners that had been collected behind them, she looked until she pulled out one in particular. This scanner here is from the student Logan. At the time, each of these students had discovered something that was worth a lot more points than any beast or plant would ever be. After pressing a button on the scanner, a 3D-like holographic model appeared from the scanner. It showed a recreation of the town that Logan had managed to get on his scanner, the one he had made before entering the tunnels below. As you can all see, this right here is a Dalki base. It looks like they had arrived on this planet before us. This is the real reason why we are leaving, not just because there are some powerful beasts on this planet. With that, everyone understood. No longer did the students who were opposed to leaving were complaining they too wanted to get off this planet as soon as possible. Memories and thoughts went back to situations they would often hear on the TV and internet. Cases of humans and Dalki interactions on other planets. When this happens, a fight would break out, and one side would be obliterated. The problem was, a single planet was never enough for either side to reignite the war once again, so one side would have to just grit their teeth and bear it. If it wasn't for these students discovering such a place, then perhaps none of us would be left standing, Leo said. With no more complaints, the students willingly grabbed their belongings and were prepared to head back to the school once again. It now made sense to the students why the shelter seemed to be on such high alert. It was because the soldiers were getting ready to move out. After all their belongings had been gathered, several portals had been pulled out and placed on the ground. While looking around, Quinn noticed that the soldiers were busy gathering their things. The same couldn't be said for the civilians who lived in their treetop homes. They stood there with worried looks on their faces peeking from above. "Why aren't they packing their things?" Quinn asked. "What do you mean? These people have nowhere to go." Layla replied. "They probably spent all the money they had to move here. Even if the military did allow them to use the teleporters and head back to Earth, they would only be made homeless with no shelter or way to earn credits. But if the soldiers leave this place, then there will be no one to protect them from beast attacks," Quinn replied. Layla remained silent when Quinn said this, and Vordon simply placed his hand on his shoulder. They were both aware of the fate of these people, while Quinn was a little naive. The government had helped him when his parents disappeared, so why couldn't they help them as well, he thought. He was starting to think his situation was stranger and stranger, but more than anything, he was deeply concerned for the people above. Not only were there adults present, but also children. While the students walked through the teleporters, a young little girl who looked only around the age of 5 started to wave her hand goodbye to the students, unaware of what was happening. This world needs to change. The people at the top need to come crumbling down, and when I'm strong enough, I'll come back for you, Quinn said, although he was aware by that time it would probably be too late. Deep underground at the abandoned town, a strange man was still standing on the top floor completely naked. He had been standing there for a while now as he waited for his body to wake up. He was unaware of how long he had been out for. Still, it would take some time for his body's function to return to what it once was. I do not know why it's a vampire's tradition to put one in one of those cylinders completely naked when one is to go into eternal sleep. They could at least allow for a set of clothes to be left behind, the man said as he seemed deeply concerned by this matter. I can't just go out and greet the people outside like this. They'll think I've gone mad. Or madder might be the correct term, he said as he started to laugh out loud at his own words. Ah, didn't I leave some basic treasure of mine behind? I believe it was a set or armor, although whoever entered the tower might have taken a vital piece. I did leave it there as a reward. Let's just hope they didn't choose the area that covers the crown jewels. As the naked man walked down the spiraling staircase, he continued to pace himself sloppily while holding his chained sword in his right hand. Eventually, he had reached the platform where another room was located in the center part of the tower. When entering the room, he immediately could see that 5 metallic cylinders were present. Looks like someone did take an item. Well, that's fine. They did wake me up after all. As the man walked over to the podium, which wasn't encased in a metallic cylinder, as he looked down, he blinked and raised a brow. Now, out of all the items available for them to get, why on earth would they choose to take the ring? The man thought to himself, rather confused. Inside the dimly lit room, with the torches of flames flickering, the man stood there wondering about why would anyone choose to take the ring. Out of all the items that he had left behind, it seemed strange. Any experienced vampire at first glance could tell that it was the weakest of the items that had been left and even the least valuable. Maybe it had been a mistake, the man thought. Whatever it was. For now, the man was thankful for he needed a new set of clothing. Once he changed and found the person who had woken him up, he would allow whoever had the ring to exchange it for something else, he thought. He then walked over to the other 5 podiums that were covered in the strange metal casing. As he placed his fingertips on the cold outside, in an instant, they seemed to react and started to vibrate. Each one of them went back into the ground, revealing the pieces of armor that were once there. After strapping all the armor on, he was no longer naked. Although through the gaps between certain parts, bare white skin could still be seen, as he was still wearing nothing underneath. The helmet allowed for most of his face to be seen. It had 2 spiraling red horns on the top, with a thin piece of metal that went down to the nose. This will have to do, for now. Let's just hope I wasn't woken up in the middle of a war. Perhaps that's why the person had left in a hurry after waking me up. The man thought. He continued to go down the spiraling staircase, but he found everything a bit strange. If war really was going on, why wasn't he hearing anything outside? Soon, though, he had his answer. When stepping outside, he had expected one of 2 things. A parade of people to be there to welcome him back, or a big fight to be taking place. But he saw neither of those things. Instead, all that was left was an abandoned town. When stepping out, he could feel that there was no sign of any others like him in the area, just beasts. He didn't give up, though. Maybe my senses have yet to wake up, he told himself as he continued to look around at the buildings nearby. He searched and searched, but there was nothing. A few beasts that sensed he was near scurried away, not wanting anything to do with the new presence. Finally, he came across something that looked a little interesting. It was a strange, human-sized beast that looked like it had been killed not too long ago. The reason why he found it interesting, though, was because he could sense strange energy from it similar to his own. Now, why would a blood crystal have been left behind with a beast? Seeing this, and feeling the same energy of the beast, he started to think maybe his awakening was an accident. Somehow, the blood crystal he had left behind with one of his family members had ended up in the hands of this beast. From the looks of the area, it had been abandoned long ago, but he still had no clue how long he had been asleep for. It was quite possible that someone had killed the beast, taken the crystal, and then entered the tower unaware of everything that was happening. That would also explain why they would choose to take the ring if they had no clue what the other items did. Perhaps my stinginess paid off in the end, he said, laughing to himself. Before going into eternal sleep, his closest aide, Stephen, had asked him to leave behind certain treasures. They had also asked him to set up trials in the tower, but the man was too lazy for that. When picking out items, he chose the ones that he felt were the easiest to replace. Stephen was confused by his actions. If he was going into eternal sleep anyway, it would be best to leave his best equipment for those of the next generation. But once a cheapskate, always a cheapskate. It was impossible for Stephen to change his nature. Thinking back at how it might be possible, there was also the chance that someone not a part of his family or a different species had obtained the blood crystal. He was now glad he didn't leave out powerful items. Otherwise, it could have caused trouble for the outside. "Well, no use thinking about it now," the man said as he stretched his arms. "Before I choose to go back to sleep, I'm quite curious about what happened to everyone here, and I guess there's only one way to find out." The man continued to walk out of the town into the tunnels. The sword was now wrapped around his back, using the chains to hold it onto his chest piece of armor. It seemed like he had picked a tunnel at random when walking. Still, after choosing one path, it carried on for a while until eventually sunlight could be seen at the end. A step was taken out of the tunnel and into the sunlight. The man was surrounded by jungle nature, and the rays of sunlight shot through the trees and leaves. They were touching both the skin on his hands and the open area on his face. However, unlike with Quinn and Fex, there was no reaction for the man. "My skin's a little itchy. It would have been nice to have that ring. Otherwise, I might develop a rash of some sort," he complained as he scratched the front of his hand. "Ah!" A scream was suddenly heard coming from his right. Immediately, without thinking about it, he started to dash in the direction of the scream. Moving at an incredible speed, he was able to maneuver around, avoiding the trees and hitting away the branches and vines that would block his path. Eventually, he could see a little girl just by a river, but she wasn't alone. A large snake, nearly 4 times the size of the girl, was up on its body with its head held high looking at her. The girl tried to back away, but there was nowhere left for her to go, as the river was behind her and the large black snake in front. The snake dashed forward with its head leading forward. With nothing else to do, the girl closed her eyes and screamed once more as she felt like her life was over. When no pain was felt, she decided to open her eyes again. The snake was no longer there. It had disappeared entirely, and instead stood in its place was a man in strange red armor. Seeing the snake had gone, she collapsed onto the floor with her knees hitting the stony hard ground. "I thought I was going to die," she said, crying. "It's okay," the man said. "The big snake is gone and won't bother you anymore." When looking at the girl, he noticed that there were a few cuts on her body. The worst wound was one on her knee. It was severely scraped and blood was being drawn from it. The man grabbed her leg and looked at it carefully. "It looks quite bad, but I should be able to help you with that." He then spat on both of his hands and started to rub them together. The girl started to cry even louder, seeing the man do these strange actions. "You're a weirdo. I'm going to be killed by a weirdo," she cried. No, don't worry, I'm not trying to do anything strange," he replied. "Trust me, my spit is like magic." He then placed his spit-covered hands on top of the knee, holding it down. The girl felt no pain and waited a few moments, still unsure whether to trust the stranger or not. When the man let go of her knee, the wound had completely disappeared. Looking at it, she was amazed. "Thank you, sir. You must have the ability to heal," she said. "Ability?" The man replied back, confused. "What's your name?" she asked. "You can call me Arthur." Just then, the smile that was on the girl's face only seconds ago dropped. She started pulling on Arthur's arm hard. "Arthur, me and you are friends, right?" Arthur nodded in response. "Then please, you have to help me, my family, everyone there in trouble. The soldiers, they went away, I don't know why, but they left us all here, and shortly after there was an attack. At first we managed to stop them, but after killing the first beasts, more started to come." As she spoke these words, she was struggling to breathe, gasping for air in between. Arthur could see this was tough for her. She looked extremely young, barely older than 5. He then picked her up with one hand and brought her close to his chest. "Just tell me where to go." The girl pointed in a direction, and Arthur immediately moved. It wasn't as quick as before. However, the girl could still feel how fast he was moving, as a breeze, similar to when one was riding a bike fast, was felt on her face. Every so often, Arthur would stop and ask the girl for directions. She knew roughly where the area was but wasn't sure, as she had been running away from the beast and had gotten slightly lost. "I'm so sorry, Arthur," the girl said. Sniffing his nose into the air, he could smell it. "Don't worry. I know where they are." A sweet smell entered his nose, a scent he remembered vividly, the smell of blood. Heading towards the direction of the sweat smell, it didn't take long for Arthur to finally reach the shelter. He paused for a second to assess the chaotic situation that was in front of his eyes. A sight he had seen too often, but was hoping not to see when he first had woken up. There were multiple advanced tier dinosaur plant beasts. They were the same ones that the group of students had encountered and had so much trouble dealing with. 3 in total and all were using their vines, grabbing and pulling the humans off from the platforms and bridges in the large trees above. They were making an effort fending off the vines with the little beast equipment they had, and some were even using their weak abilities. But the group of humans were spread thin. There were around 200 of them in total, living in the trees. While the bulk was dealing with the vines, the others were dealing with snakes, wasp-like creatures, and even a few giant spiders. Many people had already died, and soon it looked like they would all perish. "Stay here," Arthur said as he placed the girl down on the floor just behind a large tree. Before leaving, he touched the ground just underneath her feet. "Don't worry. You will be safe if anything comes after you." Dashing forward, he clenched his hand into a fist. "You guys aren't worth using my sword on," Arthur said. At the same time, Arthur was relatively low on blood, so he didn't want to use any of his blood skills, so he opted to use his brute strength. Not once did he slow down, and now he was right next to the beast's back leg. Using the momentum, he threw his fist, slamming it into the creature's back right foot. A loud shockwave sound was heard, and an indent was made. The humans were above fighting on the bridges and platform. They were only able to see the upper bodies of the large, giant, dinosaur-like beasts. Then abruptly, in the middle of their fighting, a loud bang was heard. A few seconds later, one of the beasts toppled over onto its side, and its enormous body was slammed onto the ground. The weight of 90 tons hitting the ground was felt even high up in the trees as the leaves shook and fell. "What happened?" a woman shouted who had a bandana across her forehead. She had been leading the group for a while now. It was really only because of her quick decision-making the group of people were able to last as long as they had done. I don't know. One of the beasts suddenly fell over. Whatever it is, it has to be good news, right, Ruby? A man replied as he knocked a vine away coming from another beast, not too far away from the first one. Not necessarily, maybe it's something even stronger. A beast more powerful taking them out. I'm starting to wonder just why the soldiers went up and left like that, Ruby replied. It was only seconds after the first large beast had been taken down, but the same thing happened again to the next one, and shortly after the third beast had fallen as well. Ruby quickly went over to the edge of the platform and peeked her head over. Not only had the beasts fallen, but they weren't even moving anymore. On closer inspection, she noticed she could see the smallest of wounds, one the size of a fist, in a part of its neck. Isn't that where the beast crystal is located? She thought. If the beast crystal was removed, it wouldn't always result in the instant death of a beast. Still, it would get rid of the majority of its powers and eventually lead it to die. They had never themselves encountered this type of creature before, so they had no clue where the crystal was located. But it was a good idea to target the crystal to weaken it. The strange thing about this type of action was it was unusual for a beast to do this type of thing. Ruby looked and looked to see if she could see what had defeated them, whether they were friend or foe, but she could see no one and nothing. Having given up on finding what had possibly saved them, she decided to turn her attention to the rest of the platform and other areas that were still being attacked. When she turned her head, she could see that most of the beasts had gone and been dealt with. A group of people had gathered around a single man and were gossiping and talking, no longer fighting. "What happened?" she asked as she walked over to the group of people. "This man, you won't believe it, but he saved us all." A man shouted with excitement as he called Ruby over. Ruby gulped as she was afraid that the others might be befriending someone they soon might have to fight. When the crowd of people moved to allow Ruby to meet the man, she could finally see what had saved them. However, what she was looking at was nothing like she thought it would be. She could only think one thing: handsome. At this point, Arthur had already killed the 3 advanced tier beasts along with the majority of the intermediate tier beasts on the platform and bridges. It didn't take long for the rest of the beasts to know they were outmatched and started to run away. Right now, Arthur no longer had his helmet on. He had gotten a little hot from fighting and running about due to the helmet and decided to take it off for now and held by his side. When the others saw his face, they thought it was one of a hero. How could someone this handsome exist and be this perfect? The world was cruel for giving those already with good looks, strong abilities, and powers the others thought. He wished to talk to the people, hoping to find some answers from them about just what had happened on this planet. But he knew they had just come out of a challenging situation, and it would be a while before they could answer properly. His questions could wait. He was used to waiting. He had all the time in the world, but it wasn't the same for humans. Their time was limited. "Thank you for helping us. We are in your debt," Ruby said as she bowed down. "Ruby, Ruby!" An old woman came running out from one of the wooden houses on the platform. She had a worried look on her face as she called out to her. "What's wrong, Mother?" Ruby asked. "I'm sorry. It's Minnie. I don't know where she is. I looked everywhere for her," the old woman replied. "No, Minnie," Ruby said quietly, as it looked like she was about to collapse, but one of the men standing by her side managed to catch her just in time. "Don't worry, we will find her. She's a clever girl and strong just like her mother," said the man. When hearing these words, Arthur realized the girl he had met earlier looked quite similar to the older girl in front of him. Was this a little girl around the age of 6? She had curly black hair? "That's right," Ruby said. Arthur then pointed to the muddy ground below. Cindy had come out from the trees once the beasts had disappeared. "I'm down here, guys," she said with a big smile on her face waving above. "Minnie, watch out. Ruby screamed at the top of her lungs. One of the beasts had still yet to leave the area. It was a human-sized black and yellow wasp-like creature, and it had set its sight on the little girl. Hovering from above it came nose-diving down. The people and Ruby felt lost and hopeless. They were just way too far away to do anything, and none of them had the power to stop what was just about to happen. The only one that didn't look worried, though, was Arthur. As the wasp creature got closer to Minnie, just underneath her foot, the shadows started to move like an ocean. Then when the wasp was inches away, a gigantic hand appeared from Minnie's shadows and grabbed the wasp, stopping it in its tracks. Arthur then held out his hand and said 2 words. "Shadow lock." The shadow dissipated, and with it, the wasp did too. As usual, the head General Puol had left on one of his expeditions. This meant that the 3 other generals were left to run the military base, including the school, while the others were away. Mike, the oldest and most experienced of the generals, was mainly in charge of running the base and other soldiers when this happened. This was a task usually for the head general, but because he was often away on other work, Mike would be put in charge. What this meant was the remaining 2 generals, Nathan, head of first years, and Duke, head of second years, were in charge of running the school. Inside his office, Nathan had his feet up on his desk and was laid back in his chair. It was the first time he felt like this in a while. With the first years on the outing, there wasn't much for him to do at the moment, and for the first time, he could finally take a break. "I wish I had this much free time every day," Nathan said. Although he was still concerned for the students, the fact that Leo would be with them eased him a little. He was one of the very few people who actually knew Leo's real strength. The probability of the students being on a high-risk planet was low, but even if they were, he was sure Leo could deal with it. Just then, a loud knock was heard on his door. "Come in," Nathan shouted. The soldier quickly opened the door and had a panicked look all over his face. "Sir, it's Sergeant Leo. He has sent a message informing us that he will be coming back soon." "What?" Nathan said, jumping out of his chair. "It's only been 1 day." The man gulped before passing on the next bit of information. "That's not all, sir. I think you better take a look at the report he sent. It seems like the whole shelter will be evacuating from the place." Quickly, Nathan read the detailed report that had been written out, and his eyes opened up wide. If what was in the report was true, he couldn't fault Leo's decision-making. Inside the portal room, in the school, multiple medical staff and military personnel were there, waiting on standby due to Nathan's orders. The information from the integration at the shelter had been passed on. Most of the students had already been healed at the shelter, but this was just a precautionary measure. Nathan was also standing in the room, nervously tapping his foot away, until finally the portal started to flicker. First to come through the portal was Leo, and eventually all the students began to follow from behind. The students were led to their class groups where their teachers would round them and wait for further instructions. When the last student had exited the portal, and everyone there had been confirmed present, Nathan gave the command. "Cut the link," Nathan ordered. 2 soldiers immediately ran up to the portal and pressed 2 buttons on either side of the portal. A few seconds later, and the orange wavy-like color had disappeared. Now, when looking at the portal through the circle, the other end of the wall could be seen. This was a necessary step to make sure that no beasts or other things would be able to follow them from behind and enter the base. The portal was then quickly taken away off to the side. It wouldn't be used for student activity and would only be used once again when the portal color had been changed to red and for stronger soldiers to enter. The students didn't know what was going on as they waited in the room for the next command. While doing so, Vordon had a heavy thought on his mind as he looked over in the direction of CIA. "Hey, Quinn, we need to do something about Sia," Vordon whispered. "She saw your abilities. And not only that, but she also saw Fex transform into that thing. I don't know why she hasn't told anyone yet, but it's too risky for her to know." Hearing this, Quinn couldn't agree more. It didn't matter why Sia was keeping it a secret. Unlike the others before, she wasn't a friend. "Before you go," Vordon said as he placed his hand outward and handed something over to Quinn. When looking at what he had just been given, Quinn noticed it looked identical to the earring that Fex was wearing, black in color and a rectangular shape. "It's that flying bull. It told me to hand it back to Fex. While you're talking to him, you can hand it back." Quinn looked at the item and found it interesting that the bull was able to transform into a small piece of jewelry like this. It really made him wonder if he would be able to get something like this. As he walked over to Fex and handed over the earring, he leaned over and started to whisper. "Hey, Fex, we were just speaking, but do you think you could use your skills on Sia to make her forget about the whole situation?" Quinn asked. "I don't. I think it will be a problem, but I'll be honest with you. It's a lot of information, and a lot of things happened. It will be hard to fill in the blanks in her head if I do this. It might even cause her brain to be slightly damaged, removing so many events." Quinn didn't like the sound of that. He hated the thought that perhaps he would have to hurt people related to his matter just to keep a secret. Just because she had the fate of joining Quinn's team, it was possible she would now suffer for it. When someone did something wrong to him, like the time in the desert, he had no problems. But Sia hadn't directly tried to hurt him. "What do you think?" Quinn asked, hoping for some guidance. "If it was down to me, I would have removed her memories already. It's just too risky, Quinn. I know you by now, and maybe you feel bad for her. But if humans find out about us, then that means the vampires will find out about us, and I'm more worried about them. They will kill and slaughter every person that knows of this secret to keep it hidden." What Fex said had hit Quinn quite hard. Not only would they go after him, but Vordon, Peter, Layla, Aaron, Leo. It would affect multiple people who had only helped him so far. "Sometimes we have to sacrifice a few to save the many," Quinn mumbled as he clenched his fist. He hated saying these words, but he needed to convince himself. It felt like what he was about to do right now was no different from what the military was doing. They hadn't even tried to save the people at the shelter they were just at. But they had a choice, while Quinn felt like he did not. "Go ahead," Quinn said, as he gave the nod. Right now, Sia had departed from the others. She had agreed to herself that she would keep the others secret. But honestly, the main reason was she didn't want to even get involved with people like that. A group of students who had way too many secrets, it just smelt like trouble. She herself didn't like the military that much in the first place, so getting on their good side didn't mean much for her. If she could go through her life without ever having to interact with the others again, then she would be happy. The problem was, she couldn't. While deep in thought about what her next move would be, she felt someone walking up from behind. "You!" she said, a little startled as she moved back a bit. Still in her head were images of what the student had turned into. Although she was terrified, she quickly took a deep breath and calmed herself down. There was a high chance that Fex just had a transform ability that changed him into a type of muscular creature. Still, she remembered the power and loss of control Fex had back then, and it seemed like the bloodsucker was a lot more frightening than even the king-tier beast they had faced. "Don't worry, you won't be afraid of me anymore," Fex said as his eyes started to glow red. It was the usual thing, and something Fex had done plenty of times while in school. He just needed to wait for the typical response, as her eyes would start to grow dull and glow a slight red in return. CIA, seeing Fex's eyes slightly change, stepped back. "Hey, what are you trying to do to me?" she shouted. As she said this, a few of the students nearby had turned their head to look at what was going on. "Huh, why isn't it working? Am I too tired? No, it can't be that," Fex thought. Is her mind strong? He didn't quite clock on to what was happening at first, since it was a feeling he wasn't used to, but it was clear that she was able to resist his powers. Seeing that now others were paying attention to them, Fex quickly turned around. "Sorry, just forget about it," he said as he walked off back to the others. "Did you do it?" Quinn asked, unsure what had just happened. "No," Fex replied. "She resisted against it. It's the first time something like this has happened." Isn't she only a level 4 ability user? Quinn thought. The influence skill relied on one's charm skill. Up to this point, Fex's charm had always been higher and stronger than Quinn's. Fex had used his ability on several students before, and that included level 4 ability users. He never thought of the possibility of his influence not working. The problem was, it didn't matter how strong the individual was with their abilities. It was all about how strong their mind was. There were some people Quinn could imagine the influence skill never working on, such as Logan, Vordon, and Leo. These people were just too strong-willed. However, when looking at Sia, he didn't feel the same way. Wasn't she just an ordinary student? So why didn't Fex's influence skill work on her? Hearing the shocking news that Fex had just failed, Quinn was busy pondering what to do. There was always the chance that something like this might happen. Perhaps a high level would see them, and they would be unable to deal with it in the usual way. This thought was always on the back of Quinn's mind, when he thought about it again and again. The ending that played out in his head was always the same. He would have to kill them. It was too risky to leave something open, and while he was still in military school, there was no chance to run away or escape. While looking at Sia, images started to flash through Quinn's mind of the possible ways he could do this, and a certain disturbing image entered his head. One of him holding Sia in both hands with blood dripping from his mouth, and by her neck were 2 puncture wounds. "Hey, why don't you try to clear her memory?" Fex said. This suggestion might have seemed out of the blue before, but right now not so much. Fex had his reasons. After witnessing Quinn fight against the king-tier beast, he knew that his speed was already of that of a vampire noble. Fex wasn't sure if Quinn had evolved and gone to the stage of vampire noble just yet, but there was still a chance his charm was stronger than his. Coincidentally, when Fex had made this suggestion, Quinn thought the same thing. Were his current charm points higher than Fex's? He felt a great increase in speed once his points had reached above 30. If his charm skills didn't work currently against CIA, there was actually a good chance that it could still work once his charm skills had reached above 30. It could work. But if it doesn't... Before he could even make a decision, Nathan had already started to make an announcement. "Listen up, everyone," Nathan said as he raised his hand in the air. "There is no need for the students to stay here any longer. Feel free to head back to your rooms, and in the morning we shall inform you of your schedule next week. We might even send a message out tonight, so keep an eye out for it on your wristwatch. As for all homeroom teachers, I would like you to stay behind for now." As soon as Nathan said those words, the doors to the portal hall were opened wide, and the students already started heading back to their dorm rooms. They were tired, defeated, and just wanted to forget about the experience they had gone through. When looking around, Sia had already gone. It was now nighttime, and the curfew for the students to stay in their rooms was just about to pass. For now, he would have to trust Layla to keep an eye on her until he met up with her the next day. All the students promptly left the room, and the teachers remained along with the sergeants and Nathan. "First, I would like to tell you the whole planet has been evacuated of military personnel for now. We will no longer be required to explore the planet, and a special ops unit will be sent in the future to figure out whether the Dalki already has inhabited the place or not," Nathan explained. "Wait, I don't understand," Dell said, a little frustrated. "I thought we all left because we knew the Dalki were there. Our information sources say they might have been chased away or even something else. The reason why I am saying this is due to their base still being full of blue crystals. If the Dalki really had taken over the planet already, they would have taken all the crystals with them already." Although Dell didn't have any wishes to continue the mission alone, he thought they might still have a chance to complete it with Leo and Faye by his side. He knew what the military was like. He had been with them long enough. Because this expedition had been canceled early, they would soon ask them to go on another one. If they had finished this one, they might have been good for a whole year. This information would have been passed on to you all later on anyway, Nathan explained. The real reason why I asked you to stay behind is due to the upcoming intermilitary base event in 2 weeks. What does that have to do with us? A female teacher asked. Usually all the second years take all the places, right? Yes, usually that is the case. But this year they have decided to do something different. Apparently, there are a few strong first-year students from the other military bases that wish to take part in the event. So this year, they have decided that each class must select at least one student for the 3 main events: Ranged Ability Tournament, Fighting Tournament, and the Crafting Tournament. You all should have a list ready for me by the end of the week of who you think will participate. Paul has stated that this intermilitary tournament is an important event, so you must select your best. If your students do well, this will reflect on you, and you shall be rewarded for it. Not all of our positions are based on strength, and soon one of our oldest sergeants will be retiring. Does anyone have a list of the current ranking of students? Hearing what Nathan had just said, Dell started to have a slightly worried look on his face. Not only did the students think Dell's class was one of the weakest ones, but the teachers did as well, and Dell was aware of this. In his head, he was trying to think just who to pick for the event. A soldier from the side walked up to Nathan and handed him over a tablet. On the tablet was a list of every first-year student with a score beside their name. Well, this is a surprise, Nathan said. It seems like Dell's class has the most top-ranked students currently. Hearing this, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. How could it be, he thought, then suddenly. He started to remember what had just happened. Leo had awarded the group with the most points for the outing. That group belonged to his class. Not only that, but in the last assessment, Quinn and his group didn't do too bad either, scoring around the mid-level. With top scores in one and middle scores in the other, it positioned Quinn's group and teammates relatively high on the current ranking. I shall be expecting some good things from you, Nathan said as he looked at Dell. Now go get some rest, everyone. I will update you with what is to happen tomorrow. At another military base, it seemed like the group of teachers were having a similar meeting. However, this one was a lot more formal. All the teachers had gathered in a meeting room. There were a total of 10 teachers, including the sergeant that sat at the head of the table. One of the teachers was sat upright, stiff and still listening keenly to every word being said. Does everyone understand? A relatively large fat man said at the front. Yes, sir, Silver replied the quickest and was most responsive. Why can't you guys be more like her? The man said. Not only does she always look stunning in the morning, but she works hard and is responsive, and she's the new one. Keep this up. The man then turned off the presentation as he left the meeting room. The other teachers followed, leaving the room one by one, when a male student named Justin noticed that Silver still hadn't left from her seat. She had been in the same position the whole meeting, and even with it having ended, she stayed there firm. Hey, Silver, the meeting's over. Are you coming back? Justin asked. Silver turned her head, and her silver hair with strands of black as tossed across her face. As Justin saw this, he felt like he was watching one of those shampoo commercials in slow motion. Everything seemed to slow down as he appreciated her beauty. I'm sorry, my mind was on something else, Silver said, as she stood up from her seat and walked straight past Justin out of the door, ignoring him. Wait, Justin called out. Maybe I can help. Do you need anything? Silver lifted her hand and wafted it about in the air. I don't think I would even ask for your help with boiling an egg. Just stick to teaching. As she walked off, her head was still filled with one thought. In the meeting, they had mentioned the tournament was coming up. There, every single base would travel to Base 1 to participate, the largest military base of them all. Here, she would finally meet the person she was looking for. I can almost smell you, Fex, she said as she licked her lips. The students had a better sleep they did when comparing to the whole time they had spent at school. They were exhausted from the trip and more than they realized, both mentally as well as physically. Although a lot of them didn't like the military school, they had to admit it was nice to be back here. In terms of danger, it's one of the safest places they could be right now. Late last night, a message was sent out to all of the students stating that their morning classes had been canceled. At the same time, in the afternoon, they would be required to return to their homeroom classes. Before anything else, Quinn decided to make a stop just outside the girls' dorm and was currently standing outside Layla's room. He had traveled there the early morning, the second he was able to leave his room. It seemed like no one else had woken up yet. A knock was made, and he patiently waited until a drowsy-looking Layla had answered the door. She was standing there by the doorway, rubbing her eyes with her short pink pajama bottoms and a shirt that didn't have the top 3 buttons done up. It looked as if the shirt was barely hanging onto her, as the top of her shoulders could be seen. "Who's here so early in the morning?" she said as she finally stopped rubbing her eyes. "Quinn?" "Wait! Quinn!" she shouted. Quickly, Layla grabbed her shirt, doing her buttons up as her face had gone bright red. If she knew who was coming to the door, she would have been better dressed than this, but it was too late, and Quinn had already seen her. Regaining her composure, she wanted to redirect the attention back towards Quinn. "Do you need something? It must be important if you came this early?" When asking the question, she took a look at his face. Noticing that while she was flustered and worried about the situation, it hadn't affected Quinn at all. He didn't feel embarrassed by what he had just seen, and the situation seemed to only be awkward for her. "I didn't realize I was that unattractive," she thought, although that wasn't the case at all. When Quinn had first seen her at the door, the first thing he thought was, she had quite a nice body, showing more skin than he should have been able to have seen. The problem was, ever since turning into a full vampire, even though the feelings were there, it was as if they felt suppressed. They didn't show out on the surface. There were a few times this happened to him before, such as when he was scared. For certain situations, he thought it was quite helpful. When going through the whole ordeal with Peter and seeing him eat the human flesh, he believed it was the only thing that had gotten him through it. Otherwise, he might have never been able to sleep again. The other situation where it had helped was during fights. Before, when fighting as a human, the adrenaline would get to him. His hands and body would start trembling before the fight had even begun. Still, just as some feelings were suppressed, others seemed to be amplified, and one of these feelings was anger. There were a few occasions when he felt like this feeling had wholly consumed him and taken over. Of course, he had this happen as a human. When one was so angry, they didn't even know what they were doing, and their body acted before they did. Only now, these angry episodes seemed to be happening more often. Things that wouldn't have bothered him so much was starting to grate on him. Like the shopkeeper, and when Sia had stabbed him with her spirit spear. Peeking his head slightly through the door, he started to look around if he could see Sia. In the room, he could see a bundle of quilts all rolled up and a person inside fast asleep. "Did she do anything to you last night?" Quinn whispered. Layla then walked forward and closed the door slightly behind her as she shook her head. "We didn't speak much before she was a team member. Honestly, it's pretty much the same as she said before. We still talk to each other casually, but didn't say anything about what happened on the trip at all." Hearing this, Quinn didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Was she just trying to pretend everything didn't happen? "If you don't mind," Quinn asked, "would you be able to get her to come here now? Say I need to speak to her about something." "I can try," Layla said. Layla walked up to Sia's bed and planned to try to gently wake her up by rolling her backwards and forwards. But when she was just a few steps away from the bed, Sia said, "I'm awake. You don't have to wake me up." She took the quilt off and sat upright. Unlike Layla, she was already in her military uniform rather than her pajamas. She then looked Layla in the eyes. "It's one of your friends, right?" she said. "I'll speak to them, but please, come with me." When saying these words, Layla could feel they were genuine, and there was a slight fear in them. It was a normal reaction after what she had seen. When getting off the bed and walking towards the door, without asking, she forcefully grabbed Layla's hand. She practically dragged her with her to the door. Quinn could see the two of them holding hands and didn't know quite what to make of it. "I was wondering which one of you they would send to come to talk to me," Sia said. "But I guess it would make sense for the so-called leader they all follow to come to speak to me." "Leader?" Quinn replied strangely. He never saw himself as the leader of the group. That position he felt like belonged more to either Vordon or Logan. They were the ones making the decisions most of the time. The reason why CIA had come to this conclusion was it seemed like whenever they were planning stuff or talking, everyone in the group would always naturally ask Quinn for confirmation. It was as if Quinn didn't agree with it, then they wouldn't go through with it. Even if he didn't feel that way, it was clear he was the natural leader of their group. Ignoring what had just been said, Quinn decided to continue with what he wanted to do. He wasted no time and immediately activated his influence skill. Once again, Sia could see the person's eyes in front of her glow red, only this time something was drawing her in as her mind seemed to drift away. Noticing what was happening, she clenched her left fist hard and was free while the other hand was holding on to Layla. While Quinn was in the middle of using his skill, he could suddenly smell something sweet. "Is that blood?" The drifting feeling was no longer felt, and Sia's mind was back where it was once again. When looking towards the direction of the smell, Quinn noticed that Sia's hand was dripping blood. She had managed to dig her own fingernails into the palm of her hand to cause an immense amount of pain, redirecting her mind somewhere else, causing his skill to fail. The action didn't go unnoticed, and even Layla was impressed. One would have to have an extreme willpower to be able to hurt themselves to the point where they would bleed. The normal reaction for a human was to not hurt itself. Even the agents at Pure would struggle to do something like this. "Again, you guys tried doing something to me," she said as she backed away, now clenching Layla's hand even tighter. "Look, if it's about what I saw, I won't say anything. I don't know why you are hiding your abilities and your power. The only thing I will say to you is, don't threaten me. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not like people you have met before. Remember, I'm keeping your secret. So if I need a favor from you guys, I'll be coming to you." With that, CIA slammed the door shut, and Quinn was unable to get the last word in. "Maybe it didn't work now, but I felt something," he said. Quinn could feel that it started to work, but her mind was just a little too strong as she was able to resist his charm skills. If he was to get his charm points over 30, he was confident he could remove her memory. Sia hadn't told their secret so far, even though there were plenty of opportunities. For now, he would just have to keep an eye on her and trust Layla to make sure she didn't say anything. Still, he would prepare himself for a plan B. Inside the room, Sia's heart was beating at an incredible rate, and Layla could feel and see this too. She was wondering why it seemed like Sia trusted her so much. She was just a part of Quinn's group as much as anyone else. Sia then looked over at Layla and gave a big smile. "Do you not even think of me as part of Quinn's team?" Layla thought. With the first job on Quinn's list done, there were a few more things he wanted to take a look at. In his hand right now was the blue crystal that he had obtained from the tunnel from below. He was sure Logan would be interested in such a thing, but there was a second reason he wanted to visit Logan as well, to see and test out the detail of the new skill he had obtained, Shadow Eater. A knock was heard on one of the doors in the VIP dorm area, and while waiting for Logan to answer, Quinn started to look around the place. The area around them covered the same size as the area of the boys' dorms just underneath. Roughly 250 students were living below, so it made Quinn start to wonder just how many VIP students were possibly at the school. The rooms were far larger, but still, whenever Quinn came up here, he never saw anyone come out from their rooms. It made him think that maybe most of the rooms were empty, or they just liked staying indoors all the time like Logan. Maybe there were some students they still hadn't seen or met that were just as strong as Logan and Vordon. While in the middle of his thought, Logan had opened the door and immediately pulled Quinn in by the sleeve before shutting the door behind them. To his surprise, Peter was already in the room as well. "I don't sleep, remember?" Peter said, seeing that Quinn looked confused. "Don't mind him," Logan said. "He was just helping me along with my research." When looking at Peter, it seemed like he was more being used as a human vending machine. In his arms, he held multiple sandwiches and drinks and was just standing there in one place. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought Peter's master had been Logan rather than himself. When did the two of them get so close? Although this wasn't a bad thing, it was good if Peter could listen to others without the need for Quinn to use his blood or force command on Peter. Logan had quickly gone to one of his workbenches, where it looked like he was analyzing something. He placed a strange-looking digital monocle on one eye and had his tool glove on the other. "So, what did you want?" Logan asked. "I actually came to give you a gift." As Quinn said those words, he stopped midway. When walking over to the bench, he had spotted that Logan already had what Quinn was about to give him. Currently, on the workbench, was the blue crystal. It looked identical to the one Quinn was just about to give. The crystal was placed in a strange device and had multiple wires and crocodile clips attached. Information was being processed from the crystal to the computer. After placing the crystal down by Logan's side, he let out a big sigh. "I should have known you would have taken one already," Quinn remarked and proceeded to ask, "Well, what is it? Have you figured it out already?" Logan spun around in his chair and lifted his monocle from his left eye. It was slightly red, as if he hadn't blinked for a long time while inspecting the crystal. "I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you one thing. These crystals radiate and give the same energy as a beast crystal," Logan explained. "What? But there were thousands of them underneath the planet. Is this the first time something like this has been discovered?" Quinn asked. Logan then proceeded to pick up the crystal. Quinn handed him and replaced it with the other crystal. After confirming that both of the crystals were indeed the same type, he began his explanation. "I don't think so. I have a little theory of mine, you see. I always found it odd that the military was so concerned about conquering the beast planets before the Dalki did. It didn't really make any sense to me. Sure, the beasts could be used to make better weapons, but why the need to beat the Dalki to the punch? I think that the military doesn't just want these planets for the beasts, but quite possible for these crystals we found as well. Maybe these crystals are also the answer to where do the magical beasts come from in the first place. They don't mate like normal mammals. We have confirmed that much," Logan explained. "You said the crystals were like beast crystals. Do you know what they do?" Quinn asked. "That will be part of my next phase. When I find out more information, I'll come tell you. Thanks for the second crystal. Honestly, I was afraid of melting the only crystal I had down, so this will be a big help to my research. Oh, by the way, did you find anything in the tower that might be interesting?" Logan asked. Since coming back from the portal outing, Quinn had never mentioned he had gone to the tower. He was always amazed how Logan was able to guess things, and after lying to him before, it felt a little harder to lie to him again. He looked down at his hand and saw the ring. In truth, the only thing he had obtained from the tower was the ring. There were other items, but he didn't get any of the others. "I only got this beast ring," Quinn said. "There was other stuff there, even a strong-looking sword, but we were unable to get it." Quinn went on to explain further about specific details to Logan. He didn't say it was a vampire tomb, but did talk about the blood crystal he had in his hand and how it got taken away. "It's a shame about that blood crystal. That might have also helped us out with these blue crystals as well," Logan said as he went back to inspecting the blue crystals. Looking around the room, Quinn spotted the VR machine. He hadn't used the one in Logan's room for a while now, especially since Logan gave him the stick that allowed him to connect to the private servers from any of the VR capsules. "Hey, you don't mind if I use that, do you?" Quinn asked. Logan wafted his hand in the air, not even saying a word. There was no need to ask Logan anymore if he could use it. There was now quite a bond of trust between everyone in the group. They had experienced a life-threatening event together, and that always seemed to bring people closer together. After entering the VR pod, Quinn logged into the private server and was now in the white training space. System skill, Shadow Eater, info, fuss. For the first time, when unlocking a skill, there was no information on what the skill could do or its effect. When trying to use the skill, it was the same result. Before he could use the system to activate the shadow skills, and this was the same with his blood skills. He would only have to think of the skill before using it, and his body would slightly start to react on its own. After repeating this a few times, Quinn got used to the feeling of each action and eventually was able to perform them on his own without the system's guidance. This made the timing of the skills a lot faster and the flow better. There were some skills that took more time to do that with, such as the daze and influence skill, which he still relied on the system for its help. So when he had unlocked the Shadow Eater skill, he had assumed the same. Only this time, when trying to use it, nothing would happen at all, and with no description of what the skill did, he was at a loss. Inside the game and room, he repeatedly tried everything he could with the shadow, imagining in his head what the skill would be and would try to initiate it using the shadow. After a couple of hours of trying, though, he felt like giving up. System. Why can't I activate this skill? It's unlocked, right? Once again, I don't really know. Remember, I wasn't the one that created the system. I only helped design it, the system said. However, I do think there is a way you can still learn it. The only thing I can think of is to find a teacher, another person who uses the shadow. Although there might not even be anyone that knows how to use the shadow skill that is alive. Other than skill books, this was another way one would be able to pass down skills to others by teaching and showing them how to use it. Family members and originals would often do this. What do you mean by that? Quinn asked. Once again, the system had decided to remain silent about his second question. Isn't the shadow an ability only compatible with vampires, though? Where the hell would I find a teacher for that, especially if you're telling me they're all dead? Does that mean I will never be able to use this skill? Quinn was a little frustrated at the situation he was in. The skill had cost him one of the rewards he had obtained for completing the quest. Also, by being the most expensive shadow skill to unlock in his system, he thought that it would be something amazing, something that might even greatly increase his power for the next outing, or even if unknowns were able to come after him. Who knows? The system replied. I said there might not be anyone alive. That doesn't mean there isn't anyone there. Somewhere, out on one of the beast planets, Arthur was walking by Ruby's side when suddenly his nose felt itchy and a big sneeze came out. Whoa, someone must be talking about me, Arthur remarked. Inside one of the homeroom classes, at the front of the class, was a single person sitting at his desk. A holographic display was in front of him with the list of all the students' names in the class. Both of his hands were up by the side of his head. Any second now, he felt like he would pull his hair apart. Why the hell do the school care about this crappy event so much? Dell complained. Right now, he was trying to decide who to select for the 3 events that every class had to participate in. There were more events than these, but those positions were usually taken by the second-year students, and Dell thought the same would happen this year, but it didn't seem to be the case. At first, he had sorted the list by power levels. Noticing that there weren't many, and the highest power level in their class was Vordon at level 5, while right at the bottom was Quinn, with the ability level of 1. Why did I have to be given a class with such weak students, he thought. He knew there was a low chance of his class performing well, and rather than that being a reflection of himself, he felt like fate had just given him a bad hand. Next, he decided to sort the list by where the student's current ranking was via points. This was based on the 2 assessments that had been done so far. The list drastically changed after that, shifting Quinn, who was right at the bottom, to near the top of the list with the rest of his teammates. A part of him wanted to select Quinn for the fighting event to see how far he would go and hopefully would learn his place, but he knew the management team would think he was crazy for selecting a level 1 student to fight. A thought then came to his head, an idea that the upper management couldn't disagree with. Not only did Dell have to pick 3 participants, but he also needed to decide 3 substitute places for the event. As long as he had some type of reasoning, then it would be fine. Just then, the classroom door opened as the students started to filter in. It had just passed midday, and the morning off the students were able to enjoy had come to an end as they were told to head to their homeroom classes. When everyone sat in tiers-étage, tiers was a heavy atmosphere. When looking around, they noticed that many seats were left empty. Empty formed those who had died. Dell quickly closed the hologram. The teachers were allowed to know the rank of everyone in the class, but the students were not. Although many of them already had an idea as they could see how well others had performed. Once everyone was seated in their seats, Dell stood up from his desk and started the class. All right, everyone, there are no lessons for today, but the reason why you have all been called in is due to the upcoming event. Not all of you will be taking part in it, but there will be duties given to each student to prepare support for your school and military base. Dell then started to read groups of names in the class, telling them each what their duty would be for the event. Some were in charge of creating decorations and banners to support their base while in the crowds. Others were in charge of helping with supplies and bringing food to the event, and there were even more roles given to the others. No one was really interested in this, as everyone was wondering just who in their class would be selected for the 3 upcoming events. And finally, it was a tough decision, but now I will announce who will be participating in the upcoming 3 events. Excitement was filled in the room. A lot of the students had an idea of who would get selected for the fighting tournament, but for the other 2 events, they had no idea. First off, for the fighting tournament, I have decided to select the highest ability level and also one of the top-ranked students, Vordon Blade. As his name was called, Vordon stood up so everyone was able to see who had been called and selected. There were no complaints from the other students as they felt like this was the expected result. Other than Aaron, there really wasn't anyone as skillful as Vordon. They had all seen him that day in the hall fight his way out of a tough situation, only using Layla's ability. Next up, for the ranged event, I have decided to select Layla Monroe. After hearing her name, she didn't immediately stand up. She thought there must have been some type of mistake. Yes, her main weapon was a bow, but there were others in the classes that were more skilled than her. Unlike when Vordon was picked, some whispers were going around the room, as they weren't quite sure why Dell had decided this. I can see there is some confusion. The reason Layla has been selected is because of her ability. It matches well with her weapon. As you may know, the event differs slightly every year. I believe her versatile skills with using the bow will come in handy. Not only that, but she is currently one of the top students out of the first years in terms of points. This could only be possible for those that had at least some skill, Dell explained. Although there were quite a few students who still disagreed with Dell, they did feel like his reasoning made sense. Still, several of the students who contained ranged abilities were looking in her direction. They couldn't help but feel, for some reason, a certain group of students were getting special treatment. After getting the most points for the portal outing, and now even taking 2 of the places in class. Finally, for the crafting tournament, I believe there is only 1 student in our class that is currently in the crafting club. Correct? Benny Lee shall be the one who will take part in the crafting tournament. The crafting tournament was for those who mainly planned to become a blacksmith or a type of tailor in the future. Their abilities usually complemented them in the forging process of creating great weapons and clothes. It was rare to have an ability that would match this, so they were quite hard to come by, and highly sought out by not only different factions, but the military as well. Quinn was lucky that he had found Logan to create the suit for him. Otherwise, he would have had to go off and search for a forger like Benny. Eventually, though, he knew he would have to search for one of these people in the future, if he wanted to carry on getting stronger. For him, he could rely on the shop for now, but the top equipment in the world needed to be created by top-class forgers. Quinn was a little upset that he was unable to participate in the event. He remembered Nate, who he had met in the VR game, had mentioned it multiple times. Quinn was also interested in facing him and other strong opponents. They had the plan with Vordon if anyone was ever to find out Quinn used shadow abilities. So there was a chance he could have participated in the tournament. Still, there was also the chance that there might be other vampires there who would see his ability. Day by day, Quinn could feel himself getting stronger, and it was only a matter of time before he would be able to protect himself from the threats around him. The problem was his friends. He needed to get even stronger so he could protect them as well. Now that all of the participants have been announced for the event, it's time for me to announce the substitutes, in case any of the participants get seriously injured before the event or back out and go missing. These students shall take their place. Dell explained. For the ranged event, Silly Dundee. For the fighting event, we shall have Quinn Talon, and lastly, for the crafting event, Sissy Rondo. The conversation between the students really started to heat up now, as one of the names mentioned was someone who was well known in the class for being a level 1. Recently, he had been getting a lot of attention as well. "Excuse me, sir, but why Quinn? Isn't he the weakest in our class?" a student asked. Dell surprisingly came out with a response Quinn didn't expect. "Do you really think so? If we were to go by ability level, then perhaps you could say he is the weakest, but there have been reports that he has learnt the martial arts taught by Leo quite well, and you all saw what happened when that advanced beast attacked us." Quinn was the only one brave enough to go in and try rescuing those students. Besides, it's only a substitute. Rarely has a substitute ever been called in to take part or fight in the tournament. Even though Dell seemed to be praising Quinn and giving him compliments, Quinn didn't like it one bit. He had seen Dell's strange character actions during the class's crises, and it didn't make sense for him to say these types of things. "If there are no more questions, then you are free to spend time as you wish for the rest of the day," Dell said as he went up and left the classroom. All of the classes currently were doing the same thing as Dell's class, selecting students for the upcoming events and giving them each a role. While everyone was busy, inside the portal room, one of the green's portal energy started to flicker and warp. 2 guards were stationed outside by the door, while 2 guards were also stationed inside to keep a watch. They noticed the strange reaction of the portal. When something like this was happening, it meant someone was coming through from the other side. Both of them took a step back and got into a fighting position, while one of them pressed his hand up against his ear. "Report, something is coming through one of the green portals. Still unidentified, will inform you immediately of what it is." Stepping out from the green portal was a human figure. It was a teenage boy wrapped up in a hooded cloak. He looked dirty and beat, and his skin had been darkened from the sun. The boy started to look around the room. "Finally, I'm back. I can't believe it." "Hey, you, who are you? State your name," one of the guards shouted. The boy held up both of his hands to try to prove that he was innocent. Wait, I'm a student here. Check your records." The boy then took down his hood, revealing his face. "See? My name's P.O. Blank." The last thing she remembered seeing before entering the portal was her wristwatch being chucked out in the distance. She made sure to keep an eye on it, seeing that it had landed just before the cliffside. It was the only thing that she had left that would allow her to keep in contact with the others. It was starting to make her really realize what a desperate situation she was in. There was no choice now. There was no turning back for Aaron. A target was set on her back by one of the most powerful humans in the world, and if she wanted protection from him, there were only a few people who could offer that, and one of them were the Pure Group. The man had grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the portal before she could even brace herself for what was to come. Holding on tightly, the 2 of them continued traveling through the portal. The man had a strong grip and made sure that Aaron wasn't going to let go. The 2 of them needed to end up in the same area. However, Aaron didn't try to resist. If she did, who knows where she would end up. They were now heading to the Pure Base, an unknown location that hadn't been tracked down by any of the big families or the military. A few moments later, and the teleportation had finished. When the 2 of them had reached the other side, and she started to open her eyes, there was only one thing she could see: white. She looked around, and both her and the man seemed to be in a completely solid white room. The floor was white, the ceiling was white, and even the walls, making it hard for her to tell how big the room was. There seemed to be no exit or entrance either, and while standing there, the room started to freak her out a little. "Welcome. I hope James wasn't too rough on you," a female voice said through a speaker, although the sound from the speakers sounded strange. Usually in a room like this one, the sound would echo as it bounced through the walls. Instead, it was as if the sound was being directed straight to her eardrums. She felt like she could hear the person who was speaking as clear as if she was wearing headphones. When looking around, Erin was unable to even see any speakers. Assuming that the man who was with her was James, the person on the speaker was talking about, she tried to look at him to see if he had any answers. She then noticed that he was already walking forward towards one of the white walls. As soon as Erin took a step forward to follow him, James immediately swiveled around and drew his sword, pointing it at her neck. The tip of the giant blade was only centimeters away from her throat. "I'm afraid you will need to stay in the room for now," the speaker said. "Although one of our agents recommended you over, there is still a chance that you might be a spy, you see. So we need to be absolutely positive before proceeding any further. After all, once you step outside from this room, Pure will be on the other side. I hope you understand." The voice seemed like it was trying hard to sound soft and sweet to reason with her. But Erin could tell that behind these words were threats, and James pointing his blade towards herself made it more apparent. Taking a step back, Erin then proceeded to sit on the floor. "I understand. Whatever you need from me," she replied. "Excellent. Just stay in here for now, and someone will be here in a moment." In front of one of the white walls, James was standing there patiently. It seemed like it automatically drew to the side and opened. He then left the room while Erin was left to be there all by herself. She waited patiently, at first sitting down, expecting someone to come back soon. She didn't know how much time had passed. While sitting down, she had managed to count to 1,000 out of boredom, and she had even waited for more before starting to do that. There was nothing in the room at all, and no sound could be heard. It was deadly quiet, that she could listen to her organs squirreling and making noises as everything moved all over inside her body. Slowly, the room was starting to get to her. It felt like the walls were beginning to come closer and closer, but she felt like it must have been in her head. Outside of the room, two people were watching inside the white room. They were looking through what looked like a double-sided glass window. It was digitally created and projected a white wall appearance on the outside to match the room. While the two people could see Erin clearly, she could not see them. One of the ones watching Erin was James, the person who had escorted her here, while the other was a slightly older woman who looked to be in her late 30s. She had a short brown haircut, and her hands were behind her back while watching Erin carefully. "How long do you think she'll last in there?" James asked. The older woman looked at Erin carefully. Right now, she was still sitting on the floor, with her eyes closed as if to give off a relaxed look. However, if one was to look at her face closely, they could see she was in great pain. Her eyes were twitching, and the goosebumps on her arms were already starting to show. The longest someone has ever lasted in the anechoic chamber was 1 hour. She has done well to last half an hour already. She seems to be a strong-willed person, the woman replied. The anechoic chamber was a soundproof room that actually went into the negatives when it came to decibels. When inside long enough, one's senses start to get disorientated. The sound of your heartbeat gets clearer. The feeling of the blood rushing around your body is heard, and one doesn't know what is real from fake. Every new member of Pure must first go through this trial. The idea was for it to test one's mental power and state. It gave them an idea of how much potential a candidate had in the future of the organization. Specific tasks would require one for a strong mind, such as infiltration and so on. The two continued to look at Erin while the timer above them continued. It had now been 40 minutes since Erin had entered the room. Her eyes and body continued to twitch. Is this some type of test? It's clear this isn't an ordinary room and they haven't come to get me out of here yet. The thought in her mind went back to seeing how mighty James was with his sword and how he was able to kill the beast with a single swing. There were some strong people at Pure, that was clear. If she wanted to get stronger, then the best way was climbing to the top as quick as she could. Finally, she started to realize that closing her eyes and trying to focus the strange thought away wasn't working. In fact, it was just making it worse. Instead, she decided she would stand up and start to practice some martial arts. She practiced every day anyway, and sometimes it was the best thing to keep her mind off things. When trying to stand up, her feet gave in, and she immediately fell to the floor. What's wrong with my body? Everything was disorientated in her mind and sound, that she was no longer able to recognize her senses. As she couldn't stand up, instead she started to think back to why she was here in the first place. Anger was always another good fuel for her to fight through the pain. She thought of True Dream. She then started to think of the Dalki, how both of these things had taken everything away from her. Arr! Erin started to scream as she grabbed her head, and it seemed like she was going mad. 45 minutes, the old woman said with a smile on her face. Looks like we have a new prodigy in our hands. James immediately rushed into the room as soon as he had heard the scream, but when reaching Erin's body, it looked like she had already passed out. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, and droplets of water were heavy around her body. Brushing her hair back, James took a closer look at her face that still looked to be in pain. You did well, he whispered. Hurry up, James, the woman said on the speaker. We must take her to the next area. More tests await her. When Erin had finally woken up, rather than her being in a white room, right now she was in a pitch-black room and couldn't see anything. A soft fabric was felt covering her eyes, so she assumed she was blindfolded. Looks like you're awake, a male voice said from behind. The sound was different from when they were in the white room, so she could assume she had been moved. She also recognized the voice, although the man didn't speak much. She could tell it was the same man who was with her before, James. The soft fabric that was covering her face had been removed. Still, her eyesight remained almost pitch black. Whatever room they were in, there wasn't a single spark of light. It was clear they were either testing her or still didn't trust her. There were always rumors going around about how crazy members of Pure were, although Erin didn't outright believe them, as the news reports would be clearly biased, but after a few first impressions of arriving at the base, she was beginning to agree with what she had heard. The only thing that was keeping her going was the fact that Layla, who was also a member of Pure, was such a kind-hearted person. Did she go through the same thing? Erin thought. The last room Erin was in it was torture for her. After spending just 20 minutes, she could feel her mind starting to crumble, but she held on for as long as she could. The room was there for a reason, and it was clear it wasn't made just for her. It might have even been used for training their own members. If Layla, too, had gone through something like that, Erin was starting to change her opinion of Layla being weak. She could imagine a regular person only lasting about 15 minutes. However, truthfully, she had no clue how long she had spent in there. When in the room, a second felt like a minute. Although she couldn't see anything, she felt that her arms seemed to be strapped down and her back was upright. She was sitting on some kind of chair. The sound of James shuffling around and moving could be heard, and he seemed to be sticking on a sticky substance over different parts of her body. Don't worry too much. This is a normal procedure for everyone who comes to us for the first time, James said. As long as you tell us the truth, you will be all okay. The sound of another chair shuffling forwards was heard, and James was now sitting directly opposite Erin in the dark room. I just need you to answer me some simple questions. All you need to say is yes or no. Understand? James asked. Clearly, Erin was in no position to give snappy answers, so rather than snap back like she usually would, she complied. Yes, Erin replied. Ding, the sound of a machine to her right made a bell-like sound. You are Erin Haley, correct? James asked. Yes. Once again, the ding sound was heard. 18 years old? No. Ding, female? Before answering this time, Erin paused slightly. No. Ding, ding. This time the machine had rung twice instead of once. When answering the question, Erin had answered falsely on purpose, as she had a suspicion what the machine was, and now she had confirmed it. It was a lie detector. Usually, one would have an ability user come over and check if they were telling the truth. Since Pure didn't have many ability users, it made sense for them to use technology instead. Oh, so we have a smart one, James said. It wasn't like we were trying to hide it, otherwise we would have muted the rings. But if we catch you in a lie, remember this will be bad for you. Very bad. James then went on to ask Erin more questions. Most of them were very basic questions at first, mainly there to confirm she was who she said she was. The next set of questions went on to confirm that she had just lost her abilities in the True Dream incident. So far, it seemed like everything was going well and she indeed wasn't a spy. All the information was currently being recorded and being sent over to the older women who stood outside the dark room. Are you the only one that knows about Layla's true identity as a member of Pure? James asked. So far, Erin had almost been answering instantly at every question that had come at her. For this one, she paused. If they were asking something like this meant that Pure clearly didn't want others to know Layla was there. However, her hands were tied. Even if she lied, they would know. The problem was, she thought about who would get the blame. Would it be Layla or the others that knew about her? No, Erin replied. At this moment, she wished she could see the expression on James's face. Perhaps it would have told her something about what they were planning to do to the others. Instead, she started to feel the fabric folded over her face once again. When she was able to see again, this time, she seemed to finally be in a room with some sort of color for once. The room was small, and she was currently sitting at a desk. When looking around, it looked like she was in some type of classroom that was filled with around 30 students. The others sitting at their desks were of all different ages, but most of them were younger than Erin and looked like they would be in primary or elementary school. Just at the back of the room, James and a few other adults were present in the room as well. When observing the room closely, she noticed that there were no windows, and it looked like the entire place was made of a metal-like material. Are we underground, or maybe another planet where the outside isn't safe? She thought. While thinking of ways to escape or where they possibly were, a person stood in front and soon started to talk. He didn't say much and quickly turned on a video. At first, Erin was quite interested in the video, but soon she realized what it was trying to do. The footage showed several reports that were never shown on TV. Videos of shelters that had been abandoned, families killed, videos of higher-ups torturing those of lower levels, while the higher levels enjoyed a life of luxury. She had to admit, it really did show the current situation of the world in a bad light. But Erin knew there were always two sides to everything, especially as someone who lived on the other side. Most of the people around here probably only had a painful life as a low level or being poor. In contrast, Erin was someone who had quite a luxurious life before. Not everyone was like what they were showing in the videos. Her family was a great example of that. They had stayed behind and done everything they could to protect the citizens from a Dalki attack. Of course, Pure didn't show those types of videos. Inside the Pure base, a meeting had been called. In a sizable dome-like room was a long table with several seats. At the head of the table, there were 5 seats each with a number on the back of the chair. 4 of them were currently empty, while the only one that was filled was number 5. In the seat sat a woman. It was the same person who had been watching Erin this whole time with James complete her tasks. Spread around the room were several other seats. They too had numbers on them going from 6 to 20. Nearly all of them were filled apart from a small few. In one of the seats was James, who had the number 15. The female in number 5 stood up, and at the same time the rest of them stood up as well. "Please, there is no need," the women said. "You know I don't like any of that stuff. The whole point of our organization is to make everyone feel as if they are equal. Please sit down," she said. The others sat down as ordered, but still, the mood in the room was quite serious. "As you know, I'm the only single digit here, so I am currently in charge of the base. Today's meeting is a special one, as we have been given a special task. Soon the inter-military base tournament will be upon us. It's one of the only few times when all of the military base leaders gather. This will be our chance to strike," the women said. The two soldiers guarding the portal entrance continued keeping their hands directed towards the student. Even though he had already stated his own identity as P.O. Blank, they were soldiers and not the school's employees. Backup was called. A few moments later, Haley, alongside 3 additional soldiers by her side, entered the room. P.O.'s hands were still remained up above his head. They were visibly shaking. This was not the welcome he had expected. After being missing for a month or so, he thought his return would be welcomed. Perhaps he would be treated like a king for a few days, but reality hit him hard and showed him it wasn't the case at all. "Will you guys drop it already? Can't you see that you're scaring him?" Haley spoke. She knew that on the other side of the portal, they would have strict protocols before sending someone over back to the base. On the way here, she heard some information that the person who entered the portal was claiming to be a student. If he was to show his student military ID, then they would have allowed him to pass over. The only thing was, this turned out to be quite unexpected. When she entered the room, she was half expecting for the person who just returned to be someone from the Orange Portal expedition, maybe perhaps a student who had been left behind, but instead, it was actually someone from the original Green Portal planet from the first expedition. The only person who was confirmed to be missing, rather than dead, was P.O. However, he already returned and even had his student ID with him. As she pondered over this matter, she moved in closer towards the student and was now at a distance where she could clearly see the young boy's face. Although he was covered with what looked to be mud and sweat, she realized that something was strange. When the thought finally clicked in her head, she almost dropped the tablet in her hand. "P.O. Blank?" Haley asked with a puzzled tone. "That's right. But how do you know my name? I didn't think that you kept that much attention on me," P.O. responded with a slight blush on his face. Haley was a beautiful teacher, and she was the only doctor for the first-year students. Even though she saw a lot of students, she didn't really directly teach any of them. Out of the 500 names around the campus, he was rather surprised that she remembered his. This caused him to misunderstand and feel special about this encounter. "Is this student the fake one? Or is the impersonator the one inside our base?" Haley gulped at this thought. She reasoned out that the one currently at the school was most likely the fake student. If someone was to try and infiltrate the base, then the second one who turned up a month later would most likely be deemed the real one. Still, as a precautionary measure, the student was cuffed with his hands behind his back. A soldier escorted him off for interrogation. "Wait, I promise you, I'm really me! You can check my ID card!" P.O. started screaming. "You can see that it's me on the files, right? You guys already have my picture. Why are you doing this?" He continued crying out. "That's the problem," Haley muttered to herself. "There's someone who looks exactly like you." In the meantime, Haley immediately went to inform Nathan and called an emergency meeting. Being cuffed up wasn't a nice feeling at all. P.O. started wondering what on earth had happened while he was away. Had the world suddenly turned into a dictatorship during his absence? Was the whole place taken over by the Dalki already? However, both of these couldn't be the case at all. Otherwise, he would have heard all about it back on planet Caldi. I think I would have rather continued spending all that time in the desert than be treated like this. P.O. regretfully complained in his mind. What soon came after made him change his thoughts, as soon as the doors to the supposed interrogation room were opened up. He was greeted with a full meal, desserts, and even a luxury bed in one location. He didn't know that the school had such a place. P.O.'s eyes were fixated on the food. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in days while he was traveling through the desert. Luckily for him, when he came to, he ventured off in a certain direction, and just when he thought he was about to pass out and starve from hunger, he came across a group of travelers. They escorted him to a shelter nearby, however. The bad news was, the shelter wasn't owned by the military, but a faction instead. After the travelers kindly took care and fed him for a single night, P.O. was left to survive all on his own. He worked hard during his time at the shelter and gathered up as many credits as he could. Eventually, he was able to buy a map. This was the moment more bad news came. The distance between the shelter he was currently at and the place he had to go was quite far. If he was on his own, he still wasn't sure he could face the beasts he would meet on his way. This was why he continued working hard and earning even more credits. Luckily for him, his ability for being able to duplicate any type of beast weapon came in quite handy. It allowed him to earn the required credits and eventually hire an escort team quicker than normal people. Now he finally made it back. But still, during that whole time, he never splurged his credits on a good meal. Drool kept falling from his mouth as he stared at the food before him. "You can uncuff him now," a deep voice reverberated in the room. After hearing the sound of another person in this place, his eyes gradually averted from the food as his head turned to another direction. He was now staring at the second-year general, Duke. "What? Why isn't it Nathan?" P.O. thought. Usually, as a first year, all matters related would be assigned to him. "Now, before we let you tuck yourself into this nice meal, I need you to tell me everything that happened," Duke asked. Duke had eyes and ears all around the school. It also included having some soldiers grab information from here and there. The incident of what happened in the portal room had reached him, although Haley had already instructed that no one was to leak any of this information to the students. The information may have not leaked outside, but it still managed to reach Duke. For some reason, his hunch was telling him that something wasn't right about this situation. This was why he had an unusual amount of interest in this. Perhaps the infiltrator was related to Pure. Ever since they angered True Dream, Duke had gotten the heat for that situation. He had a huge grudge with Pure now. The female who wore white robes from before entered the room and did her usual job. While questioning, she should be able to tell if P.O. was lying or not. After about 30 minutes of non-stop barrage of queries, P.O.'s mouth turned dry from recounting everything that happened to him the last month. Every single word he said so far had been the truth. They even managed to confirm that he was the real student. However, there was still one thing that bothered Duke. "So you're saying that you never saw the Dalki? Are you really positive about that?" Duke asked. "My memory is kind of a blur, honestly speaking, but I would have definitely remembered a Dalki attack." "So no, I didn't see the Dalki," P.O. responded. The reports that were mentioned back then didn't match up. Originally, they assumed that the Dalki had completely killed Ben's group of 5. 2 of the bodies were found nearby each other, and later on, 2 more bodies were discovered. Although they were far apart from the rest of the group, P.O. was presumed dead at this point. The original speculation was that the 3 out of the 5 escaped the Dalki, and that's why their bodies had quite some distance between them. Despite their efforts, they were still killed. However, now that Duke thought about it more, the distance between where the bodies were found didn't make sense. The Dalki should have been able to kill both of those students in an instant. If that happened, then P.O. would have remembered such an event for sure. Perhaps the deaths of the other 2 people weren't related to the Dalki at all. "Thank you. You may now enjoy your meal. Feel free to get comfortable in this room. You'll be here a while, Duke said as he stood up from his seat, left the room, and closed the door. Wait, did he say I'd be here a while? Once P.O. mouthed these words, 2 soldiers stood in front of the door and blocked the exit. The selection process for deciding which students would take part in the intermilitary event had been decided. In Logan's class, they had just finished selecting the roles. Logan himself had been selected for the crafting event. Since there were no known crafters in his class, he openly volunteered for the role. There were a few people who thought that he should have taken part in the fighting tournament instead, but he refused them, saying that fighting didn't interest him. Just as the class was about to be dismissed, 4 soldiers suddenly entered the room. "We are here to collect the student known as P.O. Blank," one of them announced as they scanned the area. After spotting the target, the soldiers were already moving to where P.O. was. There wasn't any time to react, and Peter didn't know what to do. "Just follow along for now," Logan whispered to him. The soldiers immediately placed both of Peter's hands behind his back before cuffing him. 2 of the soldiers held Peter by the arm as they guided him out of the room. Just as they were about to leave, Logan reached out and grabbed Peter. "Where are you taking him, and for what reason? He's done nothing wrong," Logan exclaimed. "Let go of him, or should I make you let go?" "Brat," the soldier answered him. "This is a direct order from General Duke. If you decide to obstruct our duties, then we have permission to punish you." Logan hesitantly released his grip, but not before allowing one of his spiders to climb into Peter's sleeve. As Logan watched Peter walk away with the soldiers, he had one thought in his mind. He's been caught. MVS 284. The little mechanical spider was neatly tucked just underneath Peter's shirt collar. It climbed up from below his sleeve and was now in the prime position for it to listen and hear everything around. Although the spider acted as a microphone, and at times a small speaker, it was unable to be used in transmitting any video footage. The other problem was that the situation which just occurred was unexpected for Logan. He was completely unprepared and never thought that something like this might have happened. While the sound recorded by the spider was sent to the computer in his room, he could listen to it at a later time. However, that wasn't good enough. He needed to be aware of what was currently happening. Luckily for him, the soldiers who came to grab Peter did so just when classes ended for the day. This gave Logan the opportunity to head back to his room as fast as possible. As he was returning, he placed his other hand on the watch on his wrist and sent out a message. "This is an emergency. Everyone is to gather right now. Peter has been caught. I repeat, Peter has been caught. Everyone meet me in my room ASAP." When the message was sent out, all of their group's watches started to light up. After what happened with True Dream, Logan made sure that the adjustments he made on everyone's watches were permanent. The messages he sent were encrypted. In addition, all of their whereabouts were also sent to Logan's computer in real time. Once they saw the message, a devastated look could be seen on their faces. If they found Peter, then it was only a matter of time before their involvement would be discovered as well. In an instant, they all quickly rushed towards the same location. When Logan entered his room, he immediately ran towards the computer and listened to the spider's transmission. However, there was barely any sound so far. The soldiers were only silently escorting Peter. All the while they did this, they didn't say a word to each other. "That's good, Peter. We still aren't aware how much they know yet," Logan muttered out. The next thing he had to do was check where they had taken him. If things went bad, then they would perhaps be able to come up with a similar plan with the one they did with True Dream.